Chapter 1. Transcendence into the Realm of Dragon Ball. Upon awakening, Ling Tian found himself in an unfamiliar farmstead. Where am I? Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the clear sky with a swift motion. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the meteor plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. What has fallen? A meteorite or a UFO? Curiosity piqued. Ling Tian cautiously approached the site. As he gazed into the deep pit, he beheld a white spherical machine. To his astonishment, the craft's door slowly opened, revealing a figure emerging from within. Before him stood a robust man, his piercing gaze menacing, adorned in peculiar attire, with a mane of thick, dark hair cascading down his back. A decorative item resembling a monkey's tail was fastened around his waist, and a sophisticated device akin to a monocle was affixed to his right eye. Having watched Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Super countless times, Ling Tian instantly recognized the man as Raditz. This moment, it was the midpoint of Dragon Ball, with Raditz invading Earth in search of Kakarot, intent on conquering other planets. Why on earth have I been transported to this world? I was neither struck by a vehicle nor struck by lightning. I didn't perish, nor did I leap from a cliff. I merely reviewed my study materials before sleep, and yet here I am, traversing realms. Must crossing over be so trivial? How are the inhabitants of this planet still alive? What is that Kakarot fellow up to? Raditz's figure gradually ascended from the crater, his countenance fierce, a chilling voice escaping his lips. With a disdainful expression, Raditz pressed the device at the corner of his eye, scoffing, a power level of merely 5. What utter trash! No sooner had he spoken than he conjured an energy sphere in his palm and hurled it effortlessly. It traced a perfect arc through the air, speeding towards Ling Tian. System, are you there? Ling Tian, his face a mask of terror, turned to flee, calling out for the system, yet receiving no response. A chill coursed through him as he cursed the injustice of fate. Surely, I cannot meet my end so soon after entering the Dragon Ball universe. Boom! With a deafening roar, Ling Tian was unable to evade the energy sphere's blast radius, and was sent hurtling against a rocky pillar by the force of the explosion. Cough, cough! Ling Tian spat blood, ultimately succumbing to the void of life. Raditz glanced at Ling Tian's lifeless form, remarking, "How can such a feeble race exist?" In that direction, there's one with formidable power. Could it be Kakarot? With that, Raditz took flight, soaring towards the distant horizon. Shortly after Raditz's departure, a mechanical voice resonated in the mind of the deceased Ling Tian. Ding! Host has successfully perished once, fulfilling the conditions for system activation. Beep! Binding of the divine, eternal system in progress. Please hold on. Beep! Binding successful. Commencing resurrection of the host now. A minute later. Wow! Ling Tian suddenly sprang up from the ground, gasping heavily for air. Huff, 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 didn't I already die? Ling Tian glanced at his own body and looked around, murmuring to himself. Beep! Congratulations to the host on a successful resurrection. Now issuing death rewards. Beep! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Chi Wave. Beep! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Sky Dance. Beep! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Chi Perception. Beep! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Turtle School's Kamehameha. Beep! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Combat Power, 1600. Beep! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Divine Level Combat Techniques. Beep! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Spirit Beans, 5. Just as Ling Tian was engulfed in confusion, the voice of the system echoed in his mind again, startling him. What on earth? Beep! Please do not panic, host. I am the divine eternal system. The recent death of the host has successfully activated the system. The system explained to Ling Tian in his mind. I knew it. As a traveler, how could I lack a golden finger, an old man, or a system? It turns out I had to die once to activate the system. That's quite a hefty price. If I never die, wouldn't that mean the system would never activate? After hearing the system's explanation, Ling Tian couldn't help but grumble. System, what functions do you possess? Ling Tian inquired. Beep! This system has only one function. The more times the host dies, the stronger the host becomes. The mechanical voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. What the hell do you mean the more I die, the stronger I get? Is that even a coherent statement? After hearing the system's introduction, Ling Tian was momentarily speechless, then exclaimed in exasperation. Beep! First, this system is not human. Thus it does not speak human language. Second, the more times you die, the stronger you will become, and this system can resurrect you indefinitely. Indefinite resurrection. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ling Tian was visibly astonished. Is it really that incredible? Of course, provided that the host cannot commit suicide and can only be killed. The system reminded Ling Tian. I understand now, with infinite resurrection, I could die thousands of times, and even a god of destruction like Beerus wouldn't stand a chance against me. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ling Tian began to sink into endless fantasies. The system quickly interrupted Ling Tian's daydreaming, disdainfully commenting, "Host, please awaken from your daydreams. The same individual cannot perish countless times and expect to acquire abilities or enhancements. The same person will receive certain rewards for defeating the host 3 times, but thereafter, those rewards cease." Ha ha ha. I was merely jesting. Your system lacks a sense of humor. 3 times is certainly better than just once. Ling Tian awkwardly scratched his head as he spoke. By the way, system, may I access my personal information? Beep. Host, Ling Tian. Bloodline, Earthling. Age, 22 years. Height, 178 centimeters. Skills, Chi Perception, Aerial Maneuvering, Energy Wave, Kamehameha, Supreme Combat Techniques. Items, Senza Beans X5. Combat Power, 1605, initially possessing a combat power of 5. He gained 1600 after being defeated by Raditz. Puffed. Upon seeing his combat power, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. The system's 5th-rate status is evident without special notation. Now it's time to seek out Sun Wukong. Ling Tian closed his eyes, concentrating intensely, and began to sense everything around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and turned around, gazing intently ahead. With the system's assistance, Ling Tian had learned to perceive the existence of Qi. Before him, he sensed 3 powerful energies. One of these energies was distinctly stronger than the others and was fluctuating violently. It was clear that these 3 forces were engaged in a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong and Piccolo had already confronted Raditz. After determining the direction, he immediately employed aerial maneuvering and soared into the sky, heading forward. The sensation of flying is truly exhilarating. Ling Tian had always envied the birds that soared freely in the sky, and now he could do the same. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the wind whistled past, Ling Tian drew ever closer to his target. Chapter 2. The battle between Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Raditz. Ling Tian could distinctly sense the increasing fluctuations of energy ahead. Soon, he spotted several figures. One was a towering figure with green skin and 2 antennae, none other than the Demon King Piccolo. The other wore an orange martial arts uniform. His gaze resolute, it was undoubtedly Sun Wukong. Swish! In the next moment, Sun Wukong and Piccolo launched a combined assault against Raditz. Bang! However, after just 2 or 3 exchanges, Raditz soared into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the chests of Sun Wukong and Piccolo from behind. Sun Wukong and Piccolo were sent flying backward, but quickly regained their footing and charged at Raditz once more. Raditz ascended into the sky, his hands gathering 2 formidable energy blasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 powerful energy blasts hurtled towards Sun Wukong and Piccolo. This is bad. Sun Wukong was taken aback, hastily evading the onslaught of energy blasts. Boom! Unfortunately for Piccolo, luck was not on his side, and he was struck, resulting in one of his arms being consumed by the force. Upon landing, Sun Wukong looked up into the sky. "You fool, I'm right behind you." Raditz's voice echoed ominously from behind. Sun Wukong was sent sprawling to the ground by a kick from Raditz. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong endured the pain and rose to his feet. "Damn it, what a scoundrel." Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo and inquired, "Are you holding up?" "Ouch, it hurts a bit," Piccolo replied, a faint smile on his face, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "But rest assured, even with 1 arm, I can still continue to fight." "Haha," Raditz taunted, "you 2 are truly pathetic. Even in a joint effort, you cannot prevail. However, you will surely meet your demise. It is merely a matter of time. I shall gradually intensify my assault." At this rate, defeating Raditz seemed impossible. They needed a strategy to grasp his tail. I never anticipated that our powers would differ so drastically. Sun Wukong and Piccolo murmured, "Humph, you're all doomed regardless. Let me share a little tidbit with you. The other 2 surviving Saiyans are far stronger than I am." "Haha. Now, do you understand the might of the Saiyans?" "Alas, it is too late," Raditz remarked with indifference. "Damn. The strength of the other 2 Saiyans. What level must that be?" Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Sun Wukong was uncertain whether to feel exhilarated or terrified, his body trembling involuntarily. "Sun Wukong, do you possess any new techniques?" Piccolo inquired. "Sorry, none at all," Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head in resignation. In recent years, I've merely been caring for my child. I hardly trained or had the time to explore new techniques, Sun Wukong confessed. I had intended to conserve my energy. I have been diligently training and have even made a new breakthrough, Piccolo said with a smile. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Let me be frank with you, your tactics are utterly ineffective against me. You might as well come over and meet your end, Raditz sneered. You claim to have mastered a new ultimate technique, is that true? Sun Wukong disregarded Raditz and turned to Piccolo. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed with certainty. Can you manage with just one arm? Sun Wukong questioned. It's all right, charging up will take some time. You must first attract his attention and hold him off, Piccolo instructed. Understood. But will your technique truly affect him? Sun Wukong asked that if even this move proves ineffective, then defeating him is an impossibility. Originally, this technique was intended to eliminate you, Piccolo replied. Ha ha ha. Now, you have inadvertently rendered me a great service, Son Goku chuckled. Do you not rejoice too? Soon should you vanquish this foe. You will be my next target. Piccolo smiled faintly. Oomph. You still manage to laugh when death is imminent, Raditz scoffed coldly. Very well. I shall confront him immediately. Son Goku declared, his expression grave. Make sure you hold your ground. Piccolo urged. Whoosh. Son Goku soared towards Raditz, launching a fierce assault. Piccolo pressed his index and middle fingers together on his forehead, gathering energy in preparation to unleash the special beam cannon. Bang! After exchanging blows with Raditz for merely 2 or 3 rounds, Son Goku found himself being soundly beaten. Raditz delivered a powerful kick, sending Son Goku hurtling through the air. Son Goku tumbled several times upon hitting the ground. Quickly recovering to ascend into the sky, he brought his palms together, forming a flower bud shape, and positioned at his waist, a brilliant light emanating between his hands, radiating with dazzling brilliance. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz's scouter emitted a series of alerts that, oh no, his battle power is continuously rising. Battle power 924. Concentrating energy into a singular point. Will it truly elevate his battle capabilities? Suddenly, Raditz seemed to grasp something and turned sharply to regard Piccolo. Beep. The battle power of this individual was also escalating 780920. Unbelievable, it continues to grow. Raditz's countenance darkened. At that moment, Son Goku had successfully condensed the Kamehameha wave. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Son Goku thrust his flower bud-shaped hands forward, launching the Kamehameha wave towards Raditz. Kamehameha! Raditz swiftly evaded the oncoming blast. However, Son Goku expertly redirected the Kamehameha wave, aiming it once again at Raditz. Smack! Raditz executed a graceful spin, catching the incoming Kamehameha wave with ease. Boom! The wave detonated violently. As the smoke cleared, Raditz emerged unscathed. In return, Raditz casually hurled an energy sphere towards Son Goku, who was still suspended in the air. Crash! Son Goku was struck directly by the energy sphere, plummeting to the ground. Raditz charged forward, his fist aimed squarely at Son Goku's head. Die! Raditz bellowed. The one who is destined to perish is you. At that moment, Piccolo had fully gathered his energy for the special beam cannon. What? Raditz glanced towards Piccolo. Beep. Battle power 1330. He had concentrated all his energy into his fingertips. This was troublesome, as they could freely manipulate their battle powers. Magical convergence of light. With a swift motion of his hand, Piccolo unleashed a spiraling beam of crimson energy towards Raditz. Hey! Raditz's complexion turned ashen in that critical moment. He hastily dodged the attack. Nevertheless, the blast grazed his shoulder. The armor on Raditz's shoulder was shattered, and blood began to seep from the wound. Piccolo was utterly astonished. He had actually evaded the attack. This adversary possessed remarkable agility, able to escape even this. The fact that you could damage my armor indicates that your previous move was formidable. Had it struck directly, it would surely have been fatal, Raditz reflected, a sense of dread lingering within him. Missing this time spells trouble. Piccolo desperd. I shall not spare you. The game ends here. A chilling malice spread across Raditz's face. Chapter 3. Goku and Piccolo's defeat. Initially, Raditz merely intended to toy with these two individuals, as if they were mere mice. Who would have thought that these two little mice would nearly bring about my demise? Raditz suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. If this continued, I might very well be toyed to death. No, I must eliminate them at once, lest the night drags on with unsettling dreams. I shall make you vanish in an instant, Raditz declared coldly. As he uttered these words, Raditz raised his hand, poised to eradicate Piccolo right then and there. Just at that moment, Raditz felt a tight grip on his tail, as if it had been seized by someone. What? Raditz's expression changed. Piccolo too was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Goku, who had appeared behind Raditz. "Heh, you have indeed been careless. I have caught your tail," Goku remarked with a grin, tightly clutching Raditz's tail. "When did you?" Raditz felt his strength wane, collapsing to the ground. "Piccolo, quickly, execute that technique once more," Goku called out loudly. "Ah, all right." Piccolo immediately responded, bringing his index and middle fingers together on his forehead once again. "Well done, Goku. You must hold on tight. Using this technique again will push it to its limit. Kakarot, do you truly wish to slay your only brother?" Raditz attempted to play the emotional card. "A scoundrel like you is not worthy of being my brother. You even sought to harm my child," Goku exclaimed, taken aback, his voice filled with fury. "I will not kill him. I have genuinely repented and wish to leave this planet in peace," Raditz professed. "Do not be deceived. Goku, do not heed his sweet words. He will not keep his promise," Piccolo urged vehemently. "I implore you, please believe me. Brother, I acknowledge that my previous actions were indeed excessive. I shall adhere to my vow," Raditz insisted with a sincere expression once more. For a moment, Goku's resolve wavered. "Fool, do not release your grip on his tail. This is his cunning ploy," Piccolo shouted. "I beg you, Kakarot. Trust me," Raditz cried out. Ultimately, Goku's heart softened. He loosened his grip, allowing the tail to slip from his grasp. "Goku," Piccolo bellowed in anger. "This fool, is he so easily deceived?" Haha. Once Raditz's tail was freed, he smirked and swiftly delivered a punch to Goku's chest. Goku fell to the ground. Bang! Raditz lunged at Goku, unleashing a flurry of blows. "Haha. It is truly rare to encounter a fool like you. You unwittingly walked right into my trap. You clearly cannot become a formidable warrior," Raditz laughed. "You are despicable." Goku gritted his teeth. "Unlike you, I am a top-tier warrior, capable of ruthlessly slaying my own brother without hesitation." Raditz's smile appeared. "Would you like to witness it?" As he spoke, Raditz increased the pressure beneath his feet. "Ah, ah, ah." Sun Wukong let out a series of anguished cries. Rather than killing Sun Wukong immediately, Raditz chose to torment him gradually. "How dare you grab my tail?" The Sun Wukong beneath him wailed in despair. Beep, beep. Just then, Raditz's scouter emitted a sound. "What is happening? Is there someone else nearby?" Raditz paused, momentarily stunned. Boom. In the next instant, Son Gohan burst through the spaceship, leaping out. Raditz was utterly astonished by the sight. "This is Sun Wukong's son," Piccolo exclaimed in shock. "Gohan?" Sun Wukong was equally taken aback, gazing at the emerging Son Gohan in confusion. "What is going on? This little brat." Raditz's expression grew increasingly grim. "Woo, woo," Son Gohan sobbed, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Gohan, run. Get away from here," Sun Wukong said weakly. Beep, beep, beep. Battle Power 1307. Upon seeing Son Gohan's battle power, Raditz was instantly petrified, cold sweat trickling down his face. "You shall not bully my father," Son Gohan shouted defiantly. After uttering these words, Son Gohan transformed into a beam of golden light, charging fiercely at Raditz. Boom! Son Gohan's head collided forcefully against Raditz's chest. Raditz stumbled back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Simultaneously, he felt the armor on his chest shatter. "Gohan, you!" Sun Wukong was left speechless. "Ah, Dad." Son Gohan regained his senses, his expression one of bewilderment. "Gohan, are you alright?" Sun Wukong asked with concern. "What's this, you little brat?" Raditz clenched his fists. Now the scouter showed his battle power as merely one, and such a drastic change occurred with the fluctuation of emotions. Boom! Raditz stepped forward and delivered a powerful slap, knocking Son Gohan unconscious. "That wretched little brat, that blow was quite fierce. If he were to land another one like that, I might not survive. How could this kid possess such formidable strength?" This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. I must eliminate him quickly. If he continues to develop like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this thought, Raditz strode towards Son Gohan, intending to annihilate him right there. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop. You shall not harm him," Sun Wukong shouted sternly. "Are you saying he is just a child? What a farce. That child possesses a far greater combat prowess than you can imagine. While he remains oblivious to how to wield such power, I must extinguish him. However, fret not. You shall meet him soon, albeit in another realm." Raditz clenched his fists, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ha ha." Raditz chuckled as he approached Gohan once more, intent on dispatching the little brat with a single blow. Suddenly, A rush of wind whooshed past his ears, and a shadow darted before him. Before Raditz could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying by a fierce strike. Rising to his feet, he gazed in astonishment at the man who had appeared so unexpectedly. "This is impossible," Raditz exclaimed loudly. "Did I not just eliminate this weak human? What is happening? Has he not perished completely? How dare you, human? Return to thwart my plans after narrowly escaping death." Raditz seethed with rage. "Prepare to meet your end." With his resolve set, Raditz crouched low and charged forward, his right fist poised to deliver a devastating blow. He aimed to dispatch this arrogant human with a single strike. Yet, events did not unfold as Raditz had anticipated. Ling Tian, without the slightest hesitation, extended his left palm and directly intercepted Raditz's fist. Bang! Raditz's fist was firmly grasped by Ling Tian, rendering him immobile. Even with all his might, Raditz could not withdraw his right fist. Chapter 4. The Demise of Raditz. Upon his arrival on Earth, Raditz possessed a combat power of 1500. And after a prolonged battle with Sun Wukong and Piccolo, it dwindled to around 900, while Ling Tian boasted a combat power of 1605. At this moment, he was entirely under Ling Tian's control. Raditz's face was a portrait of disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't his combat power only a mere 5? Why was he able to effortlessly withstand my full force strike and swiftly counter me? A profound sense of fear seeped into Raditz's very bones. Under Ling Tian's pressure, Raditz found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Now he realized that this individual before him was certainly not the weakling he had encountered earlier, and his strength far surpassed his own. "Just how much is your combat power?" Raditz could not help but inquire. "You could simply check the detector to find out." Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. 1605. Raditz gazed at the number displayed on the detector, once again plunged into shock. Had he encountered this power when he first came to Earth, he might have stood a chance, but now he was utterly outmatched. Raditz finally recognized that the warriors on Earth possessed a unique ability, the capacity to conceal their true strength. "You struck me with such ease. Now allow me to let you experience the taste of being thoroughly dominated." As Ling Tian concluded his words, he released his left hand, bent down, and delivered a powerful fist to Raditz's abdomen. "Ah!" Raditz screamed in agony, his mouth wide open as if he might expel his very bile from the impact. At that moment, he could feel as though every bone in his body was on the verge of shattering. Bang! Ling Tian did not relent. Instead, he unleashed a powerful kick to Raditz's abdomen, and then his right hand coalesced a formidable energy wave that struck Raditz fiercely. In an instant, Raditz was sent hurtling backward. Boom! He collided with a colossal mountain, the immense force creating a human-shaped indentation in the rock. Bang! Raditz then plummeted to the ground. His aura now appeared exceedingly feeble, having completely lost his combat capacity. "Raditz, how does it feel?" Ling Tian asked with a smile. Raditz, seething with rage, found himself provoked yet utterly powerless to retaliate. He felt as though he had truly arrived at the gates of death. Should Ling Tian deliver another blow, he would undoubtedly bid farewell to this world. Despite being a cold-blooded scion, the prospect of death instilled a profound fear within him. In that moment, he chose to forsake his dignity and began to plead for mercy from Ling Tian. "Please, spare me," Raditz implored with the last remnants of his strength. "Spare you? Do you truly believe that is a possibility?" Ling Tian replied coldly, gazing at Raditz. Realizing his pleas were in vain, Raditz, in a fit of desperation, declared, "My scouter has a communication function. The other 2 scions have been monitoring everything. They will undoubtedly come to eradicate you and avenge me. They will arrive on Earth within a year. When that time comes, you shall suffer a fate far worse than mine." Ha! Raditz descended into a state of utter madness. Ling Tian raised his arms, gradually gathering his energy, and in an instant, a radiant glow enveloped his hands, concentrating all his inner strength within his palms. The Turtle School's Kamehameha wave. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed from Raditz. Boom! As the smoke dissipated, a colossal crater emerged on the ground, and Raditz had vanished without a trace, reduced to nothingness. An adversary they had struggled against with all their might was effortlessly dispatched in mere moments. Sun Wukong and Piccolo gazed at Ling Tian in astonishment. Ling Tian gently lifted Sun Wukong and slowly approached the disheveled Sun Wukong. "Thank you for saving Gohan, Piccolo, and me. I am truly grateful," Sun Wukong exclaimed with a face full of appreciation. "It was but a trifling effort," Ling Tian replied. Ling Tian retrieved 2 magical beans from his pocket and handed them to Sun Wukong, saying, "Your injuries are quite severe. You should consume these first." "Magical beans. How did you acquire them?" Sun Wukong inquired, his face a mask of puzzlement, though he did not press further. With great effort, he brought the bean to his lips. Crack! After consuming the magical bean, the weak Sun Wukong was instantly revitalized, bursting with energy. With a swift leap, he soared into the air. I now feel invigorated with power, he exclaimed joyfully. He then offered the second magical bean to Piccolo. Here, take this, Sun Wukong urged. It is truly a remarkable item. Piccolo, well aware of the bean's potency, chewed it a few times before swallowing. Instantly, his immobile body regained its peak condition. Without hesitation, Piccolo bent down, gritted his teeth, and gathered his strength. Ah! He shouted, and to everyone's astonishment, his severed arm grew back. Sun Wukong gazed in awe at Piccolo's regrowing limb, exclaiming, "What an incredible technique! To have your arm regrow after being severed is truly remarkable." Ling Tian murmured, "As long as the core remains intact, the body can regenerate infinitely, though it requires a vast amount of energy. This is the capability of the Namekians. The android cell can resurrect as long as the chip in his brain is intact. Even Majin Buu can revive with just one cell remaining." At that moment, Sun Wukong and Piccolo flew towards Ling Tian. "Once again, we express our gratitude for your assistance," Sun Wukong said earnestly. "Should you ever need help in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "Very well. I shall hold you to that," Ling Tian responded. "May I inquire your name?" Sun Wukong asked. "Haha, I nearly forgot to introduce myself." Ling Tian chuckled. "I am Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you appear quite youthful, yet possess such formidable strength. This is my first encounter with a hidden powerhouse from Earth like yourself. Your presence excites me. Would you indulge me in a spar? Just a brief exchange?" Sun Wukong pleaded. "You are not yet my match. Focus on your training first and enhance your strength before challenging me," Ling Tian advised. Ling Tian declined the request made by Sun Wukong. Ling Tian continued, "You must have heard what Raditz just said. In a year's time, 2 Saiyans will descend upon Earth, and their power will far exceed that of Raditz. With your current strength, it is utterly impossible for you to contend with them. You should dedicate this year to rigorous training. Only by enhancing your abilities can you safeguard the Earth and your loved ones. Indeed, I am resolute in my commitment to intensify my training," exclaimed Sun Wukong, brimming with combat fervor. Although Piccolo remained silent, his eyes were filled with unyielding determination. "Ling Tian, could you assist me in my training? Your strength is formidable, and perhaps you could help me achieve remarkable progress in a shorter time," Sun Wukong earnestly requested. "Regrettably, I have my own matters to attend to. You should seek out others to train with," Ling Tian replied. Ling Tian once again declined Sun Wukong. Ling Tian declined Sun Wukong's offer, admitting his own incompetence. His skills and combat prowess were solely derived from system rewards. Moreover, his system allowed him to grow stronger only upon death. It would be imprudent to ask Sun Wukong to end his life. Thus, it was better for Sun Wukong to seek out another for training. Upon hearing Ling Tian's response, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Chapter 5. The Plans of the Group. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Saiyans. Meanwhile, under Mr. Popo's guidance, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and others gradually arrived at the sacred temple. With the assistance of the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo, they undertook basic training, resulting in a marked enhancement in their combat abilities. A month later, Bulma completed the gravity chamber and handed it over to Krillin for use at the temple, with a gravity level of 100 times Earth's. After fulfilling the Supreme Kai's training regimen, the group engaged in daily sparring within the gravity chamber, leading to significant improvement in their combat strength. In a desolate wilderness, after enduring 6 months of survival challenges, Gohan officially commenced his training with Piccolo. In the other world, after facing numerous trials, Sun Wukong reached King Kai's planet, where he entertained King Kai with a few rather unamusing jokes, successfully securing his place there for training. Thus, day by day passed, and soon a year had slipped away, with everyone showing remarkable progress in their abilities, now eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Saiyans on Earth. Through relentless effort, the group's combat powers saw substantial increases. Ling Tian, combat power unknown. Krillin, 4720. Yamcha, 4368. Tien, 5040. Kaiatsu, 2430. Yajirobe, 2789. Piccolo, 3500. Gohan, 2800. Sun Wukong, 8000. Piccolo and Gohan did not train in the gravity chamber, remaining true to the original narrative. One day, 2 spaceships appeared in outer space, swiftly descending towards Earth. From a distance, they resembled 2 fiery orbs. With a whoosh, the Saiyan ships pierced through the atmosphere, plummeting rapidly. Boom! The spaceships traced two golden arcs in the sky before crashing into a city. As the smoke cleared, two enormous craters were revealed on the ground, leaving the city's inhabitants in shock. What was happening? What had fallen from the sky? Was it a meteorite? It was a round object. Indeed it was. And there was another one. Creak. The doors of the spaceship swung open, and Vegeta emerged. It was a person. A human had stepped out. Humph. Vegeta cast a cold glare at the bewildered humans around him. In the next moment, Nappa also exited the ship, soaring to Vegeta's side. Who are they? Are they aliens? Both of them can fly. A crowd gathered to observe Vegeta and Nappa, engaging in fervent discussions about their origins. Is this Earth? The environment appears quite pleasant. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, his face adorned with an endless smile. Allow me to greet these fellows. Nappa chuckled softly, suddenly raising his hand with force. Instantly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted forth. Boom. In the next moment, all structures surrounding Nappa were reduced to rubble. This city vanished in an instant. Haha. My greeting seems to have been rather enthusiastic, Nappa remarked with a grin. Nappa, you have gone too far. Vegeta huffed. If this planet suffers too much destruction, it will not fetch a high price. We must locate the most powerful warrior. He should be the one who defeated Raditz. Vegeta activated his scouter, beginning to scan for battle power on this planet. Vegeta, something feels off. There are more than just one or two readings above 1,000. How could this planet possess such strength? Nappa also activated his scouter, and upon seeing the displayed numbers, he was slightly taken aback. Found them. The two individuals together exhibit the strongest readings. The duo swiftly flew towards the distance. Haha, this is splendid. The gravity on this planet is so light, making our movements quite effortless, Nappa chuckled. As Vegeta and Nappa descended upon Earth, the moment they appeared, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo immediately sensed their energy. They have arrived. They intend to come here. Piccolo clenched his fists, bracing himself for battle. Indeed, Gohan nodded gravely. In the mountainous region where Piccolo and Gohan resided, Piccolo had already removed his weighted clothing. There is nothing to fear. We have grown significantly stronger than we were a year ago, Piccolo assured Gohan. Yes. Gohan appeared slightly anxious. Something is approaching from that direction. Piccolo suddenly became alert. Moreover, there are others coming as well. Are they Saiyans? Wasn't it said that only 2 Saiyans existed? Gohan exclaimed in panic. Just then, Krillin descended from the sky. Are they Saiyans? Gohan gasped in surprise. Long time no see, Piccolo, Krillin smiled. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Do you wish to challenge the Saiyans as well? Piccolo inquired. Yes. I have been training diligently, Krillin nodded. So there are more fools planning to come here, Piccolo remarked with a slight smile. Indeed, everyone will be coming. And since I live closest, I arrived first, Krillin said with a wry smile. You dare to call us fools. In the past, I could not surpass you, but now, through diligent training, I have indeed exceeded you. However, let us first address the issue of the Saiyans. Krillin mused inwardly. My dear friend, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the story becomes even more captivating. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Gohan's mind. I remember now. You hail from Master Roshi's lineage, he remarked to Krillin. Indeed, my name is Krillin. You bear a striking resemblance to Goku in his youth, Krillin replied with a smile. My father often speaks of you, mentioning your small stature, yet your formidable prowess. Gohan responded. To be called small is quite absurd. He seems to have a rather inflated perception of his own height, Krillin retorted, his expression darkening. However, training alongside someone like Piccolo must have been quite arduous for you. Krillin inquired. Uncle Piccolo is a good person. Gohan answered earnestly. No more idle chatter. They have arrived, Piccolo interjected coldly. Krillin and Gohan looked up to find 2 figures hovering in the sky. Both possessed tails, which were coiled around their waists, and their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Raditz. Above, Vegeta and Nappa were surveying the trio below. Haha, another has joined the fray, making it 3 of you now. Kakarot is absent. Who knows what he is up to? Nappa chuckled. They seem well prepared. Perhaps Kakarot is intended to be the final trump card, Vegeta mused with a slight smile. Let us descend. The 2 plummeted from the sky, landing opposite Piccolo and the others. You appear to be quite eager, Vegeta remarked with a grin. Indeed, that is correct, Krillin replied. Before we engage in battle, may I inquire about your intentions for coming to Earth? Piccolo asked. Where have Kakarot and the one who vanquished Raditz gone? Vegeta questioned. Vegeta, that individual seems to be a Namekian. Nappa turned to Vegeta, stating, It is possible. No wonder Raditz was defeated by them. Chapter 7. Yamcha's moment of glory quickly. Hand over the methods to control power levels. Vegeta commanded the trio coldly. Beep. Power levels. 981, 1220, 1083. You three fools think you can contend with us with such meager power? Nappa scoffed. Through the scouter, their capabilities were clearly discerned. Nappa, are you a fool? We came to Earth to learn how to master such power control. What good is a scouter's reading? Remove it immediately. Their power levels will fluctuate during battle. The readings are unreliable and can even skew judgment, Vegeta explained. You are correct. Nappa nodded and removed the detector. It was Raditz's folly to place too much faith in the device's readings, leading to his defeat. Are you still hesitant to relinquish the methods of combat mastery? Vegeta scoffed. If that is the case, let them witness our prowess. Nappa, do we not have 6 seedlings left? Let us plant them together. Haha. Vegeta, your enthusiasm is quite amusing. Nappa chuckled. Seedlings? What are those? Krillin and the others looked on in confusion. Nappa then produced a small vial from behind him. With a swift motion, he punctured the ground with his finger, creating 6 holes, into which he poured the seeds and drenched them with a special liquid. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and 6 green alien beings emerged. Ugh, how revolting! Krillin exclaimed, his face contorted in disgust. Excellent. Your target is those 3 individuals. Teach them a harsh lesson, Vegeta commanded. Just then, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiotsu descended from the sky, landing beside Krillin and the others. Apologies for our tardiness, Yamcha smiled. Yamcha, you are here too, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Humph, more allies have arrived, Vegeta remarked. A bunch of useless fools. Nappa sneered. How fortuitous, 6 of you, perfectly matching the number of seedlings. Vegeta's interest peaked. Splendid. How about you 6 face off against our little soldiers? Let us engage in a little game, Vegeta proposed. What game? You ruffians. Stop beating around the bush and get serious. Piccolo shouted angrily. Piccolo, do not lose your temper. This is quite advantageous, as we can wait for Goku to arrive. Krillin hastily advised. Very well, I shall take the stage first and showcase the fruits of my training, Tien declared, stepping forward. Haha. If only he knew how formidable the seedlings truly are, he would be terrified, Nappa laughed heartily. However, Vegeta remained solemn, sensing a certain strength in this three-eyed man. The seedlings may not be his match. Let us start with this fellow. Remember, give him a thorough beating. Do not underestimate him. Vegeta instructed. The first seedling stepped forward, and an intense battle ensued between the seedling and Tien. Tien struck fiercely, sending the seedling flying backward. Upon landing, the seedling's head split open, releasing a corrosive liquid. Tien swiftly dodged the spray. Bang! Tien seized the initiative, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the seedling's head. Ah! The cultivator emitted a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Nappa was taken aback. These cultivators were nearly as powerful as Raditz. How could they be so fragile? Aside from Gohan and Piccolo, the others exhibited significantly enhanced strength compared to their original selves, easily overpowering the cultivators. Vegeta gazed at the cultivators sent flying by Tien. His index and middle fingers aligned as he pointed disdainfully at the cultivator. Bang! With a dull thud, the cultivator was instantly obliterated, his body reduced to mere fragments. The onlookers, including Piccolo, were left in utter astonishment. Such brutality! Krillin couldn't help but tremble. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Piccolo's brow. That scion had effortlessly turned the creature to dust in an instant. The destructive power was simply terrifying. Nappa felt a slight sense of confusion. Vegeta, what are you doing? He inquired. Keeping him alive would merely waste our time. He stands no chance of victory. That cultivator underestimated me from the outset. I warned him to fight with all his might, yet he dismissed my words as mere wind, Vegeta retorted angrily. The remaining cultivators trembled in fear, no longer daring to be careless. Who shall be next? Vegeta inquired. We must defeat them this time. Don't disgrace us. Do you hear? Nappa commanded. One of the cultivators stepped forward. Very well, let me take this round. Krillin also stepped up. Allow me to handle this. Yamcha interjected with a smile, stepping forward before Krillin could. Yamcha, let me go. Krillin urged. No, let me show you the results of my recent training. Yamcha insisted. If you wish to go, then go. Krillin, seeing Yamcha's determination, reluctantly yielded the opportunity. Yamcha and the cultivator faced each other. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. In the next moment, both Yamcha and the cultivator flickered, suddenly vanishing from sight. Bang! 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 They both engaged in rapid movement, launching fierce attacks at one another. They're gone, Gohan exclaimed. Fool, they are moving at high speed. Focus on sensing their energy, Piccolo instructed. Gohan quickly grasped the situation. Soon, Yamcha and the cultivator battled their way from the ground into the sky. Boom! A powerful energy wave suddenly coalesced in Yamcha's hands and struck the cultivator directly. The cultivator was hit, crashing to the ground. Wisps of white smoke rising from his form. Another failure, Nappa lamented. When did the cultivators become so frail? Slap! Yamcha landed at the edge of the small pit where the cultivator lay, defeated and devoid of combat power. He remarked, "These creatures are not as formidable as you imagine. Let the remaining 4 join in. I can handle them all on my own." Humph. This time, you have underestimated me. Vegeta chuckled. What? Yamcha was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the fallen cultivator sprang to life, seizing Yamcha tightly. A grin of endless joy spread across the cultivator's face. However, Yamcha swiftly yanked the cultivator off him and, with a flick of his wrist, sent him soaring into the air, dispatching him with a ki blast. Haha, my performance was quite commendable, wasn't it? Yamcha laughed. Vegeta and Nappa realized they had been deceived and, filled with indignation, shouted at the remaining cultivators, "All of you, attack together." The 4 cultivators encircled Yamcha. Yet, he remained unfazed, dispatching each of them with a single punch. Chapter 8. The Death of Nappa. This individual possesses far superior combat power than the cultivators. Unleash your full strength, Vegeta instructed. Upon hearing Vegeta's command, Nappa surged forward with all his might toward Yamcha. Bang! Caught off guard, Yamcha was knocked to the ground. Yamcha, are you alright? Krillin appeared before him in a flash. I'm fine, Krillin. I was careless before, but now I shall unleash my full power. After declaring this, Yamcha clenched his fists, a surge of energy erupting from him as his combat power skyrocketed. He then charged at Nappa, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows for several rounds. How is this possible? I've given it my all, yet I cannot defeat this mere human, Nappa exclaimed in disbelief. Sensing Yamcha's overwhelming aura, Piccolo's face turned pale. The former underling had surpassed him in strength. How did you train in the Heavenly Temple? Piccolo could not help but inquire. At first, our power didn't increase significantly, but ever since Bulma constructed the gravity chamber, our training there has led to substantial growth. Now, both Tien and I are somewhat stronger than Yamcha, Krillin explained. Bang! In the midst of an aerial confrontation, Yamcha seized an opportunity to unleash his Wolf-Fang fist, sending Nappa hurtling away. Recognizing his own inadequacy against Yamcha, Nappa turned his gaze towards the others. The sight of Nappa's menacing glare caused Chaozu to instinctively retreat a few steps. Observing Chaozu's reaction, a sinister smile crept across Nappa's face. Taking advantage of the moment, he charged at Chaozu, who, in a state of panic, was caught off guard and swiftly captured by Nappa's single hand, promptly dispatched with a ki blast. After neutralizing Chaozu, Nappa looked up at Yamcha and taunted, "While I may not be able to defeat you, eliminating your companions is a trivial task." Chaozu, Tien shouted in despair. The lifeless form of Chaozu rendered Gohan pale with shock. Chaozu's demise unleashed a wave of fury among the group. "You scoundrel! I will not let you go unpunished." Tien seethed, preparing to launch an attack against Nappa below. With a slight chuckle, Nappa retreated to Vegeta's side. "Well done, Nappa, you have taken care of one of them. Soon, we shall join forces to dispatch the rest. The death of that little one has revealed their true combat potential. According to the scouter, 3 of them are stronger than you," Vegeta remarked. "Impossible. How could there be so many powerful beings on Earth?" Nappa exclaimed, astonished. As Nappa withdrew, the remaining fighters hastened towards Chaozu's fallen body. Tien, cradling Chaozu, lamented, "Chaozu has already been resurrected by the Dragon Balls. He cannot return again." Gently placing Chaozu's body on the ground, he clenched his fists, vowing, "I will avenge Chaozu. You will pay for this." Dragon Balls? Resurrection? I've heard tales of the Namekians possessing such extraordinary abilities, Vegeta remarked towards Piccolo. "What? I'm also an extraterrestrial?" Piccolo responded, astonished. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude. I have finally uncovered my true identity," he said with a slight smile. "However, regrettably, the Dragon Balls are not my creation. My expertise lies solely in combat." With that, Piccolo assumed a fighting stance. "In the realm of the sacred world," King Kai commented, "I never anticipated you would be an alien. No wonder I look different from others." King Kai chuckled awkwardly. "I created the Dragon Balls long ago. At the time, I felt an odd familiarity, as if I had encountered something similar before. Perhaps it was something akin to the Dragon Balls made by the Namekians, remnants of ancestral memories still lingering in my mind. Reflecting on his own appearance, which contrasts starkly with that of Earthlings, he continued, if you surrender your knowledge of combat power and the Dragon Balls, I might spare your lives, Vegeta boasted. We will not hand over the Dragon Balls to a villain like you. Krillin remarked, it seems you are unwilling to accept a toast and instead choose to face punishment. Let us deal with them together, and then we shall venture to Namek. As soon as he finished speaking, Nappa and Vegeta erupted with rage. And Vegeta unleashed an overwhelming battle aura that astonished everyone present. The group quickly composed themselves, prepared for combat. Nappa faced off against Gohan and Piccolo, while Vegeta took on Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha simultaneously. Energy surged, and explosions reverberated throughout the area. With a fierce cry, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that struck Nappa squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward into a nearby mountain. The mountain crumbled under the impact, burying Nappa beneath its debris. This little brat is even stronger than I imagined, Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, Nappa soared back into the air, quickly reappearing before Gohan. You little pest. The game ends here. Nappa roared with fury. How could I allow myself to be bested by this child? This is utterly humiliating. You will pay for this. He gathered a sphere of electric energy in his hand and hurled it toward Gohan, who stood frozen in fear. I'm so scared, Gohan thought, paralyzed and unsure of how to escape or retaliate. In that critical moment, Piccolo acted without hesitation, appearing in front of Gohan and extending his arms to shield him from the incoming energy attack. Gohan stood in stunned silence, as did Krillin and the others. Is this truly the Piccolo we know? With a tremendous crash, Piccolo braced himself against Nappa's assault. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, frightened, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Gohan, quickly, run, Piccolo urged, but as he spoke, blood spilled from his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan cried, rushing to his side. Why did you save me? You must run. Gohan, you must run. Piccolo replied weakly. Please, Uncle Piccolo, don't die? My father is coming soon, I beg you. Hold on. Gohan wept openly. Humph, this fool has disrupted my plans. Regardless, they will all meet their end eventually, Nappa sneered. How tragic it is that I, the great Piccolo, find myself protecting a mere child. Piccolo managed a smile. It is your and your father's kindness that has influenced me. Gohan, you are the only one left to speak with me now. I have enjoyed our time together these past few months. After speaking these words, Piccolo closed his eyes. In the Divine Hall, the deity gasped heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Mr. Popo was taken aback. My life is drawing to a close, and Goku has yet to arrive. The deity sighed. However, I find solace in knowing that Piccolo has ultimately surpassed me, a god. Mr. Popo fell into silence. Popo, I entrust this place to you from now on. With those words, the deity's form began to shimmer and fade, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 9. The mighty Vegeta Gohan wept bitterly. Beep, beep, beep. A new power level appeared on the scouter worn by Vegeta. Gohan, with tears streaming down his face, glared fiercely at the perpetrator before him. Special beam cannon, Gohan shouted, channeling an immense energy in his hands. Power level 6,700. Indeed, these foes possessed unpredictable strength. Nappa, dodge quickly, Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. Gohan's fury would amplify his power. What? A power level of 6,700? Nappa was equally astonished, quickly evading the incoming energy blast. Boom. The energy orb suddenly changed direction, soaring towards a distant mountain. The ground shook as a tremendous explosion erupted in the far-off peak, smoke billowing as the mountain was obliterated by the energy. To think this little brat could unleash such formidable energy. Nappa felt a wave of dread. His power level had plummeted, perhaps due to expending his energy just moments ago. Vegeta glanced at the readings on his scouter. I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. I failed to strike the enemy and now lack the strength to escape. Gohan turned to Piccolo and offered a foolish smile. With a thud, Gohan collapsed to the ground. His confidence in battle shattered. Beast. Despicable. Krillin gritted his teeth. The situation for Krillin and his companions against Vegeta was grim. They were relentlessly pressured. Yamcha was sent hurtling backwards, embedded in a rock, barely clinging to life. Tien, consumed by vengeance for Kaiatsu's death, overexerted himself with the Kikaho, draining his life force entirely. Nappa, finish off that brat quickly, Vegeta commanded. With a swift kick, Nappa aimed to stomp on Gohan. However, and the next moment, he found his foot planted firmly on the ground, causing the earth to crack. What is happening? Where is he? Vegeta was equally astonished. In the distance, a tall, handsome young man cradled Gohan. Gohan, are you all right? Ling Tian inquired. Uncle Ling Tian, I'm fine, but Uncle Piccolo died to protect me. Ling Tian cradled son Wukong in his arms as he soared towards Krillin. I apologize for my tardiness. I have 3 Senzu beans here for you to enjoy first, he said, handing them to Krillin. Now, leave the rest to me. With that, Ling Tian unleashed his energy and charged at Nappa. Vegeta, save me, Nappa cried, retreating in fear. In an instant, Ling Tian stood before Nappa, swinging his fist with tremendous force and obliterating Nappa's head. He then turned his gaze towards Vegeta. Ding. Power level. Humph. I could easily dispatch a worthless foe like Nappa with just one hand. Surely, you do not believe I possess such feeble strength? My power level is far superior, Vegeta remarked. Ling Tian paid no heed to Vegeta's words and launched an immediate assault. The sounds of fists and feet clashing resounded with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows over 100 times. Ling Tian retreated, creating distance between himself and Vegeta, while his hand positioned at his waist formed a blossom-like shape, energy coalescing in his palm. Observing Ling Tian gathering his energy wave, Vegeta soared into the sky, his own energy surging forth and converging in his hands. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian unleashed the gathered energy wave towards Vegeta in the sky. Kamehameha. Vegeta roared in fury as he retaliated with his own energy wave. Gallic Gun. The two forces collided in midair, releasing an overwhelming aura. Such power. Krillin and Gohan, having consumed the Senzu beans, managed to rescue Yamcha. Now, the group stood atop a towering mountain, observing the fierce battle. Both combatants poured every ounce of their energy into the clash. Ultimately, Ling Tian proved to be slightly inferior. A disparity of 6,000 in battle power is not easily compensated. The energy wave was forcefully suppressed. Boom. Ling Tian could not withstand Vegeta's onslaught. His attire lay in tatters, his body was bruised, and he was barely clinging to life. Was it not wiser to remain hidden on Earth? Yet he foolishly chose to come here to meet his demise. Perish! Vegeta exclaimed as he gathered another energy wave, launching it towards Ling Tian. Boom! Ling Tian gazed upward at the rapidly descending energy wave, devoid of any fear of death, a faint smile gracing his lips. Boom! Ling Tian was directly struck by the energy wave, his flesh and blood scattered in the aftermath. As the smoke cleared, only a charred arm remained on the ground. Ha ha! Vegeta laughed heartily. Ling Tian! Krillin shouted. Uncle Ling Tian has also perished, Gohan said, tears streaming down his face. If only Ling Tian hadn't consumed the Senzu beans, he wouldn't have died when he fell. Yamcha lamented deeply. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and Ling Tian was resurrected. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful resurrection. Now issuing death rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Solar Fist. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Dragon Fist. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Energy Cannon. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Battle Power. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Senzu Beans X10. System checking personal attributes. Ding! Host, Ling Tian age, 23 years. Dear host, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. Bloodline, Earthling skills, Chi perception, Flight technique, Energy wave, Kamehameha, Dragon Fist, Solar Fist, Energy Cannon, Divine combat skills. Battle power, items, Senzu Beans X10. Upon resurrection, Ling Tian unleashed an even more astonishing aura. Wasn't he just dead? Vegeta turned around, utterly astonished. Ling Tian, Uncle Ling Tian, Krillin, and the others were equally bewildered. Hey, that punch from you earlier hurt quite a bit. Now it's your turn to experience it, Ling Tian declared, instantly appearing before Vegeta. How is this possible? Vegeta marveled at Ling Tian's explosive speed, unable to believe his eyes. Ling Tian landed a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying like a shrimp. Before Vegeta could touch the ground, Ling Tian teleported again, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the air. Vegeta cried out in agony. After a relentless minute of beating, Vegeta crashed to the ground, his clothes in tatters and his body covered in blood. Damn it, this is infuriating. Vegeta gritted his teeth. This won't do. That guy's power has surpassed mine. I can only resort to that technique. Although it would consume some energy, he had no other choice. Vegeta slowly concentrated an energy ball in his palm, which grew increasingly larger while his energy was being fiercely depleted. Huff, huff. Vegeta gasped for breath. With a swift motion, he hurled the fully concentrated energy into the air, where the energy ball emitted a blinding brilliance. What is he doing? Klin and others raised their arms in front of their eyes, filled with confusion. As the brilliance faded, a full moon emerged in the sky. Vegeta transformed into a colossal black ape towering over 10 meters. Roar! Your doom is upon you, Vegeta declared. The giant ape swung its massive fist toward Ling Tian, preparing to strike. Ling Tian exhibited unwavering courage, charging forward with clenched fists. Bang! 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 Ling Tian's repeated assaults proved to be of little effect, as he was consecutively struck and sent flying by Vegeta. Chapter 10, Son Goku vs. Vegeta. Ling Tian was directly struck and forcefully slammed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the colossal ape brought down its foot, creating yet another deep pit in the earth, effectively embedding Ling Tian within. The giant ape gathered energy in its wide maw and unleashed it, intent on eliminating Ling Tian once and for all. Bang! 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 Gohan, gazing at the full moon above, felt his heart race as his body began to swell. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a giant ape, mirroring Vegeta's form. In his berserk state, Gohan could not distinguish between friend and foe, launching attacks towards Krillin and Yamcha. Krillin, evading the onslaught, shouted, "Gohan, Vegeta is over there. Hurry and confront him." Perhaps influenced by some instinct, Gohan refrained from targeting Krillin and Yamcha, instead turning his attention towards Vegeta, continuously firing energy blasts. The giant ape Vegeta, interrupted in his assault on Ling Tian, pounded his chest in fury. In the blink of an eye, Gohan's fist was upon him, and the two titanic apes engaged in a fierce clash. Boom! The ground was pounded into deep craters as the two giants exchanged blows in a primal display of combat. Ling Tian consumed a celestial being, swiftly regaining his strength. In that moment, Yamcha and Krillin soared towards him. Yamcha informed Krillin that severing the tail of the monstrous ape would restore it to its original form, prompting Krillin to discuss a strategy. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the insufferable brat Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending the injured Gohan flying. With his mouth agape, he concentrated energy and unleashed a devastating attack. Alas, the explosive force struck Gohan, rendering him incapacitated and unable to continue the battle. As Ling Tian and his companions finalized their plans, Sun Wukong arrived on his Nimbus cloud. "Wukong, you have finally come," Krillin exclaimed with excitement. "Krillin, where are the Saiyans? What happened to the others?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Wukong, the others have been slain by the Saiyans. Gohan has lost his fighting ability over there," Krillin replied with a sense of grievance. "That giant ape over there is a Saiyan. He has transformed." "Understood, Krillin. Leave the ensuing battle to me," Sun Wukong declared. "Wukong, you must be cautious." Both Krillin and Yamcha warned. "Go forth. Wukong, allow me to witness the fruits of your year's training," Ling Tian encouraged with a smile. "Kakarot, you have finally arrived," Vegeta remarked. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, a crimson aura enveloping him as he unleashed the Kaioken technique. "Hey!" he shouted, raising his hand to unleash a powerful surge of energy towards the transformed ape, Vegeta. The colossal Vegeta, unimpeded by his size, effortlessly swatted away the energy blast. With swiftness, Sun Wukong ascended towards Vegeta. Bang! He landed a heavy punch to Vegeta's face, yet it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Immediately, Vegeta retaliated with a fierce assault. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent flying, spitting blood from the onslaught. Observing Vegeta's formidable strength exhilarated Sun Wukong. He took out a Senzu Bean, the last two given by Master Karen, and consumed one. Double Kaioken. Vegeta concentrated energy into a beam in his mouth, launching it towards Sun Wukong. Struggling, Sun Wukong narrowly evaded the energy blast. "Humph, not bad. You're quite nimble," Vegeta taunted. "Huff, huff, how infuriating. His power and speed. Not even the double Kaioken can match him." With determination, Sun Wukong murmured upon landing, "Even if it shatters my very being, I must employ the triple Kaioken." "Very well," he exclaimed, tearing his shirt. Realizing the dire situation, he resolved to fight with all his might, popping the last Senzu Bean into his mouth. "Prepare yourself. Triple Kaioken. This is unwise, Wukong. You cannot endure this." The KO observed from King Kai's planet. I never anticipated my opponent would be so formidable. This duel may lead to defeat. Aya. The energy surged anew. How could a lowly warrior possibly challenge me, the Prince of Saiyans? Vegeta bellowed, his aura intensifying as the giant ape. Sun Wukong positioned his hands at his waist in a blossom formation, gathering his energy to unleash the Kamehameha wave, intending to settle the battle in one decisive move. Noticing this, Vegeta also formed an energy blast in his mouth. Kamehameha. As Sun Wukong thrusts his flower-embroidered hand forward, Vegeta unleashes an energy blast from his mouth. The two forces collide, erupting with a staggering aura. Kakarot, let us see if you can withstand my assault. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, for the louder the cry, the mightier the attack, as per the Dragon Ball lore. The energies remained locked in a stalemate, slowly pressing down upon Sun Wukong. Fourfold Kaioken. Fivefold Kaioken. It's been repelled. Vegeta exclaimed in shock, just as the Kamehameha wave was about to strike. Vegeta swiftly evaded. Who? Allah. Sun Wukong, having overexerted himself with the Kaioken, collapsed in pain, struggling to swallow a senzu bean, which instantaneously healed his wounds. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated through the air. Although Vegeta had evaded the lethal blow, he emerged battered and bruised. How is this possible? Kakarot's power level cannot surpass mine. Damn it. Allah. Impossible. I am a Saiyan, the mightiest warrior in the universe. Vegeta roared in fury. In an instant, he launched another attack against Sun Wukong, who countered with a threefold Kaioken. Bang, 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 die. Vegeta swung his fists down mercilessly upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was sent flying, quickly regaining his composure midair, placing his hands on his head to execute Tien Shinhan's ultimate technique. Solar Flare. Vegeta, in hot pursuit, was momentarily blinded by the brilliant light. What is this? My eyes. Vegeta cried out in agony, covering his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong launched a rapid barrage of punches. Tap, 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 bang. Temporarily blinded, Vegeta could not discern Sun Wukong's position and flailed wildly, taking the blows defensively. Observing this, Sun Wukong kicked Vegeta into the sky and gathered energy at his waist. Kamehameha. Recovering his sight, Vegeta attempted to block the incoming energy wave with both hands. Suddenly, Vegeta's body began to shrink. What is happening? He looked up towards the source of the artificial moon and realized it had vanished. Damn it. Time has elapsed, and the energy has dissipated. They have dragged this out with their relentless onslaught. I refuse to accept this, Vegeta shouted. Without the power of the great ape, he could not withstand Sun Wukong's Kaioken attack. Bang. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Vegeta plummeted from above. With a thud, he created a deep crater upon impact, rendered immobile, and completely devoid of fighting capability. Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta bellowed. As the battle drew to a close, Ling Tian flew over with Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha. Goku, you were incredible! You dealt with all the Saiyans, Krillin exclaimed. Indeed, Goku. Who would have thought that after just a year of training, you would make such remarkable progress? Yamcha added. The system assessed Goku's combat power. Ding. Goku, combat power, having faced death once against Vegeta, consumed 2 senzu beans. Bloodline, Saiyan. Chapter 11. The method to revive everyone. Goku. Shall I go and eliminate that Saiyan? Krillin said, advancing towards Vegeta. Damn it. I am unable to fight back. I am destined to be slain by some insignificant minion, Vegeta lamented. Krillin gathered his energy for a Kienzan, declaring, I will avenge Tien and the others. You shall perish. Wait, Krillin. Goku suddenly called out to him. Let him go. He is no longer a threat. Are you out of your mind, Goku? While you may have defeated him, Piccolo, Tien, and the others have perished. And he still harbors intentions of destroying Earth. If you release him now, he will surely return once he is healed, Krillin retorted. Goku approached and affectionately patted Krillin's shiny bald head. Perhaps. I revel in our battles. I learned the Kaioken from King Kai, yet it was insufficient against him. Had it not been for the 2 senzu beans, I might have already lost, Goku remarked. Ling Tian, what do you think we should do? Goku intends to set this malevolent Saiyan free, Krillin inquired. Let him go. We will meet again in the future, Ling Tian said with a smile. Even you, Ling Tian? Very well. It is thanks to both of you that Earth remains intact, Krillin sighed. Kakarot, you will pay for this. Next time, I shall ensure you suffer the consequences, Vegeta proclaimed. We'll see about that. Bang. Whoosh. The spaceship's door closed and launched into the cosmos. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Pika. A flying craft descended beside them. Gohan. Chi-Chi rushed over, fiercely embracing Gohan. Gohan, how are you? Are you all right? Mama's here. How pitiful. My little Gohan has to fight alongside you lot. Promise me you won't leave your mother again. Chi-Chi exclaimed. Ha. Chi-Chi, Gohan is fine, Goku chuckled. Mama, I'm really okay. Gohan added, bouncing a few times. Goku Yamcha. It's wonderful to see you unharmed. That Saiyan has been vanquished, hasn't he? Bulma inquired. Bulma, we are unscathed, Yamcha replied. The Saiyan has been chased away, Goku confirmed. It's all right. The fact that you were able to drive him off is already commendable. The sage Carlin remarked, those fellows are truly formidable. Aside from the 5 of us, Dumpling, Chanjin Fan, and Piccolo have all been slain. Krillin responded, I understand, but it's all right. In a year, we can resurrect the 3 of them using the Dragon Balls. Bulma replied, oh, what is it? Is there a problem? Piccolo is deceased. So the Guardian must be as well. The Dragon Balls no longer exist. Son Goku declared, that cannot be true. If the Dragon Balls are gone, how can we bring them back? It's impossible. Bulma's expression darkened considerably. Fear not, the Guardian's homeland still possesses Dragon Balls. We can venture there to search for them. Dumpling, Tianjin Fan, and Piccolo can be revived, Ling Tian reassured. Is that really true, Ling Tian? Son Goku inquired. It seems so. The Saiyans mentioned before that Piccolo is an alien. Krillin responded. That is splendid news. Goku exclaimed with excitement. Goku, you should first ask King Kai for the coordinates of Namek, then go to the temple to inquire with Mr. Popo about where the Guardian lived as a child. There should be a spaceship there. Bring the spaceship to Bulma's house, Ling Tian instructed. How do you know everything, Ling Tian? I heard from Krillin that you were the one who had Goku asked Bulma to create the gravity chamber, Yamcha questioned. Haha, the Guardian is an extraterrestrial. It's evident that he arrived in a spaceship, as you can deduce, Ling Tian replied with a smile. All right. I will go to the temple to retrieve the spaceship and bring it to Bulma's house. After saying this, Son Goku mounted his Nimbus and departed. Goku, Chi-Chi shouted. Gohan, you must not be like your father. You must strive to become a great scholar. Let us return home to study, Chi-Chi stated. The others were left speechless. Krillin, Yamcha, are you heading to the Guardian's homeland to seek the Dragon Balls? Ling Tian inquired. Of course, we are, Krillin and Yamcha responded. Then Krillin, take the gravity chamber to Bulma's house. We shall train together before heading to Namek, Ling Tian suggested. All right, Krillin replied, flying off toward the temple. Bulma, I may be troubling you soon, he added. Not at all, not at all, Bulma smiled in response. At Bulma's residence in West City, the house was vast, filled with many animals, including dinosaurs. One might mistakenly believe it was a zoo. An hour passed, and both Krillin and Son Goku arrived at Bulma's home. After Goku had inquired about the coordinates of Namek with King Kai, he awaited Bulma to finish modifying the spaceship. Ling Tian and his companions entered the gravity chamber for training. Despite Chi-Chi's objections, Gohan rushed in, declaring his intention to travel to Namek to resurrect Uncle Piccolo. Aware that Piccolo had sacrificed himself to protect Gohan, Chi-Chi could only urge him to be cautious. Ling Tian inquired, how much gravity can you and Yamcha endure? We can withstand up to 23 times the normal gravity now, Krillin replied. You both are impressive. To adapt to such high gravity is remarkable. My training with King Kai was only at 10 times the gravity, Goku remarked. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. That leaves only Gohan and me without having experienced such gravity, Ling Tian said. How about this, Goku? You engage in a spar with Krillin and Yamcha outside, while Gohan and I acclimate to 10 times the gravity. We'll call you in once we're ready. All right then. Gohan, give it your all. Goku encouraged, ruffling Gohan's hair. I will do my best, Dad. Gohan responded. Once the 3 exited, Ling Tian activated the gravity chamber, and he and Gohan began their training as the gravity level gradually increased. Ling Tian, possessing formidable strength, quickly adapted, while Gohan, driven by his desire to resurrect Piccolo, persevered with determination. After half an hour, both had acclimatized to 10 times the gravity. Ling Tian went outside to summon the 3 combatants, Goku and his companions. Wow, Gohan is truly impressive, Krillin exclaimed. It took us over 10 days to acclimate to 10 times the gravity, yet you managed to adapt in merely half an hour. Remarkable. Yamcha added. Indeed, Gohan, you are exceptional. Goku chuckled. Gohan possesses extraordinary talent. If he continues to train diligently, he shall become a formidable warrior, Ling Tian remarked. I recognized Gohan's immense potential when he was just a child, but Chi-Chi has always been reluctant to allow him to train, leaving me powerless, Goku lamented. I shall speak with Chi-Chi about it later. For now, let us focus on our training, Ling Tian declared. Thank you, Ling Tian, Goku responded gratefully. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they formally commenced their training, engaging in various physical exercises and occasionally sparring with one another. Apart from meals and rest, they dedicated all their time in the gravity chamber. Gradually, due to their inability to adapt to the increased gravity, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha ventured outside for combat. Ling Tian and Wukong relentlessly increased the gravity, reaching an astonishing 80 times the normal weight. Wukong gritted his teeth, determined to endure. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Wukong was overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground. Ling Tian hurriedly deactivated the gravity and produced a magical bean for Wukong to consume. Wukong, this is far too perilous. You must not exceed your physical limitations. Had I not been here training alongside you, you might have sustained severe injuries today, Ling Tian admonished. Once Wukong had consumed the magical bean and regained his strength, he scratched his head and grinned. I merely wished to test the boundaries of my own capabilities. In the heat of the moment, I forgot this crucial aspect. Wukong, let us venture outside for some sparring, Ling Tian proposed. Absolutely. I have yet to engage in a proper match with you, Wukong replied eagerly. Chapter 12, Departure. Planet Namek. In a desolate wilderness, Ling Tian advised Wukong. Unleash your full power, especially when facing an adversary. Do not merely test your opponent before revealing your strength. Such a habit is exceedingly detrimental. I understand. I shall gradually amend my ways, Wukong assured. From now on, Wukong will be portrayed unleashing his full might, foregoing the gradual testing of his limits. Let us commence, they exclaimed, their fists clenched tightly as they radiated energy. Kaioken, Wukong shouted, enveloped in a crimson aura. He swiftly charged at Ling Tian with a barrage of punches and kicks, while Ling Tian defended and countered. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their fierce exchanges echoed through the air. After Image Fist, Wukong skillfully used an illusion to distract Ling Tian, catching him off guard and sending him flying with a powerful strike. Ling Tian steadied himself, placing his hand against his temple. Solar Fist. Upon witnessing the gesture, Sun Wukong instantly recognized it as Tien Shinhan's signature move and promptly shut his eyes, awaiting the dispersal of the blinding light. As the brilliance faded, Ling Tian had already launched his assault. Bang! The fists of the two combatants collided, forcing each to retreat a step. They positioned their hands at their waists, forming a blossom-like shape, with energy surging continuously within. Simultaneously, they propelled their amassed energy waves towards one another. Kamehameha. The two streams of energy clashed, resulting in a stalemate, with neither side able to assert dominance. Sun Wukong roared. Kaioken times 3. The energy gradually advanced towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian unleashed his full aura. Addressing Wukong, can you not summon an even higher multiplier of the Kaioken? Hurry, unleash it. Observing this, Sun Wukong once again erupted with energy. 5 times Kaioken. With a swift motion, as Sun Wukong executed the fivefold Kaioken, Ling Tian found himself utterly defenseless, consumed by the overwhelming energy. However, Wukong, having exerted himself to the limit, collapsed to the ground. Boom. Ling Tian was completely engulfed by the energy wave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful resurrection. Now distributing death rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Phantom Fist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Chi Round Slash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Enhanced Combat Power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 20 Heavenly Beans. The system checks personal attributes. Ding. Host, Ling Tian Bloodline. Earthling Age, 23 Skills, Chi Perception, Sky Dance Technique, Energy Wave, Turtle School Energy Wave, Phantom Fist, Solar Fist, Chi Round Slash, Power Cannon. God Level Fighting Techniques. Combat Power, Items, 29 Heavenly Beans. After reviewing his attributes, Ling Tian took out a Heavenly Bean and fed it to Sun Wukong. The nearly lifeless Wukong regained his vitality after consuming the bean. The system checks Sun Wukong's combat power. Ding. Sun Wukong's combat power, Bloodline, Scion. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's combat power, Ling Tian was utterly astonished. Each brush with death seemed to enhance his strength. It was akin to a cheat. Now, With the double Kaioken, Sun Wukong could contend with me, while the quintuple would yield a staggering combat power of 800,000. Thank you, Ling Tian. Sun Wukong, revitalized after consuming the heavenly bean, exclaimed. Wukong, do you feel your strength has significantly increased? Ling Tian inquired. Indeed. Ling Tian, do you know what is happening? Last time against Vegeta, I also gained power after eating a heavenly bean, Sun Wukong replied, puzzled. Wukong, as a scion, you belong to a warrior race that grows stronger through battle. Each near-death experience also greatly enhances your power, Ling Tian elucidated. Oh, I was aware of that. Sun Wukong responded. Let us return. A week passed, and Ling Tian and Sun Wukong had fully adapted to the 100 times gravity, while Gohan adapted to 92 times, and Krillin and Yamcha to 67 times. Bulma had also repaired the spaceship, and everyone packed their belongings in preparation for their journey to Namek. The six boarded the spacecraft. Whoosh! The spaceship gradually ascended, leaving Earth behind and venturing into the depths of space. In the vast universe, the spherical spaceship traversed the endless starry sky, advancing through the pitch-black void. This spacecraft was not equipped with a gravity chamber, so the group could only meditate and train. Unable to endure the incessant training fervor of her companions, Bulma retreated to her room to read and rest. Before they realized it, a month passed in this manner. The spaceship indicated their imminent arrival at Namek. The group took a moment to rest and prepare for landing. Boom! The spacecraft of Ling Tian and his companions finally landed on Namek. The fresh air, lush vegetation, and warm sunlight enveloped them, creating an immediate sense of comfort upon their arrival at this planet. Wow, this place is breathtaking, Bulma exclaimed. Is this truly the homeland of Uncle Piccolo? Gohan inquired. This planet is immense. It even has 3 suns. Krillin marveled. All right, let's stow the spaceship away, Bulma said, having transformed it into a versatile capsule. Someone is approaching. Everyone be cautious, Ling Tian warned. Could it be the Namekians? Krillin speculated. They are not Namekians, Bulma retorted. 2 grotesque aliens wielding weapons emerged. Krillin, hurry up and deal with them, Ling Tian urged. Let me handle this. It has been ages since I last fought, Goku declared. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. They seem not to be Namekians. Regardless, our orders are to eliminate everything on this planet. Suddenly, the detector beeped incessantly. What? The battle power is continuously rising. Ling Tian, observing Krillin and Goku's indecisiveness, unleashed a surge of energy, dispatching the 2 minions with ease. They possess detectors capable of locating our position. We must vacate this area immediately, he declared. Very well. The next adversary shall be mine, Goku responded eagerly. Ling Tian, this planet is rife with foes. Our immediate priority is to locate the Dragon Balls. There will be ample opportunities for you to engage in battle later, Ling Tian replied. Bulma produced 3 Dragon Ball radars she had prepared, handing them to the group. The readings indicate that the Dragon Balls are congregated together. There are 4 in total. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. It seems the 2 individuals we encountered earlier are allies in search of the Dragon Balls. We must secure one ourselves to thwart their efforts. Yamcha suggested. We are confronted with formidable enemies this time. We may not be their match. Everyone, please exercise caution, he warned. Ling Tian distributed the remaining 28 celestial beans awarded by the system among the group. Sun Wukong received 10 beans, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Son Gohan each obtained 6. The group soared towards the location of the Dragon Balls, while Bulma found refuge in a cave. The combatants included Ling Tian, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha. As they approached a village, just as they were preparing to communicate with the Namekians, the loyal minion of Frieza, Dodoria, arrived with a few subordinates. These 5 individuals bore a striking difference from the Namekians. Could they also be in search of the Dragon Balls? Dodoria pondered. Beep. With a combat power not exceeding 3,000. Dodoria had no desire to engage with such weaklings. He waved his hand, and several subordinates armed with weapons launched an attack on Ling Tian and his companions. Sun Wukong, eager for battle, charged forward. Hey! A burst of energy enveloped him in a white glow. Beep! Bang! How is this possible? Dodoria's scouter exceeded its limits and exploded. Chapter 13. Seeking the Grand Elder, Unleashing Potential. This level of combat power is entirely beyond my capabilities. I must escape swiftly, Dodoria muttered. Sun Wukong dispatched each subordinate with a single punch, their resistance utterly non-existent. He quickly caught up with the fleeing Dodoria, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Dodoria trembled in fear. Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave, eliminating Dodoria before returning to Ling Tian and the others. "These foes are far too weak. They present no challenge whatsoever," Sun Wukong remarked. "Wukong, I truly cannot comprehend what goes on in that head of yours," Krillin lamented. After dispatching the enemies, Ling Tian and Yamcha communicated with the village elder to explain the situation. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's triumph over the foes and the subsequent salvation of the village, the elder entrusted a Dragon Ball, the size of a basketball, to Ling Tian. "What a magnificent Dragon Ball!" the group exclaimed. "Dandy, please take them to the Grand Elder," the elder instructed. "Certainly, Elder," Dandy replied. In another village on Namek, dozens of Namekian corpses lay strewn across the ground. Nearby, a diverse group of aliens stood in disciplined formation. Clad in superior equipment and identical battle uniforms, they gazed reverently at a short figure seated upon a flying vehicle. This individual was none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, who instilled fear throughout the universe. "Lord Frieza, Dodoria has lost communication and is likely already slain," a handsome, long-haired man reported to Frieza. He was none other than Frieza's formidable lieutenant, Zarbin. "Oh, those fellows do not come with good intentions. Could they also be after the Dragon Balls?" Frieza wore a cold smile as he swirled the red wine in his glass and spoke. "The readings indicate that the group has moved in that direction," reported Sabo, glancing at the detector before relaying the information to Frieza. "Regardless of their intentions, since they have arrived, we shall send them to their demise. This matter is entrusted to you, Mr. Sabo," Frieza remarked with a smile, his tone unperturbed. "Understood," Sabo responded, placing the Dragon Ball on the ground. He then swiftly pursued the direction indicated by the detector. "Let us proceed to the next village," Frieza commanded, taking the lead as he ascended into the sky aboard his spacecraft. His subordinates, not daring to delay, swiftly picked up the Dragon Ball and followed closely behind. Under the leadership of Dandy, Ling Tian and his companions finally arrived at the residence of the elder. Upon seeing Nelu, who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, Son Gohan inquired, "Is this Uncle Piccolo?" "This is Brother Nelu," Dandy replied. During their flight, Dandy and Gohan became fast friends. "The elder knows you are coming. Please, follow me inside," Nella said. As they entered the dwelling, the group gasped in awe at the sight of the colossal elder. "How magnificent!" they exclaimed. "I am curious as to the purpose of your visit to Namek," the elder inquired. Krillin explained. "We have come to resurrect our companion and request your assistance in borrowing the Dragon Balls. Child, may I see your memories? Once I have, I shall understand everything," the elder responded. "Very well," Krillin acquiesced, wishing to obtain the Dragon Balls. The elder placed his palm upon Krillin's shining bald head. "Ah, so that is how it is. You Earthlings also harbor Namekians who have strayed from their home. I now comprehend your intentions. I am grateful for your long journey to Namek to aid us against our foes. Children, you are not yet a match for that individual. I sense that your strength is formidable, but allow me to unlock your potential," the elder stated. "Elder, your health." Nello expressed concern. "I am fine," the elder assured as he began to enhance Krillin's abilities. After a minute, everyone could distinctly feel Krillin's energy surging. "Thank you, Elder." Krillin expressed his gratitude. "You all may come forward as well." "Thank you, Elder." Ling Tian approached the Grand Elder, expressing his gratitude. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, placing his hand gently atop Ling Tian's head. Time passed slowly, moment by moment. Ling Tian could feel his strength doubling instantly. "All right, my child," the Grand Elder remarked, withdrawing his hand and addressing Ling Tian. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Ling Tian expressed his gratitude once more. Soon after, the remaining members, Yamu Cha, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan, also awakened their potential in succession. The crowd expressed their heartfelt thanks to the Grand Elder for unlocking their combat abilities. Ling Tian 1. 92 million battle power, Sun Wukong 1. 24 million battle power, Sun Gohan 560,000 battle power, Krillin 270,000 battle power, Yamcha 250,000 battle power. Someone is approaching. "We must first eliminate the enemy," Ling Tian declared. "Those inside, come out and meet your demise." The speaker was none other than Sabo, who had followed them using his detector. "Gohan, you take care of him. We will proceed to find Frieza," Ling Tian instructed. "Understood, Uncle Ling Tian," Son Gohan replied. Upon witnessing a young boy step forward to challenge him, Sabo could not suppress a laugh. However, Son Gohan unleashed his entire aura, causing Sabo's detector to explode. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. What? How is this possible? Over 100. 000 battle power. Still in shock, Sabo was met with a devastating punch from Son Gohan that obliterated his head. There are many more enemies, and the strongest among them awaits us. Let us move. With that, the group soared into the sky, propelled by their immense power. Meanwhile, in another village on Namek, Frieza, with a dark expression, listened to his subordinates report as he searched for the Dragon Balls. Lord Frieza, Mr. Sabo has also gone missing. The detector indicates several individuals are approaching our location. A subordinate with a crocodile-like head stammered, fearful of provoking Frieza's wrath. It seems these individuals are formidable. They have slain 2 of my generals and dare to approach. Frieza crushed the wine glass he had been shaking in his hand, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. Suddenly, the group arrived before Frieza. Huh, so it was you who killed Dodoria and Sabo? Frieza inquired. Are you Frieza? Sun Wukong asked. Huh, I didn't expect you to know of my existence. Your strength seems quite commendable. Why not consider becoming my subordinates? Your status would only be below mine. And I could even gift you a few planets, Frieza proposed with a grin. Don't dream. We will never serve you or partake in your nefarious deeds. Sun Wukong retorted with a righteous expression. Oh, you refuse to be my subordinates, yet have killed my 2 loyal aides. It appears you are tired of living. Frieza sneered. All of you, attack? Eliminate them. Frieza commanded his minions to launch an assault. Following his orders, the soldiers, armed with advanced weaponry, surrounded the group. Energy blasts erupted from their weapons, Bayu, 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 as a relentless barrage rained down upon them. Boom, boom, boom. As the smoke dissipated, the onlookers emerged unscathed from the fray, merely dusting off a few specks of dirt from their garments. Worthless. A band of imbeciles. Frieza seethed with rage. The minions, fearing the wrath of their master, intensified their assault. Chapter 14. The Collective Onslaught Against Frieza. Chapter 15. Frieza, let us settle this one-on-one. Yamcha was poised to launch an attack on Vegeta when, abruptly, the planet trembled violently, and a formidable, sinister energy erupted in the distance. What is going on? Yamcha pondered with confusion. It appears to be Goku and the others. We must hurry over, Krillin urged. Very well. Yamcha, Krillin, and Dandy seized the Dragon Balls and ascended into the sky toward Goku's location. Whoosh. Where are they off to? The Dragon Balls are still in their possession. I must follow them, Vegeta murmured to himself. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Frieza found himself relentlessly besieged by Ling Tian and his companions. Frieza was struck into the water by a Kamehameha wave from Goku. Curse be it. Injured and dripping, Frieza emerged from the water, glaring at the trio and declaring, let us settle this one-on-one. Having been cornered by 3 adversaries, he had yet to find an opportunity to transform. Had it not been for his remarkable resilience, he would have perished long ago. Ha! The sight of the beleaguered Frieza evoked laughter from Ling Tian. Ling Tian, perhaps we should let Gohan take him down, Goku suggested. Whatever you decide, Gohan, be cautious. He still has transformations left, Ling Tian replied. Understood. Uncle Ling Tian, Gohan affirmed. Oh, they are actually heeding my counsel? Frieza chuckled, then began his transformation. Frieza clenched his fists and roared deeply as a massive orb of white energy coalesced around him. The ground beneath him began to crack and splinter. A golden light enveloped Frieza's entire form. Subsequently, his body began to swell, and his limbs stretched outward, while the 2 horns atop his head twisted into sharp points. As his physique altered, his aura surged exponentially. With a thunderous roar, Frieza completed his second transformation with a combat power of 1,000,000. I apologize for the wait. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall eliminate all of you. Frieza sneered. Is that all? I feel we are quite evenly matched, Goku remarked. Ling Tian smiled helplessly. Once Frieza unleashed his full power, you would truly comprehend his might. Allow me to demonstrate my strength, so you can grasp just how insignificant you are before this king. In the next moment, Son Gohan had already arrived before Frieza, his fist crackling as it descended toward Frieza's forehead. Bang! The collision of fist and skull produced a tremendous sound. Frieza remained utterly unmoved, absorbing the blow without flinching. Is that all you've got, little brat? Now it's my turn, Frieza declared. Immediately, Frieza launched his counterattack, his fists raining down upon Son Gohan. Gohan cried out in agony with each strike. "Ah, this is for the earlier assault on me." With that, he spread his palms, energy surging forth. Death beam. Ta-ta-ta. His hands unleashed energy like a machine gun, continuously firing. Boom. In an instant, explosions erupted, sinking the island where the battle took place. Ha ha ha. How do you like that move? Frieza turned to Goku. Damn it. Gohan. Goku shouted. Gohan is fine. Ling Tian reassured him. As the smoke cleared, Son Gohan floated in the air, battered and his clothes in tatters. Thankfully, the senzu beans remained intact. He quickly consumed one, instantly restoring his injuries to full health, and soared toward Frieza to engage him once more. What did that little brat just eat? He recovered so quickly. The battle raged on, and Frieza soon found himself at a disadvantage. Something's not right. What did he consume? I had the upper hand before, and now I can't seem to match him. Frieza thought, bewildered. Bang! Their fists collided again, and Frieza swung his tail, sending Son Gohan flying. This won't do. There are still two others who have yet to intervene. I must transform into my ultimate form. I can no longer afford to toy around or risk being overwhelmed. Frieza muttered to himself, preparing to change. A golden light enveloped Frieza once more. His battle suit developed numerous cracks resembling spiderwebs. A terrifying aura unleashed colossal waves of energy, spreading outward. The entire planet shook violently amidst flashes of lightning and thunder. Incredible. Remarkable. Goku observed Frieza's transformation, feeling exhilarated rather than fearful. After an agonizing wait of over a minute, Frieza finally completed his ultimate transformation. His body became smaller, yet radiated an astonishing power. Your doom is upon you. This form boasts a combat power of 3 million. Frieza proclaimed. Upon transformation, he possesses 3 million combat power. 50% yields 60 million, and 120 billion combat power. Goku, let us attack together. Gohan cannot handle this alone. Ling Tian exclaimed, Yo, I feel an immense thrill upon encountering a formidable opponent. Hey, Ling Tian, Sun Wukong, and Son Gohan could barely withstand the relentless assault of Frieza. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with resounding explosions. With the Kaioken doubled, Wukong engaged Frieza in single combat, while Ling Tian and Son Gohan attempted to launch a surprise attack from the sidelines. How infuriating. At this moment, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dandy arrived. Wow, Wukong and the others are incredibly formidable, exclaimed Krillin. Indeed, is such a level of combat power even attainable by a mere mortal? Yamcha responded. Ling Tian observed a few individuals swiftly retreating from combat and approaching him. Klin, the remaining Dragon Balls are behind that small hill. You all should summon Shenron and make your wishes. We will hold off Frieza, Ling Tian stated. Understood, Ling Tian. Klin replied. Whoosh. Ling Tian re-entered the battlefield. Soaring above Frieza, his hands resting at his waist as he continuously amassed energy. Goku evade. Kamehameha. With Ling Tian's prompt, Son Goku swiftly dodged. Yet Frieza was not as fortunate, being struck directly by the energy wave and plunged into the depths of the earth. What? How can Kakarot and that earthling be so powerful? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished as he arrived on the scene. I am the Prince of Saiyans. I am the mightiest warrior. Vegeta roared defiantly. As Frieza emerged from the pit, he spotted Vegeta charging at him. Damn Saiyan monkey. I knew you would betray me. Frieza hissed, swatting the stubborn Vegeta aside. Boom. Vegeta was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Observing this, Son Goku retrieved a senzu bean and offered it to Vegeta. Kakarot you. Vegeta began, but upon consuming it, he was revitalized, his combat power surging astonishingly. He could hardly believe he possessed such strength. Son Goku produced the remaining 9 senzu beans from his pocket, handing 4 to Vegeta. Vegeta, eat this after you're injured, and you'll recover. Kakarot, let's attack together. Vegeta declared. Bang. Masenko. Gohan unleashed an energy blast at Frieza. Damn brat. Frieza countered, launching a barrage of fireballs towards Gohan. Gohan. Son Goku shouted in alarm. Just as Frieza prepared to pursue further, Ling Tian positioned his hands beside his head. Solar flare. My eyes. Frieza roared, blinded momentarily by the dazzling light. What a splendid opportunity. Ling Tian and Son Wukong simultaneously placed their hands at their waists, channeling energy. Observing this, Vegeta also ascended into the air, energy steadily coalescing in his hands. Chapter 16. Summoning Shinran Palunga. The three of them unleashed their concentrated energy towards Frieza. Kamehameha. Final flash. Boom. Bang. Frieza was engulfed by the three waves of energy, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke dispersed, Frieza emerged, battered and clutching his right arm, with part of his tail severed. How dare you treat your king this way? Frieza seethed with rage. I shall not spare you. With a roar, Frieza unleashed 20% of his battle power, 24 million. The others struggled to withstand the overwhelming aura radiating from Frieza. In an instant, Frieza vanished and reappeared before Ling Tian, emitting two beams of light from his eyes. I beam. Ling Tian's chest was pierced directly as he plummeted from the sky. Ling Tian! Sun Wukong exclaimed, unleashing a fivefold Kaioken towards Frieza. Bang! Before Sun Wukong could strike Frieza, he was sent flying. Tenfold Kaioken. Sun Wukong roared. Whoosh! Frieza released an energy blast. Sun Wukong extended his hands forward to shield against the energy assault. Oh, you are significantly stronger than I anticipated. However, compared to me, you still fall short. Frieza chuckled. Suddenly, Vegeta hovered in the air, gazing at Frieza, golden light emanating from his body, enveloping him in energy. What is this Saiyan monkey up to? Frieza pondered. Boundless expansion. Energy radiated ceaselessly in all directions. Hee. I was curious what it was. Frieza effortlessly evaded the entire assault. He ascended into the air, swiftly launching a barrage of purple energy waves from his fingertips. Multiple death beams. The death beams relentlessly targeted Vegeta. Witnessing Vegeta's continuous cries of anguish, Wukong swiftly gathered his energy into a Kamehameha to interrupt Frieza. The Kamehameha wave surged towards Frieza, who was compelled to abandon his offensive. He concentrated his energy into a wave and unleashed it. Bang! The two energy forces collided in midair, resulting in a stalemate. 20-fold Kaioken. Sun Wukong amplified his Kaioken once more. Oh, you've grown stronger again. Frieza expressed a hint of surprise. Suddenly, the once clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, resembling nightfall. What is happening? Frieza surveyed the surroundings, discovering a colossal being glowing golden in the distance. Wonderful. Krillin and the others have finally gathered the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. Sun Wukong declared. Summoning the dragon? I must fulfill my wish for immortality. Vegeta laughed, disregarding the ongoing battle with Frieza as he soared towards the dragon's location. How infuriating. Frieza seethed, realizing that the 4 Dragon Balls he had painstakingly collected had been stolen and summoned. You scoundrels! Only I, Frieza, can make wishes. You shall not succeed. Frieza bellowed. Frieza unleashed 50% of his combat power, 60 million, directing his energy wave overwhelmingly towards Sun Wukong. Boom! The energy wave struck the ground, producing a tremendous sound. Whoosh! As Frieza propelled himself towards the dragon, his speed reached its zenith, repelling Sun Wukong. On a small island of Namek, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dandy discreetly relocated the Dragon Balls while Frieza engaged in combat with Ling Tian. With the 3 Dragon Balls in their possession, combined with Frieza's 4, they had precisely 7. Yamcha summoned the dragon without hesitation. Arise, dragon. Grant my wish. What is happening? Why isn't the dragon appearing? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Krillin. The dragon Porunga can only be summoned using the Namekian language, and wishes must be articulated in the same tongue, Dandy explained. I see. Thankfully, you are here, Dandy. Otherwise, Krillin and I would be at a loss, Yamcha remarked. Let us summon the dragon now. Dandy, it's up to you, urged Krillin. All right, Dandy proclaimed. Arise, dream dragon Porunga. In Namekian, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a golden light, resonating in unison. As the brilliance faded, a muscular dragon adorned with 2 horns manifested in the sky. Dandy, your Namekian dragon is quite terrifying. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim. Porunga, with glowing red eyes, declared, the one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Please state your wish. I shall grant any desire you have. Ding. Congratulations, host. Resurrection successful. Now dispensing death rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Disc Cutter. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Death Beam. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Death Energy Sphere. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Telepathy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, Battle Power 30,000,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Saibamen X100. System checks personal attributes. Ding. Host. Ling Tian Bloodline. Earthling age. 23 skills. Key perception. Flight technique. Key blast. Kamehameha. Afterimage fist. Solar fist. Dragon fist. Key round slash. Energy cannon. Death beam. Disc cutter. Death energy sphere. Telepathy. Divine combat skills. Dear host, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. Battle power. 33, 290, 000. Items. Saibamen X100. Upon resurrecting, Ling Tian located the immobile Sun Wukong and the unconscious Gohan at the shore. Sun Wukong consumed a Saibamen to heal his injuries and awaken Gohan by offering him a Saibamen. The three ascended, utilizing the flight technique to hasten their journey to the dragon's location. The one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. Any wish you have, I will grant. What wish will Krillin make first? Dandy inquired. Let Piccolo be revived among us. Krillin responded, Porunga, please resurrect Piccolo before us. Dandy added, speaking in Namekian. This wish is quite simple. The eternal dragon, Porunga, gleamed with brilliance. Suddenly, Piccolo reappeared before Krillin and the others. Your wish has been granted. Please state your next desire. Dandy inquired, what shall our next wish be, Krillin? We are uncertain. Krillin replied, neither Ling Tian nor Goku is here. Should we resurrect Kaiatsu and Tien? Yamcha suggested. Reviving them now would be futile. The enemy remains unresolved, and they would perish again shortly after, Piccolo remarked. Then what wish should we make? Krillin asked. Please articulate your desires. Porunga urged. Krillin, have you made your wish? Ling Tian's voice echoed. Ling Tian? Is that you? Krillin questioned, puzzled. I am currently communicating with you through telepathy, Ling Tian responded. We used one wish to revive Piccolo, and now we have 2 remaining. But we are unsure what to wish for. Krillin, have Porunga fortify Namek to the fullest extent, Ling Tian suggested. Understood. I will inform Dandy immediately, Krillin replied. Please state your wishes. Whatever they may be, I shall fulfill them. Dandy, Ling Tian wishes for Namek to be fortified. Krillin declared. Thank you, Krillin. Dandy expressed his gratitude. Porunga, please use your utmost power to strengthen Namek, Dandy stated in Namekian. This wish is quite simple. Porunga's eyes sparkled once more. Chapter 17, Super Saiyan. After a minute of anticipation, Porunga spoke. Your wish has been granted. Please state your final wish. Just then, Vegeta and Frieza arrived in succession. Earthlings, do you have any wishes left? Hurry and wish for me to attain immortality. Vegeta urged impatiently. Vegeta, do you dare to steal my wish? Frieza retaliated, launching a ki blast that sent Vegeta flying to the other side of the planet. Eternal Dragon, grant me an increase of 20 centimeters in height. Frieza declared loudly. Krillin and the others were left bewildered, contemplating the absurdity of such a wish. However, upon hearing Frieza's request, Porunga displayed no reaction whatsoever and continued. Please state your final wish. What is happening? Did the dragon not hear my request? Frieza seethed with rage. You lot, quickly assist me in realizing my wish. Otherwise, I shall kill you. Frieza threatened. I would never aid a villain like you in making a wish. Dandy retorted. Damn it, you are courting death. The overwhelming aura emitted by Frieza sent everyone flying. At that moment, Ling Tian, Sun Wukong, and Son Gohan arrived just in time to rescue the fallen. The Grand Elder, nearing the end of his life, witnessed the Dragon Ball Porunga shatter into 7 heavy stones that fell to the ground. The Grand Elder. Dandy could no longer contain his tears. The dragon is gone. It is all your fault for preventing me from fulfilling my wish. You all deserve to perish. Frieza unleashed his full might, releasing a staggering combat power of 120 million. Ling Tian and Sun Wukong charged forth to confront Frieza. 20-fold KO Kid. Sun Wukong, on the brink of death multiple times, achieved a battle power of 372 million. Such a formidable foe, my legs are trembling, Yamcha lamented. How infuriating. Piccolo's face turned a deep shade of green. Bang, bang, bang. The disparity in strength among the group rendered them unable to discern the details of the battle. They could only hear the resounding booms echoing through the air. Ling Tian and Sun Wukong unleashed their phantom fists in a fierce battle against Frieza. Initially, Frieza struggled to discern their true forms and was struck several times. However, upon acclimating to their movements, he relentlessly pressed the attack against both warriors. You shall perish. Frieza roared, unleashing a torrent of energy from his hands. Flame Split Wave. Countless flames surged forth, relentlessly targeting Ling Tian. Ling Tian emitted a series of agonized cries. Cutting disc. Similar to Krillin's energy disc, but with greater potency. Frieza conjured a disc of light in his other hand and hurled it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong desperately evaded the onslaught. Observing that Sun Wukong was momentarily hindered, Frieza swiftly turned his attention to Ling Tian. With a decisive motion, Frieza extended his hand and grasped Ling Tian from the shrouded mist. Bam! Frieza's knee forcefully collided with Ling Tian's abdomen. Ling Tian was subjected to a relentless barrage of blows to his ribs by Frieza, unaware of how many bones might have shattered, only able to emit anguished cries. Bang! Frieza delivered another kick, sending Ling Tian crashing to the ground. In his hands, he once more concentrated energy into a colossal blade, aimed directly at Ling Tian. Earth shatter. A fissure appeared on the planet Namek, threatening to split it in twain without proper reinforcement. Ling Tian was directly consumed by energy and vanished. Ling Tian! Krillin shouted. His call drew Frieza's attention. That bald-headed thief stole my Dragon Balls, thwarting my wishes. Frieza glared intensely at Krillin. Noticing Frieza's unwavering gaze, Krillin instinctively began to retreat. Die, you little bald-headed fool, Frieza declared, opening his palm. His psychic power ensnared Krillin, causing him to float helplessly in midair. Goku, save me, Krillin cried out. Frieza, release Krillin at once, Goku bellowed. Frieza paid no heed to Goku and detonated his energy. Boom. Krillin's body began to swell, inflating like a balloon. Unable to withstand the overwhelming energy, he exploded. Krillin, Goku roared. Memories of their past together flooded Goku's mind. Their first meeting, their initial training, their participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku's fists clenched tightly, unleashing a thunderous scream. As his continuous roars echoed, the energy within him surged, spilling forth uncontrollably. Boom. The entire Namek planet trembled, the once clear sky darkened, and lightning streaked across. The energy Goku released caused countless fragments of stone and earth to float in the air. Thunderbolts rained down, striking around Goku. His roars gradually subsided, leaving Frieza stunned in place, witnessing Goku's transformation. Goku was enveloped in a golden aura. His once black hair now stood upright and glimmered in gold. He had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, a form that multiplied his base power by 50. Goku's base power was 372 million, now soaring to 186 million. How is this possible? Golden hair? Frieza exclaimed in shock. Recalling his ancestors' warning to be wary of the golden-haired Saiyans, Frieza had dismissed the legend as mere folly. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Just returning from the other side of the planet, Vegeta watched Kakarot's transformation with resentment. I am the prince of all Saiyans. Why can a lowly warrior like Kakarot become a Super Saiyan? Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful revival. Now distributing death rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Magic Cannon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, for Body Fist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Telekinesis. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, Combat Power of 100 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 200 Celestial Beans. The system is now reviewing personal attributes. Ding. Host, Ling Tian, Bloodline, Earthling, Age, 23 years. Skills, Chi Perception, Sky Dance Technique, Chi Wave, Kamehameha, Afterimage Fist, for Body Fist. Sun Fist, Dragon Fist, Chi Round Slash, Power Cannon, Demon Light Killing Cannon, Death Beam, Light Disc Cutter, Death Energy Orb, Telekinesis, 1,000 Miles Transmission, God-Level Combat Techniques. Items, 298 Celestial Beans. Combat Power, 132 million. Ling Tian, just resurrected, was equally astonished. Sun Wukong has transformed into a Super Saiyan. It seems Krillin has indeed sacrificed himself. Frieza, I shall not spare you. Sun Wukong launched an assault on Frieza. No matter how powerful you are as a Super Saiyan, it is impossible for you to surpass this king. Frieza scoffed. In response to the situation, Ling Tian charged towards Frieza. Bang, bang, bang. The two unleashed their full power from opposing directions, their forms becoming ethereal as Frieza was struck numerous times in an instant. This is infuriating. Frieza retreated, enveloping himself in energy, preparing to unleash his most formidable attack against Ling Tian. Nova Strike. Encased in a sphere of violet energy, Frieza appeared before Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. Bang! Their fists collided. How is this possible? My strongest technique is ineffective against him. Does that mean his power is nearly equal to mine? Frieza pondered, questioning his own existence. With a fervent rage, Sun Wukong launched an assault on the airborne Frieza. Frieza, attempting to retaliate, found himself utterly helpless. Sun Wukong relentlessly pummeled Frieza's face, and before long, it swelled to resemble that of a pig. Chapter 18. The Annihilation of Frieza. Damn it. You too shall perish. Frieza, consumed by fury, continuously gathered energy in his hands. Purple energy blasts erupted from Frieza, raining down relentlessly. Tap, 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 boom. Countless energy blasts struck the ground, obliterating mountains and lakes. Yet, Ling Tian and Sun Wukong remained unscathed. Is that all the power you possess, Frieza? Sun Wukong taunted. Damn it. You shall be annihilated along with this planet. Frieza concentrated an energy sphere on his fingertip, gradually increasing its size. Planetary destruction sphere. Observing this, Sun Wukong placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy. Ling Tian conjured a circular disc of light, directing it towards Frieza. Kamehameha. Cutting disc. At the moment the two energies collided, Ling Tian deftly maneuvered the disc, severing one of Frieza's legs. What? How is this possible? How could you know my technique? Frieza bellowed in fury. You need not concern yourself with such details, Frieza. I shall send you on your way. Ling Tian replied. I might have managed one opponent, but now faced with two. If I continue this battle, I shall surely perish here, Frieza murmured to himself. I have no choice but to resort to this technique. Enduring the agony of his severed limb, Frieza raised both hands above his head, gathering energy. A colossal energy sphere manifested in Frieza's grasp, crashing violently into the ground. Planetary penetrating blast. Haha. You are doomed. This planet will soon explode. You lack the means to survive in the cosmos, so await your demise. Frieza cackled. This is intolerable. Am I, the noble prince of the Saiyans, to meet my end in such a manner? Vegeta lamented. Boom. The energy sphere erupted beneath the surface with a tremendous roar, yet after that, silence reigned. Frieza, your plan has failed. I had already wished for Namek to be fortified. No matter how you assault it, the planet cannot be destroyed, Ling Tian chuckled. You truly are remarkable. Had you not sought out Krillin and made that wish, I would have been at a complete loss, Goku stated. Unthinkable. How can this be? Frieza unleashed a barrage of formidable attacks upon the ground. Boom. The earth reverberated with resounding impacts, yet bore no signs of damage. It is time to send you on your way, Frieza declared. Ling Tian and Sun Wukong positioned their hands at their waists, forming a floral-shaped energy that continuously accumulated. The Kamehameha wave. No. Frieza was propelled away from the planet, soaring into the cosmos. Boom. The energy wave erupted violently in space. At last, it was over. Piccolo, Yamcha, Gohan, Dandy, and Vegeta flew in one after another. Dad, Uncle Ling Tian, you are incredible, Gohan exclaimed. Indeed, you both are truly remarkable, Yamcha added. Thank you for saving Namek. Dandy bowed in gratitude. Humph. Sun Wukong, I will surpass you, Piccolo declared. It's wonderful that everyone is safe, Ling Tian remarked. Kakarot. Is this transformation your Super Saiyan form? How did you achieve it? Vegeta inquired. Vegeta, I'm not entirely sure. I just remember being furious when Krillin was killed by Frieza. And then I transformed. Sun Wukong scratched his head in response. To transform, one must possess a base combat power of at least 3 million and a peaceful heart. Anger can facilitate the transformation. The Super Saiyan form is a regular power multiplier of 50 times, Ling Tian elucidated. 3 million combat power. 50 times. That means Wukong now possesses over 100 million combat power. I only have a few 100,000, Yamcha remarked. Wukong currently has 186 million combat power. I have 132 million. The Frieza we just battled had 120 million combat power. Ling Tian explained. Damn it. I will surely become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta vowed. I will first contact the Guardian of Earth to wish for the revival of those killed on Namek. Ling Tian utilized telepathy to reach out to the Guardian and conveyed his wish, urging him to seek the Dragon Balls. Thank you. Ling Tian, Dandy expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Even the usually cold Piccolo managed to utter. All right, Ling Tian, I have understood. The Guardian responded. In the Earth's heavenly palace. The Guardian summoned all the Dragon Balls back to the temple using his powers. Arise, Shinron. Grant my wish. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated light, responding to one another. As the glow faded, Shinron was summoned. Whoever gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I will grant any wish. Please resurrect all the Namekians who were killed. The Guardian declared. That wish is quite simple. Shinron's eyes sparkled. After a prolonged wait of 3 minutes, your wish has been granted. Farewell. Shinron transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and flew away towards Earth. On Namek, the resurrected Namekians looked bewildered. Weren't we dead? All right. Dandy has fulfilled the wish. Let us head to the Grand Elder. We still have 3 companions to revive. We need to use your Dragon Balls again. Ling Tian proclaimed. Everyone, follow me. Dandy responded. The group located the petrified Dragon Balls, each person carrying one as they flew behind Dandy. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. After flying for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the dwelling of the Grand Elder. The Namekians had mostly gathered there and expressed their gratitude to Ling Tian and the others. Elder Muley had also been appointed as the new Grand Elder by the Grand Elder. After expressing his thanks to the assembly, Elder Muley utilized the unique abilities of the Namekian race to restore the petrified Dragon Balls to their original state. With a new creator, the Dragon Balls could be used again. The Eternal Dragon Purunga was summoned once more. The one who has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. No matter what your desire may be, I shall fulfill it. Elder Muley inquired, what is your wish? Ling Tian. We wish for the revival of Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu. And Krillin from Earth, Ling Tian replied. Very well. Purunga, please resurrect Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Krillin here. Elder Muley commanded in the Namekian language. This wish is quite simple. However, it requires the use of 3 wishes at once. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Purunga responded. Yes. Thank you, Purunga. Elder Muley affirmed. Purunga's eyes shimmered. And one by one, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Krillin were revived. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Purunga transformed into 7 stones and soared away. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, you have finally returned, exclaimed Sun Wukong. Wukong, did you defeat Frieza? Krillin asked, feeling distressed. Frieza has been vanquished. Krillin, there is no need for you to worry. Ling Tian assured him. Haha, it feels wonderful to see you, Krillin. Sun Wukong chuckled, patting Krillin's shiny bald head. Thank you for bringing me and Kaiatsu back to life. Tien Shinhan expressed his gratitude. Haha, we are all friends. It is only right to help one another, Ling Tian smiled. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they bid farewell to Dandy and Elder Muley and prepared to depart. Chapter 19, Planet Yardrat. Wait, it seems we have forgotten something, Ling Tian remarked. What is it? Ling Tian? The others queried, puzzled. Suddenly, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Bulma was still in the cave. They had forgotten to bring her along after the battle. Ling Tian, we are in trouble, Krillin exclaimed. We are definitely going to get scolded. Yamcha sighed in resignation. Haha, Krillin, are you and Yamcha so afraid of Bulma? Sun Wukong laughed. We should hurry and find Aunt Bulma, Sun Wufan suggested. Bulma, fuming, surveyed the mountaintop. Whoosh. Bulma, we are back, Sun Wukong announced. Wukong, you all finally decided to return. Why must you keep a frail woman like me confined in this place? Lately, this planet has been trembling intermittently, nearly sending me into fits. Bulma exclaimed in frustration. Fear not, Bulma. Frieza has been dealt with, and Tien and the others have been revived, Ling Tian assured her. Indeed. We are preparing to leave, Yamcha added. Preparing to depart? Do you lack a spaceship, hence you wish to borrow mine? You truly infuriate me, Bulma retorted. This woman from Earth is indeed troublesome, Vegeta remarked. Saiyans, how can the Saiyan be in your company? Goku, hurry and drive him away. Bulma swiftly took refuge behind Son Goku. Bulma, Vegeta has turned over a new leaf. He will no longer engage in misdeeds. Ling Tian explained. Let us depart. You must ensure my safety. With a thud, Bulma produced a universal capsule, tossing it to the ground, which transformed into a spaceship. The group boarded the vessel. Goku, please inquire with King Kai about the location of Planet Yardrat. We shall make a brief visit there. Ling Tian instructed. Why are we heading to Yardrat? Aren't we returning to Earth? Krillin questioned, puzzled. Yardrat is an exceptionally enigmatic planet, home to coveted and extraordinary techniques. The Yardratians are a peace-loving race, hospitable and averse to conflict, yet they have developed numerous remarkable abilities. We shall journey to Yardrat to learn a few techniques, Ling Tian elucidated. Are those techniques formidable? Son Goku inquired. There are many powerful techniques. It depends on your ability to learn them. Ling Tian replied. I wish to learn. I will contact King Kai immediately. King Kai, can you hear me? Son Goku called out. Ah, Goku. I witnessed your battle on Namek. I never imagined you would transform into the legendary Super Saiyan and defeat Frieza. You were magnificent. King Kai responded. King Kai. I would like to inquire about the location of planet Yardrat, Son Goku said. Oh, let me check. Yardrat is located at the coordinates Su-94, 8760YX, King Kai replied. Thank you, King Kai. Son Goku expressed his gratitude. Ling Tian, I have acquired the location. Son Goku announced. Then Goku, please relay the coordinates to Bulma. Ling Tian smiled as the spacecraft sped towards the planet Adrat. A week later, the vessel descended upon Adrat. The inhabitants of Adrat constructed their homes atop towering stone pillars, soaring several dozen meters into the air, resembling colossal lollipops from a distance. Before they could venture far, they were surrounded by thousands of Adratans. The crowd exhibited a welcoming demeanor, and after Ling Tian provided a thorough explanation, the multitude of Adratans coalesced into a singular entity before the group. Where have the others gone? Why is there only one? Clint inquired. This is a secret technique of our Adrat people, employed to confound and deter external threats, Pabala elucidated. What an impressive trick. One might mistakenly believe they are facing an entire army, Yamcha remarked. At that moment, 5 circular spacecraft descended upon Adrat. With a thunderous crash, they landed heavily on the ground, creating several massive craters. The hatch doors slowly opened, revealing 5 individuals clad in matching combat suits. As they emerged, they immediately commenced their performance. Ling Tian swiftly moved behind Sun Wukong, covering his eyes. Uncle Ling Tian, what are you doing? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. The others were equally bewildered. I'm doing this for Wukong's sake. He is destined to become the man of the divine rice. How could he possibly engage in such shameful antics? Ling Tian thought to himself. Vegeta, recognizing Jinyu and his companions and aware of their peculiar habits, turned his gaze away. Both Vegeta and Ling Tian seem off, Krillin remarked. At that moment, Jinyu and his comrades leaped into a dance, introducing themselves in sequence and striking poses. The 5 of them shouted in unison, "We are the Jinyu Force." The crowd was nearly taken aback. Ling Tian, Vegeta, you two never informed us. Had we known, we would not have bothered to watch. Captain, they mock us, Kurum lamented. They simply lack an appreciation for the arts, Bart interjected. Vegeta is over there as well. Captain, allow me to confront him. JIS proposed. You 4 should go together. First, deal with that group, and then we shall assault this planet, Jinyu ordered. Vegeta, I see you. Even Lord Guldo does not receive a greeting. Guldo chuckled. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It becomes even more thrilling. You dare to provoke me, you 4-eyed toad. With a mere flick, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast that obliterated Guldo. That scoundrel Vegeta. He has slain Guldo. Our 2.5-year preparation for a grand entrance has been ruined. Kurum fumed. Son Gohan, restless, attempted to pry open Ling Tian's hand to discern what lay within. Krillin, Yamchu, hurry and eliminate them. Are we to wait for them to dance? Ling Tian exclaimed. Oh. The two gathered their energy and launched an assault on the remaining 4. Chi Sphere slash Chi Bomb. Bart and JIS were cleaved in twain by Krillin's controlled Chi Sphere slash. Kurum was struck by a Chi Bomb, exploding into nothingness. Vegeta, King Frieza will not spare you, Jinyu declared. Frieza has long since perished, and you still foolishly carry out your orders. You shall perish as well, Vegeta retorted, concentrating energy to slay Jinyu, who died perplexed by Vegeta's newfound strength. Son Gohan also freed himself from Ling Tian, surveying the surroundings. Was a battle just fought? Gohan. A child need not concern himself with such matters, Yamcha replied. Oh, Ling Tian smiled, realizing that Sun Wukong had not noticed the movements of the Jinyu Force, which meant he would not transform into a Super Saiyan. How delightful. I am grateful for your assistance in repelling our foes. Kindly follow me. I shall escort you to the residence of the Elder. The group proceeded onward until they arrived at a magnificent palace, starkly contrasting with the mundane structures outside. The Elder is within. Please, enter, Pabala urged. Esteemed friends from afar, you are most welcome. A voice resonated softly from within the room, as if it had anticipated the arrival of Ling Tian and his companions. Ling Tian and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that the Yadaritarians, with their mastery of various mystical arts, could indeed foresee their arrival. Let us proceed. Ling Tian smiled lightly and led the way toward the palace. Chapter 20. Learning instantaneous teleportation inside the palace. A middle-aged man clad in utilitarian attire reclined against a stone chair. Upon seeing Ling Tian and his companions enter, he spoke in a resonant voice. It is remarkable that after the destruction of planet Vegeta, we can still behold the presence of Saiyans. We are grateful to you for assisting the utilitarians in fending off external threats and for vanquishing the malevolent cosmic tyrant, Frieza. The elder proclaimed. The legends surrounding the utilitarians and their wondrous mystical arts were indeed well-founded. Since you, elder, are aware of our identities, you must also comprehend the purpose of our visit. Ling Tian remarked. I can indeed impart to you the mystical arts, but whether you succeed depends not on me, but on your own capabilities. I hope you can learn the arts that you require, the elder replied. Pabala, please escort these individuals, the elder instructed. Understood. Pabala responded, leading the group outside. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a grand granite door beneath a cliff. Enter. The stone walls within bear replicas of many mystical arts from our utilitarian heritage. You may select some to study, but whether you grasp them will depend on your own comprehension, Pabala elaborated. Please take care of Bulma. You may provide her with some extraterrestrial technology for her research, as she is exceptionally intelligent. Ling Tian requested. Not a problem, Pabala assured him. Hurry out quickly, Bulma called out. Except for Bulma, the others entered the secret chamber. As they pushed open the stone door, they were greeted by a long, winding staircase leading downward. Continuing down the corridor, the space opened up to reveal a vast palace adorned with intricate engravings of various mystical arts upon its stone walls. Pay attention to the patterns etched upon these walls. The utilitarian mystical arts are concealed within. By concentrating, the names and abilities of the arts will reveal themselves. Ling Tian explained. Now, let us all search for the mystical arts that resonate with our needs. With that, the group dispersed, diligently seeking the arts that best suited their aspirations. Ling Tian walked around the palace, absorbing the essence of various secret arts, persistently seeking the existence of the teleportation technique. Ling Tian, come here quickly. I have discovered a method to teleport anywhere. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. It must be the teleportation technique. Ling Tian hurried over. Wukong. This technique is immensely useful. Once mastered, you will be able to sense the divine energy of Earth from the planet Adrat, allowing you to instantly return to the Celestial Palace, Ling Tian explained. I have been searching for this technique. I cannot believe you found it first. Wukong, do you wish to learn it together? Ling Tian inquired. Of course I want to learn it. This is incredible. Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Hearing the discussion between Ling Tian and Sun Wukong, others approached. Since you are learning this, I want to learn it too, said Vegeta. Humph. Then I shall learn it as well, Piccolo added. Tianjin Fan focused intently, attempting to learn. This is too difficult. If I am to master it, it will take years. Dumpling, let us seek other techniques. Really? Is it that hard? Yamcha remarked. If Tianjin Fan cannot learn it, then we too have no hope. Krillin shook his head and departed with Yamcha to search for other secret arts. Gohan, you might as well give it a try, if you truly struggle. We can always look for alternatives, Ling Tian suggested. All right, Uncle Ling Tian, Gohan replied. Ling Tian, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo sat down together to grasp the art of instant transmission. Unbeknownst to them, they spent half a year within the palace. Whenever hunger struck, they feasted upon the magical beans. Ling Tian had distributed 30 beans to each individual upon their arrival. The system had rewarded him with a total of 298 beans, from which he allocated 240, retaining 58 for himself. One midday, Ling Tian finally mastered the technique of instant transmission. He also discovered a secret technique etched upon the stone wall that accelerated plant growth and began to study it. As 2 more months elapsed, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta also achieved mastery of instant transmission. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu focused on enhancing their previous techniques. Ling Tian mastered the art of instantaneous movement and the cultivation of plants. Wukong, it's time for us to leave. Bulma has been waiting for us outside for over half a year, Ling Tian declared. The group exited the palace and made their way outside. Upon sensing the presence of Pabala, they all employed their flight techniques to soar through the air in search of Bulma. During the past 6 months, Bulma had also delved into the study of numerous extraterrestrial technologies. After bidding farewell to the Elder and Pabala, the group utilized instantaneous movement to depart from the planet Adrat. On Earth, the group appeared hand in hand at the Turtle Hermit's house, startling him with their sudden arrival. After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, they each went their separate ways. Vegeta, lacking a place to stay, was accommodated by Bulma at her home. Ling Tian accompanied son Wukong to the steamed Bun Mountain. Gohan, you should return home. I have a matter to discuss with your father, Ling Tian stated. All right, Uncle Ling Tian, Gohan replied. Ling Tian, what are we doing at the back mountain? Son Wukong inquired, puzzled. Wukong, hasn't Chi-Chi always mentioned that you should earn a living for the family? I have devised a brilliant plan to make money, Ling Tian explained. What plan? Please share it with me, Ling Tian. Son Wukong exclaimed eagerly. We can transform the back mountain into a wilderness resort, Ling Tian elucidated. Ling Tian wielded a cutting disc, meticulously slicing through massive stones on the ground, while Son Wukong scoured the forest in search of fruit trees. After 2 days of diligent labor, their efforts bore fruit. They constructed exquisite wooden cottages, adorned with wildflowers, an array of fruit trees, fish ponds, swimming pools, and artificial hills. Ultimately, they coaxed the growth of trees, forming a natural barrier. The grand project was complete. Ling Tian and Son Wukong returned to Baozi Mountain to convey the news to Chi-Chi, who, at last, ceased to pressure Son Wukong into pursuing scholarly endeavors. Bulma kindly assisted by airing an advertisement on television, which drew countless visitors to the area. Chi-Chi found herself counting money to the point of cramping her hands. Finally liberated from the burdens of financial worry, time gradually flowed onward. Ling Tian, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta diligently trained together each day. Krillin spends his time on Kame House, while Yamcha's whereabouts remain a mystery. Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu have retreated to the deep mountains for their training. Bulma has acquired extraterrestrial technology on planet Yardrat and returned with numerous minerals, crafting a gravity chamber with a capacity of 500 times Earth's gravity. Each day, they immerse themselves in rigorous training within this chamber. As 2 weeks passed, both Vegeta and Son Gohan successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. The system assessed the combat power of Goku and his companions. Ding. Son Wukong, combat power 8. 27 million, heritage, Saiyan. Vegeta, combat power 5. 26 million, heritage, Saiyan. Son Gohan, combat power 4. 69 million, heritage, half Saiyan. Piccolo, combat power 36. 27 million, heritage, Namekian. The system examined individual attributes. Ding. Host, Ling Tian, heritage, Earthling. Age, 23 years, skills, Ki Sensing, Flying Technique, Kamehameha, Dragon Fist, Solar Flare, Four-Way Fist, Afterimage Technique, Ki Blade Slash, Instantaneous Movement, God-level martial arts skills. Items, Senzabeans X24. Combat power, 274 million. Chapter 21. The Spirit Fruit Tree. One day, Ling Tian summoned everyone to Bulma's residence through telepathic communication, announcing his decision to leave Earth and embark on a journey through the universe for further cultivation. Stronger adversaries will inevitably emerge, so Goku and the others must train diligently. I shall return. Ling Tian executed an instantaneous teleportation and departed. Farewell, Ling Tian. The crowd waved their hands. Ling Tian utilized instantaneous movement to traverse from one celestial body to another, relishing the journey through the cosmos. One day, he found himself on a planet engulfed in yellow sand, devoid of any hint of verdancy. What could be the nature of this planet? Ling Tian pondered. The ground was composed entirely of quicksand, and one might easily become ensnared, sinking up to half their body. Observing a reaction of some sort in the distance, he soared into the air and flew eastward. The planet exuded an aura of desolation, littered with the skeletal remains of animals and desiccated trees. After a few minutes of flight, a towering tree emerged on the horizon, piercing through the clouds and extending into outer space. Such a colossal tree could very well be the spirit tree planted by Dales. The spirit tree is a unique entity that can only thrive in the divine realm. Once cultivated on a planet in the lower realm, it rapidly absorbs the life force of the entire celestial body, yielding spirit fruits. These fruits are imbued with immense energy, capable of enhancing combat prowess and extending lifespan. However, the planet where the spirit tree is planted will face devastation as the tree matures, taking centuries to recover. In a universe filled with countless planets, the chance of encountering one such as this is fortuitous. The spirit tree is now mine, Ling Tian exclaimed with a smile. Meanwhile, Dales and his entourage gathered beneath the spirit fruit tree, eagerly awaiting the ripening of the fruits. Splendid. The fruits are ripening even faster than I anticipated, Dales remarked. The life force of this planet surpasses that of any previous one. If we can acquire more planets like this, our combat power will soon exceed 1,000,000. Ha! Dales and his subordinates erupted in raucous laughter. Beep, beep, beep. Someone is approaching. Dales instructed his subordinates, "You must deal with him, but do not harm the spirit tree." Ling Tian hovered in the air, gazing down at Darius, unable to suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "You bear an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong." 4 of Darius's subordinates encircled Ling Tian, observing his stillness. Could this brat possibly be paralyzed by fear? One speculated. Regardless, let us eliminate him. The fruit is nearly ripe, and I can hardly contain my anticipation to taste it. Ling Tian replied, "The fruit is indeed approaching maturity. There is no need for me to waste time engaging in battle with you. What on earth is this person babbling about?" In response to their bewilderment, Ling Tian unleashed a wave of ki. The subordinates were swiftly dispatched, leaving Darius with no choice but to intervene personally. Darius launched a rapid assault on Ling Tian. But to Ling Tian, the seemingly swift movements appeared as sluggish as a snail. Ling Tian raised his hand and effortlessly grasped Darius's fist. Despite Darius's futile attempts to break free, he remained ensnared. Infuriated, Darius concentrated energy in his other hand and unleashed a fierce blow towards Ling Tian. A resounding explosion echoed. Yet Ling Tian emerged unscathed, his garments intact. In stark contrast, Darius found himself battered by the repercussions of his own unleashed energy. "How utterly tiresome," Ling Tian remarked. "Impossible," Darius bellowed. Ling Tian forcefully propelled Darius into the air with a swift kick, channeling a beam of death that pierced through Darius's heart. Observing the spiritual tree laden with its bountiful fruits, Ling Tian meticulously searched among the branches and ultimately gathered a total of 142 fruits and a single seed. Ling Tian took the remaining 2 and placed them into the universal capsule. The taste of the spiritual fruits was not much different from ordinary fruits, however. They enhanced his combat power by several 100,000 and slightly prolonged his lifespan. Now, with nearly 300 million in combat power, the consumption of spiritual fruits held little significance for Ling Tian. Ling Tian utilized teleportation to journey to the next planet. Upon his arrival at the distant celestial body, he observed countless inhabitants hurriedly boarding a spacecraft, laden with their belongings. It appeared as though a great calamity were about to befall this world. As everyone sought to escape from it, Ling Tian stopped an elderly man passing by to inquire about the situation on this planet. After the man's detailed explanation, Ling Tian learned that this celestial body is known as Sergi Star, where its inhabitants once led peaceful and stable lives. However, recently, a malevolent group has been scouring the nearby galaxy in search of something. They have devastated nearly every planet they encountered, either annihilating the inhabitants or exterminating them to sell the worlds. Now, this nefarious faction is preparing to invade Sergi Star, prompting the residents to contemplate their exodus. At that moment, Ling Tian sensed 3 extraordinarily potent auras suddenly manifesting on the planet. These energies, descending from the depths of outer space, each surpassed a combat power of 100,000 and exuded a profoundly sinister essence. "Surely, these must be the invaders the old man spoke of," Ling Tian murmured. Ling Tian soared into the sky, heading towards the location of the invaders. On the other side, a forest was engulfed in flames from the collision of a spacecraft. Thick smoke billowing forth, carrying a pungent odor that spread in all directions. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the black smoke. "Haha, Captain. This is yet another planet with a beautiful environment, quite suitable for sustaining life. If we conquer it, we could easily sell it for a handsome price." Nez chuckled. "Nez, the mission for King Gula is of utmost importance. We can leave this insignificant planet to others," Frieza replied. "This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading." "Indeed, Captain, if we can locate the spirit fruit tree, it would be worth far more to King Gula than flipping thousands of planets," Dre asserted. These 3 individuals were the elite mech unit of Gula. "Captain, the inhabitants of this planet are fleeing in large numbers," Nez reported. "It seems the people here have learned of our impending arrival," Frieza remarked. "They dare to escape. I will deal with them all," Dre exclaimed angrily. "Dre, enough. Let us focus on finding the spirit tree," Frieza suggested. "Is there truly a spirit tree on such a planet? I have heard that cultivating a spirit tree drains the energy of the entire planet. But it does not appear so here." Nez pondered. The three surveyed their surroundings, which were filled with vibrant signs of spring. Frieza shook his head, saying, "Perhaps the rumors were erroneous." Beep, beep, beep. "A formidable opponent is approaching us," Dre declared. "Dre, your detector must be malfunctioning. This planet is of inferior quality." "Where would a powerful adversary come from?" Nez laughed. "It is already here," Frieza warned. Whoosh. Ling Tian appeared before the trio. "Are you a native of this planet?" Nez inquired. "Aren't you part of Gula's mech battalion? What brings you here?" Ling Tian responded. "Haha. It seems our mech battalion's reputation has spread throughout the universe, such that even a mere passerby is aware of us." Dre chuckled. "What we seek has nothing to do with you, so be on your way," Frieza declared. "Indeed. You insolent brat, be gone at once. Otherwise, I shall make you experience the might of my fist," Nez threatened. "Oh, I am quite curious to see what your fist feels like. Come at me," Ling Tian taunted, beckoning with his hand. Chapter 22, The Mech Battalion, Gula's Arrival. "You seek death," Nez roared, launching an attack at Ling Tian. Ling Tian merely cast a glance at Nez, who seemed to plunge into an icy abyss. This sense of oppression was reminiscent of what he had once felt from King Gula. Terrified, Nez stumbled backwards repeatedly. "What on earth are you doing, Nez?" Frieza inquired. "Captain, this individual's combat prowess may surpass ours," Nez replied. "What?" Frieza and Dre were taken aback. Just moments ago, they had suspected a malfunction in their detector, only to discover that this person possessed such formidable combat capabilities. It was unlikely that they would encounter anyone of this caliber during their years traversing the cosmos. "Dre, you should join in as well. Hurry and assist Nez in dealing with this individual," Frieza commanded. Dre and Nez flanked Ling Tian, launching their assault. With a series of resounding impacts, the three engaged in a fierce battle. After an exchange of blows, Ling Tian remained unscathed, while Dre and Nez were left battered and bruised. "His combat strength has far exceeded ours," Dre exclaimed. "It's too late to realize that now. It is time to put an end to this." With a smile gracing his lips, Ling Tian spoke, and as soon as his words fell, he instantaneously appeared before Dre. Before Dre could even register the shift, Ling Tian unleashed two waves of energy from his hands. Whoosh. At such a close range, this sudden onslaught was catastrophic. Alas, Dre was sent flying by Ling Tian's two energy blasts. How could I, Dre, of the formidable mech battalion, succumb to this? He lay on the ground, groaning in despair, his consciousness fading until he soon breathed his last. "Dre," Nez shouted in anguish. "Damnable!" Frieza witnessed the murder of his comrade firsthand and began to gather energy in his hands, his fingers glowing with light. Streams of radiant energy surged towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian braced himself against the onslaught and swiftly charged towards Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Frieza was sent crashing into the ground. "Captain." Nez glanced at Frieza with concern, anxiety for the safety of himself and his comrades gnawing at him. With the precedent set by Dre, it was entirely possible that they might share a similar fate. Frieza awkwardly emerged from the deep pit. "How is this possible? When did such a formidable individual arise in this universe? It appears I am utterly outmatched." Nez hastily attempted to contact King Gula, realizing that both of them might meet their demise here. Frieza declared. Beep, beep, beep. Nez quickly relayed information to the spacecraft where King Gula resided through his detector. In the vast cosmos, a colossal spaceship floated. A figure strikingly similar to Frieza sat within the craft, sipping red wine while gazing at the starry expanse. "King Gula, we have a dire situation." A soldier burst into the room. "Unless you have a valid reason, prepare to meet your end," Gula replied, clearly displeased at the interruption. "Your Highness, General Nez has reported encountering an exceptionally strong foe, and General Dre has already been slain," the soldier explained. "What? Who in the universe dares to oppose me?" Gula seethed, his tail crashing heavily against the ground. "On which planet are Frieza and his team currently located, and how long will it take to reach them?" Gula inquired. "Your Majesty, Captain Frieza and his team are presently on planet Sergi. If we proceed at full speed, we should arrive in approximately half a day," the soldier responded. "Then do not waste any time in preparing." Yes. "Oh, you've already informed Gula? I was just lamenting the lack of strong adversaries," Ling Tian remarked. "With Gula on his way, your usefulness has come to an end." Ling Tian extended his palm, energy coalescing upon his fingertips. The death beam. No. Frieza and Nez were pierced through the chest by the beam, collapsing to the ground, breathless and lifeless. Ling Tian hunted a wild wolf in the wilderness and suspended it over a branch to roast, patiently awaiting the arrival of Gula. Suddenly, a colossal spaceship thundered down nearby. Soldiers emerged from the vessel, forming an orderly line on either side to greet Gula. Gula, resembling Frieza yet towering over him, stepped out and immediately spotted a young man standing before him. "So, you are the one who annihilated my mech troops? Did you not realize they were my subordinates?" Gula inquired. "And what of it?" Ling Tian, filled with fury, felt his battle power surge dramatically. The violent aura he emitted sent all the minor adversaries flying. 290 million battle power. Well, not bad. It actually reaches the level of my worthless brother Frieza. Would you consider becoming my subordinate? Gula inquired. Ling Tian did not respond to Gula. Instead, he launched a direct assault, swinging his fist towards Gula. Bang! Gula was sent flying by Ling Tian's punch. "Damn it! You seek death," Gula exclaimed. Stabilizing himself mid-air, Gula prepared for his final transformation, unleashing his full battle power of 470 million. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce confrontation. The disparity in strength was overwhelming, and in an instant, Ling Tian was kicked away by Gula. "Is your power limited to this? Do you dare challenge me, Gula?" Gula taunted. In his eyes, two violet-red beams of light rapidly coalesced. Destruction Ray. The beams hurtled towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian placed his hand upon his forehead, attuning to Gula's essence, and in an instant, he teleported directly behind Gula. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. What? It vanished? No, it is behind me. Just as Gula turned around, Ling Tian positioned both hands beside his head. Solar Fist. Cursed be it. Gula was struck by the blinding radiance, piercing his eyes. Ling Tian once again concentrated energy in his hand, forming a slicing disc which he hurled towards Gula. Although Gula was momentarily blinded, he sensed the imminent danger and swiftly evaded the attack. As Ling Tian witnessed Gula evade, he deftly maneuvered the luminous disc. Alas, Gula, unable to avoid it, lost a segment of his tail. Once his vision was restored, Gula was incensed, concentrating a colossal sphere of energy upon his fingertip. "Perish alongside this planet," he declared, supernova. Upon witnessing this, Ling Tian placed his hand on his waist, channeling energy. The turtle school's Kamehameha wave. Bang! The two forces clashed violently. Yet it was evident that Ling Tian was at a disadvantage. "Haha, you shall meet your end." Gula laughed heartily. Boom! Ling Tian was unable to withstand the onslaught and was thrust deep into the earth. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted across the planet, fissures tearing through the surface, trees collapsing, and volcanoes erupting. Thunder rumbled, and the planet Sergei was on the brink of annihilation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful resurrection. Now, the death rewards are being issued. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Earth Split Slash. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Planetary Annihilation Bomb. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Storage Ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Combat Power of 350 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, 500 Spirit Beans. The system is reviewing personal attributes. Ding! Host, Ling Tian Bloodline. Earthling Age, 24 years Skills, Chi Perception, Sky Dance Technique, Ki Blast, Kamehameha, Dragon Fist, For Body Fist, Solar Fist, Phantom Fist, Chi Round Slash, Power Cannon, Magic Piercing Light Cannon, Death Beam, Death Energy Bomb, Cutting Light Disc, Earth Split Slash, Planetary Annihilation Bomb, Telekinesis, 1,000-mile Voice Transmission, Instantaneous Movement, Plant Acceleration, Divine Combat Techniques. Items, Storage Ring, 140 Spirit Fruits, 1 Spirit Tree Seed, 514 Spirit Beans. Combat Power, 640 million. Chapter 23. The Elimination of Gula and the Crisis on Earth System. What is the function of the Storage Ring? The host storage ring contains a space the size of Earth, capable of storing anything it will. Living beings cannot be stored. A space the size of Earth. Ling Tian was astonished. He retrieved the ring, adorned it on his right hand, and placed the spirit beans within the storage ring. Haha. As he gazed at the impending explosion of Sergei, Gula could not help but burst into laughter. Gula, what are you laughing at? Ling Tian inquired. How are you still alive? Gula asked in bewilderment. Then I shall kill you once more. Gula exclaimed, vanishing in an instant to appear before Ling Tian. Energy coalescing at his fingertips. You shall die? Enhanced Death Beam. Ling Tian gazed at the beam of light before him, utterly unfazed. With a casual motion, he struck the beam, sending it flying away. What is happening? Something feels amiss. It seems his power has indeed grown stronger. Gula murmured. Bang! In a moment of distraction, Ling Tian kicked Gula into the air. Ling Tian was enveloped by a golden dragon as he charged towards Gula, a massive dragon head's phantom distinctly visible on his fist. Dragon fist. Ah! A dent appeared on Gula's chest, unable to be directly pierced by the dragon fist. One must admit, the Ice Demon clan is remarkably resilient. How infuriating! Gula, gravely injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems my intuition was correct. He has indeed grown stronger, surpassing me. This cannot continue. I shall not meet my end here. Gula, enduring excruciating pain, soared into outer space, seeking to escape this dire situation. Where do you think you're going, Gula? Ling Tian suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Get out of my way, Gula shouted in frustration. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy blasts erupted from Gula's hands, striking Ling Tian. As the smoke cleared, Ling Tian emerged unscathed before Gula. Ling Tian placed his hand on his waist, channeling energy. Kamehameha. No. Gula was propelled back to the planet by the energy wave. Ling Tian also employed instantaneous movement to depart from the planet Selji. Bang. Not long after Ling Tian departed, the entire planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, vanishing into the cosmos. On Earth, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo, who were engaged in their training, sensed the approach of two formidable and malevolent energies, swiftly making their way toward Earth. Dad, one of these energies is eerily reminiscent of Frieza. Did you not defeat him alongside Uncle Ling Tian? Son Gohan inquired. Indeed. I am bewildered as to how this could be, Son Wukong responded. Humph. Leave this enemy to me, Kakarot, Vegeta asserted. Come now, Vegeta. It's been ages since I last fought. Let's each take one. Son Wukong countered. We should advance and assess the situation. They are nearing Earth, Piccolo suggested. The group harnessed their ability to fly, propelling themselves toward the anticipated landing site. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha also sensed the sinister auras and hastily abandoned their tasks to converge. In the vastness of space, Frieza's spacecraft hurtled toward Earth at breakneck speed. That is Earth, Father. Frieza has been transformed into a half-cyborg. The areas severed by Ling Tian have been meticulously repaired with advanced technology, Frieza seethed. His fists clenched in fury. Those accursed Super Saiyans and Earthlings nearly obliterated me. Destroy the planet outright. It is insignificant, King Cold ordered, towering in his second form. A stark contrast to Frieza's smaller stature. That would be too merciful. I shall ensure they witness my true power, Frieza declared. At that moment, Son Wukong and his companions swiftly arrived at a desolate wilderness, where it seemed the adversaries would soon descend. Smack! Krillin and Yamcha landed nearby Son Wukong. Wukong, I knew you would come, Krillin exclaimed. Krillin, Yamcha, you two are here, Son Wukong replied. Who would have thought everyone would gather here? Tien Shinhan remarked as he and Kaiatsu joined the assembly. Your presence is futile. Return home to drink milk. This is my fight, Vegeta insisted. The group exchanged incredulous glances at Vegeta's arrogance. They're here, Piccolo announced. As his words resonated, a colossal spacecraft emerged in the distance, sending waves of dread through Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. In stark contrast, Son Wukong and his companions remained unfazed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spacecraft descended slowly from afar. Indeed, that energy belongs to Frieza. I cannot believe he still lives, Son Gohan remarked. There is another presence as well, equally powerful. Krillin's voice trembled with fear. Krillin harbors a psychological scar from his previous encounter with Frieza on Namek. Humph. If you're so afraid of death, you shouldn't have come, Vegeta declared before soaring forward. Krillin, that's just how Vegeta is. Do not take it to heart. Let us proceed, Goku suggested. Was it you who battled that fiend before? Tien asked, astonished. Previously, Tien had only heard tales of Frieza's formidable power from King Kai, yet he had no true grasp of Frieza's might. Upon sensing Frieza's presence, Tien finally comprehended the terror that lay before them. Fear not, Tien. I defeated Frieza once before, and I have grown stronger since. You need not worry, Goku reassured him. The group then flew to a towering mountain to await their next move. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, he remarked, Is this Earth? The environment appears quite pleasant. Is that Super Saiyan truly on this planet? King Cold inquired. noticing the absence of formidable energy signatures on the scanner. Father, they possess a technique to conceal their energy. But their power surges dramatically once they engage in battle, Frieza explained. I did not expect such a small planet to harbor such unique abilities, King Cold mused. Shouldn't we seek them out? King Cold asked. They must be nearby. Allow me to lure them out. Frieza replied. Split up and eliminate every inhabitant on this planet. Frieza commanded his soldiers. Yes, the extraterrestrial soldiers, armed with advanced weaponry, prepared to disperse. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the scene, causing Frieza to pause and turn towards the newcomer. The youth, clad in capsule corp attire, boasted blue hair and carried a long sword on his back. Who is this person? What audacity brings him here? Frieza thought, feeling his plans disrupted. Earthling, do you seek something? Frieza inquired. I have come specifically to annihilate you. The boy stated flatly. Frieza was taken aback, while King Cold stared at the youth in disbelief, akin to observing a fool. What did you say? You intend to kill us? You truly are unaware of your own insignificance, Frieza chuckled. I know who you are. You are Frieza, are you not? The boy asserted. Chapter 24. The future boy, what an honor. To think that someone from such a lowly planet would know my name, Frieza laughed. Kill him. Frieza commanded his soldiers to encircle the young boy, while the others hastily moved to annihilate the inhabitants of the planet. The soldiers adjusted their energy guns, aiming them at the boy. Humph, a mere weakling with a power level of only 5. One soldier scoffed, pulling the trigger. A beam of energy surged rapidly towards the boy. However, with a slight release of his aura, the boy effortlessly deflected the energy beam. What is happening? The soldier stood dumbfounded. In an instant, the boy retaliated, delivering a single punch that fatally struck the soldier. The remaining soldiers were left utterly astonished. Curse him. Attack together, they shouted, surrounding the boy. With a swift motion, the boy drew a long sword from his back. The blade flashed as he deftly maneuvered it through the ranks of soldiers. By the time he sheathed the sword, all of Frieza's soldiers lay lifeless on the ground. On the mountaintop, Goku and his companions were equally stunned by the boy's overwhelming strength. Frieza, observing the scene, clapped his hands and remarked, You Earthling, quite impressive. Do you know where the Super Saiyans are? I am also a Super Saiyan. Now it is your turn. The boy replied coldly. How astonishing. You too are a Super Saiyan? You certainly do not appear to be one, Frieza retorted. Did you hear that? He still intends to kill us, King Cold remarked. Father, this arrogant fool is merely seeking his own demise. Allow me to teach him a lesson, Frieza declared. The power levels were as follows. Goku, 20, 720. 000, Vegeta, 19, 460, 000, Gohan, 17, 280, 000, Piccolo, 190, 000, 000, Trunks, 4, 200, 000, Krillin, 29, 360, 000, Yamcha, 28, 980, 000, Tian, 32, 960, 000, Kaiatsu, 14, 720, 000, Frieza, 920, 000, 000, King Cold, 740, 000, 000, I can annihilate you in the blink of an eye. You two would do well to be cautious, the boy warned. Ha, cautious? Boy, are you jesting? What gives you such confidence? Frieza laughed. I will give it my all from the outset. I do not possess the mercy of Mr. Goku. The boy asserted. Goku, you indeed know him. Then prepare to die. Frieza seethed. Huh. With a furious roar, the young warrior was enveloped in a radiant golden light. As the brilliance dissipated, he emerged, wreathed in golden flames, his hair transformed into a striking golden hue, standing upright. The boy had ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. You too are a Saiyan. I find your kind irksome. Frieza bellowed in rage, unleashing his full combat prowess. How can this be? Frieza is so powerful. The boy was momentarily bewildered, questioning if he had arrived in the wrong place. That kid can also become a Super Saiyan and intends to steal my opponent. Vegeta seethed. Huh. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and teleported before Frieza. You are Vegeta? Frieza exclaimed, astonished. Piccolo and Gohan swiftly followed suit using instant transmission. Goku scratched his head and urged, Krillin, you all hurry and catch up with me. We must join in, or Frieza will leave Vegeta to handle things alone. All right, Goku. Krillin and the others replied with reluctance. With a sudden flash, Goku and his companions appeared next to Frieza and the boy. At last, Goku, you've arrived. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to become a Super Saiyan as well, Frieza remarked. Perfect, I can deal with all of you together. What is happening? Frieza has grown in strength, and now Mr. Vegeta can transform into a Super Saiyan too. The boy mused, bewildered. Stand back, kid. Let me handle Frieza, Vegeta commanded. Mr. Vegeta, Frieza is incredibly strong. We should confront him together. The boy insisted. Humph. Kakarot, leave Frieza to me. You can deal with the other one, Vegeta dismissed. Charging directly at Frieza. Huh. Vegeta, it's been a year, and you've grown arrogant. I still remember how you cried out in defeat on Namek. Frieza laughed. You seek your own demise, Frieza? With a resounding clash, their fists collided, sending shockwaves that pushed Krillin and the others back. Krillin, you all need to get out of here, Goku urged. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Kairatsu retreated to the mountain peak to observe the battle. How can this be? That monkey Vegeta has become so formidable. Frieza pondered in disbelief. The sounds of their fierce combat echoed, punctuated by explosive impacts. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. Goku instructed, Gohan, you and Piccolo should engage that individual. He gestured towards King Cold, feeling that facing him was not a challenge worthy of his prowess. Understood, Dad. Gohan replied. Uncle Piccolo, let us go together. Son Gohan transformed directly into a Super Saiyan, while Piccolo unleashed his full energy. In an instant, the two appeared before King Cold. Before King Cold could react, he was sent flying. You two are seeking death, he exclaimed. The onlookers unleashed their full firepower in the ensuing battle. The young boy, having shaken off his existential doubts, inquired, Mr. Goku, aren't you going to assist them? Gohan and the others can handle it. There is no need for concern, Goku replied. I should still lend a hand, the boy declared, rushing toward King Cold. King Cold, unable to match Gohan's strength and with two others assisting, found himself in a continuous state of passive defense, emitting cries of agony. Frieza, come help me, King Cold shouted. Damn it, you Saiyan monkeys. Frieza retaliated against Vegeta, attempting to move forward to assist King Cold, but was immediately intercepted by Goku, engaging him in combat. Kakarot, get out of my way. Frieza is my opponent, Vegeta bellowed. Vegeta came to Frieza himself. You can't blame me, Goku countered, continuing to battle Frieza. Damn it. Vegeta disregarded the situation and joined in the fray. Frieza soon found himself on the receiving end of the assault. Frieza evaded their attacks with a swift movement, soaring into the air while continually gathering energy. Planet Destruction Ball. You will all perish, he bellowed. Witnessing this, Goku and Vegeta also concentrated their energy. Kamehameha Wave. Final Flash. The energies collided, surging towards Frieza. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed through the sky as Frieza plummeted, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 25. Frieza and King Cold meet their demise. Damn it. How dare you treat me this way? Frieza struggled to rise from the ground. King Cold was also sent crashing beside Frieza by a kick from Gohan. Frieza, are you all right? King Cold inquired with concern. They are utterly despicable. Frieza recalled the scene of being surrounded on Namek. Despite his relentless training since birth, he never anticipated such an outcome. No, Frieza roared. Under the weight of his fury, it seemed as though he shattered some shackles, gradually increasing his battle power. You, King Cold exclaimed, astonished. Mr. Goku, Frieza appears to be growing stronger. We should resolve this quickly, the boy urged. You brat, don't meddle. This is not your affair, Vegeta retorted. By the way, where did you come from? I thought very few Saiyans survived after planet Vegeta's destruction, Vegeta questioned. Indeed. We still do not know your identity. What is your name? Son Goku inquired. I cannot disclose that, the young boy replied. Not even your name? Son Goku questioned, puzzled. I apologize, Mr. Goku. I will explain later, the boy stated. Humph. This boy seems rather suspicious, Piccolo observed from the side. Frieza's power finally ceased its ascent. Current battle power, 1.25 billion. Frieza, how are you faring? King Cold asked. Father, I am fine. My power has seen a new enhancement. I should be capable of dealing with them now. They will pay dearly for this. Frieza responded. Is Frieza ready yet? Vegeta inquired. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, I did not expect you to be so eager for death. Very well, I shall oblige. Frieza laughed. With a surge of energy, Frieza's power eclipsed that of everyone present. What? Frieza has surpassed us. Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous. Vegeta swiftly launched an attack on Frieza. Bang! Frieza effortlessly caught Vegeta's incoming fist. With a flick of his tail, he sent Vegeta soaring backward. "Are you all right, Mr. Vegeta?" the boy asked with concern. "How dare you humiliate me, a prince, in front of others? Unforgivable!" Vegeta shouted as he ascended into the air, energy surging from his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward Frieza. Continuous energy blasts. Prince's combat style. Boom. Bang. The surrounding environment was ravaged, shrouded in smoke, obscuring the battle's outcome. Vegeta, exhausted from his relentless assault, gasped for breath. "Uncle Vegeta, did we win?" Gohan inquired. "Gohan, focus on Frieza's energy. It remains unchanged. Clearly, such attacks do not affect him." Piccolo explained. "Yash, Frieza is quite formidable," Son Goku remarked with excitement. As the smoke cleared, Frieza remained unscathed, merely dusted with a bit of debris. "Vegeta, it seems you are not as impressive as I thought," Frieza mocked. In a flash, Frieza appeared before Vegeta, delivering a punch to his abdomen. "Ah!" Vegeta curled into a ball, flying backward. Frieza pursued him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks in midair. "Ah! Ah!" The boy, witnessing Vegeta's plight, instinctively rushed to assist but was intercepted by King Cold. The two engaged in combat, and soon the boy found himself battered and retreating. "Ah!" The boy was struck by an energy blast from King Cold, landing near Son Goku and the others. Ignoring his injuries, he turned to Goku and the others. "Mr. Goku, please go help Mr. Vegeta," the young boy implored. "Father, we..." Witnessing the dire state of Vegeta and the boy, Gohan felt a pang of compassion. "Very well. I shall assist Vegeta. Gohan, you and Piccolo take care of King Cold." With that, Goku surged toward Frieza. In a swift strike, Goku repelled Frieza, rescuing Vegeta in the process. "Curse you, Goku!" Frieza clenched his fists as the three engaged in a chaotic melee. Gohan and Piccolo swiftly positioned themselves before King Cold, unleashing a barrage of violent attacks that rendered him defenseless. A wretched cry escaped King Cold's lips. In no time, he was left battered and bruised by Gohan and Piccolo's relentless onslaught. "Damn you! You shall perish!" King Cold evaded their strikes, soaring into the sky, where he concentrated energy on his fingertip, forming a colossal energy sphere the size of a planet, aimed at Gohan and Piccolo. Death Energy Ball. This energy possessed the capability to obliterate Earth in an instant. Gohan clasped his hands above his head to gather energy, while Piccolo prepared his attack with his hand pressed to his forehead. Demon Flash. Special Beam Cannon. The boy, having regained his strength, joined the fray, unleashing a Kamehameha wave. The three energies converged in the air, propelling King Cold's Death Energy Ball away from Earth and into the vastness of space. No. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the cosmos, engulfing King Cold in a cataclysmic blast. Meanwhile, Frieza had initially been overpowering Goku and Vegeta, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Hearing King Cold's agonizing wail, Frieza turned to witness his father's demise, igniting a fury within him. He retaliated against Goku and Vegeta, channeling energy into his fingertip and launching it towards Gohan. "Death Beam! Gohan!" Piccolo shouted. Realizing Gohan might not evade in time, Piccolo hurled himself into Gohan's path, the beam piercing through his shoulder. "Uncle Piccolo, you..." Witnessing Piccolo's injury and recalling the moment he sacrificed himself to save Gohan ignited a fierce rage within him. "Ah, Frieza, I will not spare you." Gohan's fury surged, elevating his battle power dramatically. Anger enhances battle strength, but once the emotion fades, he returns to his former state. "What? How is this possible?" Frieza was taken aback. Gohan's power soared to 1.5 billion. Before Frieza could react, Gohan instantaneously appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Frieza crashing into the ground. Boom. The earth was left with a massive crater. "Damn it. Why is this happening? Why has this little brat grown stronger?" Frieza, filled with resentment, exclaimed as Gohan grew stronger. "What's happening with Kakarot?" Vegeta inquired, astonished by Gohan's sudden surge in combat power. "This child becomes stronger through anger. He once saved me when Raditz invaded Earth using this very tactic," Goku explained. "Humph." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Just as Frieza emerged from the depths, Gohan propelled him skyward with a powerful kick. "Damn it." Frieza steadied himself in midair, gathering energy to form a circular energy disc, which he hurled at Gohan. Cutting disc. Gohan, perceiving the attack, extended his hand and effortlessly crushed the disc. "I shall avenge Uncle Piccolo." Gohan placed his hands at his waist, forming a flower-like stance, as energy coalesced into a vibrant blue sphere aimed directly at Frieza. Kamehameha. Frieza, too, formed a wave of energy to counter the assault. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's feeble resistance proved futile as he was engulfed by the energy wave, vanishing completely. Chapter 26. News from the future boy having vanquished Frieza, Gohan returned to inspect Piccolo's injuries. Uncle Piccolo, how are you? Gohan asked with concern. I'm fine, Gohan. Your performance was truly remarkable. Piccolo replied with a smile. Gradually rising, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, channeling energy that erupted forth in an explosive display. Ah! Piccolo bellowed, as flesh and blood regenerated in his previously pierced shoulder, restoring him to full health. I'm so relieved you're all right, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan beamed. At that moment, on a distant mountain, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, having witnessed the battle's conclusion, flew over. Frieza has finally been dealt with. We were terrified, but thankfully you were here. Gohan, Krillin exclaimed. Gohan, I never imagined you would surpass us at such a young age. Yamcha added. Humph, let us not linger. There is still an unknown boy over there. Vegeta interjected. Upon hearing Vegeta's remark, everyone turned their attention to the young boy, curious about his forthcoming explanation. Mr. Goku. Let us discuss this over there. I'll explain everything, the boy suggested. You stay right here and speak. You're not going anywhere. Vegeta barked. Vegeta, don't be like that. I will tell you all soon, Goku reassured him. Goku and the boy flew to the opposite side of the mountain to converse. While everyone could see their figures, the content of their discussion remained a mystery. However, one individual was privy to their exchange. Piccolo, thanks to his unique ear structure, was able to overhear their conversation. What a peculiar distance they traveled, shrouded in mystery. What could they possibly be discussing? Yamcha pondered. Indeed, why only address Goku? Krillin shook his head in bewilderment. After discerning the prowess of Sun Wukong and his companions from the recent battle, the youth ceased his probing. Instead, he directly revealed the events that would transpire in the future to Sun Wukong, also disclosing his own identity as Trunks, the son of Vegeta. This is a miraculous medicine. It will alleviate your heart condition when it recurs, Trunks stated as he handed it to Sun Wukong. Thank you, Trunks, Sun Wukong expressed with gratitude. Uncle Wukong, how did you all become so formidable? Trunks inquired. Ling Tian mentioned that formidable adversaries would emerge in the future, so we have been diligently training every day. Sun Wukong replied. Who is Ling Tian? Did he not arrive today? Trunks asked, puzzled. Is there no Ling Tian among you? He departed Earth for the cosmos to train several months ago, Sun Wukong responded. Is it truly as extraordinary as Uncle Wukong describes? I long to meet him, Trunks murmured. By the way, Trunks, would you care to train with us? We could return once we possess the strength to vanquish our enemies, Sun Wukong proposed. Not at this moment. Uncle Wukong, I must return immediately. I will come back in 3 years, Trunks replied. After their conversation concluded, Trunks produced a multifunctional capsule, which transformed into a device resembling a flying craft. He mounted it, activated it, and in a flash of white light, he vanished. After witnessing Trunks' departure, Sun Wukong soared back to his companions. Kakarot, what did he say to you? How did he leave? Vegeta inquired. Sun Wukong was about to explain to the group, but was at a loss for where to begin. Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Piccolo sighed in resignation. Let me take it from here. When did you become aware of this, Piccolo? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. My auditory structure is uniquely attuned to distant sounds, rest assured. I will not speak in error, Piccolo elucidated. Then please, Piccolo, go ahead, Sun Wukong acquiesced. Piccolo recounted the impending crisis that Trunks had foretold, skillfully omitting Trunks' identity. A collective gasp echoed among the group. What? We are all to be slain by androids? Thus stands the situation. Let us all strive to train vigorously. Piccolo asserted. Krillin, would you care to train with us? Sun Wukong asked. Not at all, Wukong. Your intense training regimen is not suited for us, Krillin replied. Very well. Until we meet again in 3 years. Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo then took to the skies toward their training locale. Krillin returned to the Kame house. Yamcha ventured to the city, while Tien and Kaiatsu returned to their own dojo. Each individual engaged in their respective training, preparing for the impending android crisis 3 years hence. In the vastness of the cosmos, Ling Tian traversed the cosmos with the grace of instantaneous teleportation, gathering an array of invaluable materials, advanced technologies, and delectable delicacies. Within his storage ring lay a diverse collection of treasures. Snap! Ling Tian appeared before a group of ominous extraterrestrial beings. Each of these fierce and menacing aliens paid no heed to the sudden arrival of Ling Tian, brandishing their weapons as they charged forward relentlessly. Ling Tian looked up and beheld a scene of pursuit, where an alien resembling Ultraman and a young, beautiful girl were being chased. Why do these two seem so familiar? Ling Tian pondered incessantly. It turned out to be Jack and Tai's, Bulma's sister. Jack, a galactic police officer, carried out missions across the universe on a daily basis. Tai's, with aspirations of becoming a distinguished novelist, wandered the cosmos in search of inspiring material. Jack, aren't you a super elite? Hurry up and protect me. Tai's exclaimed. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the tale becomes even more thrilling. Jack replied, Tai's, while I may be a super elite, there are far too many of them. We should flee swiftly. Suddenly, Tai's tripped over a stone. Jack quickly helped her up, eager to escape, but they were soon surrounded by the pursuing aliens. Jack, are we going to perish here? I miss my mom and dad so much. Someone save me. Tai's cried. Do not fear. I will ensure your safety, Jack reassured her, though his tone was resolute. He could not suppress the tremors of his body in the face of such overwhelming adversaries. In an instant, Ling Tian appeared before Tai Si, summoning energy in his hands to obliterate the extraterrestrial beings. Jack was left momentarily speechless. Are you all right, Tai Si? Ling Tian inquired. I am fine. Thank you. Tai Si replied. Do you know this person? Jack asked. No, I don't. Why do you ask, Jack? Tai Si responded. Then how does he know your name? Jack questioned, puzzled. Tai Si, I am a friend of Bulma. It is perilous for you to be alone in the cosmos. Ling Tian remarked. It's all right. I will protect Tai Si. Jack asserted confidently. Ling Tian shook his head and remarked. Jack, your abilities are simply inadequate. You cannot protect Tai Si. What do you know? I am a super elite of the galactic police, Jack retorted. Tai Si, it seems you haven't returned to Earth in quite some time. Would you like me to escort you back? Ling Tian inquired. Is that truly possible? Tai Si responded. Hey, do you have any idea how far we are from Earth? A spaceship would take at least several months to make the journey. Jack interjected. Silence. With a swift motion, Ling Tian knocked Jack unconscious. Tai Si, hold on to me. I shall take you back to Earth. With one hand holding Jack, Ling Tian and Tai Si teleported to the Divine Temple. Chapter 27. An unexpected arrival at Wampa. Star, it has been a while. Divine, Ling Tian remarked. Ling Tian, is it truly you? Goku mentioned that you had ventured into the cosmos for training. Have you completed your journey? The Divine inquired. Not yet. I have returned this time to escort Bulma's sister. When convenient, could you please contact Goku and ensure she is taken to Bulma's home? Ling Tian replied. Farewell, Divine. Farewell. Tai Si. Farewell, Ling Tian. Tai Si waved her hand. Ling Tian utilized his instantaneous movement to depart from Earth. Upon leaving the planet, he arrived at an unfamiliar celestial body. No sooner had he materialized than a colossal beast, with its gaping maw wide open, lunged at him, intent on taking a bite. Ling Tian unleashed a powerful wave of energy, sending the monstrous creature flying. A thunderous roar echoed, drawing the attention of the surrounding beasts. Ling Tian soared into the sky to survey his surroundings. The environment of this planet was exceedingly harsh, with yellow sand swirling in the air, devoid of any greenery, and teeming with colossal monsters. Meanwhile, within a cavern on the planet, two individuals were gathered around a fire, roasting a creature resembling a scorpion. What has provoked the monsters outside once more? Pondered the middle-aged man, his expression filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He realized that outsiders might have arrived on this planet. Having lived here for over a decade, thoughts of escape had constantly occupied their minds. The middle-aged man beckoned the young man, and they took flight toward the location of the monster upheaval. Just as Ling Tian contemplated whether to leave this planet, the two individuals approached him in flight. Ling Tian turned to gaze at the two individuals. The young man wore an expression devoid of emotion, his upper body bared, revealing a physique of formidable musculature, towering over 2 meters in height. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, looked at Ling Tian with palpable excitement, his expression akin to that of a person who had endured 3 months in a desert upon discovering water. Could it be that this middle-aged man harbored such peculiar inclinations? Ling Tian could not help but retreat slightly. Greetings. I am Paragus, and this beside me is my son, Broly, the middle-aged man introduced. Paragus? Broly? Their hair was tousled and their garments worn and tattered, clearly neglected for a considerable time. If one did not scrutinize closely, they would be nearly unrecognizable. Ling Tian was bewildered. He had casually sensed the aura and unexpectedly arrived on Wampa Star. "Who are you?" Broly inquired. "I am Ling Tian. Did you arrive on this planet by spaceship? Where's your ship? Can you take us away from here?" Paragus asked. "No, I do not possess a spaceship. However, I can escort you from this place," Ling Tian replied. "Broly, we can finally escape this desolate Wampa Star," Paragus exclaimed with great excitement. A smile also spread across Broly's face. "I have one condition. I wish to engage in a battle with Broly," Ling Tian declared. "You wish to fight Broly? He is incredibly powerful. Are you certain about this?" Paragus questioned. In Paragus's eyes, Broly was the epitome of strength, far surpassing King Vegeta. "Yes, Broly, come at me," Ling Tian affirmed. "Broly, be cautious. Do not injure him, as we still need to depart from here," Paragus cautioned. Broly nodded, unleashing his energy as he charged towards Ling Tian to launch an attack. Bang! Ling Tian gently raised his hand, effortlessly catching Broly's incoming punch with his palm. "Is this all the strength you possess, Broly?" Ling Tian shook his head, delivering a powerful kick to Broly's abdomen. Boom! Broly was sent flying, crashing into a towering mountain, where he was subsequently buried beneath a cascade of falling stones. "How is this possible?" Paragus exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that this sudden arrival would wield such formidable power. Suddenly, an overwhelming and ferocious energy surged from Broly once more. The stones that had trapped him were blown away by the sheer force of his aura. "Ah, no. This is bad. Broly is about to lose control." Paragus hastily pulled out the controller from his pocket, intending to administer an electric shock to subdue Broly. Ling Tian seized the controller and, with a firm grip, crushed it without hesitation. "What are you doing?" Paragus exclaimed, a look of terror etched upon his face. "You have no idea how terrifying Broly can become when he loses control." Boom! In that moment, Broly's physique had expanded significantly, and his aura surged with intensity. In an instant, he appeared before Ling Tian, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Bang! 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 The sound of their fists clashing echoed like thunder as Broly, undeterred by any injuries, continued his assault on Ling Tian. Suddenly, Broly enveloped Ling Tian in a powerful embrace, energy converging in his chest. Boom! Both were propelled away by the force of the explosion. Ling Tian steadied himself in the air, channeling energy into his fingertips as beams of light shot toward Broly. The death beams. Broly continuously adapted during the battle, his fighting prowess steadily escalating. He extended his palm, gathering energy, and hurled a series of energy spheres to counter the oncoming beams. In an instant, Ling Tian materialized behind Broly. With a resounding thud, a powerful fist struck Broly down to the ground. Broly soared into the sky, enveloping himself in a cocoon of energy. With a fierce roar, he unleashed energy blasts in all directions, proclaiming, "Meteoric explosion." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the thrilling narrative. Ling Tian placed his hand on his waist, forming a blossom-like shape, as he continuously gathered energy. Turtle School Kamehameha. Boom! Broly was struck down from the sky. Undeterred by his numerous injuries, he charged at Ling Tian once more. Grasping Ling Tian's arm, he relentlessly swung his fists, delivering crushing blows to Ling Tian's abdomen. Broly once again concentrated energy in his chest, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Ling Tian had his arm severed by an explosion, while Broly's upper body was marred by wounds. Broly summoned a protective shield around himself and launched yet another assault on Ling Tian. Bang! Ling Tian's full-force strike could not breach the protective shield. Broly's power has swiftly surpassed my own. Ling Tian was astounded by the formidable strength of the transcendent bloodline. Broly soared into the air, continuously manifesting energy orbs in his hands, launching them at Ling Tian. The small energy spheres he hurled instantly transformed into colossal entities. Boom! Ling Tian was engulfed by countless energy orbs, vanishing without a trace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful revival. Now, the death rewards will be distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Light Eye Line. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Legendary Scion Bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Consciousness Recovery Agent 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Combat Power of 1 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the reward, Spirit Beans 500. The system reviews personal attributes. Host, Ling Tian Bloodline. Earthling, Legendary Scion Age. 24 years skills, Chi Perception. Sky Dance Technique. Chi Wave, Kamehameha, Dragon Fist, For Body Fist, Afterimage Fist, Solar Fist, Chi Round Slash, Power Cannon, Magic Light Killing Cannon, Death Beam, Earth Rending Slash. Cutting Light Disc, Death Energy Bullet, Planet Destruction Bullet, Light Eye Line, Telekinesis, 1,000 Miles Voice Transmission, Instantaneous Movement, Plant Induction, Divine Level Fighting Skills. Items, Storage Ring. Consciousness Recovery Potion 5, Spirit Fruit 140, Spirit Tree Seed 1, Spirit Beans 987. Combat Power 1, 72 billion. What is the Consciousness Recovery agent from the system? The host's potion can be used in conjunction with the uncontrolled legendary bloodline, or it can be consumed by someone whose consciousness is being controlled to break free from that control. Chapter 28, Fierce Battle with Broly. Ling Tian took out a vial of potion and drank it, uncertain whether possessing the transcendent bloodline would lead him to lose control. Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly, unleashing the entirety of his energy as the ferocious aura of his transcendent bloodline surged forth from his being. Despite the violent energy emanating from him, his consciousness remained unperturbed. Broly, sensing Ling Tian's formidable presence, rushed toward him with great speed. Perhaps I once feared you, he mused, but now that we both possess the transcendent bloodline, it shall be a test of endurance, especially since I still have the divine beings. Boom, boom, boom. The two stood face to face, inflicting harm upon one another, their fists relentlessly striking in a fierce exchange. Ling Tian, even in the throes of injury, could distinctly perceive a continuous enhancement in his combat prowess. Truly, he is worthy of the legendary bloodline. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Tian was seized by Broly, who forcefully grasped his head and thrust it toward the ground. With Ling Tian in his grip, Broly darted across the surface of the planet, swiftly completing a full circuit around it. Ling Tian was utterly stunned, never anticipating that Broly would employ such a tactic. Ling Tian broke free from Broly's restraints and unleashed the four-body fist. Ling Tian suddenly multiplied into 4, encircling Broly. The 4 Ling Tian relentlessly gathered energy, unleashing an array of formidable techniques upon Broly: the demon-quelling light cannon, the Kamehameha wave, the death beam, and the power blitz. In response, Broly summoned a protective shield, bracing himself to withstand Ling Tian's onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the smoke dissipated, revealing Broly kneeling on the ground. Struggling to rise, Broly emitted a primal roar, his energy surging with even greater ferocity. He swung his fists towards Ling Tian with tremendous force. Bang! The two exchanged blows, each staggering backward from the impact. Ling Tian raised his hand, energy coalescing around his fingertips. Planetary annihilation. Broly gathered a colossal energy sphere in his palm and hurled it toward Ling Tian. Boom! The two forces collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Ling Tian placed his hand beside his head and unleashed the solar fist, momentarily blinding Broly. Broly, in agony, clutched his eyes. Ling Tian swiftly appeared above Broly, delivering a powerful kick that sent him plummeting into the ground. Once again, he gathered energy in his hands, unleashing the technique known as Earth Shatter. With a thunderous roar, a massive fissure opened on the planet Wampa, causing it to tremble violently. Volcanoes erupted, spewing forth lava that flowed across the surface. Broly emerged from the depths, intent on continuing his assault on Ling Tian, but his body could not withstand the relentless surge of overwhelming energy. He coughed up blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ling Tian swiftly caught Broly, sensing Paragus' aura, and rapidly flew towards him. What is happening on this planet, with its continuous tremors? Why is Broly unconscious? Paragus inquired. Ling Tian paid no heed and instead seized Paragus, employing instantaneous movement to depart from Wampa Star. With a resounding boom, mere moments after their departure, Wampa Star erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, vanishing entirely from the cosmos. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly and Paragus, instantaneously transported to an unfamiliar planet. Paragus gazed in disbelief at the enchanting surroundings, the cerulean sky, and the exquisite environment. After enduring a decade of longing for a spacecraft to whisk himself and Broly away, he had finally escaped the desolate wasteland of planet Vampa. By the way, Broly. Paragus turned to the side, noticing Broly unconscious. What have you done to Broly? He inquired. He is merely fatigued from battle and will awaken shortly, Ling Tian replied. Bang! Ling Tian retrieved a universal capsule containing a house from his storage ring and tossed it onto the ground. Let us take Broly inside, Ling Tian declared. Stepping into the house first, the small object transformed into a dwelling, leaving Paragus in a state of astonished disbelief. Shortly after entering, Broly awakened. Ah, he groaned, his body aching and covered in wounds from the recent battle. Broly, you're finally awake, Paragus exclaimed. Here, eat this. Ling Tian offered a magical bean to Broly. Without hesitation, Broly tossed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. A warm sensation enveloped him, and soon his injuries were completely healed. Ling Tian. What was that? Broly inquired. That was a healing bean. Consuming one restores health and stamina. It can also serve as a meal, allowing one to go 10 days without food, Ling Tian explained. This item is truly extraordinary. You just gave it to me so casually, Broly remarked. Don't worry. I have plenty more, Ling Tian assured him. Ling Tian once again retrieved a plethora of food and clothing from his storage ring. Broly, you should indulge in some nourishment before attending to your hygiene, he urged. The aroma of the food was intoxicating. Ling Tian, is it truly permissible for me to partake? Broly inquired. Indeed. From this day forth, you shall savor such exquisite meals daily, Ling Tian assured him. Having spent their days on planet Wampa, Broly and Paragus had never encountered such delectable cuisine. They eagerly filled their mouths with food. Only after Ling Tian produced another bounty from his storage ring did the two feel they had sufficiently satiated their hunger. Broly, let us rest here for the day. Tomorrow, we shall depart from this planet, Ling Tian declared. The following day, Ling Tian posed a question. Broly, Paragus, where do you intend to go from here? My lord. There is still more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more thrilling. Paragus responded. We shall undoubtedly return to planet Vegeta to avenge King Vegeta. It is his fault that Broly and I have endured such a prolonged existence on planet Wampa. Broly, standing silently beside him, offered no further comment. Paragus, planet Vegeta has long since been obliterated by Frieza. The number of surviving Saiyans is dwindling, Ling Tian stated. What? Planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza? Paragus exclaimed in disbelief, for the Saiyans had always served Frieza, assisting in his conquests. Why would Frieza destroy planet Vegeta? He questioned. Frieza, fearing the emergence of Super Saiyans, eradicated planet Vegeta. Moreover, the surviving Saiyans have already transformed into Super Saiyans and have vanquished Frieza, Ling Tian elucidated. Super Saiyan? The legendary Super Saiyan? Paragus was taken aback. Not the legendary Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan is merely a transformation that significantly amplifies a Saiyan's combat prowess. If you diligently train, Paragus, you too may achieve the status of Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan is Broly, who was endowed with immense power from birth due to his unique bloodline, requiring no training to enhance his strength, Ling Tian explained. I too can become a Super Saiyan. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Paragus was left utterly stunned. Ling Tian retrieved a consciousness restoration potion from his storage ring and handed it to Broly. Broly, the loss of your rationality during battle is a consequence of the legendary Saiyan bloodline. Once you consume this, you shall no longer succumb to such lapses, Ling Tian stated. Thank you so much. Broly expressed his gratitude, taking the potion and downing it in one swift motion. Now, Broly, release your energy and see if your consciousness remains unaffected, Ling Tian suggested. All right. Broly clenched his fists, channeling his energy, which surged and erupted with ferocity. Chapter 29, Cultivation in the Cosmos Boom. The powerful aura caused the planet to tremble violently. Broly maximized his energy output, and remarkably, his consciousness remained intact. This is fantastic. I will no longer lose control and attack recklessly, Broly exclaimed, elated. Thank you for aiding Broly. Paragus expressed his appreciation. The system assessed Broly and Paragus's combat power. Ding. Broly, 36. 7 billion combat power. Bloodline, legendary Saiyan. Paragus, 260,000 combat power. Bloodline, Saiyan. Broly has reached 36. 7 billion combat power so swiftly. When I first arrived on planet Wampa, my power was merely 720 million, and I could easily send Broly flying. To see such a tremendous increase after just 2 battles is a testament to the might of the legendary Saiyan bloodline. My own combat power should be comparable to his. The system checked Ling Tian's personal attributes. Ding. Host, Ling Tian bloodline. Earthling, legendary Saiyan age. 24-year skills, key perception, flight technique, energy wave, Kamehameha, after image fist, for body fist, dragon fist, solar fist, key round slash, energy cannon, magic light killing cannon, light beam, death ray, cutting light disc, planet destroying bomb, death energy bomb, earth splitting slash, telekinesis, long range telepathy, instant transmission, plant growth, supreme combat techniques. Items, storage ring, consciousness restoration potion 3, spirit fruit 140, spirit tree seed 1, senzu beans 986. Combat power, 42. 6 billion. Upon seeing the combat power section, Ling Tian was utterly astonished. 42. 6 billion combat power. How extraordinary. I had no idea that acquiring a legendary Saiyan bloodline would yield such a substantial enhancement. It seems I must seek out formidable opponents for further combat. Ling Tian, what are you doing? Why do you seem lost in thought? Broly inquired. Oh, I'm fine, Broly, Ling Tian replied. Have you all decided where to go next? I don't know, Broly shook his head. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. King Vegeta is dead. We left planet Wampa seeking revenge. And now we are uncertain of our next destination. Paragus also appeared somewhat bewildered. Broly, why not join me in cultivating across the cosmos? Let us discuss the prospect of establishing a stable life on that distant planet in the future, Ling Tian remarked. Is that truly feasible? Broly inquired. Ling Tian, I shall rely on you for this endeavor, Paragus stated. Broly grasped my shoulders tightly. We are bound for the next planet. Ling Tian, along with Broly and Paragus, diligently practiced on various celestial bodies throughout the universe. Occasionally, he engaged in combat with Broly, imparting upon both of them techniques for sensing energy and some easily learnable maneuvers. Unbeknownst to them, 2 years slipped by. One day, Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus found themselves on a new planet. The trio traversed the landscape, yet discerned no signs of human habitation. The environment of this planet was quite pleasant, adorned with towering trees reaching heights of 100 meters. And the land and ocean shared an equal proportion of 50% each. Ling Tian, there appears to be no one on this planet. Should we consider departing? Broly inquired. Let us not be hasty in our departure. This planet is fortuitously uninhabited, a rare encounter indeed. We shall cultivate the spirit tree here, Ling Tian replied. The spirit tree? Is that not the source of the fruit we consumed previously? Paragus asked. Yes, that is indeed the fruit born of the spirit tree, Ling Tian confirmed. Recalling the spiritual fruits consumed during their 2 years of training, which had rejuvenated Paragus significantly, as he had partaken of numerous fruits himself. Ling Tian spoke as he retrieved seeds from his storage ring and dug a pit in the ground to plant them. Before he could cover the seeds, they transformed into saplings, growing rapidly until they became towering trees that pierced through the clouds and reached outer space. The enormous tree began to bear unripe fruits. Ling Tian. The transformation of this seed is astonishing. It happened in an instant. Broly exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Paragus was equally taken aback by the sudden change. This is my first time cultivating a spirit tree. The fruits you previously consumed were from trees planted by others, Ling Tian explained. We shall patiently await the ripening of the fruits. The environment of this planet has undergone significant changes. Many areas have turned into deserts, and the oceans are nearly depleted. Broly noted. Broly, this is a normal phenomenon. Planting a spirit tree disrupts the planet's ecosystem. I had refrained from planting before because it was once inhabited, Ling Tian clarified. This spirit tree is incredibly powerful. It is on the verge of draining the planet's energy. The spirit fruits are ripening. Let us hasten to harvest them and depart from this planet, he urged. The three separated to gather the fruits, and after collecting them, Ling Tian discovered seeds at the top of the tree. Upon returning to the ground, he began to tally the total number of fruits harvested, 367 in all. He had not anticipated such an abundant yield. It seemed the quantity of fruits was indeed related to the size and condition of the planet. Ling Tian generously bestowed upon Broly and Paragus 100 spirit fruits each, reserving the remaining 167 within his storage ring. Ling Tian. This is far too generous of you, Broly exclaimed. Broly, you may store them in the universal capsules. In the future, should we encounter uninhabited planets, we can continue to cultivate. Ling Tian replied. Very well. Thank you, Ling Tian. Paragus expressed his gratitude. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, for the story only grows more thrilling. Let us depart. Ling Tian utilized instantaneous movement to transport the two away from the planet. Snap. Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus suddenly manifested within a conference room, eliciting astonishment from those present. "Seize them immediately!" bellowed a cosmic being sporting a wild boar's head. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from all directions. In no time, the trio found themselves surrounded by hundreds of extraterrestrial beings. "What transpired here?" inquired General Inkyra. "These three individuals have unexpectedly appeared at the base, and we are preparing to apprehend them for King Shrag," a soldier reported. "Shrag, I never anticipated being instantaneously transported to his base," Ling Tian murmured. "What shall we do now?" Broly asked. "Broly, instruct your father Paragus to handle them. We shall await the arrival of someone outside," Ling Tian replied. "Father, I must trouble you. Ling Tian and I will wait for you outside," Broly asserted, and in an instant, they both appeared outside the base. "Where have those two gone?" the soldiers wondered. "Never mind that. Let us capture this one and ensure he does not escape." The cosmic beings surged toward Paragus. Despite their relentless assaults, they could not even graze the hem of Paragus's garments. "You useless lot. How can so many of you be unable to subdue a single individual?" Ankyra fumed. In a fit of rage, Ankyra charged at Paragus, but was swiftly sent flying by a single slap from him. "How utterly dull. I shall take my leave," Paragus declared, delivering a powerful punch to the rooftop of the base, soaring into the sky as he gathered energy. A ki blast was unleashed upon the base. With a thunderous roar, the soldiers and the entire facility vanished without a trace. "Ah, who did this?" a furious cry echoed from a distance. Chapter 30. Return to Earth suddenly. A towering Namekian appeared in midair, his tattered clothing indicating the severity of the explosion. Shrag, still asleep, had been rudely awakened by the ki blast. Shrag glared at Ling Tian and his companions, asking, "Did you three destroy my base?" Ling Tian pointed at Paragus and declared, "It is not us. It is he who has destroyed your base." Paragus was rendered utterly speechless. "Did you not instruct me to eliminate them? How can this be? You are courting death." Slag, consumed by fury, charged at Paragus with great haste. With a resounding thud, Slag's fist sent Paragus hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. How can this be possible? Paragus thought in disbelief. His combat prowess had escalated so significantly, and yet, throughout 2 years in the cosmos, he had not encountered anyone stronger than himself. Paragus' normal state boasts a combat power of 8.26 million, unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, while Slag's normal state possesses a combat power of 20 million, which can amplify tenfold when he enlarges. "Humph, I expected you to be formidable. Yet you dare to attempt the destruction of my base with such feeble abilities," Slag scoffed. "You shall meet your demise." Slag relentlessly pummeled Paragus, who possessed no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Something is amiss, Ling Tian pondered. Initially, he had hoped to provoke Paragus into transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet to his surprise, Paragus had shown neither the desire for power nor the fury that might incite such a transformation. "Never mind. I shall await another opportunity." "Broly, why do you not hasten to rescue your father? Just render Slag half dead. He is still of use to me," Ling Tian urged, observing his father endure the onslaught. Broly was eager to intervene, sharing the same sentiment as Ling Tian, realizing that Paragus was incapable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, Broly appeared beside Paragus, seizing Slag's fist mid-attack and swiftly sending him crashing into a towering mountain. Upon witnessing his father's battered state, Broly was consumed by rage. "Ah!" Slag unleashed his energy and transformed, his body swelling to the size of a small mountain, with a combat power of 200 million. "You shall perish." Slag concentrated energy into his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Broly and Paragus. In response, Broly conjured a protective shield to safeguard Paragus. With a thunderous roar, the smoke dissipated, revealing Broly and Paragus unscathed. "How can this be? My strongest attack has proven ineffective," Slag exclaimed, astonished. Broly swiftly materialized before Slag, delivering a series of powerful blows to his abdomen. "Ah!" Slag's mountainous form crashed heavily to the ground. Unperturbed by the consequences, Broly continued his assault. "Ling Tian said not to kill you, so I shall spare you a breath." "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Shrag possessed no capacity for resistance, only able to emit a series of anguished cries. He was mercilessly pummeled by Broly, to the extent that he could no longer sustain his transformation, reverting to his original form. Now, Shrag was battered and bruised, his visage marred and his body devoid of any unscathed area. Yet he clung to the last vestiges of life. Broly seized Shurag and soared towards Ling Tian. What purpose do you have for this wretch? Broly inquired. Ling Tian approached the limp figure of Shrag, who lay helplessly on the ground, and spoke. Shrag, I have heard that your kind, the Namekians, possess the ability to assimilate. This process can significantly enhance another's combat prowess. Would you be willing to undergo such an assimilation with someone? During the time on Namek, Piccolo had not assimilated with anyone, leaving uncertainty about his current strength. Nevertheless, Shrag, despite being a villain, still holds potential value. Assimilate? I refuse to assimilate. You may as well kill me. I will never submit to assimilation. Shrag bellowed with the last of his strength. It appears that you will not acquiesce without enduring some hardship, Ling Tian remarked. Ling Tian shook his head and retrieved 20 celestial beans from his storage ring, presenting them to Broly. Broly, I trust you haven't yet had your fill of combat. Feed him these beans. Each time he is nearly defeated, let him consume one. Once Shrag agrees, there will be no need for further confrontation, Ling Tian remarked. Understood. Ling Tian, Broly replied eagerly. After consuming one celestial bean, Shrag experienced a complete recovery and attempted to flee. However, before he could ascend far, Broly delivered a powerful punch, sending Shrag plummeting from the sky. Bang! Shrag crashed to the ground with a thud. Ah, cursed fate. After enduring several rounds of torment, Shrag became more compliant, quickly acquiescing to Ling Tian's terms of merging with another individual. Shrag, I expected you to withstand all 20 beans. I am surprised you succumbed after just a few. Ling Tian chuckled. Ling Tian, where shall we go now? Paragus inquired. Let us journey to Earth. It has been far too long since my last visit. Ling Tian declared. Ling Tian, what kind of place is Earth? Broly asked curiously. It is the planet where I have spent most of my life, and the remaining Saiyans predominantly reside there. You shall have the opportunity to meet them, Ling Tian explained. Broly, excited by the prospect, wondered what Earth would be like. Broly, hold on to Shrag tightly, and ensure he does not escape. We are returning to Earth, Ling Tian instructed. Very well. The aura of the Supreme God has been detected. Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation, causing the 4 individuals to vanish from the planet in an instant. This chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Earth's Heavenly Temple. Ling Tian, Broly, Paragus, and Shrag stood before the Supreme Kai. It has been quite some time. How have you been lately? Ling Tian inquired. Ah, it is you, Ling Tian. Are these 3 individuals your friends? This Namekian exudes a decidedly malevolent aura, the Supreme Kai questioned. Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others, who were engaged in their training, sensed 4 powerful energies emanating from the Supreme Kai's palace, one of which felt particularly sinister. What could this mean? Has an enemy appeared in the palace? Goku pondered. Let us hurry there, Piccolo declared, soaring into the sky towards the palace, with Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta following suit. Krillin from Kame House, Yamcha from the city, and Tien and Chaozu from the mountains also sensed the energy and swiftly made their way to the palace. Upon encountering the Namekian, Shrag was taken aback. You cannot be suggesting that I fuse with this old man. Broly, however, slapped Shrag on the head, admonishing him to behave. Supreme Kai, these 2 beside me are truly my friends. This Namekian is a wicked individual who wreaks havoc everywhere. I brought him here to fuse with Piccolo, Ling Tian elucidated. I see. Would you like me to summon Piccolo? The Supreme Kai offered. No need, he is already on his way, Ling Tian replied. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. Goku and the others arrived at the Supreme Kai's palace. Ling Tian, so it is you who has returned. The last time you brought Bulma's sister back. You didn't come to see us, Goku exclaimed, embracing Ling Tian with excitement. Kakarot, you are Kakarot, Broly shouted. Do you know me? Goku asked, puzzled. With a sudden surge of energy, Broly unleashed a ferocious aura that erupted forth. In an instant, Broly appeared before Goku and struck him out of the palace in pursuit. Chapter 31. The Identities of Broly and Paragus. Chapter 32. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Gulp. 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 Bulma, I am about to starve. Let us hurry back to your home for a meal. Goku exclaimed. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Bulma replied exasperatedly. Clang, clang. Goku and his companions devoured their meals, consuming bowls of rice and slurping noodles. Fortunately, they were at Bulma's house, otherwise, at a restaurant. The speed of service would never keep pace with their appetites. Ling Tian mused, thankful that his Saiyan bloodline had not increased his appetite. Or else how much would he need to eat in one sitting? The robot continued to bring dish after dish until Goku and the others finally felt sated. "Ah, I am so full," Goku proclaimed with a satisfied expression. "Ling Tian, is the universe enjoyable? Are there formidable opponents?" Goku inquired. "The universe is vast. I have only traversed a small portion of it," Ling Tian replied. Ling Tian remarked that he had not encountered any other formidable opponents. "By the way, Wukong has something wonderful for you all." Ling Tian retrieved the spiritual fruit from his storage ring and distributed it among several individuals, dividing it into 5 pieces. Ling Tian presented Bulma with 20 spirit fruits, which possessed the remarkable ability to rejuvenate and extend one's lifespan. In due time, she could offer them to your parents. "Is that true? I am immensely grateful to you, Ling Tian," Bulma exclaimed with excitement as she began to consume the fruit. "This fruit is truly extraordinary. Upon finishing, I feel as though my strength has noticeably increased," Krillin remarked. Indeed, consuming the spirit fruit enhances combat prowess, though the effects diminish with greater quantities, Ling Tian elucidated. "Has anything significant transpired since your departure, Goku?" Ling Tian inquired. "After you left, Frieza and his father visited Earth. Frieza has become exceedingly powerful, but fortunately, he was defeated by Gohan. Additionally, a boy from the future warned us about the emergence of androids," Son Goku replied. "Those androids are set to appear in just a month's time," Piccolo added. "With Frieza's newfound strength, the androids are likely to be formidable as well. It is astonishing that despite Goku and the others' relentless training, the course of events remains unchanged. Goku, Vegeta, the androids are in your capable hands. Broly and I shall venture into the hyperbolic time chamber," Ling Tian declared. "Very well, Ling Tian. You must engage me in battle next time. I sense you've grown considerably stronger," Son Goku responded. "Humph. Leave those puppets to me," Vegeta proclaimed with bravado. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. Vegeta had maintained this habit for several years. "Gohan, please take these 5 spirit fruits and 2 universal capsules back to your mother. They contain a plethora of exquisite jewels and precious items from across the universe," Ling Tian instructed. "Thank you, Uncle Ling Tian." Gohan expressed his gratitude. "Farewell, everyone." Ling Tian and Broly, along with Paragus, soared towards the temple. "Heavenly God, Broly and I wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber," Ling Tian expressed. "Certainly, Bopo. Please escort them," the Heavenly God replied. Ling Tian presented 10 spiritual fruits to the immortal and Bobo, which possessed the ability to extend one's lifespan. "Additionally, I kindly ask you to take care of Paragus." "Very well." Ling Tian and Broly followed Mr. Popo to the room of spirit and time. "You may enter now, Mr. Popo announced. "There is food inside, but you must exit before the hourglass runs out. Otherwise, the door will close automatically, and you shall be trapped within forever. One must possess immense strength to break through the dimensional barrier and escape." Ling Tian and Broly entered the hyperbolic time chamber, a realm equipped with ample sustenance, water, and spacious accommodations. The air was thin, stiflingly hot, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, while the gravity was 10 times that of Earth. "Broly, let us commence our training now." With a resounding boom, the two unleashed their full power and clashed in fierce combat. Ling Tian unleashed his four-faced fist, encircling Broly. Broly summoned a protective shield, bravely withstanding the onslaught, sending Ling Tian's clones sprawling. Subsequently, he concentrated his energy into a colossal sphere, hurling it towards Ling Tian. As it was cast forth, the energy sphere incessantly fragmented into numerous energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated as Ling Tian's clones were vanquished. Reverting back to his singular form, Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation to position himself behind Broly, delivering a powerful punch that sent him hurtling through the air. With a finger poised upon his forehead, he concentrated his energy. Demon's radiant light cannon. A thunderous roar erupted as Broly surged forth from the billowing smoke, launching an immediate assault on Ling Tian. Both combatants relentlessly exchanged blows, eschewing any attempts at evasion. In this moment, the transcendent bloodline manifested its formidable prowess, continuously amplifying their fighting strength. Suddenly, Broly seized Ling Tian's fist, gathering energy at his chest. The ensuing collision of energy orbs detonated violently upon impact with Ling Tian, propelling him away with tremendous force. Ling Tian steadied his form in the air, placing his hand at his waist to gather energy. Kamehameha. Broly unleashed a powerful energy wave in response. The two forces clashed in midair, locked in a fierce struggle. Huh. Ah. Both warriors let out furious roars as their energy surged. With a resounding boom, the energy erupted, sending Ling Tian and Broly hurtling away. Both were battered and bruised, their garments tattered and torn. Ling Tian retrieved 2 celestial beans from his storage ring, consuming one himself before offering the other to Broly. The two engaged in combat relentlessly, save for moments dedicated to sleep and meals. Unbeknownst to them, they spent 2 years within the hyperbolic time chamber. As the hourglass neared its end, Ling Tian called for Broly to exit the chamber together. Broly, how is it that you have emerged after merely 2 days? Have you completed your training so swiftly? Paragus inquired. Father, time within the hyperbolic time chamber differs greatly from that outside. While only 2 days have passed externally, 2 full years have elapsed within. Broly clarified. Oh, I see. Truly, it is a remarkable place. Paragus acknowledged. Ling Tian, how was your training this time? The Supreme Kai asked. It was quite fruitful. My strength has seen significant enhancement. Ling Tian replied. Ling Tian and Broly are both capable of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. During this transformation, their hair takes on a greenish hue, while it appears golden when they unleash their power. Upon transforming, their muscles expand dramatically, and their height increases substantially. In this form, both strength and speed experience a remarkable enhancement. Without imposing any strain on the body, fatigue does not accelerate, and they possess an extraordinarily high level of defense. Heavenly God. We shall take our leave now. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly and Paragus, soared towards the seaside, intent on discovering an island where they could establish a dwelling and settle down. Thus, the trio spent a leisurely month engaged in fishing and appreciating the scenic beauty around them. One day, Ling Tian summoned Broly and Paragus, and with a mere thought, they teleported to the side of Sun Wukong. At that moment, the group was quietly awaiting the arrival of the androids atop a towering mountain. How long have you all been here? Ling Tian inquired. We've been here for nearly an hour, yet the androids have yet to make an appearance, Sun Wukong replied. Humph. Kakarot, are we being deceived by that young boy? Vegeta interjected. Bulma, it is far too perilous to bring Trunks to such a place. Ling Tian admonished. I merely wished to see what the androids looked like. Bulma retorted. Ling Tian, how did you know his name is Trunks? I haven't even told you. Bulma exclaimed. Ha. Sun Wukong and Piccolo are aware too. In truth, that boy from the future is none other than the grown-up Trunks, Ling Tian elucidated. Kakarot, why didn't you inform me of this earlier? Vegeta fumed. This was Trunks' request. You may inquire with him if you wish, Sun Wukong chuckled. It seems the androids will not be showing up. Let me take you all to search for them instead. Ling Tian spoke as he soared into the sky, heading toward the direction of the northern capital. Chapter 33, The Android Base. Upon witnessing this, the others followed Ling Tian toward the northern capital. Sun Wukong had already taken medication for his heart condition and would not suffer a relapse. The android base was situated within a nearby cave. Let us split into pairs and search the area. Once we locate it, we will amplify our energy, and we shall converge, Ling Tian instructed. The group dispersed in various directions. Inside a cave, an emaciated old man clad in a jacket, adorned with a black hat emblazoned with a red ribbon insignia, and sporting long white hair and a beard, was busily operating a computer surrounded by an array of sophisticated instruments, seemingly engaged in research. No, 20 was the modified version of Dr. Gero. Number 20, it seems someone has arrived. I sense numerous powerful energy signatures nearby, remarked a corpulent figure. We have never ventured outside. How could we be detected? Number 19, go outside and ascertain who approaches, Number 20 commanded. My ultimate weapon, Cell, is nearing completion. Soon, I shall exact my revenge on Sun Wukong and his companions. Why must someone interrupt at this critical moment? Number 20 lamented, continuing to input commands into the computer to expedite the process. During the battle at the Celestial Palace, Sun Wukong and the others collected cells from Broly, Paragus, and Shrag, hastening Cell's evolution. Meanwhile, the newly emerged android number 19 encountered 2 individuals. According to the information, these 2 should be Yamcha and Krillin. Their energy levels were not particularly high. I shall absorb them effortlessly. Krillin, we have searched for so long and still have not found a cave. Perhaps we should rest for a moment? Yamcha suggested. Yamcha, that may not be wise. Ling Tian and the others are likely still searching, Krillin responded helplessly. In a flash, Number 19 appeared behind Yamcha and Krillin, delivering a swift blow to Yamcha's head, rendering him unconscious. He swiftly covered Krillin's mouth to silence him. MMM. MMM. Unable to voice his protests, Krillin resorted to futilely flailing his fists and kicking his legs in an attempt to break free from Number 19's grasp. Cease your resistance. Become my energy. Number 19 activated the energy absorption device in his palm, drawing in Krillin's energy. Haha, your energy is rather impressive. I can feel my strength increasing significantly. Number 19 chuckled. Ling Tian unleashed his aura and surged towards Krillin's location, unexpectedly finding themselves ensnared together. Being drawn into an energy absorption. Ling Tian, have you noticed? The crowd erupted in a surge of their own auras, following suit. Ling Tian stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the energy-absorbing Android 19 flying. He retrieved a magical bean from his storage ring and fed it to Krillin. Krillin, how are you feeling? Inquired Sun Wukong. Wukong, I'm fine. Thankfully, Ling Tian saved me. That android possesses a device capable of siphoning energy. I was nearly drained dry just moments ago. You all must exercise caution, Krillin responded. This is what an android looks like. It doesn't seem overly formidable. Allow me to handle this, Vegeta declared. You can absorb energy, can you? Watch as I pulverize you into oblivion with my fist. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 1, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth as he charged at Android 19. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist collided with 19's abdomen, sending the android reeling backward like a shrimp. How is this possible? This power surpasses the data collected at the sacred world of the Kais. Android 19 exclaimed in astonishment. This is bad. They are too numerous. I must swiftly return and alert Android 20 for assistance. 19 proclaimed as he fired energy blasts at the ground. Boom, boom. The blast struck the earth, creating explosions and billowing smoke, allowing Android 19 to make his escape. As the smoke dissipated, there was no trace of Android 19 to be found. Damn it. He managed to get away. Vegeta fumed. Ling Tian, why can't I sense that android's energy? Sun Wukong asked. They are androids. When they do not release energy, they possess no aura, which makes them undetectable. Otherwise, Krillin and Yamcha would not have been ambushed. Ling Tian explained. Suddenly, with a rush of wind, a youth with blue hair and a long sword strapped to his back appeared before them. This was future Trunks. Uncle Wukong, have you dealt with the androids yet? Trunks inquired. Trunks, why didn't you tell me sooner that you were my son? Vegeta bellowed. Father, I feared it might affect my birth in this timeline, so I kept it to myself, Trunks replied. I had a brief skirmish with the androids. But Vegeta allowed one to escape, Sun Wukong remarked. Kakarot, what are you saying? Vegeta seethed. Ling Tian helplessly shook his head and turned to Broly and Paragus, saying, Let them quarrel here. Let us continue our search together. Broly and Paragus quickly followed Ling Tian as they soared into the distance. Uncle Goku, who are those three? Trunks inquired, puzzled, for he had never encountered any of them in his own timeline. The one flying in front is Ling Tian, whom I mentioned to you before. The other two are Scions that Ling Tian brought back from the universe. That tall Scion is even more formidable than me and Vegeta, Goku explained. Humph. I will surpass them eventually. Vegeta scoffed. More powerful than Uncle Goku and Dad? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. We should hurry and catch up and locate the android's base, Piccolo declared as he shot forward. Seeing this, everyone promptly followed suit. In the cave, Android 19 breathlessly rushed to Android 20, who was engrossed in research. 19. What on earth are you doing? You look exhausted from just stepping outside? Android 20 complained. 20, the ones outside are Goku and his friends. I was no match for them. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been defeated, 19 gasped. Goku. That detestable Goku. How did he discover our base? 20 pondered. Observing the nearly completed ultimate cell, 20 handed 19 a remote control, saying, Go and release androids 16, 17, and 18 to hold them off. They want to go out of control, will they? A look of terror crossed 19's face. You have the remote. What are you afraid of? Hurry. Once ultimate cell is complete, we can eliminate Goku and rule the world, 20 urged. With no choice but to comply, 19 tightly gripped the remote and began to open the experimental chambers. Android 16 was a pure mechanical being, tall and clad in green armor, with a black bodysuit and green boots. Android 17 was a dashing young man with a red scarf, modified from human DNA, possessing a permanent energy core that granted him limitless power, with cells that aged slowly, making him resistant to the ravages of time. Android 18, with her blonde hair and blue eyes, was a striking beauty, also modified from human DNA, sharing the same advantages as 17, and was his sister. 19, it's you. Why did you release us? Where is Dr. Gero? 17 asked. 17 and 18 harbored little animosity towards other androids, only wishing to eliminate Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero has other matters to attend to. Goku and his friends are already outside the base. Let us go deal with them. 19 replied. Goku, it appears that our task is nearing completion. Android 18 has taken flight ahead. Wait for us, Android 18. Android 16, 17, and 19 have followed suit. Chapter 34. Confrontation with the androids whoosh. Suddenly, four androids materialized before Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus as they soared through the skies. You have finally chosen to reveal yourselves. I thought you would hide away for eternity. Where is Android 20? Ling Tian inquired. Hehe. Android 20 has his own matters to attend to. Android 16 and 17. You take care of them. Android 19 chuckled. We are here to seek out Son Goku. You can handle the rest yourselves, asserted Android 17 as he darted towards Son Goku's location. Hey, wait for me. Android 19, realizing he had no allies, hesitated to remain behind alone. As he contemplated fleeing, Ling Tian swiftly appeared before Android 19 and struck him down with a forceful palm. Just as Android 19 attempted to escape, he found himself encircled by Ling Tian and his companions. Hurry and take us to Android 20. Ling Tian urged. I will never divulge that information. Android 19 retorted defiantly. Very well, Ling Tian declared, unleashing his energy as it coalesced into a gleaming disc in his hand, directing it toward Android 19. Cutting disc. Android 19 attempted to absorb the disc's energy, only to have his hand severed in the process. How do you fare now? Next time. It may not be just a hand, Ling Tian remarked. Android 19 trembled as he beheld the floating cutting disc. I will take you to find Android 20, he conceded, unwilling to face death. Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus followed the android number 19 for several minutes until they finally arrived at a concealed cave. The base was well hidden, surrounded by dense trees, making it nearly impossible to discern the presence of this cave from above. Android number 20 is inside. You may enter, number 19 instructed. Are you not coming with us? Where do you intend to go? Broly retorted angrily. Faced with Broly's fierce gaze, number 19 had no choice but to lead the way. They navigated through the cave and descended to an underground level. At last, they beheld android number 20, who was engrossed in operating a computer. How dare you bring Ling Tian and the others to the base? Number 20 exclaimed in fury. Damn it, I only need a few more minutes to complete the experiment. The ultimate Cell is about to be born, he shouted defiantly. Cell is about to emerge so soon? Ling Tian pondered. It was initially expected to take years to finish. But during your battle in the Sacred Land, your cells were collected, accelerating Cell's evolution, number 20 explained. Would you like to witness the might of Cell? It will only take 3 minutes. Recognizing his own inadequacy against the trio, he contemplated whether the Scions would succumb to their arrogance, yearning for a formidable opponent, thereby facilitating Cell's successful emergence. 3 minutes? That can wait, but you two need not remain here, Ling Tian declared. What do you mean? Number 19 and no. 20 were left bewildered. Ling Tian and Broly struck with remarkable swiftness, obliterating their foes' heads in an instant. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions encountered 3 androids. Uncle Wukong. These two are the notorious androids from the future. The towering one is unfamiliar to me, likely a result of my temporal interference altering history, Trunks remarked. Leave these 3 androids to me, Vegeta declared. The battle power of the group was as follows. Sun Wukong, 47, 260, 000 Sun Gohan, 43, 210, 000 Vegeta, 46, 930, 000 Piccolo, 4, 300, 000 Trunks, 10, 000 Android 16, 2, 500, 000 Android 17, 2, 000 Android 18, 1, 900, 000. With a fierce shout, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at the androids. Android 18, recognizing the threat, quickly engaged Vegeta in combat. Trunks also transformed into a Super Saiyan, eager to assist Vegeta. However, Android 17 positioned himself before Trunks, warning him not to interfere with their battle. In an instant, the two began to clash. Trunks swung his sword at Android 17, who effortlessly caught the blade between his fingers, applying a slight pressure to snap it in two. How is this possible? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that these androids were far superior to those from his timeline. With a casual flick, Android 17 discarded the broken sword and delivered a kick to Trunks' abdomen. Trunks was sent flying, reverting from his Super Saiyan form and losing his combat capabilities. Suddenly, Android 18 was sent hurtling away by a punch from Vegeta. Do not engage Vegeta directly. His power has surpassed yours, Android 16 cautioned. How can this be? Android 18 responded, astonished. Seeing his sister in distress, Android 17 rushed towards Vegeta. With a resounding thud, he kicked Vegeta away. Damn it! Vegeta quickly regained his balance in midair, channeling energy into his palm to form a purple energy sphere aimed at the androids. Final flash. Androids 17 and 18 combined their energy waves to counter the attack. Upon collision in the air, the waves began to overpower and push towards Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta was struck by both energies, plummeting from the sky. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting. Krillin and Yamcha hurriedly rushed to retrieve Vegeta and Trunks, administering Senzu beans to restore their strength. Something feels amiss. Despite the prolonged battle, their energy shows no signs of depletion, Sun Wukong pondered. Humph. We are androids with boundless stamina. Even if we tire, we could outlast you, came the retort. Number 17 remarked, so that's how it is. Gohan, let us join forces and confront them with all our might. All right, Dad. Gohan responded, with a fierce roar. The two transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and launched an assault on androids 17 and 18. The sound of their fists colliding with bodies echoed loudly. Number 17 and 18 were knocked to the ground. Goku placed his hand on his waist, gathering energy to unleash upon the androids. Kamehameha. Seeing this, number 16 swiftly moved to stand in front of 17 and 18. Intercepting the energy wave. Bang. The Kamehameha was forcefully absorbed by number 16. I didn't expect you to be even stronger than those two. Goku exclaimed. Number 16. Who would have thought this taciturn fellow possessed such formidable strength? Number 17 and 1-8 were visibly astonished. Goku, it seems you cannot defeat them, Piccolo remarked nonchalantly. I could manage against 2. But now with 3, I am at a loss. Goku shook his head. How can this be? Trunks despaired. How could the androids be so powerful? Is there no hope for altering the future? It seems I must take matters into my own hands, Piccolo declared. With a mighty roar, Piccolo's energy surged, surpassing that of Goku and the others. The 3 androids turned pale with fear, astonished by Piccolo's overwhelming strength. Damn Dr. Gero, the information provided was completely inaccurate. Number 17 fumed. In a flash, Piccolo appeared before the 3 androids, delivering a punch to each, sending them flying. The androids fell, unable to resist, gravely injured and incapacitated. I can't believe Uncle Piccolo is this powerful. Trunks gasped in astonishment. It seems we can finally resolve the situation with the androids. Piccolo placed 2 fingers on his forehead, energy converging at his fingertips. Chapter 35, Ultimate Cell. Just as Piccolo was about to unleash the special beam cannon, Krillin shouted, Piccolo, wait. What do you want, Shorty? Piccolo questioned. Puzzled. I feel that all 3 of them are actually good. Let them go. They didn't kill Vegeta or Trunks just now. Trunks mentioned that in his timeline. There is no Android 16, and our history is entirely different from his, Krillin explained. Why should we kill them? Our only target is Goku. If you hadn't rushed at us to attack, I wouldn't have bothered fighting you, number 18 stated. Oh? Is that so? Everyone was bewildered. Trunks could hardly believe the drastic changes exhibited by the same individual across different timelines. Piccolo, perhaps it would be wise to release them, Goku suggested, feeling that Krillin's assessment was not without merit. Very well. From now on, you shall resolve your own issues, Piccolo retorted with a dismissive grunt, dispersing his energy and soaring towards his training location. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan hurriedly pursued him. Damn it. Trunks, come with me to train. We must defeat them next time. Vegeta bellowed. You must refrain from mischief in the future, or I shall ensure your defeat. Goku admonished the 3 androids. With the android situation resolved, the group dispersed into the skies. Android 18, taking Android 17 by the hand, approached Krillin to express her gratitude before departing as well. Krillin felt as though a new dawn was upon him. In a cave, the ultimate cell, having absorbed the cells of Broly, Paragus, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, Slug, Piccolo, and Frieza was finally completed. The ultimate cell shattered its incubation chamber and emerged. With each step, it produced a creaking sound. This new cell was a perfect being, sporting 2 pairs of wings and a tail tucked within them. Its form was predominantly green, adorned with small spots, its feet resembling human ones. And its visage was increasingly human-like. Ling Tian, Broly, how did you find yourselves here? Where is Dr. Gero? Cell inquired, visibly puzzled. Dr. Gero lies over there. Do you seek vengeance on him? Ling Tian responded. Haha, certainly not. I merely wish to thank him for granting me the might of the universe's strongest. Cell replied with a grin. It seems you possess great confidence in your abilities, Cell. Ling Tian stepped forward and grasped Shalu firmly. What do you intend to do? Release me at once. Shala struggled in vain against Ling Tian's hold. Paragus, you should return to the small island. Broly, seize me, Ling Tian commanded. Ling Tian instantaneously transported Broly and Cell to an unfamiliar planet. Where are we? Cell surveyed the strange surroundings and turned to leave. Come now, Cell. I have heard that you possess Broly's cells. Let me witness whether your combat prowess will continue to evolve, Ling Tian remarked. Huh. Ling Tian unleashed all his energy, stepping forward to deliver a powerful kick that sent the fleeing Sheru soaring into the air. Ling Tian placed his hand upon his waist, channeling energy, and unleashed it toward Cell. Kamehameha, he exclaimed. In an instant, the lower half of Cell was engulfed by the energy wave, vanishing without a trace. Cell, stop stalling. Regenerate quickly. I am well aware that you possess the cells of Frieza and Piccolo, Ling Tian urged. How dare you? You seek your own demise. Cell roared, gathering energy, and swiftly reformed his lower half. His power had noticeably increased, suggesting that the Saiyan cells within him were indeed having a significant impact. Huh, Cell bellowed, unleashing his full aura and charging at Ling Tian. Bang, bang, bang. Cell's fists struck Ling Tian relentlessly, yet they inflicted no harm whatsoever. Realizing that his conventional attacks were futile, Cell concentrated energy into his hands and launched a barrage of energy blasts towards Ling Tian, with a resounding explosion. As the smoke cleared, Ling Tian emerged unscathed. How is this possible? You cannot possess such formidable strength, Cell exclaimed in astonishment. In an instant, Ling Tian appeared before Shalu, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Shalu cried out in agony, yet astonishingly, he did not fly backward. It seemed he had grown more resilient. Suddenly, Ling Tian's eyes shimmered with golden light, and 2 beams shot forth towards Shalu. Laser eyes. Before Shalu could react, the beams pierced through his chest. Ling Tian delivered another powerful kick, sending his opponent crashing to the ground, creating a vast crater upon impact. After an intense battle, Ling Tian discerned that despite possessing Broly's cells, Sheru could not fight with the same relentless escalation of strength as Broly. However, the addition of Broly, Paragus, and Shrag cells had rendered Sheru's physical form significantly more formidable, enhancing his regenerative capabilities. How infuriating! Why are you so powerful? Sheru exclaimed in frustration. According to the data from Dr. Gero, he had emerged as a fully realized entity, boasting strength that was unrivaled in the universe. Sheru, do you desire to grow stronger? I can assist you in achieving that, Ling Tian offered. How can I become stronger? Sheru inquired, puzzled. Ling Tian concentrated energy in his hands, forming a circular disc of light, which he hurled towards Cell. The cutting disc severed Cell in half. Ling Tian, aren't you supposed to be making me stronger? What are you doing? Cell roared. Do not be impatient, Cell. Regenerate your body, Ling Tian replied. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Cell erupted in fury, his lower half reconstituting itself. How do you feel? Do you sense a significant increase in power? Ling Tian inquired. It seems I have indeed grown stronger. Cell responded. Ling Tian gestured subtly, and the disc soared toward Shalu. Sensing the imminent threat, Shalu swiftly evaded the oncoming assault. Do you not desire to grow stronger? Ling Tian inquired. No. Shalu shook his head fervently. You handle it yourself. Broly and I shall return to Earth. It is advisable for you to remain on this planet. We will return in a few days. Ling Tian, after finishing his words, instantly teleported away with Broly. In recent days, the news has been rife with reports of inexplicably vanished individuals from the city, leaving only piles of clothing on the ground. It seems that Cell, the one who traveled through time, has made his move, Ling Tian murmured. This Cell is truly weak. He was vanquished by number 17 and the others before the Cell games even commenced. After a simple meal, Ling Tian set out with Broly and Paragus to search for Cell in the city. Meanwhile, Cell, who was absorbing human essence in the city, felt his power surge. Haha. The number 17 and 18 of this timeline have yet to be eliminated. Once I absorb them and evolve into my perfect form, I shall attain the might of the universe. Cell proclaimed with a booming laugh. Beep, beep. You ugly creature, get out of the way. Number 17 shouted from his vehicle. Cell turned to glance at the car. Just as I was contemplating my perfect form, you have conveniently arrived at my doorstep. With a flick of his wrist, Cell conjured an energy sphere and hurled it at the automobile. Number 16, 17, and 18 hastily leaped from the vehicle. Boom. The explosion rang out, and the car vanished without a trace. Do you even know what you're doing, you hideous fiend? Number 17 seethed. Haha. Today is a day of great significance. Number 17 and 18, hurry and help me fuse into my perfect form. Cell chuckled. Chapter 36. Cell transforms into perfect form. The three were left utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend the absurdity of Cell's declarations. It seems you remain unaware of your mission. Allow me to enlighten you. Cell declared. I am the artificial being Cell, created by Dr. Gero using the cells of Son Goku and others after years of research. If you too allow me to absorb you and become part of my being, we shall become invincible warriors. What a delusion. You expect me to be absorbed by you, you grotesque creature? Number 17 retorted. Regardless of your willingness, you are destined to become a part of me, Cell asserted. With a fierce shout, Cell charged at number 17, envisioning his perfect form in his mind. Yet, before he could strike, number 17 sent him flying with a single kick. Humph! With such feeble strength, you wish to absorb us? Number 17 taunted. Cell quickly regained his balance in midair, placing 2 fingers on his forehead as energy surged towards his fingertips, rapidly racing towards number 17. Special beam cannon. It was the same technique previously employed by Piccolo, which had nearly cost him his life. Enraged, number 17 swatted the energy aside and charged at Cell, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. As energy gathered in his hands, countless energy blasts rained down upon Cell. Boom. As the smoke dissipated, only Cell's head remained intact, his body a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, with one arm severed. How could this be? Why was Android 17 so formidable? Cell, now devoid of any strength, lay limply on the ground, struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Die, you ugly fiend, shouted Android 17, his palm extended as energy coalesced into a luminous sphere, hurtling towards Cell. Where exactly had the time machine brought me? Why is this happening? Cell felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. He could only watch helplessly as the energy wave approached him. In that critical moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared before Cell. One of them casually swatted the energy wave into the sky. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. The trio comprised Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus. Sensing a battle occurring in the distance, Ling Tian had swiftly employed instant transmission to arrive on the scene. What is happening? Are these 3 here to rescue me? Dr. Gero hadn't researched any other androids. Cell pondered, perplexed. Get out of my way, Android 17 exclaimed. Cell is still of use to me. You cannot kill him now. Ling Tian replied. This ugly creature still intends to absorb me in 18. If you don't step aside, I'll fight you too, Android 17 retorted angrily. Broly. It seems he still wishes to engage us. Why not go have some fun with him? Ling Tian suggested with a smile. With a fierce roar, Broly unleashed his full power, beckoning Android 17 with a gesture, come at me. Android 17's face turned pale with fear as he struggled to withstand Broly's overwhelming aura, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. The nearby Goku and others, engaged in their training, were taken aback by the intensity of the aura, hastily flying towards the source of the energy explosion. Broly, I asked you to play with him, not to use your full strength. Ling Tian shook his head in exasperation. Isn't that what I did? Broly replied, bewildered. Never mind, let us depart. Ling Tian spoke as he seized Shalu, teleporting along with Broly and Paragus. Number 17, are you unharmed? Inquired number 18. They are truly formidable. Number 17's back was drenched. Whoosh. At that moment, Sun Wukong and the others arrived one after another. Number 17, it's you. Who were you battling just now? Sun Wukong asked. It was Ling Tian and his companions. They subdued the creature that assaulted human cities. That monster is also an android created by Dr. Gero, possessing the cells of all of you, number 17 explained. Ling Tian and his companions are incredibly powerful. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Humph, I shall surpass them sooner or later. Vegeta declared. Uncle Ling Tian, why take the android away? Gohan questioned in confusion. Ling Tian would never engage in wrongdoing. Let us return, Sun Wukong asserted. Everyone nodded in agreement and departed. Ling Tian utilized instantaneous movement to arrive beside Ultimate Cell. Cell, you are quite obedient. You did not flee, Ling Tian remarked. Of course, I wouldn't run away. Having discovered the method to enhance my power, I have been practicing diligently these past few days. My strength has grown immensely, to a point beyond my own imagination. Ultimate Cell responded with a grin. Ling Tian, you are just in time. I can finally exact my revenge for our previous encounter. Broly, this time you may unleash your full strength. As long as his head remains intact, he will not perish. He possesses regenerative abilities and can entertain you for a while, Ling Tian instructed. Understood, Ling Tian, Broly replied. Broly unleashed his energy and charged at Cell, who remained unfazed by the approaching threat. Unexpectedly, Broly seized Cell by the head and slammed it into the ground, racing across the planet. In no time, Broly had circled the planet with Cell's head firmly pressed down. Cell, how does this feel? Hurry and show me your true power, Broly taunted. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the excitement is yet to come. Curse it. Ultimate Cell exploded with rage, swinging his fist at Broly. Bang, bang, bang. Broly absorbed the blows, mockingly retorting. Is that all the strength you possess? Have you not eaten? Broly then grasped Cell and began to gather energy at his chest. What are you doing? Let me go. Ultimate Cell exclaimed in panic. Boom. Except for his head, all other parts of Ultimate Cell were obliterated. Cell, quickly use your regenerative abilities, Broly urged. Wait, something feels off. I recall Ling Tian saying something similar last time, and after I regenerated, I received another beating. It seems my power has not yet surpassed theirs. I must continue to train harder. Ultimate Cell shook his head and said, perhaps we should refrain from further conflict. It's almost time for dinner. And exercising before a meal is not advisable. Broly, come back, Ling Tian commanded. Once Broly retreated, Ultimate Cell dared to regenerate his body. Cell, come here. I have brought you an old friend, Ling Tian announced. Huh, who is this ugly creature? Ultimate Cell inquired, puzzled. This is another Cell, but from a different dimension. You can enhance his combat abilities using that method, and in the process, help him achieve his perfect form, Ling Tian explained. Haha, this is right up my alley. Previously, Ling Tian and the others tormented themselves in this manner. Now, I have a punching bag of my own. Ultimate Cell chuckled. Quickly regenerate your body. Do you not wish to become perfect? Ultimate Cell kicked the battered version of Cell at his feet. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly and Paragus, soared into the distance, retrieving a universal capsule containing a house from his storage ring, preparing to spend the night on this planet. The following day, Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus stood before the Ultimate Cell, observing the version of Cell from another dimension, who had also achieved his perfect form. The two appeared indistinguishable. If their powers were truly equal, one could hardly tell them apart. Impressive. In just one night, you've attained perfection, remarked Ling Tian. There was no choice. My desire for strength drove me to such relentless effort, replied the Ultimate Cell with a hint of detachment. Upon hearing this, Cell felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, nearly brought to tears, for no one could fathom the torment he endured throughout that night. Chapter 37, The Cell Game. Ling Tian instantaneously transported Broly, Paragus, and the two Cell entities back to Earth. Cell, shortly you shall confront Son Goku and his companions, inflicting upon them grievous injuries. And then return to this isle to rendezvous with us. I shall orchestrate your subsequent actions, Ling Tian instructed. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, or you shall face consequences akin to yesterday's, the Ultimate Cell threatened. Understood, Cell replied. The combat powers were as follows. Son Goku, 49. 07 million. Son Gohan, 46. 27 million. Vegeta, 48. 59 million. Trunks, 17 million. Piccolo, 4. 35 billion. Cell, 22. 8 billion. Complete form. While Son Goku and the others were engrossed in their training, they suddenly sensed an immensely powerful energy approaching them. They halted their training and awaited the arrival. Whoosh! Accompanied by a rush of wind, Cell materialized before them. I thought it would be Ling Tian and the others, Son Goku murmured. Who are you? Piccolo inquired. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Trunks. How fortuitous that you all are gathered here. This spares me the trouble of seeking each of you individually, Cell remarked with a smile. I almost forgot to introduce myself. You should all be familiar with me. I am the android Cell, created by Dr. Gero. Cell, weren't you taken away by Uncle Ling Tian? Son Gohan questioned, perplexed. This cannot be right. The 17th and others mentioned you do not appear like this, nor possess such strength, Son Goku asserted. You need not concern yourselves with such details. Let us engage in battle. Cell taunted, beckoning them with a hand. You seek your own demise, Vegeta declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 and charging forth. Bang! Vegeta's fist struck Cell, who retaliated with a swift backhand, sending him flying. Curse you! Vegeta soared into the sky, channeling all his energy into his hands, forming a radiant energy sphere aimed at Cell. Final flash. In response, Cell placed his hand at his waist, gathering energy. Kamehameha. With a thunderous explosion, Vegeta was hurled underground, utterly depleted of his combat energy. Father, Trunks cried out. Since you choose not to engage, do not blame me for being ruthless, Cell proclaimed, with a fierce roar. Cell unleashed his full power and swiftly charged towards Son Goku and the others. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Meanwhile, Piccolo unleashed his full energy, placing 2 fingers on his forehead to concentrate power. Cell delivered a devastating blow, sending the foremost Trunks flying. Son Goku and Son Gohan executed a synchronized kick to Cell's face. If this is the extent of your power, then your time has come to an end. As Cell proclaimed, Goku, Gohan, step aside. Piccolo shouted. Special beam cannon. Humph. A mere parlor trick. Cell effortlessly swatted the energy away. How is that possible? Piccolo gasped in disbelief. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Cell appeared before Gohan and struck him down with a powerful fist. Gohan, Piccolo cried out. It is your turn now. Cell unleashed a barrage of four-armed punches towards Goku and Piccolo. Both Goku and Piccolo were subjected to a relentless beating from the Force cells. With the task accomplished, Cell swiftly flew towards the island where Ling Tian resided. Whoosh. Cell, you've returned so quickly. Did you complete the mission? Ling Tian inquired. Indeed. Goku and the others are all severely injured and have lost their fighting capabilities, Cell replied. Excellent. Now, I have another task for you. Go to the city and find a television station. Announce live that you will host the World Martial Arts Tournament in South City. If no one can defeat you, you will destroy the Earth. Once the tournament is concluded, you shall be free, Ling Tian instructed. Understood. I will see to it, Cell said as he took to the skies. Heading towards the city, Cell stormed into the West City television station, declaring his intentions and conjuring a ki blast to hurl at a distant mountain, serving as a means of intimidation. Inside the Kame house, Krillin saw the news on television and hurriedly contacted Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, urging them to meet at Goku's training location to discuss their next steps. Whoosh. Arriving from afar, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu were astonished by the state of Goku and the others. Goku, are you alright? Who did this? Krillin asked. It was Cell. He is far too powerful. We stand no chance. Goku responded. Goku, wait for me. I will fetch some senza beans from Korin, Yamcha declared before taking off. Krillin and Tien moved everyone into a room. Goku, what should we do now? Cell has already infiltrated the television station and informed all of humanity that in 7 days, he will host the World Martial Arts Tournament in South City. If no one can defeat him, he will annihilate the Earth, Krillin explained. With only 7 days. It seems we must train in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku declared. We still have 1.5 years of training time in the chamber, Piccolo added. Goku. The senza beans are here. Korin said he only had 10, and I brought them all, Yamcha announced. Thank you, Yamcha. Goku replied. After administering the senza beans, everyone fully recovered. This time, I will enter the hyperbolic time chamber first. Trunks, come with me. Vegeta proclaimed whoosh. Whoosh. The group soared towards the temple, preparing to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for their training. The first to enter were Vegeta and Trunks, who emerged after their training as full-powered Super Saiyans. The second group consisted of Goku and Gohan, who exited transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Following them, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu sequentially entered the chamber to undergo their training. The Guardian sensed Cell's formidable strength and hoped that Piccolo could assimilate with him to jointly safeguard the Earth. Heeding the Guardian's counsel, Piccolo initiated the assimilation, his power surging dramatically in an instant. Before they knew it, 7 days had elapsed. Goku and the others flew from various directions towards the location of the martial arts tournament in the south. Upon receiving news via television, androids 16, 17, and 18 also made their way to the tournament venue. Ling Tian, Broly, Paragus, and 2 Cell clones stood upon the arena, awaiting the arrival of the audience. The ultimate Cell, shrouded in a cloak, remained an enigma, obscured from view. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the venue of the martial arts tournament. Present on the stage, aside from Cell, are 4 unknown individuals, announced the host. Ling Tian waved to the host, signaling them to come over for the live broadcast. The host and his assistant hurried down from the mountain towards the arena. Do not fear, I shall ensure your safety. You need only provide commentary throughout the broadcast. Ling Tian assured them. Beep, beep. A distant horn echoed as a middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle emerged from a vehicle, adorned with a championship belt. I never anticipated that Satan would make an appearance, Ling Tian murmured. Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion, Mr. Satan, has also joined the competition, the host announced. Whoosh. Sun Wukong and his companions descended gracefully beside the arena. Viewers, it seems those individuals have flown down from the heavens, the host explained. That is merely an illusion. Mr. Satan scoffed. Quickly, turn the camera there. Ling Tian commanded. The cameraman promptly complied, and the host gazed towards the horizon. Whoosh. Arriving were contestants number 16, 17, and 18. Landing beside Sun Wukong and the others. Ling Tian, I did not expect you all to be here. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Wukong. This time we must rely on you to defeat Cell. Neither Broly nor I will intervene, Ling Tian stated. What if Wukong and the others lose? Krillin inquired. Krillin. You must have faith in Wukong. Believe as you always have that he will prevail, Ling Tian responded. The combat power of the fighters was as follows. Sun Wukong. Super Saiyan 2, 20. 9 billion battle power. Gohan. Super Saiyan 2, 24. 7 billion battle power. Vegeta. Super Saiyan 1, full power, 16. 6 billion battle power. Trunks. Super Saiyan 1, full power, 15. 8 billion battle power. Piccolo. 52. 2 billion battle power. Increased tenfold after assimilating with the Supreme Kai. Cell. 22. 8 billion battle power. Perfect form. It seems everyone has arrived. Who shall take the first challenge? Cell inquired. Naturally. The prince shall go first, Vegeta declared. How can you decide the order without consulting me, Mr. Satan? The latter questioned. Master Satan, allow us to take the lead. The 2 disciples pleaded. Very well. You 2 may go, but do not disgrace me. Satan commanded. Damn it. They're all eager to rush to their demise. Vegeta fumed. Satan's 2 disciples were effortlessly tossed out of the arena by Cell, disqualified from the match. It appears I must rely on the world champion, Mr. Satan. To demonstrate his prowess, he declared, performing a spectacular feat of breaking 15 tiles with his bare hands before charging at Cell with a flurry of punches and kicks. All right. Esteemed audience, Mr. Satan is now launching a fierce assault on Cell, the host narrated. However, Cell swiftly kicked Mr. Satan out of the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satan has fallen from the arena. Now, it remains uncertain if anyone can challenge Cell. The host remarked, I merely lost my footing for a moment. I shall rest before challenging Cell. Mr. Satan interjected, the inconsequential ones have been dealt with. Vegeta, shall you ascend first? Cell inquired. Certainly. I shall vanquish you in one fell swoop, Vegeta declared. With a fierce roar, Vegeta unleashed his full energy, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Ling Tian seized the host and assistant, drawing them close, assuring them that they would be safe during the broadcast, as he would protect them. All is well, he declared. Ladies and gentlemen, another challenger has stepped forward to confront Cell. The overwhelming energy emanating from him causes the ground to tremble, the host announced. Vegeta. I never anticipated such remarkable progress in such a short span. Cell exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it, how have they trained to surpass us so swiftly? Number 17 lamented. With a resounding clash, Vegeta and Cell's fists collided, both being pushed back. Cell raised his hand to his head, preparing to unleash the solar flare. Vegeta, be careful. Goku shouted urgently. Ah, my eyes. Vegeta cried out in agony, shielding his eyes. Seizing the moment, Cell darted above Vegeta, delivering a fierce kick that sent him crashing onto the arena. Boom. The colossal arena was crushed, leaving a deep pit surrounded by a web of cracks. Immediately, Cell began to gather energy in his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Vegeta. Bang. Boom. As the smoke cleared, the arena had vanished, revealing Vegeta, battered and motionless in the deep pit, devoid of fighting capability. Trunks rushed to Vegeta's side, bringing him back to Goku and the others, administering a senzu bean. Dear audience, the arena has been obliterated by their clash. It is unimaginable that humanity possesses such formidable power. However, the valiant warrior has fallen to Cell. And now it is time for our world champion, Mr. Satan, to take the stage, the host explained. Ouch. My stomach hurts terribly. I'll go up in a moment. Mr. Satan groaned, rolling on the ground. Now that the arena is gone, the rules have changed. The entire land shall be our battlefield. Who shall step forward next? Cell proposed. Cell is quite formidable. It appears only Super Saiyan 2 can contend with him. Ling Tian mused. Ultimate Cell, do you still possess absorption abilities? When Cell is on the brink of defeat, you should absorb him. It should significantly enhance your power, Ling Tian advised. Very well. I shall absorb him shortly. Ultimate Cell replied. Cell, I shall fight you. Goku declared, exuding the aura of Super Saiyan 2 with an explosive intensity. Damn, I didn't expect Kakarot to master a new transformation, Vegeta muttered, frustrated. Come on, Goku. Cell beckoned. Without hesitation, Goku lunged at Cell, initiating a fierce exchange of blows. Bang, bang, bang. Their speed escalated, propelling them from the ground into the air. Goku concentrated a powerful energy wave in his hands and hurled it at Cell. Bang. Cell countered, slapping the energy wave aside effortlessly. Swish. With a swift display of instant transmission, Sun Wukong appeared behind Cell and delivered a powerful punch that sent Cell flying. Regaining his composure midair, Cell utilized his technique to create 4 duplicates of himself, surrounding Sun Wukong. The 4 cells placed 2 fingers on their foreheads, gathering energy, and unleashed a barrage towards Sun Wukong. Magic Light Killing Cannon. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong emerged unscathed. Cell, by splitting yourself into 4, your combat power has diminished. He remarked. Humph. I was already aware of that. I merely wanted to test your endurance, Cell retorted. Behold this. Sun Wukong exclaimed, as the 4 cells conjured circular discs of energy and hurled them at him. Cutting discs. Following this, Cell retracted his duplicates and began to amass energy at his waist, forming a sphere of energy in his hand. Kamehameha Wave. Just as Sun Wukong evaded the discs, the Kamehameha Wave surged toward him. If he chose to evade, the earth would surely be obliterated. Thus, Sun Wukong had no choice but to gather his own Kamehameha Wave to counter it. Boom. The 2 formidable waves clashed in midair, resulting in a stalemate. Sir, are those laser-like projectiles truly real? The host inquired. Did you not see clearly? The ground is riddled with craters. What do you think? Responded Ling Tian. Well, it seems rather incredible, the host replied. Humph. Those are merely parlor tricks. They must have pre-installed explosives, Mr. Satan interjected. Yes, indeed. You're absolutely right. Just wait. You'll be the one to challenge Cell next. Ling Tian declared. Ouch. My stomach aches terribly. I think I might die from the pain. Mr. Satan groaned, rolling on the ground. What an uncultured human. Paragus shook his head in disbelief. Bang. A tremendous explosion resonated through the sky as the Kamehameha waves of Sun Wukong and Cell collided violently. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong. No matter how hard you fight to protect the Earth, it is futile. You have completely exhausted your combat ability. You have lost. Cell laughed triumphantly. Cell, I may have lost, but there will be others who will challenge you, and they will surely defeat you, Sun Wukong asserted. Chapter 39. The end of Cell's game. Ha ha ha. Are you jesting, Sun Wukong? There is no one stronger than you and Vegeta here. Surely, you do not expect Ling Tian and the others to step in? Cell scoffed. Gohan, it's your turn to shine. Believe in yourself. You can do this. Sun Wukong encouraged. Gohan. Cell was taken aback. Gohan, do you have confidence in defeating Cell? Piccolo inquired. Uncle Piccolo, I am fine. My father says my strength has already surpassed his. Gohan responded. What? This little brat has surpassed Kakarot. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan, give it your all. Krillin and Yamcha encouraged. Gohan soared towards Cell, standing defiantly before him. How can you allow a child to engage Cell in battle? Mr. Satan protested. Cameraman, hurry and capture every moment. Ling Tian urged. All right. Ha. Gohan let out a fierce roar, his hair standing on end, with a few bangs framing his forehead as bolts of lightning surrounded him, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His battle power surpassing Cell's. How is this possible? How can this little boy possess such formidable strength? Cell marveled in disbelief. Just moments ago, he thought Goku was jesting, but now. Seizing the opportunity while Cell was momentarily stunned, Gohan instantly appeared before Cell and landed a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ah. Cell doubled over. Propelled backward. Damn it. Cell steadied himself mid-air, concentrating energy into his fingertip, a beam of light swiftly hurtling toward Gohan. Death beam. Gohan stacked his hands atop his head, channeling energy to counter Cell's attack. Demonic flash. The death beam was devoured by Gohan's demonic flash, redirecting towards Cell's position. No. Cell was engulfed, losing half of his body. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that Cell has been vanquished by that young boy, the announcer proclaimed. Goku, has Cell been eliminated? Krillin asked. Not yet. Cell's energy still lingers, Goku replied. Suddenly, half of Cell's body hovered in midair, a powerful aura radiating outward, as his destroyed form regenerated. Cell possesses Piccolo's cells, allowing for limitless regeneration, Yamcha noted. Damn it. You will pay for this. Cell's energy surged once more, his tail emerging from beneath his wings. With a charge, 4 miniature cells wriggled into existence. Cell, accompanied by the 4 miniatures, gathered energy to launch an assault on Gohan. Kamehameha Wave. Demonic Cannon. Death Beam. Power Burst. Cutting Disc. Various attacks hurtled toward Gohan. Boom. The air erupted with explosions, leaving massive craters where Gohan had stood. Where is he? Cell pondered, bewildered. Such an attack should not have eliminated Gohan. No. Wait. Suddenly sensing an immense energy approaching from behind, Shara turned his gaze. Just as Shara's attack was about to strike, Son Gohan, employing instant transmission, appeared behind Sharu, placing his hand on his waist to gather energy. Kamehameha. Block it for me. Both Sharu and the 4 small Sharis gathered their own Kamehameha waves to counter. No. Sharu watched in horror as the energy relentlessly advanced, witnessing the sacrifice of the small Sharis one by one. Ultimate Sharu, it's your turn. Otherwise, Sharu might be killed. Ling Tian instructed. Upon hearing Ling Tian's command, Ultimate Sharu swiftly materialized before Sharu, braving the onslaught of the Kamehameha wave. Boom. In that instant of the explosion, Ultimate Sharu rapidly departed with Sharu in tow. Sun Wukong and the others were unable to perceive Ultimate Sharu's movements, as their powers were vastly inferior. Thank you for saving me. Sharu expressed his gratitude. You are thanking too soon, Ultimate Sharu declared as he cast off his cloak, revealing his tail to completely absorb Sharu. No. Sharu screamed in agony. Wukong, Gohan has already eliminated Sharu, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. It feels like something is off. Piccolo remarked. There is something amiss, but Sharu's energy has vanished, Sun Wukong replied. Hey, host, hurry up and come interview me, Ling Tian urged. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Sharu has been defeated by that young boy. He is our Earth's hero. Let us go interview him, the host announced, leaving Mr. Satan bewildered in the wind. Gohan. I knew you could do it, Sun Wukong said proudly. Wukong, why is Ling Tian bringing the host over? Krillin questioned, puzzled. Everyone was perplexed as to why Ling Tian was with the host. Gohan, come over and let the host interview you. You will be a great hero from now on, Ling Tian encouraged. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian, Son Gohan responded. I never expected someone so young to possess such formidable strength and defeat Sharu, saving the Earth. Where do you live? How can you all transform into golden-haired warriors? The host inquired. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh, I live on Bun Mountain, and this is my father, Son Gohan replied during the interview. From then on, many people visited Bun Mountain daily to seek out Son Gohan. And Chi-Chi no longer had to worry about finances. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone gradually departed. Ling Tian, aware of the dire circumstances of the future timeline, summoned Trunks back to the small island for training. A week later, he reached out to Goku with a telepathic message. Goku, what are you doing? I'm training with Vegeta and Piccolo, Goku replied. Come to my island. I will train you alongside Broly, Ling Tian urged. That sounds splendid. I will inform Vegeta and Piccolo at once. Goku responded enthusiastically. In a flash, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo utilized instant transmission to arrive at the small island. Ling Tian. We have arrived, Goku exclaimed with excitement. Where's Gohan? Ling Tian inquired, puzzled. Gohan is at home, as Chi-Chi has kept him there. Many people are coming by daily to interview him, Goku explained. I see. Follow me to the other side of the island. Broly is currently training Paragus and Trunks. Ling Tian spoke as he soared forward, prompting Sun Wukong and the others to hastily follow suit. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could approach the small island, the sound of fists colliding echoed in the air. Whoosh. Before their eyes, Paragus and Trunks engaged in a fierce battle against Broly, whose formidable strength effortlessly absorbed every assault. Broly, pause for a moment, allow Goku and the others to join the training, Ling Tian instructed. Feel free to bring in more. It poses no issue. Broly responded. Trunks, how has your training progressed recently? Vegeta inquired. Father, I can now transform into Super Saiyan 2, Trunks replied. What? Vegeta's face turned pale at the revelation, realizing he had been surpassed by his own son. Observing Vegeta's expression, Sun Wukong and Piccolo hastily covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. Transformation merely amplifies power. It is the base combat strength that truly matters. Vegeta, if your standard combat power were 400 to 500 million against Cell, your Super Saiyan 1 at full power could defeat him in a single strike, Ling Tian elucidated. So that's how it is. Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly grasped the concept. Chapter 40. The battle against Ultimate Cell. Wukong, Vegeta, shortly you will join Paragus and Trunks to surround Broly, but you must only utilize your base forms. No transformations into Super Saiyan, Ling Tian declared. Ling Tian, should I join Sun Wukong and the others as well? Piccolo asked. Piccolo, you shall engage the one cloaked in a cape. Unleash your full strength, Ling Tian instructed. Understood. Piccolo erupted with a surge of energy, startling Sun Wukong and the others. When did you become so powerful? I didn't even see you strike during the battle with Cell, Sun Wukong queried. That old god merged with me, Piccolo replied. So that is the case. Vegeta recalled Piccolo's fusion with Slug, resulting in a tremendous increase in power. By the way, I almost forgot, without the god, the Dragon Balls can no longer be used, Ling Tian noted. What should we do now? Sun Wukong asked. Wukong, you all should continue your training here. I will journey to Namek to seek a new god, Ling Tian resolved. Ling Tian uttered these words and then executed a swift teleportation, departing from Earth in an instant. Ling Tian appeared in a village on Namek. The Namekians, who were busy with their tasks, gathered around, their faces illuminated with recognition for the one who had once saved their planet. Ling Tian, have you come to Namek for a purpose? Inquired the village elder. Could you assist me in contacting Elder Muley? I have matters to discuss with him, replied Ling Tian. I have already informed the elder, responded the village elder. Suddenly, a group of Namekians soared in from the distance. Ling Tian, what brings you to seek me? Elder Muley asked. The deities on Earth have assimilated with Piccolo to combat formidable foes, and I wish to inquire if any Namekians would be willing to journey to Earth as deities. Ling Tian explained. I happen to have someone in mind. Dandy, come here, Elder Muley called. Since our last parting, Dandy has often spoken of you. Dandy, do you wish to go to Earth as a deity? Elder Muley inquired. Yes, Elder, I am willing. Dandy responded eagerly. Then I shall take my leave, Elder Muley. Farewell. Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation, bringing Dandy back to Earth, heading towards the Celestial Temple. Mr. Bobo, this is Dandy, the new deity I have brought from Namek. Please retrieve the Dragon Balls so he may restore them, Ling Tian stated. Dandy, please wait here for a moment while I fetch Gohan and the others. Ling Tian executed several instances of instantaneous movement, bringing Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha to the temple. After Dandy restored the Dragon Balls, he joined Gohan and the others in their playful activities. Ling Tian returned to the island to train alongside Broly and the others, including Sun Wukong. After a month of rigorous training, Trunks was prepared to embark on his journey back to the future. Trunks, you must continue to hone your skills upon your return, for even stronger adversaries will emerge, Ling Tian advised. Uncle Ling Tian, I will strive to improve. Trunks replied earnestly. Farewell, Father, Uncle Wukong, and Uncle Ling Tian. With a flash of white light, Trunks departed in his time machine. Piccolo, you should engage Broly alongside Wukong and the others. I have a matter to discuss with him. Ling Tian instructed. Understood. Piccolo responded. Ling Tian, accompanied by the Ultimate Cell, executed a sudden teleportation, materializing on an unfamiliar planet. Ling Tian, what brings us to this place? The Ultimate Cell inquired, perplexed. We shall engage in battle here. I wish to ascertain how much your power has escalated since absorbing Cell, Ling Tian responded. Haha. My strength has multiplied several times over after absorbing Cell. I may have surpassed you. The Ultimate Cell boasted. You'll find out soon enough. Come at me with all your might. Ling Tian challenged. With an explosive roar, The ultimate cell unleashed his full power, causing the planet to tremble violently as his energy radiated outward, even reaching the distant ears of Goku and his companions on Earth. Broly. Is this overwhelming energy emanating from that cloaked figure? Goku trembled. Indeed. Kakarot, are you afraid? Broly observed Goku's quaking form. How could I possibly be afraid? I am merely exhilarated. I never anticipated such formidable prowess from all of you. I must train diligently to match your strength. Goku declared with enthusiasm. Curse it. I shall surpass all of you in due time. Vegeta asserted. I never imagined that my opponents would possess such immense power, Piccolo murmured. With your current abilities, you are still far from my level. Continue to attack me. Broly stated. The ultimate cell, having absorbed Cell, is now the sole embodiment of Cell in this timeline, and shall henceforth be referred to simply as Cell. After unleashing his energy, the ultimate Cell swiftly launched an assault on Ling Tian. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, Ling Tian landing a punch on Cell's afterimage, only for Cell to seize the opportunity and deliver a powerful kick, sending Ling Tian hurtling away. Ling Tian steadied himself in the air and gazed at the ultimate Cell, exclaiming, I never anticipated your strength would increase so significantly. However, I still have transformations yet to employ. Another transformation? Then you should unleash it without delay. Cell retorted. I don't need to transform to deal with you. Ling Tian declared as he charged towards Cell. Boom. Boom. Their fists clashed with tremendous force. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Since you refuse to transform, I shall strike you until you do. Cell proclaimed. Ling Tian swiftly materialized above Cell, conjuring a luminous disc in his hand and hurling it towards him. Cutting disc. Humph. A mere parlor trick, Cell scoffed. However, as Cell attempted to catch the disc barehanded, his arm was abruptly severed. Are you jesting, Cell? Ling Tian chuckled at the absurdity of the moment. With a roar, Cell unleashed a surge of energy, regenerating his arm, and ascended into the sky, gathering energy in both hands as a multitude of energy spheres surged towards Ling Tian. Boom. Ling Tian was struck by countless energy blasts, his clothing reduced to tatters. Within the swirling smoke, he executed a swift teleportation, materializing behind Cell and delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the ground. The energy he gathered in his hands transformed into a colossal blade, aimed at Cell. Earth-shattering slash. Boom. Cell was cleaved in two, and a massive fissure opened on the planet's surface. Damn it. How could you be so powerful? It seems I must resort to that technique to secure victory. Cell muttered. Ah, it appears you possess a trump card. Hurry and unleash it. Ling Tian urged. If I employ that technique, you may very well perish. Are you not afraid? Cell laughed ominously. Just show me your ultimate move. Ling Tian pressed on. Very well. Cell regenerated his form, instantly reappearing before Ling Tian, seizing him and igniting the energy within. Cell, you wouldn't dare. Boom. A thunderous explosion ensued, and Ling Tian, Cell, and the entire planet vanished without a trace. In the vast expanse of space, a chip-like entity writhed and slowly expanded. Cell had successfully resurrected. He gazed upon the location where the planet once existed, now utterly devoid of its presence, and Ling Tian was nowhere to be found. Ah, had I known, I would not have resorted to that technique. I shall seek the Dragon Balls on Earth to revive you. Cell murmured to himself. Suddenly, a brilliant white light appeared in the distance. Ding. Congratulations, host. Resurrection successful. Now issuing death rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. Acquired skill. Energy shield. Ding. Congratulations, host. Acquired skill. Instant transmission. God of Destruction version. Ding. Congratulations, host. Acquired skill. Time-space traversal. Ding. Congratulations, host. Received reward. Combat power 50 billion. Ding. Congratulations, host. Received reward. Senzabeans X1000. Chapter 41. Future Timespace. The system examined personal attributes. Ding. Host. Ling Tian. Bloodline. Earthling. Legendary Scion. Skills. Key Perception. Flight Technique. Kamehameha. Four-Way Fist. Solar Fist. Dragon Fist. Afterimage Fist. Key Round Slash. Energy Cannon. Magic Light Killing Cannon. Cutting Disc. Death Beam. Earth-Shattering Slash. Planet Destruction Bomb. Death Energy Bomb. Energy Shield. Instant Transmission. God of Destruction version. Plant Growth. Telekinesis. Long-Distance Communication. Time-Space Traversal. Divine Combat Techniques. Combat Power. 100 million. Items. Storage Ring. Consciousness Restoration Potion X3. Spirit Fruit X12. Spirit Tree Seed X1. Senzu Beans X1024. Is the time-space traversal system capable of traversing anywhere? Yes, host. As long as the host envisions a specific place and time. A dimensional barrier will manifest with a wave of your hand, allowing entry to your desired destination. Can the system facilitate the traversal of others? The host can take up to 10 individuals at once. Marvelous. We can bring along 10 individuals, exclaimed Ling Tian with excitement. Whoosh. Hey, Ling Tian. What are you up to? I thought you had vanished. I was even prepared to return to Earth to seek the Dragon Balls to revive you, said Sharu. Are you all right, Sharu? Ling Tian inquired. Of course, I am unharmed. I must admit, Dr. Gero is truly a genius, even if I were to self-destruct. It would be quite challenging to destroy the chip, Sharu elucidated. You should refrain from using that ultimate move too often. You startled me just now. Ling Tian retrieved 2 spiritual fruits and a seed of the spiritual tree from his storage ring and handed them to Shalu. These spiritual fruits can slightly enhance your combat power and extend your lifespan. Since you have little to do at the moment, would you care to plant the spiritual tree? Ling Tian suggested. Shalu took a couple of bites of the spiritual fruit and remarked, the increase in combat power is negligible, but the enhancement of lifespan is quite commendable. How does one cultivate this spiritual tree? It's quite simple, Ling Tian explained. Just find a planet, cast it onto the ground, and it will grow automatically, eventually bearing fruit. The seed is the last fruit that grows at the top of the tree. Very well. I shall give it a try, Shalu responded. Ling Tian retrieved dozens of empty universal capsules from his storage ring and handed them to Sharu, saying, feel free to indulge in the fruits they yield. But do reserve a small portion for Broly, as he also enjoys them. With a swift motion, Sharu accepted the capsules and promptly initiated his journey of planting trees through instantaneous movement. As Ling Tian observed Sharu's departure, he too employed instantaneous movement to return to Earth, soaring towards Bulma's residence in West City. Ah, Ling Tian, it is you. Have you come to seek Bulma? Tai Si inquired. Is Bulma not at home? I wish to consult her regarding a certain matter, Ling Tian responded. Bulma has stepped out. She is expected to return only by evening, Tai Si replied. I had not seen you last time. I thought you had ventured into the cosmos with Gak, Ling Tian remarked. Upon my return to Earth, I penned a novel about my experiences in the universe, yet to my surprise, the people here showed little interest in it. Thus, I have no plans to seek inspiration among the stars again, Tai Si explained. Tai Si, since you possess such a passion for writing, allow me to share some tales with you. Perhaps they might ignite your creative spark. Ling Tian recounted the tales of Spider-Man and Iron Man that he had encountered before his journey through time to Tai Si. Your storytelling is absolutely captivating, Ling Tian. If transformed into a novel, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers, Tai Si exclaimed with excitement. Before they realized it, night had descended. Ling Tian. What brings you here? Bulma inquired. Bulma, you have finally returned. I wish to enlist your assistance in crafting a Dragon Ball radar, Ling Tian replied. I still possess a Dragon Ball radar at home. I shall retrieve it for you right away, Bulma responded. Not just an ordinary Dragon Ball radar. I require you to create a Super Dragon Ball radar capable of detecting them across the vastness of the universe. The Dragon Balls are the size of planets. Unlike the Shenron on Earth, the Super Shenron can grant any wish, Ling Tian elucidated. A Dragon Ball the size of a planet? I am eager to see what it looks like. I will attempt to create it. Please return in a few days, Bulma declared. Very well. Farewell, Bulma and Tai Si. Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation, returning to the island. Ling Tian, you have returned. What became of the cloaked figure? Inquired Sun Wukong. He has other matters to attend to, currently traversing the cosmos, replied Ling Tian. Vegeta, I have acquired a new skill that allows me to traverse time and space. Would you care to explore the future timeline of Trunks? Ling Tian asked. Is that truly possible? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong, please fetch Gohan so we may embark together. Ling Tian instructed. In an instant, Sun Wukong utilized his teleportation ability, bringing Gohan to their side. Uncle Ling Tian, what do you need me for? Gohan inquired. We are venturing to Trunks' future timeline, Ling Tian responded. With a mere wave of his hand, a dimensional barrier appeared before them, and Ling Tian led Broly, Paragus, Sun Wukong, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo through the portal. As they emerged from the dimensional wall, a scene of utter devastation unfolded before their eyes, a city in ruins. Is this truly the future? Piccolo questioned in disbelief. Is this really Earth? Ling Tian, you haven't made a mistake, have you? Vegeta remarked. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please Please click to the next page to continue reading, for what lies ahead is even more thrilling. Follow me. Upon sensing Trunks' presence, Ling Tian soared into the sky and flew forward. The others hastily followed, utterly incredulous that Earth had transformed in such a manner. Sun Wukong remarked, Kakarot. Is it not due to the lack of strength possessed by you from this timeline that the androids were able to devastate the Earth? Broly interjected. Meanwhile, Trunks was enjoying lunch with Bulma when he suddenly sensed numerous powerful and familiar energy signatures approaching his location. Trunks, what is the matter? Bulma inquired. Mom, someone is coming. I will go and take a look, Trunks replied. Please be cautious. As Trunks emerged from the basement, he was met with the sound of rushing wind. Whoosh, whoosh. Ling Tian and the others flew over. Father, Uncle Ling Tian, Uncle Wukong, what brings you all here? Trunks exclaimed with excitement. Trunks, where's Bulma? Vegeta inquired. Mother is in the basement. Come with me. Trunks replied. The group followed Trunks as he led them through winding paths into a secluded underground chamber. Trunks, you've returned so swiftly. Bulma's voice echoed from a distance. Wukong, Vegeta, have you been resurrected? Bulma embraced Vegeta tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Mother, this is my father from the time I traveled through dimensions, along with Uncle Wukong, Trunks explained. My apologies. Bulma released Vegeta, her face filled with remorse. It's quite all right, Bulma. Vegeta reassured her. Bulma invited everyone to take a seat in the living room. Trunks, have you dealt with the androids in Cell? Ling Tian asked. Uncle Ling Tian, I managed to handle the 2 androids, but I have no idea where Cell is hiding, Trunks replied. I see. Broly, come with me. We shall seek out Cell, Ling Tian said as he led Broly out of the basement. Is that him, Ling Tian? Bulma asked. Mother, that is indeed Uncle Ling Tian. Trunks responded. Bulma, peace will soon return to Earth. Son Goku comforted her. Chapter 42. The Successful Resurrection of Future Wukong and Others. Ling Tian and Broly unleashed their formidable auras, persistently searching for Cell's whereabouts on Earth. Who are these 2 individuals? Their energy is utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Cell swiftly maneuvered through the city, seeking a suitable place to conceal himself. Humph. He dares to hide. Broly concentrated his energy into a sphere and hurled it at an abandoned building. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike, Cell leapt out from a window. In a swift motion, Ling Tian appeared before Sheru, delivering a punch that obliterated him completely. After vanquishing Sheru, Ling Tian utilized his instantaneous movement to return to the basement with Broly. Uncle Ling Tian, was it resolved so quickly? Trunks inquired. It is resolved. Now we shall restore the Earth. Goku, hold on to me, and I will take you to Namek, Ling Tian declared. Swish. Ling Tian and his companions arrived on Namek. After Son Goku and Piccolo briefed the Grand Elder on their situation, he communicated with the other elders to summon the Dragon Balls. The elders from various villages gradually arrived, each carrying a Dragon Ball, and soon, all 7 were gathered. The Grand Elder declared, Come forth, Dream God Purunga. Please grant my wish. In Namekian, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated with one another, and a golden light dissipated, revealing Purunga in midair. With eyes aglow, Purunga addressed them. Whoever has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. I shall fulfill it, regardless of its nature. What wish shall you make? Inquired the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, please resurrect Piccolo from Earth before us, Son Goku responded. Purunga, please bring Piccolo from Earth back to life here, the Grand Elder requested. In Namekian, this wish is quite simple. Purunga's eyes sparkled. In a flash of golden light, Piccolo materialized before the gathered crowd. Did I not already perish? Who has resurrected me? Why do you resemble me? Future Piccolo was bewildered. Your wish has been granted. Please state your next desire. The Grand Elder then said, Purunga, with all your might, strengthen Namek and Earth. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this desire? The Grand Elder asked. Indeed, Ling Tian affirmed. Thank you. The Grand Elder expressed his gratitude. Namekians do not use the Dragon Balls for their own wishes. Purunga, please use your utmost power to fortify Namek and Earth. The Grand Elder commanded. These 2 wishes are quite straightforward. Purunga's eyes glimmered. 3 minutes later, he proclaimed, Your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. Purunga transformed into 7 stones and soared away. After exchanging pleasantries, Dandy also agreed to become the new god of Earth. Well then, Grand Elder, we shall take our leave. Farewell. After Ling Tian concluded his words, he led the group to instantaneously teleport back to the Earth's divine temple. Within the temple, the elder deity, after a protracted period of contemplation, opted to merge with Piccolo, thereby significantly enhancing Piccolo's power in the future. With the assistance of Mr. Popo, Dandy successfully restored the Dragon Balls, which could grant 3 wishes, allowing even those who had perished multiple times to be resurrected. Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated with each other, and a golden light illuminated the sky as Shenron was summoned. The dragon proclaimed, "The one who has gathered the Dragon Balls. State your wish. Regardless of its nature, I shall fulfill it. Please resurrect Goku, who succumbed to a heart disease." Ling Tian declared. This wish was quite simple. Shenron's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Goku was revived amidst the ruins. Your wish has been granted. Please state your next wish. Shenron. Restore the Earth to its former state before it was ravaged by the androids, Ling Tian requested. This wish was also quite simple. Shenron's eyes shone brightly once more. A minute later, the once desolate Earth had transformed back into its former splendor. Your wish has been fulfilled. Please state your final wish. Shenron. Resurrect all those who were slain by the androids, Ling Tian implored. After a brief hesitation in midair, Shenron responded, "This wish is quite simple." The dragon's eyes sparkled as those who had fallen to the androids began to revive one by one. 3 minutes later, your wish has been granted. Farewell. Shenron transformed into 7 stones and dispersed across the earth. Dandy, why don't you join us to meet the revived Goku and the others? Ling Tian suggested. Absolutely. Dandy replied with enthusiasm, having mourned for a long time upon hearing the news of Gohan and Krillin's demise during the events on planet Namek. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly and Paragus, executed the instant transmission technique to depart from the Heavenly Temple. Goku and the others also utilized their own instant transmission to follow suit and catch up with Ling Tian. In a flash, they materialized before Bulma. Trunks. You truly did it. Bulma exclaimed with exhilaration, realizing that her decades of effort had not been in vain and that she had indeed altered the future. Trunks, unleash your energy and summon your father along with Goku and the others to this location, instructed Ling Tian. Understood, Uncle Ling Tian. Trunks replied. With a mighty roar, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his formidable energy radiating outward across the earth. What on earth is happening? Whose overwhelming energy is this? Future Goku inquired, having arrived instantaneously. Who has brought us back to life? Krillin wondered, perplexed. There is a powerful energy emanating from over there. Let us hasten to investigate. Yamcha suggested. In no time, Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived from various directions. Ah, how can you look exactly like me? Future Goku remarked in astonishment. Humph. Future Vegeta scoffed. The presence of 2 Gokus left Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin in a state of bewilderment. Trunks, perhaps you should elucidate the situation, Ling Tian proposed. After Trunks provided an explanation, the confusion began to dissipate. Trunks, you have worked hard. Future Gohan expressed gratefully. Gohan. Trunks exclaimed, embracing Gohan tightly. Memories of Gohan's sacrifice to save him flooding his mind, tears streaming down his face. This is wonderful. Gohan, you have finally returned, Dandy declared. Dandy, thank you. Gohan responded with heartfelt appreciation. Ling Tian retrieved the last 10 spiritual fruits from his storage ring and distributed them among Bulma and future Goku. These fruits, when consumed, bestow youthfulness and prolong life. Goku, take these home for Chi-Chi, he instructed. Thank you, Ling Tian. The two expressed their gratitude. Ling Tian continued, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, would you like to train with your future selves here? Is that truly possible? Vegeta inquired, eyeing his weaker future self with a desire to deliver a sound thrashing. Then you shall remain here for a month. I will return to collect you afterward. With a wave of his hand, a dimensional portal materialized. Goodbye, Uncle Ling Tian. Trunks waved farewell. Ling Tian returned to the small island of the main timeline, accompanied by Broly and Paragus. After Ling Tian and the others departed, the remaining group gathered at Bulma's residence for a celebratory feast. Future Goku also brought Chi-Chi and Master Roshi along. During the meal, engaging conversations unveiled the hardships of the future timeline. The evening passed in such a manner. The following day, Goku and his companions, accompanied by their future selves, materialized on a small island where they began to spar. Trunks took it upon himself to train Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Chapter 43. The Super Dragon Ball Radar come forth. Let me witness the extent of my future strength, Vegeta proclaimed. Future Vegeta bellowed, transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Is this all the combat power you possess? It appears your foundational strength is woefully inadequate. Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. Huh. Following this, Vegeta clenched his fists. Growling softly as his aura surged, his hair turning a brilliant gold, standing upright, surrounded by crackling bolts of electricity, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 2. This is Super Saiyan 2. For the next month, I shall subject you to grueling training. I hope you can endure it. With that, Vegeta lunged toward his future self. After a flurry of punches and kicks, he left his future counterpart battered and bruised. Vegeta, how could you treat your future self this way? Goku questioned, perplexed. It is precisely because of your lack of strength that the future has become this dire. Get up. We shall commence formal training now, Vegeta insisted. Damn it. Once I surpass your strength, I will repay this. Future Vegeta vowed silently. After this brief interlude, everyone engaged in one-on-one training, imparting their tailored cultivation methods and techniques to their future selves. Thus, a month elapsed. One day, Ling Tian traversed the dimensional barrier to Bulma's home in the future timeline, preparing to escort Goku and the others back to the primary timeline. Goku, are you all prepared for your training? Ling Tian inquired. We completed our training and made significant progress. Goku responded. Trunks, there will be even more formidable foes ahead. You must not slacken in your training, Ling Tian cautioned. You can also train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Once your strength reaches Super Saiyan 3, you will not be trapped inside. You can forcibly create a fissure with your power and exit. Super Saiyan 3? Everyone was taken aback. They had assumed that Super Saiyan 2, with its immense power, would be the pinnacle of transformation. There exists an even higher realm beyond Super Saiyan 3. Strive diligently. I believe you can all attain it, Ling Tian encouraged. I will be the first to achieve Super Saiyan 3. Future Vegeta declared. No, I shall be the first to reach Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta retorted. In the future, Wukong chuckled. Farewell, everyone. With a wave of his hand, Ling Tian summoned the dimensional barrier, ushering Son Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo through it. The group materialized on a small island in the primary timeline. Gohan, what impressions do you have from your journey to the future? Ling Tian inquired. Uncle Ling Tian, I promise to redouble my efforts in training from now on. I will protect everyone and our planet. Son Gohan replied resolutely. Gohan, Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. The current Gohan was entirely transformed, possessing an unwavering desire to grow stronger. Haha. Excellent. Wukong, Vegeta, you must also strive diligently in your training. Lest you be surpassed by Gohan, Ling Tian chuckled. We will certainly work hard in our training. Son Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. Kakarot, I entrust the care of my father to you. Feel free to include him in your training, Broly stated. What is the matter, Broly? Are you leaving? Piccolo asked. Indeed. I must accompany Broly into the cosmos for an indefinite period. I may be away for months or even years, Ling Tian clarified. May I join you? Son Wukong requested. Perhaps it's best to sit this one out, Wukong. I promise to take you along on another occasion, Ling Tian replied. After exchanging pleasantries, the group gradually took their leave. The following day arrived. Ling Tian rose early from his slumber and, employing the art of aerial movement, soared towards the residence of Bulma in West City. Whoosh! From a distance, he spotted Bulma basking in the sun on her balcony. Snap! Ling Tian landed beside Bulma. Bulma, have you completed the Super Dragon Ball radar I requested? Ling Tian inquired. Ah, Ling Tian, it's you. The Super Dragon Ball radar has been ready for quite some time. I thought you no longer needed it since you hadn't come by, Bulma replied. Follow me. Ling Tian followed Bulma into the laboratory, where a circular table held two enormous Dragon Ball radars, each significantly larger than an ordinary radar by several dozen times. These are the Super Dragon Ball radars. I created an extra one just in case you accidentally damaged the first, Bulma remarked. Thank you, Bulma. Ling Tian placed the two Super Dragon Ball radars into his storage ring and utilized instant transmission to return to the small island. Broly, let us depart, Ling Tian declared. Certainly. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, executed a technique of instantaneous movement, arriving on the planet Namek. At Ling Tian's behest, the esteemed Elder Muley summoned the dragon Purunga once more. With eyes aglow, Purunga proclaimed, He who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish, regardless of its nature. I shall fulfill it. What wish shall you make this time, Ling Tian? Inquired Elder Muley. Let me learn the language of the gods, Ling Tian replied. The language of the gods? Purunga, grant this young man the ability to comprehend the divine tongue. Elder Muley commanded. This wish is quite straightforward. However, it will consume 3 wishes in one go. Purunga responded. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Thank you for your assistance. Purunga. Elder Muley expressed gratefully. Purunga's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Suddenly, Ling Tian felt an influx of diverse knowledge within his mind. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Purunga transformed into 7 stones and ascended into the sky. Elder Muley, this is a communication device I have crafted. Simply shatter it, and I shall sense your call. Very well, thank you. Elder Muley replied. Farewell, Elder Muley. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, executed a sudden teleportation to depart from Namek. Ling Tian and Broly materialized on an unknown planet. They retrieved the Super Dragon Ball radar from their storage ring and activated it with a press. With a whoosh, the radar came to life, revealing a small dot shimmering in the southeast direction. It appeared that the Super Dragon Ball radar could only detect a fraction of the universe. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, executed a technique of instantaneous movement, heading towards the southeast. Whoosh. Truly, the instant transmission Kaishin version proves its worth in the pursuit of objects. Beep. Beep. The Super Dragon Ball radar emitted a sound, indicating that the Dragon Balls lay on a nearby planet. Broly, let us split up and search. By blasting a hole in the planet's surface, we can ascertain whether it harbors the Dragon Balls, Ling Tian suggested. Understood, Broly replied. Ling Tian and Broly traversed numerous celestial bodies, conjuring energy orbs and hurling them towards the surface. After scouring dozens of planets without a glimpse of the Super Dragon Balls, Ling Tian hastily used telepathy to inquire about Broly's findings. Broly, have you discovered anything? Ling Tian asked. Ling Tian, I found it. Hurry over. Broly exclaimed with excitement. Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation, materializing beside Broly. Gazing at the celestial body before them, he summoned an abundance of energy, launching a myriad of energy blasts toward the planet. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the smoke dissipated, revealing the Dragon Balls, now free of the encasing dirt and dust. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 magnificent Super Dragon Balls. Ling Tian, given the immense size of this Super Dragon Ball, how shall we transport it? Broly inquired. Allow me to attempt to utilize teleportation to carry it away, Ling Tian replied. Ling Tian spoke as he concentrated his energy, enveloping the entire Dragon Ball. He then executed the technique of instantaneous movement. Whoosh. Ling Tian gazed downward, astonished that it was indeed possible to seize the Dragon Ball in such a manner. He promptly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, returning to Broly's side. Broly, grasp my hand. We shall embark on the quest for the next Dragon Ball, Ling Tian proclaimed. Thus, the two traversed the vast expanse of the universe in pursuit of the elusive Dragon Ball. Chapter 44, Xiangpa and Bardoz 1 week later. Swish. Ling Tian and Broly, bearing the Super Dragon Balls, materialized in the western cosmos. Ling Tian, this Dragon Ball is exceedingly elusive, Broly exclaimed. The universe is vast beyond comprehension, and we can solely rely on the Dragon Ball radar to detect its signals, Ling Tian replied. Suddenly, the Super Dragon Ball radar emitted a notification sound. A dot was swiftly traversing the northwest, while another in the southwest flickered incessantly. The Dragon Balls are in motion. Could it be that someone else is in pursuit of them? Ling Tian mused. Broly, we have detected the Dragon Balls. Let us proceed at once. Ling Tian spoke as he activated his instantaneous movement, swiftly carrying Broly towards the southwestern direction. Swish. Ling Tian, look over there, Broly remarked. Ling Tian turned his head and noticed that the Dragon Ball was not shrouded in dust from the impact of the meteorite. From a distance, he could see the Super Dragon Ball radiating a dazzling brilliance. 1, 2, 3, 3-star Super Dragon Balls. As Ling Tian was about to concentrate his energy to envelop the Dragon Balls and carry them away, a sudden sound pierced the air. Beep. Beep. The Super Dragon Ball radar emitted a signal. What could this mean? How could the Super Dragon Balls be moving with such swiftness? Before Ling Tian could react, another enormous Dragon Ball materialized before him. The 3 Dragon Balls resonated with one another, radiating a brilliant light. Is it these 2 humans who wish to seize my Dragon Balls? Questioned a plump, purple-furred cat with an upright short tail, yawning lazily as he addressed a beautiful woman nearby. This feline was bare-chested, adorned with a black and white band around his neck, golden armlets on his arms, and golden bracelets on his hands, while his lower half was draped in loose-fitting cloth trousers. The enchanting woman, known as Beerus, remained unfazed. Lord Kappa. There are only these two in the vicinity. The figure referred to as Beerus was a noble and elegant woman, tall and voluptuous, her skin a mesmerizing shade of bluish-green. Her long white hair was styled into a high ponytail, and around her neck hung a grand blue halo, while she wielded a lengthy staff. Why have they come seeking the Dragon Balls? Ling Tian pondered with curiosity. Humans, you may depart. These two Dragon Balls now belong to me, Kappa declared nonchalantly. On what ground should we leave? We have worked tirelessly to find these two Dragon Balls, Broly retorted. Since you refuse to vacate, I shall be left with no choice but to destroy you, Kappa stated, unleashing two energy blasts towards Ling Tian and Broly. What? Ling Tian did not anticipate that Xiang Pa would launch an attack over a mere disagreement. Ling Tian struggled to fend off the onslaught, while Broly was hurled onto a nearby planet. Ho ho ho. It appears that these two humans possess a modicum of strength, chuckled Kappa. Damn it. How could they escape unscathed, causing me to lose face before Vados? Kappa seethed with embarrassment and fury, conjuring a colossal energy sphere in his hand to hurl at Ling Tian. Huh. Broly bellowed in rage, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 as he erupted from the planet. Energy coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier that deflected Kappa's energy sphere. How infuriating. Time and again, humans thwart my attacks. If the other gods of destruction were to learn of this, they would surely mock me, Kappa thought, swiftly appearing before Broly and delivering a fierce kick to his body. Broly arched backward, hurtling through the air. He's still alive after that? Kappa mused, momentarily astonished. When did this slender, bony creature of the cosmos spawn such formidable humans? Ling Tian, witnessing Broly's plight, was consumed by rage and unleashed his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 as he charged at Kappa. Overestimating oneself, Kappa scoffed, swiftly seizing Ling Tian's approaching fist and delivering a brutal knee strike to his abdomen. Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by the incredulity of such formidable power wielded by the god of destruction. Vanish. Kappa conjured a purple energy sphere and hurled it towards Ling Tian. Shatter. Before Kappa could finish his incantation, he was struck by a fierce kick from Broly, sent flying and interrupting the energy release. Damn it. You two humans shall perish. Kappa bellowed in fury. With all his might, Kappa appeared instantaneously before Ling Tian. Destruction. As Ling Tian's body made contact with the purple energy sphere, he began to fade away. Ling Tian. Broly roared, a surge of memories flooding back of the moments spent with Ling Tian, igniting an intense rage that transformed him into Super Saiyan 2. Has he grown even stronger? Kappa murmured in disbelief. Lord Kappa, your overwhelming energy will attract Whis. We must leave at once, Beerus cautioned. Stronger or not, you are but ants, prepare to die. Destruction. Broly's body collided with the energy, vanishing entirely. Beerus, we must depart, Kappa urged, unwilling to be discovered by the lean figure of Whis in his universe. Kappa and Beerus, bearing 3 Dragon Balls, transformed into streams of light and vanished from sight. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful resurrection. Now, distributing death rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Energy Scythe. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue the thrilling content. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the skill, Time Flash. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, 12 Universe Information Maps. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, 10 trillion battle power. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, 1,000 Senza beans. The system reviewed personal attributes. Ding. Host. Ling Tian, Bloodline. Earthling, Legendary Scion. Skills, Energy Perception, Flight Technique, Ki Blast, Kamehameha, Four-Body Fist, Solar Fist, Dragon Fist, Afterimage Fist. Energy Circular Slash, Power Boost Cannon, Demon Destruction Ray, Cutting Disc, Death Beam, Earth-Shattering Slash, Planetary Destruction Bomb, Death Energy Bomb, Energy Shield, Energy Scythe, Time Flash. Instant Transmission, Supreme Kai Version, Plant Growth, Telekinesis, Long-Distance Communication, Time and Space Travel, Divine Level Combat Techniques. Battle Power, 100 million. Items, Storage Ring, 12 Universe Information Maps. Consciousness Recovery Potion X3, Senzu Beans X 1986. As Ling Tian made his appearance, the figures of Xiang Pa and Vados were nowhere to be seen, likely having departed with the Dragon Balls. Broly. Ling Tian was persistently searching among the celestial bodies surrounding him. Suddenly, a figure resembling Bardos appeared before him. With azure-green skin, cascading white locks, and violet pupils and lips, he bore a large, pale blue halo around his neck and wielded an elongated staff. "Whis, do you recognize me?" Ling Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Under normal circumstances, angels seldom manifest in the cosmos, rendering their identities largely unknown. "I am aware of you. You are the angel of the 7th universe. Could you assist me in locating Broly?" Ling Tian implored. "Your companion has already vanished," Whis responded. "Whis, is there any way you could help me?" Ling Tian beseeched. "Those annihilated by a god of destruction can only be resurrected by the Super Dragon, as neither the Earth Dragon nor Porunga dare to intervene." "Well, that's quite a predicament," Whis mused, contemplating the situation. Chapter 45. A return to 1,000 years ago, please. "Assist me this once, and I shall treat you to the finest delicacies in the universe," Ling Tian offered earnestly. "Time has surpassed 3 minutes, and I find myself at an impasse," Whis replied. "Time reversal, cursed Compa." Ling Tian fumed. "What sparked your earlier conflict?" Whis inquired. "Broly and I were gathering the Super Dragon Balls, and Compa was also in pursuit, leading to the ensuing altercation," Ling Tian explained. "The Wish Orbs. Your prowess seems commendable. Would you consider training with me in the realm of the gods of destruction?" Whis proposed. "I appreciate your kind offer, but I must first seek a means to resurrect my companion," Ling Tian responded. Ling Tian presented several multifunctional capsules filled with delicacies and an array of exquisite cuisines from various planets to Weiss. "These are culinary treasures I have gathered from across the cosmos, a gift for you. Farewell, Weiss." Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation and departed. What an intriguing little fellow. Weiss raised his staff and with a flick, gathered the items, transforming them into a streak of light that returned to the realm of the god of destruction. Whoosh. Ling Tian manifested at the heavenly temple on Earth. Sharu, are you there?" Ling Tian communicated through distant sound transmission. At that moment, Sharu was busy harvesting the newly ripened spiritual fruits. "Ling Tian, what brings you here?" Sharu replied. "I am waiting for you at the heavenly temple on Earth. Please return swiftly," Ling Tian urged. "Understood." Sharu quickly gathered the spiritual fruits and seeds, activating his instant transmission. Whoosh. Sharu appeared at the heavenly temple on Earth. "Ling Tian, your complexion seems rather poor. Has something transpired?" Sharu inquired. "Broly has been slain. We must seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect him," Ling Tian responded. "Broly is dead?" Sharu exclaimed in disbelief. "His power far surpasses mine. We shall discuss this later. Our immediate task is to revive Broly." With a wave of his hand, Ling Tian conjured a dimensional barrier, leading Sharu through it. Ling Tian and Shala traversed the dimensional barrier, arriving in the primary timeline a millennium ago. Ling Tian retrieved 12 cosmic information maps and began to examine them. He discerned the location of the destruction god realm and understood where to steer clear. Ling Tian, accompanied by Shalu, executed a swift, instantaneous movement, arriving in the 6th universe. He retrieved the Super Dragon Ball radar and commenced his search for the Super Dragon Balls. After a month of diligent searching, he finally located 3 Super Dragon Balls within the 6th universe. Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation, departing from the 6th universe with Shalu and 3 Super Dragon Balls. Whoosh! Ling Tian, Shalu, and the 3 Super Dragon Balls materialized within the 7th universe. They retrieved the Super Dragon Ball radar and commenced their quest to locate the 4 Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe. 2 months later, at the edge of the universe, Ling Tian and Shalu discovered the final Super Dragon Ball, gazing at the magnificent orb before them, the size of 7 planets. Broly could finally be resurrected. Ling Tian hastened to summon the eternal dragon, urged Shalu. Ling Tian nodded. "Come forth, dragon of the gods. Fulfill my wish. I yearn for power." In the celestial language, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated with one another, radiating a golden light. Suddenly, a colossal golden dragon, adorned with magnificent wings, emerged in the sky, soaring through the cosmos and engulfing countless galaxies within its being, emanating an infinite golden glow, a sight both awe-inspiring and majestic. "Ling Tian, we have been consumed by the dragon. Will we be all right?" asked Cell. "Fear not, for upon summoning, the dragon of the gods will envelop the summoner within itself, subsequently manifesting an ethereal consciousness to grant the summoner's wish," Ling Tian elucidated. The dragon of the gods, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light, proclaimed, Gatherer of the Dragon Balls. State your desire. No matter the wish, I shall bring it to fruition. Great Dragon, I beseech you to resurrect Broly, who fell to the hands of Zampa. Right here, Ling Tian requested in the divine tongue. That wish is quite simple. The dragon's eye sparkled. In a moment, Broly was successfully revived before Ling Tian. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, the dragon of the gods declared, its wings spreading forth to radiate golden light before transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls and ascending into the cosmos. Broly, you have finally returned, exclaimed Ling Tian. Ling Tian, Cell, I am deeply grateful for your efforts in reviving me, Broly expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Broly, who was it that vanquished you? Cell inquired. A feline creature with purple skin. Its energy was exceedingly bizarre, vanishing the moment it made contact with my body. Broly replied, Is it truly that formidable? Cell exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Tian, I recall you two were struck by that same attack and vanished. How is it that you remain unscathed? Broly questioned. My physique is somewhat unique. Let us return for now. Ling Tian responded. Ling Tian waved his hand, and the dimensional barrier materialized, allowing Broly and Cell to step inside. Ling Tian, Broly, and Sheru traversed the dimensional barrier, returning to Earth a millennium later. Goku, are you there? Ling Tian communicated through a long-distance telepathy. Engaged in training with Vegeta, Son Goku abruptly ceased his defense and was sent flying by a powerful punch. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? Vegeta inquired. Ling Tian, is that you? Goku responded. Goku, gather everyone and bring them to the Divine Temple, Ling Tian instructed. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Alright, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and Paragus, you proceed to the Divine Temple where Ling Tian awaits you. I will go find Krillin and the others, Goku declared, utilizing instant transmission to depart. Let us see what the matter is, Piccolo said, also employing instant transmission alongside Paragus. Vegeta and Gohan hastily followed suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Piccolo, Paragus, Vegeta, and Gohan materialized within the temple. Ling Tian, what brings us here? Vegeta asked. We shall discuss it once Goku and the others arrive, Ling Tian replied. Whoosh. Son Goku, accompanied by Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Chaozu, instantaneously appeared. Ling Tian, we have arrived. Goku exclaimed. Sheru, how many spirit fruits have you cultivated? Ling Tian inquired. Sheru? Everyone pondered. Uncle Ling Tian, where is Sheru? Gohan asked. With Ling Tian having revealed his identity, Sheru held a universal capsule in hand and casually discarded his cloak. How could this person be Sheru? Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. He had trained alongside this individual for over a month without realizing it. Vegeta observed as Sheru transformed into Super Saiyan 2, poised to launch an attack. Ling Tian hastily stepped forward to intercede, stating, This is not the same Cell as before. Although he is also an android created by Dr. Gero, he has reformed his ways. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Vegeta promptly reverted from his transformation. Cell then presented the universal capsule to Ling Tian, saying, The spirit fruits and the seeds of the spirit tree are contained within. There should be around 3,000 to 4,000 fruits. Ling Tian took the universal capsule and retrieved 500 fruits and seeds, distributing the remaining fruits among the others. Ling Tian, thank you. The crowd expressed their gratitude. I am going to train in the hyperbolic time chamber with Broly and Cell. Would you care to join us? Ling Tian inquired. Ling Tian, we have already trained inside for 2 years. Can we still enter? Piccolo questioned. Chapter 46. Re-entering the hyperbolic time chamber, huh? Of course you can. Ling Tian replied with a smile. But won't we be trapped inside the hyperbolic time chamber? Krillin remarked. That is quite simple. Even I possess the ability to break free from the hyperbolic time chamber. Cell responded. Goku, if you can achieve a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3 within, you too shall be able to force your way out. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Sheru, and Paragus, made his way towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Uncle Piccolo, shall we join as well? Inquired Son Gohan. Certainly. Piccolo replied with a gentle nod. Kakarot, I shall await your arrival inside, Vegeta remarked as he followed suit. Krillin, you should accompany us too, Son Wukong suggested. Wukong, I prefer to return to Master Roshi's for training, Krillin responded. Yamcha also shook his head in agreement. Tien, recalling the first time he and Son Wukong clashed at the World Martial Arts Tournament, reflected on how their power disparities had grown ever wider. Wukong, neither Kaiatsu nor I will be joining, Tien stated. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu had all lost their resolve to train diligently and grow stronger, feeling that no matter how hard they practiced, they could never keep pace with Sun Wukong. Very well then, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head as he proceeded towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Ling Tian observed that only Sun Wukong was present, which was entirely within his expectations. He promptly organized the training regimen. Sheru, do you think you can handle a battle against all 5 of them by yourself? Ling Tian inquired. Absolutely, Sheru replied. Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and Paragus, you 5 will collectively assault Sheru shortly. During this training session, there is no need for restraint. Transform into Super Saiyans and engage in combat without hesitation. Ling Tian spoke as he took out 1,000 celestial beings from his storage ring, placing them within the confines of the spirit time room. The celestial beings shall remain here. Take as many as you require during your training. Understood, the group responded. After organizing Sun Wukong and the others, Ling Tian soared forward with Broly, eventually stopping at a distance from Sun Wukong and the rest. Broly, let us commence our training. We must seek vengeance upon that cat, Ling Tian declared. Broly nodded resolutely. With a fierce exhalation, Broly unleashed his full power, a tempest of energy enveloping him as he charged towards Ling Tian. Bang! Ling Tian was sent flying by a single punch. Broly, you lack the chivalry of martial arts. I was not even prepared. Ling Tian steadied himself in the air, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted with ferocity. In an instant, the 2 combatants were locked in battle. Bang! 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 Broly landed a punch on Ling Tian, sending him hurtling backward like a shrimp. Broly sought to pursue his advantage, but unexpectedly, Ling Tian executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing above him and delivering a heavy blow that drove Broly into the ground. Boom! The earth was carved into a massive crater. Broly shot upwards, enveloping Ling Tian and channeling energy into him relentlessly. Once again, Ling Tian found himself ensnared, unable to escape Broly's grasp. Thunderous! Ling Tian was propelled into the air by the explosion, his body battered and bruised. Ling Tian unleashed the 4 body fist, encircling Broly, his fists relentlessly crashing against Broly's form. With a fierce shout, Broly concentrated energy to form a protective shield around himself, violently charging forward and sending the 4 Ling Tian figures sprawling. Ling Tian found himself unable to evade, as his 4-body attack was effortlessly countered by Broly. Ascending into the heavens, Broly enveloped himself in a brilliant sphere of energy. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a wave of energy blasts in all directions. Meteoric explosion. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Ling Tian and Broly, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Broly has grown even more formidable than before, Paragus remarked. How can he be this powerful? Vegeta bellowed in frustration. I too shall become as strong as Uncle Ling Tian, Gohan declared. Gohan, I have faith that you will succeed. Piccolo replied encouragingly. All right, let us train together, Goku exclaimed, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 as he charged towards Cell. With a fierce release of energy, Cell unleashed his full power, effortlessly sending the approaching Goku flying. Cell, I never expected you to be this strong. Vegeta, let us attack together, Goku urged. The group swiftly transformed, and in an instant, they were engulfed in combat, facing a barrage of energy blasts hurtling towards them. Ling Tian swiftly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing behind Broly. Broly unleashed an energy blast, intending to provoke Ling Tian into teleporting closer to him. In a sudden turn, Broly seized Ling Tian's head and forcefully slammed it towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth was left with a massive crater. Subsequently, Broly concentrated energy in his hand, hurling it towards Ling Tian. A colossal meteor. As the small energy sphere advanced towards Ling Tian, it gradually transformed into a gigantic orb of power. Ling Tian, upon witnessing the situation, placed his hand at his waist, channeling energy. Turtle School Energy Wave. With a thunderous roar, 2 streams of energy collided mid-air, producing a resounding noise. Ling Tian and Broly exchanged a knowing smile, and without unleashing their energy attacks, they engaged in close-quarters combat. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists relentlessly collided against one another. As they fought and sustained injuries, their combat prowess continued to rise significantly. After an intense bout, both sat facing each other, their bodies adorned with wounds. Ling Tian retrieved a celestial being from his storage ring and tossed it to Broly, concluding their training for the day. Broly, Let us see how Goku and the others are faring in their training, he suggested, as they soared towards the direction of Cell. Whoosh! Exclaimed Ling Tian. I never expected your father could transform into Super Saiyan 2 as well. Indeed, it seems that since our departure, he has been diligently training alongside Kakarot every day. Broly replied. With a thunderous sound, various techniques struck Cell, yet they barely inflicted any damage. Upon noticing Ling Tian and Broly's arrival, everyone paused their training. Ling Tian. Cell is truly formidable. Goku remarked. I observed your performance earlier. You all exhibited remarkable synergy. Ling Tian responded. Let us all strive to train hard. Once you succeed in transforming into Super Saiyan 3, I shall teach you the next stage of transformation, he declared. All right. Everyone echoed enthusiastically. Day by day, Ling Tian and Broly continued their rigorous training. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, 5 years elapsed. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Paragus had all mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Ling Tian, we have all achieved the Super Saiyan 3 form. Please, teach us the next stage of transformation. Goku urged. There are 2 paths for the next transformation. The first requires becoming a golden great ape, and, upon regaining one's senses, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Though a tail is essential for this. The second requires 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts to concentrate their light into one individual. After absorbing the light of 5, one can become a Super Saiyan God. However, the transformation necessitates a tail. Ling Tian, neither Vegeta, Gohan, nor I possess tails, Goku lamented. Curse it. I regret severing my tail in the past, Vegeta grumbled. Chapter 47, Super Saiyan 4 Chapter 48, Journey to GT Time Kakarot. Unleash your full strength and fight. Vegeta commanded. Huh. Goku roared, releasing an immense burst of energy that sent the stones burying him flying. In an instant, he appeared before Vegeta. Bang! Bang! The two engaged in relentless combat. Goku landed a kick to Vegeta's face, who, enduring the pain, retaliated with a punch to Goku's abdomen. Goku staggered back, placing his hands at his temples. Vegeta, having fought Goku numerous times, swiftly closed his eyes, anticipating Goku's moves. Unexpectedly, Goku abandoned his solar flare technique, vanishing and reappearing above Vegeta, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing into the ground. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ground was shattered, forming a colossal pit. Suddenly, Vegeta soared into the sky, enveloped by a golden aura. An infinite expansion ensued. Countless energy blasts erupted in all directions. Broly and Cell hurriedly positioned themselves to intercept the energy blasts, ensuring they did not reach the city. Sigh, that Vegeta, Piccolo remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Observing this, Goku placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy. Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave struck Vegeta, producing a tremendous sound. Ignoring his injuries, Vegeta executed an instantaneous movement, appearing behind Goku. He concentrated all his energy into his hands and unleashed it upon Goku. Final flash. Caught off guard, Goku was hit directly. Boom. He was propelled backwards, vanishing behind a multitude of mountains. Vegeta, watching Goku fly away, chuckled as he collapsed to the ground. Gohan, give them some senza beans. Ling Tian instructed. All right, Uncle Ling Tian. Gohan responded. After consuming the senza beans, both Goku and Vegeta fully recovered. Goku, Vegeta. You should be aware of the power of Super Saiyan 4. Be cautious during battle. We must not obliterate the Earth, Ling Tian cautioned. Understood. The two replied in unison. Ling Tian, can we transform into the second form now? Goku inquired. Yes, you can transform, but it's best to wait until you have mastered Super Saiyan 4. Ling Tian replied. I will master it quickly, Goku declared. Humph. Kakarot, I shall be the first, Vegeta interjected with a scoff. Gohan, do you still attend school? Ling Tian asked. Uncle Ling Tian, I don't go to school. I learn from a tutor, Gohan replied. Uncle Ling Tian, many wish to learn martial arts from me. What should I do? Gohan asked. If you wish to teach, then teach. You could also inquire if Krillin and Yamcha are interested in opening a dojo, Ling Tian suggested. I will go find Uncle Krillin right now, Gohan said, using instantaneous movement to depart. After exchanging pleasantries, the others gradually took their leave. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Cell, and Paragus, executed an instantaneous departure. Whoosh! On a small island, Ling Tian, Broly, Sharu, and Paragus made their appearance. Something seems amiss, does it not? Broly inquired. I have spent the past few months alongside Kakarot and the others, and it has been quite some time since I returned to the island. Now, it feels as though someone has taken residence in our home, Paragus remarked. I shall investigate the matter, Sheru declared, storming off in a fit of anger. Ling Tian, Broly, and Paragus followed closely behind. Before they could approach the wooden cabin, a chorus of cheers erupted from within. With a forceful kick, Sheru burst through the door. What greeted their eyes was a gathering of young men and women, surrounded by an array of filming equipment. One man clapped Sheru on the shoulder and remarked, "Brother, your shift has ended. Why are you still dressed this way?" Just as Sheru was about to retaliate with a slap, Paragus intervened. "Who are you? How dare you enter my home?" Paragus inquired, his voice resonating throughout the room. The crowd turned to see four unfamiliar faces. "You claim this is your home, yet it has remained uninhabited for so long," one voice challenged. "What I do with my residence is of no concern to you," Paragus retorted angrily. "My friend, if you insist this is your abode, I shall purchase it from you," a middle-aged man proclaimed. Ling Tian also discovered that his home had been invaded, and the wooden house was in a state of utter disrepair. "Broly, Paragus, Cell, let us depart," Ling Tian commanded. "Is this how you choose to resolve it, Ling Tian?" Cell inquired. Ling Tian would certainly not let this matter rest. He soared into the sky, conjuring a circular disc of light upon his palm. The cutting disc. Ling Tian manipulated the disc, gradually segmenting the small island. Before long, the vast expanse of the island vanished, leaving only a solitary wooden cabin. Anyone who ventured outside would plummet directly into the sea. Subsequently, he concentrated energy to isolate the surroundings, declaring, "Since you enjoy being here, remain within for a month." Ling Tian waved his hand, and a dimensional barrier materialized before several individuals. Once home is lost, it can be rebuilt. Let us venture into other realms and enjoy some time there. Ling Tian entered the dimensional wall with Broly, Cell, and Paragus. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. As they emerged from the dimensional wall, the group immediately sensed two extraordinarily powerful presences. Ling Tian and his companions gazed upward, their eyes captivated by a colossal celestial body. Two distinct auras emanated from that very planet. Ling Tian and his companions traversed the GT dimension, and the immense planet was none other than the Zafel star, conjured into existence by Baby's wish upon the Black Star Dragon Ball. Shall we go and take a closer look? Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Cell, and Paragus, performed the technique of instant transmission. Whoosh! As Ling Tian and his companions made their appearance, they beheld a colossal golden ape wreaking havoc upon the city. Ling Tian, shall we intervene to halt that giant beast? Broly inquired. There is no need. It will soon transform into a Super Saiyan 4, Ling Tian replied. Suddenly, a young girl dashed towards the golden ape, fervently uttering something. The girl is endangering herself, Paragus exclaimed in shock. He was acutely aware of the immense power the ape possessed when he himself had transformed. Grandpa, it's me, Xiao Fang. Grandpa, please wake up. Look, this is you. And this is Grandma Chi-Chi. The little girl brandished a photograph, desperately addressing the golden giant. Drawn by her voice, the golden ape ceased its destruction and turned its wrath upon the child. She narrowly evaded its strikes, but the photograph she held was torn to shreds, falling into the ape's grasp. The golden ape, gazing at the photo and the weeping girl, felt memories stir within, gradually regaining its sanity. With a powerful roar, the golden ape reached skyward, releasing an immense aura. Thunder rumbled as bolts of lightning struck down, causing the golden ape to shrink in size, a brilliant light enveloping it. In a dazzling transformation, the golden ape successfully became a Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot. Broly recognized the familiar visage instantly. Ling Tian, did you foresee this? Asked Sheru. This timeline bears resemblance to ours, with Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta present, Ling Tian responded. Very well, let us proceed. The group soared into the air, heading towards the location of GT Goku. Xiaofang, take cover behind me. Someone is approaching, GT Goku instructed. Grandpa. Xiaofang nodded in affirmation. Whoosh, whoosh. Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, and Paragus appeared before Son Goku. Cell, haven't I already annihilated you? Goku exclaimed, noticing that the three beside him also bore tails. Could they also be Saiyans? GT Goku was utterly bewildered. Chapter 49, Eradicating Baby Wukong. We hail from alternate timelines, and this Cell is actually a benevolent entity, Ling Tian elucidated. From alternate timelines? What brings you here? GT Goku inquired. We've come to explore and seek formidable opponents, Ling Tian replied. Very well. The four appeared immensely powerful. And if they harbored intentions to harm me and Xiao Fong, they could have acted while I was momentarily out of control. GT Goku thought, easing his vigilance. Xiao Fong, stay put and don't wander off. I shall deal with baby. Okay, Grandpa. Xiao Fong nodded. Before long, GT Goku located baby, and the two instantly clashed. The might of Super Saiyan 4 Goku vastly surpassed that of baby. Boom. Baby was struck down hard by GT Goku's fist, creating a deep crater in the ground and sending a cloud of dust soaring. As the dust settled, GT Goku swiftly landed before baby. Realizing that the latter was no match for him, Bulma arrived, piloting the fully operational Bulma's blaster, aiming it squarely at baby. Baby, I'm here to assist you. No. Bulma. Baby shouted, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Bulma had already pressed the launch button. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the blaster, enveloping baby. Under the radiance, baby transformed into a golden great ape. Roar. In a fit of rage, baby began wreaking havoc across the city. GT Goku hurried to restrain the rampaging golden great ape, but baby unleashed an energy cannon from his mouth, striking GT Goku directly. Bang! GT Goku was sent flying by the energy blast. You haven't lost your senses at all. You are despicably cunning. GT Goku rebuked. Haha. It was Vegeta who transformed into the great ape, not me. I would never lose control. Baby laughed heartily. Goku remained too naive, and Ling Tian urged, Paragus, why not demonstrate your Super Saiyan 4 prowess? Paragus roared, unleashing his full power as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at baby. Baby was swiftly knocked down by Paragus's kick. What? Haven't I already controlled all Saiyans? Where did this one come from? And he's a Super Saiyan 4. Baby was utterly flabbergasted, facing yet another foe he could not defeat. You too can transform into Super Saiyan 4. GT Sun Wukong was taken aback. Kakarot. Hurry and deal with him. Paragus exclaimed. Bang! Bang! Paragus and GT Sun Wukong combined their efforts, overwhelming Baby, who was left utterly defenseless. Baby was left battered and bruised. Damn it! Baby soared into the sky, raising his hands toward the heavens and proclaimed, All Z fighters, raise your hands and lend me your strength to eradicate these detestable Saiyans. Lord Baby. Upon hearing this, the Earthlings of planet Z swiftly raised their hands, channeling their power to Baby. A torrent of negative energy began to converge at Baby's location. Subsequently, Baby lifted his arms high, conjuring a colossal sphere filled with dark energy. Die! Baby bellowed, launching the amassed energy sphere towards GT Sun Wukong and Paragus. Revenge Death Ball. Unfazed, GT Sun Wukong and Paragus stood their ground. As the Revenge Death Ball approached, Paragus shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the attack soaring away from Planet Z. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated through the cosmos as the Revenge Death Ball detonated. How is this possible? Baby exclaimed in disbelief, his strongest move effortlessly neutralized. Paragus placed his hand on his waist, gathering energy, intent on finishing Baby in one fell swoop. Kamehameha. No. In an instant, GT Sun Wukong appeared before Baby, intercepting the energy wave. Baby erupted into laughter after being saved by GT Sun Wukong. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? Paragus was bewildered, questioning the absurdity of shielding the enemy from attacks. GT Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, if you attack like that, Vegeta will also be in danger. Suddenly, Baby seemed to have an epiphany, turning to face the earth. He clasped his hands together behind him, accumulating energy into a purple sphere and aimed it at the earth. Super Gallic Gun. Earth, prepare to vanish. Baby cackled. How despicable. You truly are vile. By the time GT Sun Wukong realized what was happening, the energy cannon had already been unleashed from Baby's hands, leaving him no time to intervene. Ling Tian shook his head and executed a teleportation to appear on Earth. He concentrated a massive sphere of energy upon his fingertip and hurled it forward. The death energy projectile. Boom. The two forces collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Ling Tian had already taken action, and Salu would not remain idle. In a flash, Salu appeared before Baby, condensing energy in his hand into a luminous disc, which he hurled at Baby. The cutting disc. Baby was unable to evade it, and his tail was severed in an instant. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. His body reverted from the giant ape transformation, gradually diminishing in size. No. Baby let out a furious roar of defiance as he separated from Vegeta. Salu, observing Baby's attempt to flee, placed his hand at his waist and concentrated energy. Kamehameha wave. Baby was struck by the energy wave, disintegrating into nothingness. Whoosh. Ling Tian manifested instantaneously before the gathered crowd. "You are truly remarkable," exclaimed Xiao Fang, brimming with excitement. "Thank you for thwarting the energy cannon unleashed by Baby and saving the Earth." GT Son Goku expressed his gratitude. "It was but a trivial effort," Ling Tian replied. Suddenly, he recalled that in the primary timeline, Son Goku had not perished in his battle against Cell, nor had he participated in the Otherworld martial arts tournament, thus missing out on the fusion technique. No wonder he had felt something amiss during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber. "Broly, please assist Son Goku here. I shall return shortly." Ling Tian spoke as he waved his hand, and a dimensional barrier materialized before him, through which he promptly stepped. Not long after Ling Tian had departed, the deity Jebbet approached, accompanied by GT Timeline's son Gohan and others, soaring in from the distance. The East Kaishin of the GT Timeline had fused with Jebbet using the Pod-era earrings, and they had not wished upon Purunga of Namek. Thus they remained in their fused state. "Lord Kaishin," GT Goku greeted warmly. Jebbet nodded, responding, "Goku, I have acquired the super divine water from the Heavenly Temple, allowing them to regain consciousness." "I see. Uncle Goku, where has my father gone?" inquired GT Trunks. "Vegeta is over there." GT Goku pointed towards the horizon. Without hesitation, GT Trunks darted off, calling out for GT Vegeta. "Dad." Upon hearing Trunks' voice, GT Vegeta immediately awakened. "Trunks, are you all right?" GT Vegeta asked. "I'm fine." "Where is Baby?" GT Vegeta inquired. Trunks shook his head and replied, "The battle was already over when I arrived. Uncle Goku should know." Both GT Vegeta and GT Trunks then flew towards the location of GT Goku. Chapter 50, The Metamorph Fusion Technique. Whoosh. GT Vegeta and GT Trunks approached swiftly. "Kakarot, has Baby been eliminated?" GT Vegeta questioned. "Yes, but it was Timmy. It was Cell who did it," GT Goku responded. "Cell? Isn't he dead?" GT Vegeta turned. Incredulous. "This is a different version from another timeline. This Cell is actually a good person," GT Goku clarified. After Jebbet utilized the super divine water, all the Earthlings on Zyval regained their consciousness. Broly and others assisted GT Goku in relocating everyone back to Earth. Cell concentrated and unleashed a Kamehameha, obliterating Zyval. Ling Tian traversed the dimensional barrier, returning to the divine temple of the main timeline. He then employed instantaneous movement to arrive at the location where Sun Wukong and the others were training. Bang! Bang! Before him, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo were engaged in a fierce skirmish. "Wukong, cease your combat for a moment," Ling Tian declared. "I have a remarkable technique to teach you all." The group halted their battle. "What extraordinary technique are you referring to? Where will we learn it?" Sun Wukong inquired, his excitement palpable at the mention of a powerful skill. "You shall discover it upon arrival," Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. With a wave of his hand, a dimensional barrier materialized before them. Ling Tian, accompanied by Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Piccolo, entered the dimensional barrier. Suddenly, a dimensional wall appeared before the group who were celebrating at GT Bulma's residence. Ling Tian and the others emerged from within. "Ling Tian, you've returned so swiftly," Broly remarked. "I merely went back to bring Goku and the others," Ling Tian replied. "Is this the timeline of Future Trunks?" Vegeta inquired, puzzled. "This is not Future Trunks' timeline, yet it does indeed contain versions of yourselves," Ling Tian clarified. "How can there be two grandfathers?" Xiao Fang exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the large and small Goku. The GT group, drawn by Xiao Fang's voice, turned to look and were equally astonished. "Ah, how can you resemble me so closely?" GT Goku exclaimed, pointing at Goku. Ling Tian had no choice but to step forward and elucidate the situation to the assembly. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon everyone. "What? All of you can transform into Super Saiyan 4? GT Vegeta was instantly thrown into disarray. He had not anticipated that Gohan from another dimension could exhibit prowess akin to that of his father and Uncle Goku. GT Trunks was left astounded. Upon hearing this revelation, GT Gohan could only lower his head and resume his meal. The main timeline's Goku and others also joined the gathering, instantly infusing it with liveliness. The following day, Ling Tian led the group to a remote, uninhabited island. "GT Goku, please instruct Sun Wukong and Vegeta on the fusion technique," Ling Tian requested. Vegeta, let us fuse once, so they may witness our power, proposed GT Goku. Impossible. Kakarot, I would never engage in such a disgraceful act, GT Vegeta flatly refused. The Metamoran's fusion technique necessitates two individuals of similar power, height, and physique, achieved through a series of corresponding dance movements. GT Vegeta, do you not wish to experience the strength of your counterpart from another timeline? Ling Tian sought to incite a skirmish amongst several individuals. Anticipating that upon witnessing the formidable power of the fused warrior, Gogeta, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta would be eager to learn the fusion technique. Vegeta, without fusion, we are utterly incapable of contending with them. Just this once, I implore you. GT Sun Wukong pleaded fervently with GT Vegeta. Very well, this shall be the last time. Reluctantly acquiescing to Sun Wukong's persistent entreaties, GT Vegeta yielded. The two stood, one to the left and the other to the right, engaging in a peculiar, symmetric dance. Then, they extended their hands, their fingers aligning perfectly. As their fingertips made contact, a brilliant light erupted forth. When the radiance dissipated, Super Saiyan Gogeta emerged. At this stage, GT Vegeta was unable to transform into Super Saiyan 4, thus preventing the fusion into Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Ling Tian, this technique is indeed incredibly potent. However, I find the required movements quite difficult to accept, Vegeta admitted. Wukong, Vegeta, why do you not hasten and test Gogeta's might? Ling Tian urged. Eagerly, Sun Wukong prepared for battle, and the fusion instantly transformed them into an overwhelmingly powerful warrior. Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their full energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, and charged towards Gogeta. So my opponents are you two, Gogeta mused. The duo launched a coordinated assault, attacking Gogeta from either side. The clash was immediate and intense. Gogeta effortlessly countered their onslaught, delivering a punishing blow to Vegeta's abdomen and a swift kick to Sun Wukong's side, sending them both hurtling backwards. How is this possible? Vegeta and Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. The fused Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta possessed such overwhelming strength. The GT warriors had trained extensively, resulting in a higher foundational combat power, thereby making Gogeta even more formidable. You two seem rather lackluster, Gogeta taunted arrogantly. Infuriated, Vegeta soared into the air, his hands brimming with energy, continuously unleashing energy blasts towards Gogeta. Consecutive energy blasts. Princess battle technique, boom. As the smoke cleared, Gogeta emerged unscathed. With a swift movement, Gogeta appeared above Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch that drove him into the ground. Just as Gogeta sought to press his advantage, Vegeta, lying on the ground, executed instant transmission, reappearing beside Sun Wukong. Vegeta, are you alright? As Sun Wukong observed Vegeta's breathless demeanor, he spoke. Before Vegeta could respond, Gogeta charged towards the two. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong placed his hands beside his head and initiated the solar flare. A dazzling radiance emanated from his being. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that propelled Gogeta into the air, channeling all his energy into his hands, which coalesced into an energy sphere aimed at Gogeta. A brilliant flash ensued. Sun Wukong gathered energy at his waist and unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards Gogeta. Seeing two forces of energy approaching, Gogeta swiftly conjured his own Kamehameha wave to counter. The three energies collided, creating a stalemate. Suddenly, with a fierce shout, Gogeta intensified his attack, and the Kamehameha wave surged forth, pressing down relentlessly upon Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Onlookers, witnessing the fierce battle, believed Gogeta would triumph over the two Super Saiyan 4 warriors. However, due to the excessive exertion of energy, Gogeta's fusion time diminished, forcing him to revert to his original form. What is happening? GT Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta stared in bewilderment at the impending energy assault. Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation, appearing before the two individuals. He raised his right hand to deflect the incoming energy. GT Goku, GT Vegeta, in the future, when you fuse, you must be decisive and swift. Do not prolong the battle. If too much time passes, your transformation will revert, and excessive energy expenditure will shorten the duration of your fusion, Ling Tian advised. Understood. The two nodded in agreement. After witnessing the formidable power of the fusion technique, the primary timelines Goku and Vegeta began to practice diligently. They repeatedly rehearsed the necessary movements. And after successfully merging into Fat Gogeta and Old Gogeta, they grasped the essential elements of fusion. A dazzling white light flashed, and the two successfully combined into Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Chapter 51. Super 17. After Goku and Vegeta from the primary timeline mastered the fusion technique, Ling Tian chose not to return everyone to the main timeline. Thus, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Paragus from the primary timeline trained alongside their GT counterparts daily, engaging in battles and honing their skills. Ling Tian watched as GT Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 distinguished him amidst the crowd. In an instant, he transported him to Namek, where he made a wish to the eternal dragon Purunga for a tail. Upon acquiring the tail, GT Vegeta gathered an energy sphere and hurled it into the sky, manifesting a full moon above. Thus, GT Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Unbeknownst to them, several days had slipped by. One day, GT Trunks appeared before everyone, battered and bruised. After some inquiries, it was revealed that he had been attacked by Android 17. It seemed that Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, now allied in the depths of hell, had created the hellish Android 17 and were attempting to open the portal between Hell and Earth using both hellish Android 17 and GT Android 17. Esteemed friends, a new crisis has emerged, proclaimed Ling Tian. Is it merely that Trunks was injured by Android 17? What could possibly constitute a crisis? The crowd was perplexed. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an enormous black hole appeared over the Earth. This black hole was the result of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew's collaboration, utilizing the hellish Android 17 and GT Android 17 to open the portal to Hell. As the gateway manifested, foes once vanquished by the GT warriors emerged from the depths of Hell, amidst the chaos as numerous villains wreaked havoc across the city. The GT warriors and their counterparts from the primary timeline swiftly took action, engaging in battle against these malevolent forces. Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed as skirmishes erupted throughout the city. Ling Tian, Broly, and Cell had just dispatched a horde of minions and were poised to venture toward their next destination. Suddenly, a familiar figure materialized before them, the hellish Android 17, crafted by Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Dr. Gero, how can there be another cell beside us? Did you create a new one? Dr. Mew inquired, glancing at the cell next to him. Something is amiss. I did not create a second cell, nor have I seen anyone accompanying him. Moreover, two Son Gokus, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo have now appeared, Dr. Gero replied. In a fit of rage, Cell launched an assault on hellish Android 17. Humph, you think you can challenge me? Hellish Android 17 scoffed, mistakenly believing that the cell before him was of similar strength to the one in Hell. As a punch was hurled toward him, hellish Android 17 casually raised his hand to defend himself. However, he severely underestimated Cell's power and was sent flying by a single blow, crashing into a derelict building. Damn it! Hellish Android 17 roared, emerging from the rubble to retaliate against Cell. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Cell effortlessly evaded hellish Android 17's strikes and delivered a powerful blow that sent him underground. With a resounding crash, a massive crater formed in the ground, leaving hellish Android 17 sprawled on the floor. Is your strength truly this feeble? Cell remarked coolly. Damn it! Hellish Android 17 struggled to rise. In Hell, witnessing the relentless defeat of those emerging from the gates by Sun Wukong and his companions, both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew could no longer contain their frustration. They then emerged from Hell alongside GT Android 17, GT Cell, and Frieza. You wretched fools have thwarted our plans, Dr. Gero exclaimed furiously. Fear not. I have faith that the fusion of the two Android 17s will surely vanquish them and eradicate Sun Wukong, Dr. Mew asserted resolutely. 2 17s. Cell remarked with a smile directed at the pair. Upon hearing Dr. Mew's words, hellish Android 17 gritted his teeth and retorted, Cell, do not become too complacent. You shall soon witness our true might. With that, hellish Android 17 initiated fusion with GT Android 17. In no time, their fusion was successful, resulting in the formidable Super Android 17, towering and immensely powerful. Prepare to face my wrath, Cell, Super Android 17 declared. Is this your fusion? It seems rather unimpressive. Cell responded, clenching his fists and unleashing his full energy, causing the entire Earth to tremble. How is this possible? Dr. Gero gazed incredulously at the scene before him, pondering why this Cell was so vastly superior to the one beside him. Broly, let us first eliminate those who are inconsequential. Ling Tian, with determination, charged towards Dr. Gero and Frieza, closely followed by Broly. Super Android 17, save us, cried Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Frieza and GT Cell attempted to retaliate with fury. However, to their astonishment, Ling Tian and Broly effortlessly neutralized their attacks. Ling Tian and Broly concentrated their energy and unleashed it upon Frieza and GT Cell. With a resounding explosion, Frieza and GT Cell were obliterated. Observing that Super 17 did not come to their rescue, and with Frieza's demise, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew had no choice but to flee. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. In an instant, Ling Tian appeared before the two adversaries and struck each with a devastating blow, obliterating them in moments. In the blink of an eye, only the formidable Super 17 remained on the battlefield. Observing the annihilation of Dr. Gero and his cohorts with an impassive demeanor, Super 17 fixated intently on Cell. With a swift movement, Cell materialized directly in front of Super 17. The two stood face to face, launching simultaneous assaults against one another. The air resonated with the thunderous sounds of their clashing fists. Super 17 staggered back, relentlessly unleashing energy blasts towards Cell. Undeterred, Cell absorbed the onslaught of energy projectiles and charged at Super 17. What? Super 17 was momentarily taken aback, despite sustaining numerous injuries from the energy blasts. Cell pressed on with his offensive. Seizing the opportunity while Super 17 was momentarily stunned, Cell advanced and relentlessly kneed Super 17 in the abdomen. Damn it, Cell. You seek your own demise. Super 17 gathered energy into his hands, conjuring a colossal energy sphere which he hurled at Cell. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air, propelling both combatants away from the epicenter of the blast. Super 17's attire lay in tatters, while Cell was left missing an arm. Grr. Cell growled lowly, channeling his energy as the severed arm regenerated swiftly. He then placed his hand at his waist, gathering energy to unleash upon Super 17. Kamehameha. Super 17 stood motionless as the Kamehameha wave surged toward him, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. Upon impact, rather than exploding, the Kamehameha wave was absorbed by Super 17's expanding muscles, converting the energy into his own strength. Enraged by the absorption of his attack, Cell teleported behind Super 17 and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. At that moment, the GT warriors and their counterparts from the main timeline approached from a distance, intent on vanquishing all villains. Chapter 52, Evil Dragon Ling Tian. Is that individual Android 17? Inquired GT Goku. He is not merely Android 17. He is the fusion of Hell's Android 17 and the Earth's Android 17, also known as Super Android 17. Ling Tian elucidated to the assembled group. Super Android 17. The group exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, and all of this was orchestrated by Dr. Gero. However, Dr. Gero has been vanquished, leaving only Super 17 in existence, Ling Tian replied. Cursed Dr. Gero. Even in hell, he cannot find peace. GT Piccolo exclaimed in fury. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle between Cell and Super 17 unfolded in close quarters. Cell delivered a powerful punch to Super 17's face, causing him immense pain. Yet Super 17 retaliated with a kick that bent Cell's form like a shrimp. The intensity of their conflict was palpable. I wish I could join the fray. Both Gokus exclaimed simultaneously. Hearing the cacophony of discussions around him, Cell turned his head and noticed that a crowd had gathered, captivated by their combat. However, this momentary distraction allowed Super 17 to land a punch that sent Cell flying. Do I not care for my pride? Cell thought, quickly stabilizing himself in midair to regain his composure and launch another assault on Super 17. With a resounding impact, the two exchanged blows, sending them both hurtling backward. Cell then concentrated energy into a circular disc in his hand and hurled it towards Super 17. Cutting disc. Super 17 remained motionless, seemingly intent on absorbing energy. Cell discerned this detail and, in a flash, teleported behind him, delivering a kick that propelled Super 17 towards the disc. Super 17, interrupted in his skill execution, was caught off guard and lost a leg to the slicing disc. Aren't you capable of absorbing energy? Why didn't you do so just now? Cell laughed heartily. Fuming in pain from his severed limb, Super 17 soared into the sky, entwining his hands with sparks to conjure a black energy sphere aimed at Cell. Hellbomb. Cell, recognizing the threat, placed his hands at his waist to gather energy for defense. Kamehameha. The two energy forces collided midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In a swift maneuver, Cell appeared before Super 17, seizing him and teleporting away from Earth. What just happened? The onlookers were perplexed, questioning Cell's decision to take Super 17 off the planet. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the cosmos. Moments later, Cell reappeared before the crowd. Cell, what was that tremendous noise? Was Super 17 annihilated? GT Goku inquired. I merely found a random planet and caused it to explode. Super 17 has been obliterated, Cell replied nonchalantly. Self-destruction. The GT crowd and those from the main timeline stared in shock. Ling Tian shook his head, realizing that Sheru believed the infinite energy of Super 17 could be depleted indefinitely. It would be far more prudent to resolve the matter at once. Once the crisis was averted, everyone returned to GT Bulma's residence. At that moment, GT Goku and his companions had gathered all the Dragon Balls of Earth, placing them upon the verdant lawn of Bulma's yard. Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. GT Goku called out to the Dragon Balls. No sooner had he spoken than the sky above the earth darkened, and a plume of black smoke wafted from the Dragon Balls, transforming into a dragon with wings that exuded an aura of malevolence. This sinister dragon was even smoking a cigar. Aunt Bulma, is this really Shenron? Xiaofang questioned incredulously, astonished by the dragon's appearance and its cigar. I don't know, but it certainly wasn't like this before. However, since it emerged from the Dragon Balls, it must indeed be Shenron. GT Bulma replied. Shenron, please help us revive all the humans who perished in this battle. GT Goku implored loudly. Upon hearing this, the malevolent dragon took a deep drag from its cigar and exhaled a series of smoke rings, declaring, I am not Shenron. I am the evil dragon. Evil dragon. Cough. Cough. The group struggled against the acrid smoke, momentarily doubting their hearing. Indeed, from this day forth, I shall no longer heed the commands of humanity, the evil dragon proclaimed. You mean to say that from now on, the Dragon Balls can no longer be used? GT Bulma inquired. Correct, and I, the evil dragon, shall also obliterate your planet. With that, the dragon reverted to the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. Obliterate the earth? Is that something a dragon can do? GT Bulma remained skeptical. The 7 Dragon Balls dispersed once more across the planet, their wishes unfulfilled. What should we do now? GT Trunks asked. Although the group was unaware of why the Dragon Balls had suddenly transformed, they recognized it as a dire omen. Ling Tian, why does this dragon differ so greatly from the previous Shenron? Broly, standing at a distance, queried. This is not a dragon for wishes. It is an evil dragon that could annihilate the universe. The Dragon Balls cannot be used too frequently. Each wish granted increases negative energy, which will dissipate over time. The malevolent dragon we just encountered is a consequence of excessive wishing. The cracks appearing on the Dragon Balls signify that the negative energy has reached its limit. Ling Tian explained. Ling Tian, do you truly believe that dragon will destroy the earth? GT Bulma asked. Yes. Ling Tian nodded. The young man was absolutely correct. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Is it you, Lord Old Kai? GT Son Goku inquired. Indeed, it is I, Goku. I have been observing since you made your wish to the dragon. The Old Kai continued, the Dragon Balls are inherently a violation of the natural order. Yet you have persistently disregarded my counsel, particularly you, Bulma. GT Bulma was taken aback. Of course, it is you. Typically, it takes an extended period for an ordinary individual to gather the Dragon Balls. Yet you invented the Dragon Radar, expediting their collection. The Old Kai explained. Each time the Dragon Balls are used, a bit of negative energy accumulates. Originally, after a certain duration, the Dragon Balls would automatically purify the negative energy generated by wishes. But you have upgraded them to grant 3 wishes. Now, with the emergence of the evil dragons, who can you blame but yourself? The Old Kai spoke with indignation. True, I invented the Dragon Radar, but I am merely a frail woman. Without Goku and the others' assistance, how could I possibly gather all 7 Dragon Balls? GT Bulma immediately shifted the blame onto Son Goku. Very well then, it is all my fault. GT Son Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Lord Old Kai, what should I do now? Goku asked. The Old Kai pondered for a moment and replied. You must defeat the evil dragons and purify the negative energy within the Dragon Balls. Once you vanquish the evil dragons and reclaim the 7 Dragon Balls, all will be well. Yash, as long as we defeat the evil dragons and retrieve the Dragon Balls, we will be fine. GT Son Goku said with a smile. Goku, do not underestimate the evil dragons. They possess various extraordinary abilities and formidable strength, the Old Kai cautioned. Fear not, my lord. We shall surely defeat them and reclaim the Dragon Balls. GT Son Goku affirmed, stretching his limbs. The old Kai shook his head in resignation, realizing Goku's innocence remained unchanged. Very well, Goku, your task is to find the 7 Dragon Balls. Otherwise, the entire universe may face annihilation. Understood, Lord Old Kai. GT Son Goku responded. Upon hearing this, the old Kai severed his connection with the others. Chapter 53, The Search for the Dragon Balls. The old Kai said that retrieving the Dragon Balls will resolve everything. So I shall set off to find them. GT Son Goku waved farewell to the crowd as he prepared to depart. Wait, Goku. You cannot undertake the search for the Dragon Balls alone. We shall accompany you. Ling Tian pointed towards the individuals in the main timeline as he spoke. Grandfather, I wish to accompany you, exclaimed Xiaofang. Xiaofang, you must refrain from joining this time. It is far too perilous. Father and Uncle Ling Tian will handle the situation. GT Son Gohan firmly grasped the intent to sneak away from Xiaofang. Father, it was I who previously ventured with Grandfather and Trunks into the cosmos in search of the Dragon Balls. Why can't I go this time? Xiaofang retorted. Gohan, I shall ensure Xiaofang's safety, declared GT Son Goku. Very well, Xiaofang, you must heed your grandfather's words and not wander off. GT Son Gohan advised her. Father, I understand. Xiaofang replied. GT Vegeta, are you not joining GT Goku in the quest for the Dragon Balls? Ling Tian inquired. There is but one Dragon Radar. Without it, how can we locate the Dragon Balls? GT Vegeta responded. Those malevolent dragons will not forever conceal themselves nor suppress their energy. Moreover, with our numbers, splitting up to search could yield results, Ling Tian countered. All right then, with so many of us, shall we compete to see who can find the most Dragon Balls? Ling Tian proposed. How shall we compete? The others queried. I will team up with Broly and Cell. GT Goku will partner with GT Vegeta and Xiaofang. The main timeline Goku will join forces with Vegeta, while the main timeline Gohan will team with Piccolo and Paragus. We shall see which team uncovers the most Dragon Balls. Ling Tian elucidated. This idea is quite splendid. GT Son Goku affirmed. Indeed, Kakarot and I shall surely collect the most Dragon Balls, proclaimed the main timeline Vegeta. Whoosh. In an instant, main timeline Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Paragus soared into the sky, heading into the distance. You lack integrity. The competition has yet to commence. And you're already searching for the Dragon Balls. GT Vegeta bellowed. Whoosh. Whoosh. The others disregarded GT Vegeta's protest and swiftly employed their flying techniques to depart. Vegeta. Xiaofang, let us depart as well. GT Son Goku suggested. Curse it. GT Vegeta seethed as he took off in a huff. In a forsaken city, a malevolent dragon resembling a mole was utilizing its unique Earth-based abilities to create tremors. After GT Vegeta had slain a multitude of innocent citizens, he wished upon the Dragon Balls to resurrect them, thereby giving rise to the 7-star dragon, also known as the Earth Dragon. The 7-star dragon possesses the ability to inhabit the bodies of others. It relentlessly generated earthquakes throughout the city, causing buildings to collapse and countless lives to be lost. Ha! The 7-star dragon cackled as it beheld the humans perishing in the wake of the tremors. Whoosh! At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the air from a distance. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged before the 7-star dragon. These 2 were none other than the Son Wukong and Vegeta from the primary timeline. You are Son Wukong? Hasn't he turned into a child? The 7-star dragon was momentarily bewildered. Was it you who caused the collapse of this city? Inquired the primary timeline's Son Wukong. And if it was, do you intend to stop me? The 7-star dragon retorted. Kakarot, take your time with your questions. Vegeta declared as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at the 7-star dragon. Seeing Vegeta's fierce approach, the 7-star dragon instinctively sought refuge underground. However, before he could burrow into the earth, Vegeta seized his tail and flung him into the air. Immediately afterward, Vegeta placed his hands before his chest, gathering an immense amount of energy that coalesced into a brilliant golden orb, which he hurled at the 7-star dragon. In a dazzling flash, the 7-star dragon let out a cry of despair while being obliterated by Vegeta. Vegeta picked up the Dragon Ball from the ground, discovering it to be the 7-star Dragon Ball. Vegeta, how did you know he was an evil dragon? Asked the primary timeline's Son Wukong. Kakarot, I noticed it as I flew over. The sphere atop that rat's head bears a striking resemblance to the Dragon Ball, albeit in black. Vegeta elucidated. It seems that every evil dragon is adorned with a Dragon Ball. Let us hasten to search elsewhere. Ling Tian, Broly. and Sheru are currently soaring above a vast expanse of ocean in search of the Dragon Balls. As they pass by a fishing village, they notice something amiss. The fishermen are not out at sea casting their nets, but instead are gathered at the entrance of the village. Ling Tian, after inquiring further, discovered that the fishermen were gathered by the shore, eagerly anticipating the bountiful gifts from the Dragon Princess. Ever since her arrival, they no longer needed to risk venturing out to sea for their catch. Each day, at this appointed hour, the Dragon Princess would bestow upon them an abundance of seafood. It seems there is indeed an evil dragon at play here, Broly remarked. Then let us wait here, Ling Tian replied. Thus, Ling Tian, Broly, and Sheru stood at the village entrance, awaiting the arrival of the Dragon Princess. Suddenly, the once tranquil sea began to churn with tumultuous waves. The Dragon Princess had descended. The fishermen erupted in joyous cheers. Ling Tian and his companions immediately gazed ahead, where they beheld a woman hovering above the surface of the sea. The woman possessed a pale azure complexion, adorned in a garment of the same hue, with a pair of metallic bracelets encircling her wrists. Her long purple hair cascaded down to her ankles, and a circular gem was embedded in her forehead. This woman was none other than the six-star dragon, also known as the ocean dragon, embodying the elements of water and wind. She was an embodiment of malevolent energy, born from the dark request of the Wulong to the divine dragon for a girl-less undergarment. Ling Tian, do you see that? Is it not the Dragon Ball? Shalu quickly remarked, his attention drawn to the circular gem upon the woman's forehead. 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 6 Dragon Balls. It appears this is indeed the six-star dragon. Ling Tian counted. Who are you? The six-star dragon inquired. Where has Sun Wukong gone? Our identities are of little consequence. What matters is that you will not wait for his arrival. Ling Tian retorted. How audacious! The six-star dragon exclaimed, as she summoned a multitude of air orbs around her body. Air burst, she shouted, and the orbs, resembling marbles, surged towards Ling Tian, Broly, and Shalu. The three of them each concentrated their energy, enveloping themselves in a protective barrier. Boom! Crash! The air orbs collided with the shield, unleashing a series of thunderous explosions. The blast generated a tempest that scattered the houses and trees of the fishing village in disarray. How is this possible? The six-star dragon gazed in astonishment at the trio, who remained unscathed. It is time to end this. Ling Tian spoke as he clasped his hands in the void, summoning a crimson scythe that materialized in his grasp. In a swift motion, he appeared before the six-star dragon, wielding the scythe with relentless precision as he struck again and again. Before the six-star dragon could react, it was cleaved into countless fragments. With the demise of the six-star dragon, Ling Tian successfully acquired the six-star dragon pearl. Broly, Cell, let us proceed to our next destination. Two individuals observed a performance from a distance, as three figures soared into the air, employing their aerial techniques to fly eastward. Chapter 54. The Quest for the Dragon Balls. 2. In a desolate city upon Earth, a malevolent dragon, resembling a green-skinned frog, was conjuring a humid mist that spread across the planet. Anyone who came into contact with this toxic fog would have their strength and energy drained. This wicked creature was known as the two-star dragon, also referred to as the clouded dragon, the embodiment of pollution. Jiru, a Dragon Ball has been detected ahead, exclaimed Xiaofang. Quickly, take us there. In a swift motion, GT Goku and Vegeta followed suit. Just as the two-star dragon was wreaking havoc on the environment, three figures and a robot suddenly descended from the sky. Goku, is that you? The two-star dragon sneered. It is your wishes that gave birth to us evil dragons. Are you the malevolent dragon born from those wishes? GT Goku inquired. It seems you've forgotten. Allow me to remind you. When you were a child, you used the Dragon Balls to resurrect a little boy's father, and I am the result of that wish. The two-star dragon retorted. You mean UPA's father? GT Goku recalled with sudden clarity. Now, I shall bring about the destruction of Earth. The two-star dragon's aura intensified as the poisonous mist spread even further. The greater the range of the toxic fog, the stronger the two-star dragon became. I will not allow you to succeed. GT Goku launched an attack at the two-star dragon in his normal state, only to be sent flying by a single punch. The two-star dragon attempted to capitalize on this momentum, aiming to eliminate Goku in one swift move. Seeing this, Xiaofang rushed forward to intervene, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to the two-star dragon, but it proved ineffective. The two-star dragon chuckled and, with a swift motion, seized Xiaofang and hurled her into the pitch-black waters. Xiaofang! GT Goku cried out. In a flash, the two-star dragon appeared behind Goku, and kicked him into the lake as well. Haha, I never expected Goku to be so easily dispatched. The two-star dragon laughed heartily. Foul frog, what are you laughing at? The two-star dragon turned to see another individual hovering in the air. You dare to call me a frog? You shall perish. With that, the two-star dragon unleashed a torrent of toxic mist aimed at GT Vegeta. How disgusting. GT Vegeta quickly retreated. Unlike Kakarot, I will not lower my strength to battle a mere minion. With a fierce roar, GT Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, launching himself at the two-star dragon. How can you be so powerful? Two-star dragon was utterly astonished. GT Vegeta paid him no heed. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared behind two-star dragon, delivering a devastating punch that sent him flying. Before two-star dragon could regain his composure in midair, GT Vegeta struck again with a heavy blow, driving him deep into the ground. A tremendous boom resonated as the earth was shattered, leaving a colossal crater where two-star dragon had fallen. Enraged, two-star dragon soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of poisonous mist. You foul toad, is that all you can do? Prepare to meet your demise, he exclaimed. GT Vegeta summoned an immense surge of energy, coalescing it into a violet sphere in his palm, which he hurled at the airborne two-star dragon. Final flash. Caught off guard. Two-star dragon was struck directly by the energy blast. With a resounding explosion, he was obliterated, reverting back to his original form as a mere two-star ball. As the noxious mist dissipated, GT Goku suddenly emerged from the lake, with Xiao Fong in tow. Vegeta, where has two-star dragon gone? GT Goku inquired. Vegeta tossed the dragon ball in his hand, and replied, I have dealt with him. But Kakarot, do you still wish to win the competition? What's wrong, Vegeta? GT Goku asked, puzzled. Such trash can be dispatched with a single move. You can't afford to play with him. I see that Ling Tian and the others are on the verge of collecting all the other Dragon Balls. Vegeta stated. Haha, Vegeta. I completely forgot about that once the battle began. GT Goku chuckled in response. Kakarot, you Vegeta then took to the skies, soaring away. Vegeta, wait for us. GT Goku called after him. In a deserted city on Earth, an evil dragon with bright red skin and a bird-like appearance, known as Five-Star Dragon, wreaked havoc across the landscape. Though smaller than the other malevolent dragons, Five-Star Dragon possessed remarkable power, capable of unleashing relentless bolts of lightning. He could also create electrical slime, which siphoned energy from any object it touched, converting the absorbed energy into his own strength. As Five-Star Dragon rampaged, unleashing a storm of electricity, Gohan sensed the sinister aura from a distance. He immediately activated instant transmission with Paragus in tow. Noticing this, Piccolo quickly followed suit. In a flash, the trio of Gohan, Paragus, and Piccolo materialized before Five-Star Dragon. Gohan, Piccolo, where's Goku? Why are only you two here? Five-Star Dragon demanded. Dad is currently battling other evil dragons elsewhere. Gohan replied. Is that so? This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Since that is the case, I shall first deal with you before confronting Sun Wukong, proclaimed the Five-Star Dragon. Let us see if you possess the strength for that. With a fierce shout, the primary timeline's Son Gohan and Paragus transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo released his full energy and charged towards the Five-Star Dragon. What? So powerful? The Five-Star Dragon exclaimed, immediately summoning a bolt of lightning to create a massive sphere of electricity, hurling it towards Son Gohan and his companions. Dragon Ball Lightning? Paragus swiftly swatted the electric sphere into the sky. Piccolo placed his right fingertip against his forehead, channeling energy until it coalesced at his fingertip, launching it towards the Five-Star Dragon. Demon Flash Cannon. The Five-Star Dragon, startled, hurriedly manipulated the electrical slime on the ground, forming a protective barrier around himself. Boom. The Demon Flash Cannon struck the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering, yet it ultimately withstood Piccolo's assault. The Five-Star Dragon's electrical slime could absorb energy from objects, barely managing to withstand Piccolo's attack with the energy of an entire city. Puffing heavily, the Five-Star Dragon thought to himself, I nearly perished at Piccolo's hands. This shield is intriguing, Paragus remarked. Humph. Piccolo scoffed. I cannot continue like this. I will perish. I must flee and absorb the energy of several cities to defeat them. The Five-Star Dragon turned and fled. Thinking of escaping? In an instant, Son Gohan teleported in front of the Five-Star Dragon, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying towards Paragus. Paragus then struck the Five-Star Dragon upwards into the sky. Following this, the three began to gather energy, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Kamehameha Wave. Demon Flash. Demon Flash Cannon. The 5-star dragon, now unprotected and lifted from the ground, was struck head-on by the 3 waves of energy. Boom. The 5-star dragon was silenced before he could even scream, utterly obliterated. A spherical object descended from the sky, which Son Gohan caught. Uncle Piccolo, it's the 5-star ball. Son Gohan exclaimed. At last, we have a Dragon Ball. Let us search for the others. Piccolo replied. Whoosh. The 3 soared into the sky, heading towards the distance. Chapter 55. The Search for the Dragon Balls 3 in the Ruins of a City on Earth. A figure with blue skin and a pair of wings, known as the 3-star dragon or the Ice Dragon, advanced forward. With each step he took, the ground before him froze. He had the power to control freezing air and create ice that could not melt. He was born from the negative energy created when GT's son Goku and his companions wished for the complete erasure of humanity's memories of the Majin Buu. Whoosh. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged above the desolate city. The 3-star dragon halted in its tracks, seemingly sensing something, and turned to behold Ling Tian, Broly, and Shara hovering in midair. Who are you? Do you know the whereabouts of Sun Wukong? Inquired the 3-star dragon. Ling Tian, why does this malevolent dragon feel different from the previous one? Broly questioned. Broly, do not be deceived by his polite demeanor and gentle tone. He is a thoroughly despicable individual who will stop at nothing to achieve his objectives, Ling Tian elucidated. Oh, I did not anticipate that you would uncover my true nature, the 3-star dragon remarked, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. How infuriating. I cannot believe I was almost deceived by someone like you. Broly retorted angrily. Haha, you can only blame your own naivety. You are just like Sun Wukong. The 3-star dragon laughed. Ling Tian, allow me to handle this individual, Broly asserted. Ling Tian nodded. I am different from Kakarot. Broly let out a furious roar, unleashing his full energy as he charged towards the 3-star dragon. Upon witnessing this, the 3-star dragon quickly readied itself, concentrating energy to emit a freezing wave of light from its wings to attack Broly. Broly effortlessly evaded the assault, causing the abandoned building behind him to be struck by the wave, instantly transforming it into an ice sculpture. Broly delivered a powerful punch to the 3-star dragon, sending it flying backward in a shrimp-like arc boom. The 3-star dragon crashed into the dilapidated building, causing it to collapse and bury him beneath the rubble. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the ground. As the dust settled, the 3-star dragon emerged from the wreckage in a disheveled state. Damn it! The 3-star dragon exclaimed as a freezing beam suddenly shot from its eyes. Broly, caught off guard, was encased in ice. Just as the 3-star dragon was about to reveal a victorious grin, Broly let out a low, furious roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, causing the ice to disintegrate into dust. In an instant, Broly appeared before the 3-star dragon, seizing its head and grinding it into the ground. The 3-star dragon, lacking any means of resistance, could only emit a pitiful wail. After enduring a severe beating from Broly, the 3-star dragon lay motionless on the ground. It is time to end this. Broly hurled the 3-star dragon into the air, gathering an energy sphere in his hand and launching it at the airborne foe. Massive meteor. The once ordinary energy sphere expanded into a colossal orb as it was thrown. Damn, how could it be this strong? The 3-star dragon weakly uttered. It had thought it would meet its end at the hands of this energy sphere. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful force launched the 3-star dragon away, narrowly escaping the attack. Broly looked up, curious to see who had intervened. On the rooftop of a nearby abandoned building stood a figure identical to the 3-star dragon, yet with radiant golden skin. This was the arrival of the 3-star dragon's brother, the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon, a malevolent entity capable of reaching temperatures akin to the sun and possessing 6 million units of energy, was entirely different in demeanor from his sibling, valuing etiquette and righteousness. The 4-star dragon was born from negative energy when King Piccolo wished to restore his youth, thus sharing a bond with Goku from his childhood. 4-star dragon. The 3-star dragon struggled to rise from the ground. Ling Tian, another evil dragon has arrived. If we can eliminate them, victory in this match will be ours, Cell remarked. Then you should go and finish it quickly, Ling Tian responded. Humph. With a low growl, Cell unleashed his full energy and charged at the 4-star dragon. Wait. The 4-star dragon suddenly spoke. What do you intend to do? Shara was perplexed. I have no desire to engage in combat with you. My sole objective is to confront Sun Wukong, declared the 4-star dragon. Who cares who your target is? Shara retorted in fury. He had anticipated a profound explanation from the four-star dragon, only to discover that it merely wished to battle Sun Wukong. In a flash, Shadow appeared before the four-star dragon and delivered a powerful punch that sent it flying across the earth. As soon as Broly unleashed his energy, everyone sensed it. Now that Shadow had erupted with his own energy, it was evident that there were numerous malevolent dragons in Ling Tian's vicinity. One after another, they utilized instant transmission, heading towards Ling Tian's location. Swish, swish. Ling Tian turned his head and noticed that everyone had gathered around him. What brings you here? Have you given up on searching for the Dragon Balls? Ling Tian inquired. GT Vegeta tossed the Dragon Ball in his hand, stating, I've already found one. Uncle Ling Tian. We have also discovered one. Son Gohan exclaimed, producing the Dragon Ball from his pocket. Did you and Vegeta not find any, main timeline Goku? Piccolo questioned. How could that be possible? Replied the main timeline Vegeta, as he too revealed a Dragon Ball. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. Ling Tian remarked. It seems victory in the competition is within my grasp. Boom. With the absence of the four-star dragon's interference, Broly dispatched the three-star dragon with a single energy blast. Broly picked up the three-star ball from the ground and returned to Ling Tian's side. Kakarot, we now possess two. Once Cell takes care of the four-star dragon, we will have three, Broly declared. Curse it, this is all your fault for being so slow. Both Vegetas retorted simultaneously at Son Goku. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, Cell and the four-star dragon were locked in combat, battling from the ground to the sky. Just as Cell's fist was about to strike the four-star dragon, the dragon immediately raised its body temperature to a scorching 6,000 degrees Celsius. What is happening? Cell exclaimed as he felt his right hand burn, sensing the oppressive heat surrounding him. Turning to the four-star dragon, he realized the source of the heat emanated from it. Cell quickly conjured an energy shield to protect himself. Seeing that Cell had insulated himself from the heat, the four-star dragon soared into the sky, gathering high-temperature energy in its palm, forming a massive fireball aimed at Cell. Super Fireball. Cell placed his hand at his waist, gathering energy to counter the attack. Kamehameha. Boom. The two energies collided mid-air, resulting in a violent explosion. It seems your strength is limited. This must come to an end, Cell shouted, unleashing his energy once more, golden light radiating from him. The dazzling brilliance compelled Ling Tian and the others to shield their eyes. As the light faded, Cell's formerly green skin transformed into a golden hue, successfully evolving into Golden Cell. Impossible. The four-star dragon was incredulous at Cell's newfound strength. In a flash, Cell appeared before the four-star dragon, delivering a single punch that obliterated it. After vanquishing the four-star dragon, Cell retrieved the four-star ball from the ground and soared into the air towards Ling Tian and the others. Chapter 56, Super One-Star Dragon One Whoosh. Cell flew back from a distance, presenting the Dragon Ball to Ling Tian. Cell, your transformation is incredibly powerful. Why haven't I seen you use it before? In the primary timeline, Sun Wukong remarked that after his previous encounter with Super 17's self-detonation in the cosmos, he had mastered this transformation. Cell responded as they observed from the Kaishin realm, where the GT Old Kaishin and GT Jebit were intently watching a crystal ball, tracking Sun Wukong's progress in locating the Dragon Balls. To their astonishment, Wukong and his companions had swiftly gathered 6 Dragon Balls. The GT Old Kaishin muttered, our ancestors. The beings from another timeline are truly formidable. Just now, I sensed that Cell's transformation surpassed all others. GT Jebit retorted, what do you know? I told you to read more, yet you squander your time tending to cattle. The GT Old Kaishin smacked Jebit on the head. Isn't that the case, ancestor? Jebit questioned in confusion. That Ling Tian is the strongest, followed by Broly, and then Cell. The Wukong from another timeline should be quite comparable to us. Did you not notice that Ling Tian has been the one issuing commands all along? Moreover, both Ling Tian and Broly are Saiyans. If Wukong and the others can transform into Super Saiyan 4, do you not think they can also? Pondered the GT Old Kaishin, stroking his chin. I understand now, ancestor. Jebit hastily nodded, eager to avoid further reprimands. The two resumed their focus on the crystal ball, observing Wukong and his companions on Earth. Now that we have 6 Dragon Balls, we only need one more to complete the collection, Broly declared. Splendid. This means Earth will not face destruction, exclaimed Xiaofang with excitement. Ling Tian, shall we proceed to search for the final Dragon Ball? GT Sun Wukong suggested. No need, he has already arrived. Ling Tian replied. Who has arrived? The others were puzzled by Ling Tian's words. One-star dragon, why do you not reveal yourself? Ling Tian called out. Oh, so you have discovered me long ago. A voice echoed from the ruins, and a towering figure with alabaster skin emerged before them. This individual bore a pair of white horns atop his head, with black horns sprouting from his back and arms, and a dragon ball embedded in his forehead, resembling a star. The one-star dragon was born from the negative energy generated after Dandy enhanced the power of the dragon balls. Are you the one-star dragon? GT's son Wukong inquired. Those worthless fools are utterly useless. They cannot even deal with you. In the end, it falls to me to resolve this, declared the one-star dragon, exuding a cold disdain for the other evil dragons and Sun Wukong. GT's son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at the one-star dragon. Humph. Once again, Kakarot has taken the lead. GT Vegeta let out a cold snort. The one-star dragon, unfazed by the approaching GT Goku, raised his right hand in anticipation of the incoming punch. However, he was caught off guard as GT Goku struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying backward in a curled position. In the original narrative, GT Goku was unable to defeat the one-star dragon because he was alone with Little Fong in search of the Dragon Balls, exhausting all his energy in battles against other evil dragons. How is this possible? The one-star dragon exclaimed in shock. It appears that the defeat of the other evil dragons was not unwarranted. You indeed possess formidable strength. Stabilizing himself in midair, the one-star dragon launched an attack on Goku. Bang, bang, bang. The one-star dragon relentlessly pummeled GT Goku with his fists. Suddenly, GT Goku seized the one-star dragon's attacking fist. Is this truly the extent of your power? GT Goku inquired. Infuriating. No matter how much the one-star dragon struggled, he could not break free from GT Goku's grasp. GT Goku then delivered a fierce knee strike to the one-star dragon's abdomen. The one-star dragon cried out in agony, spitting blood from his mouth. With a powerful punch, GT Goku sent the one-star dragon crashing into the ground. Boom. An explosive sound resonated as the earth was shattered, forming a massive crater. With a furious roar, the one-star dragon soared into the sky. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply, unleashing a tremendous suction force emanating from his mouth. The Dragon Balls, which had been placed in the pockets of Ling Tian and his companions, suddenly soared into the air. The Dragon Balls. The group grasped them tightly to prevent their escape. Yet Ling Tian shook his head in disapproval. Understanding his cue, they reluctantly released their hold on the Dragon Balls. The orbs ascended gracefully, quickly finding their way into the mouth of the one-star dragon. Why did you allow the one-star dragon to consume the Dragon Balls? Inquired GT Vegeta. Upon devouring the Dragon Balls, the one-star dragon will evolve into the Super One-Star Dragon, gaining formidable power and the ability to wield the strength of other evil dragons. This means you will be able to join the fight, Ling Tian elucidated. After absorbing the 6 Dragon Balls, the aura of the one-star dragon surged dramatically, successfully transforming into the Super One-Star Dragon. The consumed Dragon Balls were embedded prominently in the chest of the Super One-Star Dragon. Son Goku, you will pay the price. With a swift motion, the Super One-Star Dragon appeared directly before GT Son Goku. Suddenly, the 5-star Dragon Ball on the Super One-Star Dragon's chest began to radiate, unleashing a bolt of lightning from its hand. GT Son Goku, caught unawares, was struck directly by the electric surge. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Immediately following, the 3-star Dragon Ball on the Super One-Star Dragon's chest shimmered, emitting a beam infused with freezing energy that struck GT Son Goku squarely in the chest. Having never battled an evil dragon before, GT Son Goku remained entirely oblivious to their capabilities, resulting in his transformation into a frozen statue. Let us unite and fight together, Ling Tian proclaimed as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Super One-Star Dragon hurtling away. The frozen GT Son Goku unleashed a surge of energy, shattering the ice that encased him. How infuriating. If you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Super One-Star Dragon retorted to Ling Tian. In that moment, the 4-star Dragon Ball on Super One-Star Dragon's chest began to shimmer, harnessing the powers of the 4-star dragon. His body temperature soared to an astounding 6,000 degrees Celsius as he concentrated an immense amount of searing flames that engulfed him, unleashing a barrage of colossal fireballs directed at Ling Tian. Panic Fire Needle. Upon witnessing this, Ling Tian summoned energy to form a protective barrier around himself, disregarding the assaults of the Super One-Star Dragon, and charged forward with unwavering determination. Bang! Bang! The fireballs collided with the shield, producing thunderous echoes. How could this be? Not even the barrier could be breached? The Super One-Star Dragon was taken aback. Ling Tian appeared before the Super One-Star Dragon, relentlessly swinging his fists in a barrage of attacks, forcing the dragon to retreat repeatedly. The Super One-Star Dragon gasped heavily, its breaths labored. Surely, having absorbed the Dragon Balls. Your power cannot be so limited, Ling Tian remarked. Curse be you. You have pushed me to this. The Super One-Star Dragon roared, as the 7 Dragon Balls on its chest radiated a blinding light, granting its wish and amplifying its negative energy and combat strength. I too shall join the fray now that the Super One-Star Dragon has grown stronger. You all may continue to spectate, Broly declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and charging at the Super One-Star Dragon. Chapter 57, Super One-Star Dragon 2 Oomph. Overestimating yourself. The Super One-Star Dragon sneered at Broly's advance. It unleashed a torrent of black negative energy beams aimed at Broly. Destructive beam. Broly effortlessly deflected the beam with a swift motion, instantly appearing before the Super One-Star Dragon, seizing its head with a powerful grip and forcing it downward. As Broly pressed the Super One-Star Dragon's head into the ruins, he began to sprint wildly. The Super One-Star Dragon struggled futilely against Broly's hold, emitting pained cries. Broly ravaged the remnants of the ruins beneath the Super One-Star Dragon before delivering a powerful kick, sending it soaring into the air. GT Goku, with a flash, materialized above the Super One-Star Dragon and delivered a devastating punch, driving it deep into the ground. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater in the earth. How infuriating, the Super One-Star Dragon thought, realizing that despite using the Dragon Balls to amplify its negative energy, it still fell significantly short of its opponents. Before the dragon could extricate itself from the crater, the remaining Saions transformed into Super Saiyan 4, while the golden-hued cell encircled the pit. Meanwhile, Piccolo from the main timeline, accompanied by Xiao Fang, sought a secure vantage point to observe the battle. Had it not been for Xiao Fang requiring protection, Piccolo would have joined the fray to unleash a beating. What is happening? Why are there so many Super Saiyan 4s? The Super One-Star Dragon exclaimed, emerging from the pit, beads of cold sweat forming on its brow as it surveyed the formidable foes surrounding it. Before the dragon could ponder further, Ling Tian swiftly appeared before it, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. The Super One-Star Dragon curled into a shrimp-like shape, propelled backward, in a desperate attempt to regain its composure midair. The Super One-Star Dragon began to gather energy for a counterattack. However, GT Vegeta struck from behind, landing a kick to the dragon's lower back, disrupting its energy release and sending it hurtling backwards once again. The inhabitants of the primary realm, along with those from GT, paid no heed to the anguished cries of the Super One-Star Dragon, launching a collective assault upon him, initiating a righteous brawl. The Super One-Star Dragon was akin to a mere ball, being kicked about by the crowd. Enraged, he let out a thunderous roar and soared into the sky, his 6 Dragon Balls glimmering brilliantly as he unleashed blade-like energy blasts. This was a technique of the 6-Star Dragon. Observing this, Broly and Cell enveloped themselves in protective energy shields, disregarding the energy blasts as they charged towards the Super One-Star Dragon. They swung their fists relentlessly, landing blow after blow upon his form. Bang! 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 After enduring a flurry of punches, the Super One-Star Dragon plummeted from the sky. Paraga swiftly maneuvered beside the Super One-Star Dragon, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing before Gohan. Witnessing this, Gohan raised his hands above his head to gather energy, directing it towards the Super One-Star Dragon. Dark flash. The energy struck the Super One-Star Dragon directly. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. As the smoke cleared, the Super One-Star Dragon emerged, battered and bruised. You shall all perish, he bellowed. Suddenly, the Super One-Star Dragon unleashed a mighty roar. As the 7 dark Dragon Balls embedded within his chest emanated a malevolent aura, coalescing into a colossal dark red energy sphere. He hoisted the negative energy sphere with his right hand and ascended to several hundred meters in the sky. You shall be obliterated along with the earth. The Super One-Star Dragon hurled the amassed negative energy sphere towards the ground. It descended rapidly, mere tens of meters from the surface. Just then, Ling Tian executed a technique of instant movement, appearing beneath the negative energy sphere and delivered a powerful kick. The negative energy sphere was sent flying out of Earth and into the cosmos. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the sphere detonated beyond the planet. His strongest attack had been so effortlessly neutralized, leaving the Super One-Star Dragon in shock. It seems your strength is merely this, Ling Tian declared. Damn it. If it weren't for your numbers, I wouldn't be in this predicament. The Super One-Star Dragon retorted, filled with resentment. You could always summon reinforcements. Ling Tian responded with a smile. Broly gathered energy at his chest, suddenly appearing before the Super One-Star Dragon and enveloping him in an embrace. Boom. A tremendous explosion of energy erupted, causing the Super One-Star Dragon to be hurled once more, while the 6 Dragon Balls that had been devoured were forcefully expelled, tumbling to the ground. Enduring excruciating pain, the One-Star Dragon absorbed the fallen Dragon Balls, reverting back to the Super One-Star Dragon. Aware of the formidable power of the Super One-Star Dragon, Ling Tian lost any desire to continue the battle. With a swift motion, he delivered a kick that sent the Super One-Star Dragon soaring into the sky. It is time to conclude this. As Ling Tian spoke, he placed his hand on his waist, gathering energy. The members of GT and those from the main timeline, upon hearing Ling Tian's words, also concentrated their energies, unleashing their ultimate techniques. The Kamehameha Wave, the Final Flash, the Super Meteor, a dazzling array of vibrant energy surged towards the Super One-Star Dragon in the sky. No. The Super One-Star Dragon emitted a defiant roar. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding explosion. The Super One-Star Dragon was obliterated, vanishing completely from this world. With its disappearance, the 7 Dragon Balls adorning its body returned to their normal state, cascading to the ground. Witnessing the end of the battle, Piccolo teleported with Xiao Fong and the robot Jiro to join Ling Tian and the others. Jiro, look, the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls. Xiao Fong exclaimed as she rushed over to collect the 7 restored Dragon Balls. Grandpa, we did it, she declared excitedly. The others transformed back to their original forms upon seeing the outcome. GT Goku took the Dragon Balls from Xiao Fong's hands, ready to summon the Eternal Dragon to restore Earth. However, before GT Goku could utter a word, a flash of golden light appeared, and the dragon emerged in midair. Unlike the usual summoning, the sky did not darken this time. What is going on? I Haven T even recited the incantation, and the dragon has already appeared. GT Goku scratched his head. Ling Tian, what is happening? GT Vegeta inquired. Do not worry. The dragon will explain everything shortly. Ling Tian replied. The dragon, hovering in the air, flashed its crimson eyes and addressed GT Goku. Goku, this time the realms of the living and the dead have merged. And the emergence of the evil dragons must be understood by you. So it truly is because of this that the Dragon Balls have become problematic? GT Goku responded. It is all due to your excessive reliance on the Dragon Balls and their misuse. From now on, the Dragon Balls shall no longer be available for your kind to use, and I too shall abide by this. The dragon declared. No longer able to use the Dragon Balls. GT Vegeta exclaimed. Indeed, the dragon nodded in affirmation. I acknowledge that we have relied too heavily on the Dragon Balls in the past, but if all that is occurring now is a consequence of the Dragon Balls, I implore you one last time. Please assist us in restoring Earth and reviving those innocent lives that have perished. GT Goku pleaded earnestly. Very well, but this shall be the final occasion. The dragon responded, its eyes gleaming as it restored Earth and resurrected the innocent lives one by one. All right, GT Goku. You two shall accompany me, the dragon announced. Chapter 58, The Realm of the Dragon God. Dragon, where are you taking Kakarot? GT Vegeta inquired. From the moment he first encountered Kakarot during the invasion of Earth to the subsequent battle against Frieza on Namek, despite his constant nonchalance, he has developed a profound bond with Kakarot through countless battles. Grandfather, where are you going? Little Fong exclaimed as she grasped GT Son Goku's arm. I am to accompany the dragon to a certain place. GT Son Goku replied. Come, GT Son Goku, let us depart. The dragon urged. Kakarot, you shall not leave. GT Vegeta bellowed. Vegeta, do not act this way. GT Son Goku pleaded, clearly distressed. Dragon, we wish to join as well. At that moment, Ling Tian interjected. The dragon hesitated in response to Ling Tian's request. Suddenly, it appeared as though the dragon was engaged in a conversation with someone unseen, nodding repeatedly. Upon concluding the dialogue, the dragon addressed Ling Tian and the others, saying, Who among you wishes to accompany me? Ling Tian never anticipated that the dragon would indeed grant his request. Before his journey through time, he had longed to understand the essence of the dragon realm and whether it truly harbored numerous divine dragons. Sonic, are you all willing to accompany me? Ling Tian inquired. Of course, we shall go together. The companions of the main timeline nodded eagerly. I wish to join as well. GT Vegeta declared. Grandfather, I too wish to go. Xiao Fong exclaimed. Xiao Fong, it would be best if you remain here. Your mother is waiting for you at home. And you must return to inform Gohan and the others of what transpires here, GT's son Goku responded. Grandfather, when will you return? Xiao Fong tightly clutched GT's son Goku's hand. I shall return swiftly. GT's son Goku assured her, though he was uncertain of when that would truly be. Very well. I shall await your return at home. Xiao Fong replied. Those of you who wish to join me, come and take your place upon my back. The dragon proclaimed. GT's son Goku, GT Vegeta, along with Ling Tian from the main timeline, Broly, Cell, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Paragus all mounted the dragon's back. Farewell. Xiao Fong. GT's son Goku waved his hand, calling out loudly. The dragon soared through the skies, bearing Ling Tian and the others. Moments later, Ling Tian and his companions sensed that they had departed from Earth, completely unable to detect Xiao Fong's presence any longer. Suddenly, a colossal rift in space appeared ahead, into which the divine dragon plunged. Through this spatial fissure, Ling Tian and the others emerged into an unfamiliar expanse of the cosmos. Before them loomed an immensely vast green planet, the sole celestial body in sight. Ling Tian was taken aback. The divine dragon led them in flight towards the planet. Upon entering, they beheld countless colossal dragons, each exceeding 100 meters in length, soaring through the skies while emitting resounding roars. Why are there so many divine dragons here? Questioned GT Vegeta. This is the Dragon God realm, the abode of all divine dragons. The planet is dotted with various nests, each inhabited by different divine dragons. The divine dragon explained. Continuing their flight across the planet, they indeed observed numerous divine dragons spiraling above their nests. After soaring for several minutes, the divine dragon guided Ling Tian and his companions to an extraordinarily grand palace. Here we are, we have arrived, declared the divine dragon to the group. As Ling Tian and his companions landed upon the palace, the divine dragon soared away. What transpired? Why did the dragon depart? Broly inquired. Suddenly, two figures emerged from within the palace, soaring forth. Their skin was a vivid crimson, their limbs akin to those of humans, yet their heads bore the visage of dragons. One wielded a long spear while the other donned a blade at his waist, both adorned in identical armor, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Ling Tian. They are extraordinarily powerful, Broly exclaimed. They far surpass us. Ling Tian nodded in agreement. Follow me, the dragon-headed being with the spear beckoned as he strode into the palace. Ling Tian took the lead and the others quickly followed suit. Along the way, they encountered many formidable dragon men wielding weapons, standing guard within the palace. After a winding journey, they finally arrived at the interior of the palace. Upon the throne sat a dragon man towering over 3 meters tall. His entire form resplendent in golden hues. He possessed an exceptionally robust physique, adorned with 2 long golden horns atop his head, exuding an aura of immense authority and a formidable presence. Below the throne, 2 identical dragon men stood vigilantly on either side, weapons in hand, resembling loyal sentinels. Are you the dragon god, Salama? Ling Tian inquired. Ling Tian, is the dragon god the deity of all dragons? GT's son Wukong asked. Impudent. Do not speak disrespectfully to our master. One of the guards retorted, preparing to take action. Stand down, the figure on the throne said with a calm demeanor. The guard complied and stepped aside. Indeed, I am the dragon god Salama, the sovereign of the dragon realm. Salama replied. I have permitted your entry into the dragon realm for a specific purpose. What is it? Ling Tian asked. The 7 Dragon Balls were originally created to fulfill your wishes. As your desires are realized, the power of our dragons also increases. When we reach a certain level of strength, we can assume human form. However, excessive use of the Dragon Balls generates negative energy, leading to the corruption of dragons into evil beings. Salama elucidated. The evil dragons that arise are either eradicated or returned to the dragon realm after destroying planets or entire universes. What do you require of us? Ling Tian inquired. We, the dragons, are unable to confront the evil dragons, and they will not attack us. I need you to eliminate these malevolent beings and restore them to their original forms. Salama commanded. Another chance to battle? Splendid. GT's son Wukong and the main timeline's son Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Consider it done. Ling Tian nodded in affirmation. With a wave of his hand, Salama conjured a token for each individual. What is the purpose of this token? Ling Tian asked. This token serves as a pass between the dragon realm and the outside world. Without the consent of the dragons and myself, entry into the dragon realm is forbidden. With this token, you will be able to return to your own timeline. Salama responded. Wonderful. This means we can go back. GT Sun Wukong cheered. Ling Tian felt somewhat bewildered. He was unsure if he could freely enter and exit, and whether time travel would allow him to leave. If he did not obtain the token and time travel proved futile, he would be perpetually confined within the Dragon God realm. Long E. Take them to familiarize themselves with the Dragon God realm, and arrange suitable accommodations for them. Salamanda instructed the guard beside him. Of course, my lord. Please follow me. Long E replied as he proceeded ahead. Ling Tian and the others followed Long E as they departed from the palace. The palace was situated at the heart of the Dragon God realm, with the western expanse predominantly inhabited by fallen evil dragons, while the eastern side served as the dwelling place for newly born divine dragons. The southern and northern regions were home to the divine dragons that you summon using the 7 Dragon Balls to fulfill your wishes, Long E elucidated. How formidable are the evil dragons in the west? Inquired GT Sun Wukong. Chapter 59. The Cultivation in the Dragon God Realm 1. Chapter 60. The Cultivation in the Dragon God Realm 2 in a fleeting instant. Ling Tian teleported behind the 3-star dragon, whereupon a golden dragon head phantom materialized upon his fist, striking forth with tremendous force. Dragon Fist. Before the 3-star dragon could even react, Ling Tian's fist pierced through it, extinguishing its life force and reducing it to a mere 3-star ball that fell to the ground. The 3-star dragon. The remaining 6 malevolent dragons were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the swift demise of the 3-star dragon in a single blow. Ling Tian picked up a fist-sized 7-star ball from the ground and placed it into his storage ring, determined to prevent the other wicked dragons from absorbing the Dragon Ball for their evolution. How infuriating! The 7-star dragon once again exerted gravitational pressure upon Ling Tian, while the remaining 5 malevolent dragons launched an assault. Bang! 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 The fists of the evil dragons relentlessly struck Ling Tian, who remained unfazed. This was precisely the sensation he sought, as the transmission of his bloodline continuously amplified his combat prowess amidst the fray. Ling Tian summoned a protective shield of energy around himself, and then placed his hands beside his head to execute the Sun Fist. A brilliant radiance emanated from Ling Tian, momentarily blinding the 6 malevolent dragon eyes. Ling Tian concentrated energy into his right hand, transforming it into a colossal blade that struck towards the 6 malevolent dragons. The earth cleaved. 3 of the wicked dragons were cleaved in 2, and Ling Tian stowed away 3 Dragon Balls into his storage ring. The 1-star, 4-star, and 5-star dragons, having regained their sight, were consumed by fury at the sight of 3 of their own being annihilated. The 4-star and 5-star dragons felt their power surge, unleashing a mighty roar as their bodies emanated a chilling aura. Absolute zero. This freezing aura expanded relentlessly, encasing their lair in ice, causing the temperature within to plummet steadily. Ling Tian's body couldn't help but shudder, urging for a swift resolution lest he succumb to the biting cold. As Ling Tian was about to launch an attack on the trio, an unexpected black hole appeared before him, causing him to plunge into it, only to find himself back at his original position. Haha, you shall perish here in the cold, sneered the 1-star dragon. Dark energy surged from the 1-star dragon, coalescing behind him into an ominous door of impenetrable blackness. Roaring, countless wraiths emerged from within the door, surging towards Ling Tian. Upon reaching him, the wraiths refrained from any assault and self-destructed instead. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed, continuing for several minutes before the wraiths finally vanished. As the smoke dissipated, Ling Tian, battered and bruised, stood before the 3. How is this possible? He is still alive? The 3 malevolent dragons were incredulous, having assumed that Ling Tian would succumb either to the explosions or to the freezing cold. This brat appears to possess no combat capability left. 5-star dragon. It is your turn to finish him off, the 1-star dragon declared with a cold snort. The 5-star dragon then conjured an ice sword from the energy in his hand and slowly advanced toward Ling Tian. A subtle smile graced Ling Tian's lips as he retrieved a celestial beam from his storage ring and consumed it. You shall meet your demise, 5-star dragon declared, raising his sword with the intent to strike Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian swiftly seized 5-star dragon's wrist and delivered a powerful punch to his head. Bang! 5-star dragon found himself dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. What transpired? He gazed at Ling Tian, only to realize that his injuries had completely healed. In the next moment, two beams of golden light erupted from Ling Tian's eyes, aimed directly at Five-Star Dragon. The Eye of Light. The twin rays pierced through Five-Star Dragon's chest, causing him to spew blood and succumb to death. Ling Tian stored the Five-Star Ball within his storage ring. How could this fellow have fully recovered from his injuries? And where has he concealed the Dragon Ball? The One-Star Dragon inquired of the Four-Star Dragon. I am at a loss. I merely saw the Dragon Ball in his grasp before it vanished. The Four-Star Dragon responded. Attack swiftly, he is charging towards us. The One-Star Dragon concentrated energy in his hand, forming a pitch-black energy sphere, which he hurled at Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the Four-Star Dragon was continuously emitting freezing rays, attempting to encase Ling Tian in ice. Ling Tian placed his hand upon his waist, channeling energy in preparation to unleash an attack upon the two adversaries. Just as he was about to release the Kamehameha, he executed an instantaneous movement, reappearing behind the One-Star Dragon and Four-Star Dragon. What? The One-Star Dragon and Four-Star Dragon were caught completely off guard by Ling Tian's sudden appearance. Boom. The energy wave engulfed the two malevolent dragons, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The two wicked dragons were annihilated before they could even utter a cry of despair. Ling Tian picked up two Dragon Balls and soared out of the cave, casually selecting a spot to retrieve the 5 Dragon Balls from his storage ring. The 7 fist-sized Dragon Balls on the ground resonated with one another, radiating a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, a divine dragon, unlike any Ling Tian had ever encountered, materialized in midair. The dragon did not utter a word, but instead flew towards the palace of the Dragon God realm. It seemed that in every universe, the divine dragons of time and space were indeed distinct, Ling Tian mused. After resting outside for a while, Ling Tian sought out another enormous nest and entered it. As Ling Tian stepped into the depths of the lair, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, unleashing his entire aura. A sudden rush of wind swept through the air, heralding the arrival of 7 malevolent dragons before him. What was happening? In such an expansive lair, how could it be inhabited by those nefarious dragons from Earth? Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront them swiftly. Ling Tian launched an assault against the 7 malevolent dragons, dispatching 2 of them with a single punch and kick. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Together, we shall unite. This individual is too formidable. Before the words of the malevolent dragon could fully escape its lips, Ling Tian, having employed instant teleportation, obliterated it with a devastating blow. The remaining malevolent dragons exhibited no capacity for resistance and were swiftly vanquished by Ling Tian's singular strike. Ling Tian pocketed the 7 Dragon Balls and emerged from the cave. A brilliant beam of golden light flashed, and the dragon appeared in midair. As soon as the dragon materialized, it attempted to take flight. Dragon, wait. Ling Tian called out to the divine dragon. Do you have something to discuss? He inquired. Is the strength of the evil dragons residing in such lairs inherently greater? The divine dragon replied. These lairs are merely random habitats. If you seek more formidable evil dragons, I'm afraid I cannot assist you. Farewell. With that, the divine dragon took flight towards the palace of the Dragon God. What nonsense is this? Randomly seeking out evil dragons, while Broly and his companions may be annihilated upon entering any lair. Ling Tian was utterly bewildered. This was simply too unreliable. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for Salama and Long Yi would resurrect Broly and the others. I shall take my time to seek out a formidable lair. Ling Tian thus ventured into one lair after another, vanquishing the malevolent dragons. 2 months later, Ling Tian entered a rather peculiar lair. Over the course of 2 months, he had ventured into various nests, each one in a state of utter disrepair, tainted by negative energy. Yet this particular lair stood apart, despite the presence of negative energy. It was remarkably clean and orderly. Ling Tian ventured deeper into the lair, yet after several minutes, the malevolent dragon remained conspicuously absent. What could be the reason? Was it possible that the wicked dragon within this den had been vanquished? Ling Tian pondered in confusion. Ling Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 and soared towards the depths of the lair. Whoosh! After several minutes of flight, he finally arrived at the lair's terminus. Before him stood 2 towering, malevolent dragons, currently in slumber. Could these 2 wicked dragons be the malevolent offspring of the dragon from Cyril Star? After 2 months of searching, he had finally discovered the formidable evil dragons. Ling Tian was filled with exhilaration as he concentrated a colossal energy sphere upon his fingertips. launching it towards the two malevolent dragons. Planetary Annihilation Bomb. Chapter 61. Cultivation in the Dragon God Realm 3. Boom. The energy orb detonated with a resounding explosion, abruptly rousing the two wicked dragons from their slumber. Who is it? The dragons bellowed in fury, turning their heads. They discovered Ling Tian gazing at them with a beaming smile. You little brat, so it was you who disturbed our slumber. Prepare to meet your demise, exclaimed one of the dragons as it swiftly darted forward, landing a powerful punch to Ling Tian's abdomen. The celestial bow transformed into a shrimp shape and was sent flying backward. How could this malevolent dragon possess such immense strength? Ling Tian found it hard to believe that his Super Saiyan Force strength could not withstand a single punch. With a casual flick of his hand, the two-star dragon unleashed countless blades of wind that surged towards Ling Tian in the sky. Ling Tian could not evade, being torn into fragments by the blade of wind. Humph! A mere insect dares to disturb us. The two-star dragon sneered derisively. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful resurrection. Now distributing death rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Chest Energy Blast. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Annihilation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining the ability, Pain Growth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward of 3,000 combat power. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward, 1,000 celestial beans. System checking personal attributes. Ding! Host, Ling Tian, Bloodline, Earthling, Legendary Scion. Skills, Chi Perception, Kamehameha, for Body Fist, Shadow Fist, Dragon Fist, Solar Fist, Chi Round Slash, Power Cannon, Demon Light Killing Cannon, Cutting Light Disc, Death Light Beam. Light Eye Line, Earth Split Slash, Death Energy Bullet, Planetary Destruction Bullet, Chest Energy Blast, Energy Shield, Chi Scythe, Flash Time Skill, Annihilation, Instant Transmission, Kaioshin Version, Plant Cultivation. Remote Manipulation, Pain Growth, 1,000 Miles Transmission, Time and Space Travel, God-Level Fighting Techniques. Combat Power, 9,867. Items, Storage Ring, 12 Universal Information Maps, Consciousness Recovery Potion X1. Spirit Fruit X128, Spirit Tree Seed X1, Celestial Beans X2789. What is the system's annihilation? The power of annihilation is akin to that of the God of Destruction, but with even greater strength. Stronger than the destruction of the God of Destruction? Ling Tian was bewildered. The destructive force of the God of Destruction vanished upon contact with his body. How could annihilation possibly be stronger than destruction? Host, annihilation is a higher tier of destruction. Destructive energy stands no chance against annihilation energy and is destined to be devoured. Upon receiving the system's response, Ling Tian burst into hearty laughter. What is happening? The two malevolent dragons, hearing the laughter from afar, turned to see Ling Tian appearing unscathed. This mere it? Was he not already dead? Pondered the two-star dragon in confusion. If he is not dead, then let us kill him once more. The one-star dragon declared, conjuring a dark sphere of negative energy in his hand, launching it towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian executed a swift teleportation to evade the energy sphere, launching an assault on the one-star dragon. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ling Tian's fist relentlessly pounded against the body of the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon shook its head, seizing Ling Tian's fist with a swift motion, and unleashed a bolt of black lightning from its mouth. Ling Tian was struck by lightning, his body charred and motionless on the ground. The infusion of transcendent bloodlines and the relentless growth of pain continuously augmented Ling Tian's combat prowess. How is it possible that he is still alive? The one-star dragon pondered. Perplexed, just moments ago, the two-star dragon had effortlessly dispatched this insignificant creature with a mere flick of its hand. Given that his own strength surpassed that of the two-star dragon, why could he not obliterate this insect? The one-star dragon proceeded with caution, realizing that Ling Tian could grow stronger in the midst of battle. Observing Ling Tian's ever-increasing aura, the two-star dragon remarked, "So that is how it is." The one-star dragon waved his hand, summoning ominous clouds that gathered overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. With a thunderous cry, the one-star dragon unleashed a torrent of lightning bolts towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian hurriedly summoned energy to conjure a protective shield around himself, seeking refuge from the impending danger. However, to his dismay, the shield shattered after withstanding merely 2 bolts of lightning. Alas, the relentless strikes of lightning cascaded upon Ling Tian. eliciting anguished cries of torment from him. Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Was he destined to meet his demise once more? No. With a thunderous roar, Ling Tian's aura surged, the crimson fur upon his body gradually vanishing, while his dark hair transformed into a lustrous silver, lengthening until it cascaded down to his waist. A dazzling white light flickered, marking Ling Tian's successful transformation into Super Saiyan 5. His power had amplified once more, effortlessly deflecting my assault. Ling Tian swiftly appeared before the one-star dragon. The two stood facing each other, exchanging powerful blows that sent them both staggering backward. Cold sweat beaded on the one-star dragon's forehead as it realized the rapid enhancement of Ling Tian's strength. If such progress continued, it would not be long before he surpassed me. Two-star dragon, come quickly and help me eliminate him. With a fierce roar, the one-star dragon summoned all its energy, causing the very lair to tremble. After exchanging a glance, the two launched their assault, one from the left and the other from the right. Ling Tian clasped his hands in the void, summoning a violet-red scythe to materialize in his grasp. Just as the two malevolent dragons were about to descend upon him, Ling Tian invoked the power of temporal leap, deftly evading their attacks and swinging the scythe toward the two-star dragon. The creature was sent flying by the force of Ling Tian's strike. What is happening? How does he know our attack trajectory? The two-star dragon was bewildered. The scythe's assault, however, could not breach the defenses of the evil dragon. Ling Tian casually discarded the scythe and instantly appeared before the two-star dragon, delivering a powerful punch to its head. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Bang! The two-star dragon was propelled backward, and Ling Tian sought to press his advantage. In a flash, the one-star dragon appeared above him, landing a heavy fist that drove him into the ground. Subsequently, an incessant surge of energy emanated from its hands, unleashing a multitude of black energy orbs toward Ling Tian. Boom! The sound of explosions erupted, and a dense cloud of dust was instantly kicked up from the ground. As the smoke cleared, Ling Tian lay on the ground, battered and exhausted. Cough, cough. Ling Tian coughed up blood and retrieved a celestial bean from his storage ring, consuming it in an instant, which miraculously healed his injuries. This fellow possesses something that can restore his wounds, remarked the two-star dragon. In a flash, the two-star dragon appeared above Ling Tian, gathering energy in his hands to form a swirling vortex, which he hurled downwards. Vortex tornado. At the moment of its release, the tornado expanded rapidly, lifting stones and soil from the entire lair, enveloping the surroundings in a tempest of dust and debris. Upon witnessing the situation, Ling Tian placed his hand upon his waist, channeling energy to form a defense. Kamehameha. The energy wave surged forth from Ling Tian's hand, aimed at the tornado. Unexpectedly, the energy wave failed to withstand the force of the tornado, instead augmenting its power. After consuming the energy wave, the tornado swiftly enveloped Ling Tian. Ling Tian was utterly disoriented, his body marred by numerous wounds. Die! The first star dragon bellowed, extending his palm as negative energy coalesced into a colossal energy sphere, hurtling towards Ling Tian. As the energy sphere bore down upon him, Ling Tian raised his right hand, conjuring a crimson-hued energy orb to counter the impending threat. Annihilation. The two energies collided, and the negative energy of the first star dragon gradually succumbed, vanishing into nothingness. The energy orb surged forth, aimed at the first star dragon. In response, the first star dragon unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, targeting the energy orb. However, as each blast made contact with the annihilation, it was consumed and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 62. 5 years have passed. How is this possible? The first star dragon could scarcely believe that this adversary possessed such formidable power. First star dragon, move quickly. The second star dragon shouted. Observing the first star dragon frozen in place, oblivious to the impending energy assault, the second star dragon swiftly appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick that sent the first star dragon sprawling. Just as the first star dragon was propelled away, the energy orb closed in. The second star dragon attempted to resist, but upon contact with the energy sphere, his form began to dissipate into nothingness. Second star dragon. By the time the first star dragon regained his senses, the second star dragon had vanished. I shall avenge the second star dragon. The first star dragon roared in fury, inhaling deeply as an immense suction force emanated from his mouth. The remains of the second star dragon were drawn into him, and with the consumption of this essence, the first star dragon's power surged exponentially. His appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He towered at 4 meters, his physique rippling with muscular strength. Adorned with black horns sprouting from his back, and his shoulders symmetrically embedded with the energies of both the first and second star dragons. The first star dragon had evolved into the Super First Star Dragon. Is Cyril's Super First Star Dragon truly this formidable? Ling Tian was relentlessly pushed back by the overwhelming aura emanating from the Super One-Star Dragon. You shall perish. The Super One-Star Dragon instantly materialized before Ling Tian, who barely had time to react before being sent flying by a powerful punch. The Super One-Star Dragon continued its relentless assault in midair, with Ling Tian being propelled backward, deprived of any opportunity to defend himself. After delivering a merciless beating for 3 minutes, the Super One-Star Dragon delivered a decisive kick that sent Ling Tian soaring into the air, followed by a sweeping gesture that unleashed a massive blade of wind aimed directly at him. Ling Tian could not evade in time and was cleaved in two. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful resurrection. Now distributing death rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Infinite Energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Vast Omega. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Ultimate Mastery. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Combat Power 30 Quintillion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, 1,000 Divine Beings. The system is checking personal attributes. Ding! Host, Ling Tian, Bloodline, Earthling, Legendary Scion. Skills, Chi Perception, Energy Wave, Kamehameha, 4-Body Fist, Phantom Fist, Dragon Fist, Solar Fist. Chi Round Slash, Power Cannon, Demon Slaying Light Cannon, Cutting Disc, Death Beam, Light Line, Earth Shattering Slash, Death Energy Bomb, Planet Destruction Bomb, Chest Energy Bomb, Vast Omega, Energy Shield. Chi Scythe, Flash Time Technique, Infinite Energy, Annihilation, Ultimate Mastery, Instant Transmission, God of Destruction Version, Planned Acceleration, Remote Control, Pain Growth, Telepathy, Time-Space Travel, God-Level Fighting Techniques. Combat Power, 70 Quintillion. Items, Storage Ring, 12 Universe Information Maps, Consciousness Recovery Potion X1, Spiritual Fruit X128, Spiritual Tree Seed X1, Divine Beans X3786. What is happening? The Super One-Star Dragon looked perplexed. How has this individual come back to life again? Ling Tian unleashed the 7-second flash technique to launch an assault on the Super One-Star Dragon. However, to his dismay, the disparity in strength between him and the Super One-Star Dragon was insurmountable, rendering the flash technique utterly ineffective. Ling Tian was sent flying by a single punch from the Super One-Star Dragon. Ling Tian steadied himself in the air, his hands continuously releasing energy orbs towards the Super One-Star Dragon. Bang! The energy orbs erupted, producing a series of thunderous sounds. As the smoke dissipated, the Super One-Star Dragon emerged unscathed. With a swift motion, the dragon appeared before Ling Tian, launching an assault. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in fierce combat, battling from the ground to the sky, leaving traces of their struggle everywhere. The lair reduced to a state of utter ruin. Ling Tian was once again sent flying by a single blow from the Super One-Star Dragon, crashing to the ground. The turbulent energy of the transcendent bloodline surged forth relentlessly, and the pain he endured continuously augmented Ling Tian's combat prowess. Ling Tian attacked the Super One-Star Dragon with a strategy of reciprocating harm for harm, consuming divine beans to heal as soon as he sustained an injury. Ling Tian was uncertain how long he had been engaged in battle with the Super One-Star Dragon, or how many divine beans he had consumed. Annihilation. Ling Tian unleashed a crimson-hued energy orb towards the Super One-Star Dragon. As the dragon's body made contact with the orb, it gradually faded from view. Ling Tian picked up a star from the ground, along with a second star, and made his way towards the entrance of the lair. Following the emergence of the Cyril Dragon, it too soared towards the palace of the Dragon God Realm. Ling Tian once again ventured into various lairs to combat the malevolent dragons. After battling Cyril's formidable one-star dragon, his strength surged significantly, allowing him to vanquish the wicked dragons with increasing swiftness. One day, after an extended confrontation with an evil dragon, Ling Tian sought to replenish his stamina with a mystical bean, only to discover that his storage ring contained not a single bean. How could it be that over 3,000 mystical beans had been depleted so swiftly? Had several years truly passed? Ling Tian took out the remaining spiritual fruits from his storage ring and began to consume them. Perhaps he should seek out Wukong and the others. Ling Tian immediately activated his instantaneous movement. Whoosh! Ling Tian appeared in the house built by Long Yi. Ling Tian, you have finally returned. Broly exclaimed as he embraced him with great enthusiasm. Broly, why are only you and Sherry here? Where are Goku and the others? Ling Tian inquired. Kakarot and the others mentioned that they had been away for too long and had not seen their families in ages. So Long Yi arranged for someone to escort them home. Broly replied. Have they truly returned home? Will they not continue their training or engage in battle against the evil dragons? Ling Tian was filled with confusion. Ling Tian, you have been alone for so many years. It is only natural that you have lost track of time, Shala remarked. How many years have passed? Since the day we arrived in the Dragon God realm. 5 years have already elapsed, Shala replied. 5 years. Ling Tian was utterly bewildered. Wukong, when did they leave? He inquired. GT Goku and the main timeline Goku departed last year, Broly replied. Ling Tian, do you intend to continue battling the evil dragons here? Asked Cell. No. We shall return as well. Broly, Cell, grasped my shoulders, he declared. Ling Tian utilized his instantaneous movement, bringing Broly and Cell to the majestic palace of the Dragon God realm. Sensing Ling Tian's presence, Long appeared in an instant. Ling Tian, the esteemed one is awaiting you inside, Long announced. The trio followed Long into the depths of the palace. Ling Tian, we are immensely grateful for your efforts over the past few years in vanquishing countless evil dragons, allowing many divine dragons to return to their rightful state, Salamander expressed. In these years, approximately how many evil dragons have we eradicated? Ling Tian inquired. We have eliminated nearly a third, I would say. Salamander replied. Indeed. The Dragon God realm is plagued with a multitude of malevolent dragons. Ling Tian reflected. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Each day may witness the birth of new evil dragons. Salamander remarked. We must take our leave now, but we shall return to the Dragon God realm when the opportunity arises. Ling Tian declared. Should you wish to visit the Dragon God realm in the future, simply use the token to contact us, Long stated. Long, please escort them back. Salamander instructed. Wait, what is it? Long asked, puzzled. With a wave of his hand, Ling Tian conjured a dimensional barrier before them. I never anticipated you possessed such an ability. Long exclaimed in astonishment. Farewell. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly and Sheru, stepped through the dimensional wall. Chapter 63, the Super Saiyan God of the main time-space. A dimensional wall materialized inexplicably atop Bowsy Mountain, from which Ling Tian, Broly, and Sheru emerged. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Paragus, who were in the midst of their meal. Sensed the presence of Ling Tian and the others, and promptly executed instant transmission. Goku, Gohan, you have yet to finish your meal, exclaimed Chi-Chi, Goten. You mustn't follow in your father's and brother's footsteps. Goten nodded and continued to focus on his food. Meanwhile, with a swift motion, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo appeared before Ling Tian and his companions. Ling Tian, you have finally returned. Goku and the others expressed their excitement. Broly, had you delayed your return any longer, we would have ventured to the Dragon God realm to seek you out, Paragus remarked. Father, I apologize for causing you worry, Broly exclaimed as he embraced Paragus. Goku, you were just eating, weren't you? Ling Tian inquired. How did you know? Goku replied, perplexed, for Ling Tian had only just returned. Haha, Goku. There are grains of rice on your lips and face, Ling Tian chuckled. Goku quickly wiped his mouth and laughed heartily. Uncle Ling Tian, please join us for dinner at my house, Gohan invited. Very well, it has been quite some time since I savored Earth's cuisine, Ling Tian agreed with a nod. The group then proceeded to utilize instant transmission. Ling Tian and the others materialized in the Grand Villa of Sun Wukong. Wukong, how many times must I remind you not to use instant transmission at home? Your sudden appearances could frighten someone to death. Chi-Chi exclaimed angrily. I promise I won't do it again next time, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head. Ling Tian, you all have arrived too. Come, let us dine together. Chi-Chi cheerfully beckoned everyone to take a seat, and then proceeded to prepare the meal in the kitchen. Wu Tian, this is Uncle Ling Tian, Uncle Broly, and Sheru. Son Gohan introduced as Wu Tian was engrossed in his food. Hello, everyone. Wu Tian greeted with a large chicken leg in hand. Kakarot, Wu Tian bears a striking resemblance to you, Broly remarked. Haha. Chi-Chi says the same, Sun Wukong responded with a laugh. Wukong. Do you recall the second transformation method I mentioned to you in the Room of Spirit and Time? Ling Tian inquired, suddenly reminded upon seeing Sun Wutian. Having forgotten that there were so many Saiyans in the GT timeline. I believe it was called Super Saiyan God, right? Sun Wukong replied. Precisely. Once we finish our meal, we shall seek out Vegeta for the transformation, Ling Tian announced. Clang, clang. The Saiyans dined together, their bowls and chopsticks clattering continuously. Half an hour later, everyone was satiated. Chi-Chi, we shall take our leave now, they proclaimed as they soared into the sky, heading towards Bulma's residence. Moments later, whoosh, whoosh, from a distance. Ling Tian and the others observed Vegeta and Bulma basking in the sun on the balcony, while Trunks played with his toys nearby. Upon spotting the toys, Son Goten rushed over to join Trunks in his play. Ling Tian, when did you return? Vegeta inquired. We just arrived today, Ling Tian replied. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Vegeta asked. Vegeta, we are about to transform into Super Saiyan God, exclaimed Son Goku with excitement. At the mention of Super Saiyan God, Vegeta's interest was piqued, recalling Ling Tian's promise to teach them the transformation once they mastered Super Saiyan 4. I want to be the first to transform, Vegeta declared. Vegeta, let me transform first, Son Goku pleaded. Absolutely not. I must be the first to become Super Saiyan God. Vegeta firmly refused. Goku, whether you transform early or late, it makes no difference. Today, we shall all achieve the transformation, Ling Tian stated. Very well. Trunks, Goten. Come over here, Ling Tian called to the two youngsters engrossed in their toys. Okay, Uncle Ling Tian. They responded. What should we do, Ling Tian? Vegeta asked. Vegeta. Just stand at the front and remain still, Ling Tian instructed. To become Super Saiyan God, we need 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice to concentrate the light of their righteous hearts onto one individual. Ling Tian and Broly placed their hands upon Vegeta's back, while Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Paragus joined hands in succession, forming a circle of 6 individuals. The hearts and minds of Ling Tian and his companions were transmitting energy towards Vegeta. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from the 6 of them, forming a radiant pillar of light that soared into the heavens. Gradually, they began to levitate, and the once white clouds of the sky transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The golden flames enveloping them shifted to a deep blue, creating a towering blue column of light that radiated outward. The sky crackled with thunder and lightning. As the seasons seemed to shift before their eyes, a sudden red glow emanated from Vegeta, and his presence became utterly undetectable. As the red light dissipated, Vegeta successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan God. His hair and brows turned crimson, his pupils glowed red, and he appeared rejuvenated. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis, who was engaged in conversation with the Oracle Fish, sensed the birth of a new deity. Whis, did you feel that? Inquired the Oracle Fish. Let me investigate. Whis replied, picking up his staff to observe. Ah, it's that intriguing little fellow. Who would have thought to bestow divine energy upon the Saiyans in such a manner? Whis, do you know who it is? Asked the Oracle Fish. I do, but you are not acquainted with them, Whis replied, opting not to continue his examination. The presence of more powerful beings in Universe 7 is indeed quite essential. On Earth, Trunks exclaimed, Dad, your transformation looks incredibly cool. Goten chimed in, Uncle Vegeta. This transformation is far more impressive than the Super Saiyan transformation. Ling Tian pondered aloud, why can't we sense Vegeta's energy? The others were puzzled. Vegeta has entered the realm of the gods. The energy of a deity is imperceptible to ordinary beings, Ling Tian explained. Trunks, Goten, would you like to achieve a transformation like this? Ling Tian asked. Uncle Ling Tian, the transformation is amazing. We want to transform too. Both boys eagerly agreed. Thus, one by one, they lined up to undergo the transformation into Super Saiyan gods. 1 hour later, Ling Tian, Broly, Paragus, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, Trunks, and Sun Goten have all transformed into Super Saiyan gods. The transformation into a Super Saiyan God can be achieved by any righteous Saiyan. Having all attained this form, they can gradually cultivate and master it, for this transformation has yet another stage. Diligent effort is required, Ling Tian declared. Understood. After exchanging pleasantries, the group departed one by one to embark on their training. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Paragus, and Cell, arrived on a deserted island, commencing the construction of their new abode. 1 hour later, magnificent wooden houses emerged upon the island. Ling Tian utilized plant growth techniques to transform all the trees on the island into towering giants. One might easily mistake this for a primeval forest. From a distance, Shala hunted down dozens of animals and began roasting them. As night fell, the four gathered around to partake in the grilled meat, sharing tales of their experiences over several years of cultivation in the Dragon God realm. Chapter 64. The Fall of the Xiangpa Family. The following day, as Ling Tian rose from his slumber, he was greeted by a series of resounding booms emanating from the distance. Broly, Cell and Paragus were engaged in a fierce battle on a nearby island. Ling Tian soared into the sky and flew away. Broly, please pause for a moment. We have matters to attend to today, so conserve some energy, Ling Tian instructed. What are we planning to do? Broly inquired, puzzled. Do you recall the cat we encountered while searching for the Super Dragon Balls? Ling Tian asked. Of course, I remember. Broly replied. Are we seeking revenge on that cat? Shara questioned. Indeed. First, we should find Goku and see if they wish to venture to another universe, Ling Tian stated. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Sharu, and Paragus, instantly teleported to the location where Goku and the others were training. There, one could observe Goku and Vegeta diligently instructing Trunks and Goten, who were engaged in combat high above the ground. Piccolo and Gohan leaned against a tree, quietly observing the battle. Uncle Ling Tian, you have arrived. Gohan greeted the group. Ling Tian nodded. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and Sun Wutian approached from a distance. Ling Tian, are you here to train with us? Sun Wukong inquired. No. We are heading to another universe. Would you like to join us? Ling Tian replied. Another universe? The group appeared perplexed. There are a total of 12 universes. And we currently reside in the 7th, Ling Tian elucidated. This is the first time I've heard of other universes, Sun Gohan remarked. Ling Tian, are there powerful beings in these other universes? Vegeta asked. Indeed, there are formidable individuals, but one must seek them out, Ling Tian answered. So, which universe are we visiting? Sun Wukong inquired. We will journey to the 6th universe. Hold on to me, and I shall transport you there. The group linked arms at the shoulders. Trunks, Wutian, you two should remain here and focus on your training. Next time, I will take you to a more exciting place, Ling Tian said, glancing at the two young ones. They nodded in agreement. Ling Tian retrieved 12 cosmic information maps from his storage ring and began to examine them, selecting a planet situated far from the realm of the destruction god. Whoosh. In an instant, Ling Tian teleported, bringing everyone into the 6th universe. The system began to assess the combat power of the group. Ling Tian, 3,967 GA. Broly, 2028 GA. Cell, 1046 GA. Son Goku, 665 GA. Son Gohan, 686 GA. Vegeta, 660 GA. Piccolo, 287 GA. Paragus, 182 GA. Little did I expect that a wish made by Long E in the Dragon God realm would unlock such potential, leading to a significant enhancement after battling the evil dragons for several years. Goku, you and your companions should seek opponents in the 6th universe, Ling Tian declared. Are you not joining us? Son Goku inquired. I am going with Broly and Cell to seek vengeance. Ling Tian replied. Whom do you intend to exact revenge upon? What transgression did this individual commit? Vegeta questioned. A plump purple cat. Previously, during our quest for Dragon Balls across the cosmos, this fat cat killed Broly, Cell explained. I too shall avenge Broly, Paragus exclaimed, filled with rage. Ling Tian, we must accompany you, Son Goku insisted. Very well. Seeing the fervent determination in everyone's eyes to avenge Broly, Ling Tian reluctantly acquiesced. He pondered in his heart, hoping his current strength could rival that of the destroyers. Then seize hold of me. With that, he declared. In a fleeting moment, Ling Tian transported everyone to the realm of the god of destruction in the 6th universe. Is there no one on this planet? Sharu inquired. If there is no one, then let us first annihilate his home. Paragus roared, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He tirelessly gathered energy in his hands, and a colossal sphere of energy materialized, hurtling towards Kampa's residence. With a thunderous explosion, the house vanished, leaving behind a vast crater in the ground. After a brief interval, Sun Wukong asked, Ling Tian, are we to wait here for that cat to return? No more waiting. Ling Tian replied. Who knows where Kampa has run off to? If we linger here, we might be waiting for half a year. Let's obliterate this planet and depart. As Ling Tian spoke, he soared into the sky, transforming into Super Saiyan 5, gathering energy in his hands. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, hastily ascended into the air, retreating behind Ling Tian. The vast Omega, Ling Tian let out a mighty roar as he hurled a colossal energy sphere from his hand. As it soared through the air, the energy sphere continuously split into several energy orbs. Boom! Thunderous explosions reverberated, and a cloud of dust was kicked up from the ground. As the smoke dissipated, the once pristine and beautiful planet lay in ruins. All right, let us depart. With that, he swiftly moved on. Ling Tian exhibited his instantaneous teleportation abilities, swiftly leading the others away from the realm of destruction. Shortly after their departure, Xiangpa and Bados returned. Bados had sensed the disturbance when Paragus obliterated the house. Yet neither Xiangpa nor Bados possessed the capability of teleportation and could only hasten back at full speed. Master Xiangpa, I did not anticipate arriving too late. Bados remarked. Who dares to vandalize my abode and ravage my planet? Xiangpa seethed, malevolence radiating from him as destructive energy began to seep forth. Bados hastened to reveal the identity of the perpetrator. Xiangpa commanded furiously. Certainly, Master Xiangpa. Bados responded, lifting her staff to investigate, only to become momentarily entranced. Hey, Bados, what has befallen you? Xiangpa inquired, observing her dazed expression. Master Xiangpa, I am well, Bados replied, returning to her examination of the staff. Do you recall the two humans we encountered while searching for the wish orbs in the 7th universe? Bados inquired. What of them? Xiangpa questioned, a look of perplexity crossing his face. By the way, where is the final wish orb? The ones responsible for the destruction of the realm are indeed those same humans you vanquished previously. They have returned with a multitude of accomplices to wreak havoc in the divine realm, and one of their cohorts even demolished your home, Bados elucidated. Bados, you cannot be serious. Those insignificant creatures were already slain. Xiangpa exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Master Xiangpa, it is those very humans. I am uncertain what has revived them, Bados replied. Cursed be they. Do not allow our paths to cross again, Xiangpa declared through gritted teeth. Bados shook her head in resignation, striking the ground twice with her staff, restoring the ravaged divine realm to its former glory. Ling Tian, accompanied by his companions, continuously employed instantaneous teleportation, manifesting upon various planets in search of formidable adversaries. Whoosh! Ling Tian and his companions arrived on the planet Shadara. Whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of wind heralded the approach of 6 or 7 Saiyans, who appeared before them. Who are you? What brings you to Shadara? Inquired a short-statured Saiyan. Ling Tian, let us depart. There are no formidable warriors on this planet, Vegeta remarked. Vegeta, they too are Saiyans, Ling Tian replied. Saiyans? Are you Saiyans as well? Gaby and his group expressed their confusion. Ling Tian, surely you jest. Vegeta scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of tails among them. The 7th universe and the 6th universe are twin universes. What exists in our universe may also exist in the 6th. However, Saiyans from the 6th universe do not possess tails, Ling Tian elucidated. Ah, now it makes sense. The group exclaimed in realization. Since you hail from another universe, what brings you to Shadara? Gaby asked. We are in search of powerful warriors to engage in battle, Ling Tian responded. Hey, since you are also Saiyans, you must know how to transform, Vegeta stated. Transform? What transformation? Gaby was perplexed. Stop pretending. Transform and fight me, Vegeta insisted. Gaby was utterly bewildered by Vegeta's words. Huh. With a fierce growl, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and said, surely you can transform as well? I had no idea Saiyans could transform, Gaby admitted, his face filled with envy. You cannot even transform? What a disgrace to the Saiyan race, Vegeta shouted. None of us from the 6th universe possess the ability to transform. Could you teach us? Gaby implored Vegeta. You worthless fool, do you expect me to teach you how to transform? Vegeta retorted, launching an attack on Gaby. Gaby, lacking any means of defense, could only emit cries of despair. The other Saiyans from the 6th universe unleashed their full power and charged at Vegeta in an attempt to rescue Gaby. However, Vegeta dispatched them effortlessly, defeating each one with a mere punch. He then kicked Gaby, saying, you worthless fool, once I finish with all of you, I shall obliterate this planet. No, Gaby howled, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 and swiftly attacking Vegeta. With a slight smirk, Vegeta extended his right hand, effortlessly blocking Gaby's punch. So you've transformed into a Super Saiyan now, Vegeta said coolly. Gaby, astonished by his own transformation, marveled at its newfound power. Thank you for helping me transform. Gaby bowed in gratitude. Just a moment ago, I genuinely believed that Vegeta intended to annihilate them all and obliterate planet Sadala, remarked Sun Wukong as he scratched his head. The group chuckled softly. This is merely Super Saiyan 1. There are many transformations yet to come, Vegeta declared, demonstrating all his transformations in succession. To his astonishment, the multitude of transformations was indeed formidable. Gaby exclaimed in shock. Vegeta, hurry over, we must depart, Ling Tian urged. Ling Tian sensed that numerous Saiyans on the planet Sadala were hastening towards this location. Excellent. After casting a glance at Gabe, Vegeta soared towards Ling Tian's position. Ling Tian swiftly employed the technique of instant teleportation, whisking everyone away from the planet Shadara. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Ling Tian and his companions had departed, Saiyans from various directions on the planet Shadala began to converge. Gabe, who were you battling just now? How did your hair transform into a golden hue? And your strength has increased so remarkably? A multitude of Saiyans inquired, speaking in animated unison. Gabe could only take the time to elucidate the circumstances to the gathered crowd. Whoosh. Ling Tian and the others appeared on Earth in the 7th universe. Uncle Ling Tian, how did you return so swiftly? Inquired Sun Wukong. Wukong. Trunks. How did we arrive back on Earth? Vegeta asked, puzzled. After searching for so long in the 6th universe without encountering a formidable opponent, and with that plump cat absent from home, I thought it best to return to Earth, Ling Tian replied. Ling Tian, there is not much happening right now. Why don't you join us in our training? Suggested Sun Wukong. Wukong, I still need to make a trip to Karen Tower. You should train with Broly and the others. Ling Tian spoke and then executed a swift teleportation, vanishing in an instant. Ling Tian appeared before Karen Tower. Ling Tian. Is that you? What brings you here? Inquired Master Karen. Master Karen, do you still have any divine beans left? Ling Tian asked. There are only 5 or 6 beans remaining. If you wish, take them all. Master Karen replied. Master Karen, how can divine beans be cultivated? Ling Tian inquired. Divine beans require special soil for cultivation. They cannot be grown in ordinary soil. I have but one location suitable for planting divine beans, otherwise their yield would not be so scarce, Master Karen elucidated. Master Karen, please take me to your cultivation site. I possess a method to expedite the growth of the divine beans, Ling Tian declared. Expedite their growth? Master Karen said with a hint of skepticism, as he led Ling Tian to the cultivation area. Is this small potted plant truly the site for growing divine beans? Ling Tian was utterly bewildered. Such a diminutive space could only accommodate a single celestial being. Indeed, this was the very place. Master Karen nodded in affirmation. Ling Tian immediately employed the technique of plant acceleration to hasten the growth of the celestial beings. A radiant sphere of green light enveloped the beans, and as they absorbed the verdant glow, they began to flourish at an astonishing rate. Remarkably, the celestial beings transitioned from blooming to maturity in less than a minute. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Ling Tian, what remarkable ability is this, to mature the beans so swiftly? Master Karen exclaimed in astonishment. This is the art of plant acceleration, capable of hastening the growth of certain flora, Ling Tian replied. Splendid. This means that Wukong and the others will no longer have to worry about procuring celestial beans in the future, Master Karen remarked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Ling Tian plucked the ripe celestial beans and subsequently replanted one, nurturing it to flourish once more. Ling Tian repeatedly engaged in the same actions, while Master Karen set aside the magical beans to dry for preservation. A week later, Master Karen remarked, Ling Tian, cease your planting. It is time to let go. Ling Tian turned his head and discovered that Master Carlin's abode was filled with jars brimming with celestial beans. Master Carlin, I understand now. Ling Tian nodded slightly, and then proceeded to store the jars of celestial beans within his storage ring. Ling Tian suddenly appeared by the seaside, having caught a large fish to present to Master Korin before departing from Korin Tower. Whoosh! In an instant, Ling Tian materialized at the training grounds of Sun Wukong and his companions. Ling Tian. The group greeted him warmly. How is your training progressing, Broly? Ling Tian inquired. Training here is not as advantageous as in the Dragon God realm. I fear I might inadvertently injure Kakarot and the others, Broly replied. Uncle Ling Tian. We find it quite challenging to recover from injuries, so we exercise extreme caution during battles, Son Gohan remarked. I have already resolved this issue. Ling Tian spoke as he retrieved 5 jars of celestial beans from his storage ring. Where did you acquire such an abundance of celestial beans? Sun Wukong inquired. I sourced them from the immortal Karen's cultivation. You need not worry about injuries any longer. I shall also train alongside you. Ling Tian replied. After grasping a handful of celestial beans and stowing them away, Sun Gohan proceeded to transport all the beans into the house for safekeeping. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd immediately engaged in battle, and the air was filled with resounding booms. Chapter 66. The Greatest Martial Arts Tournament a month later. Whoosh. A gust of wind heralded the arrival of Yamcha, accompanied by a girl, at the training ground. Yamcha, what brings you here? Sun Wukong asked. Wukong. This girl is looking for Gohan. Yamcha indicated towards the girl beside him. Gohan, someone is here to see you. Sun Wukong called out loudly. The combatants, engaged in aerial skirmishes, halted their battles, and descended. Biddy, what brings you here? Sun Gohan inquired. The greatest martial arts tournament is set to commence in a couple of days, and I have come to enlist you for participation, Biddy replied with a smile. Ling Tian had never anticipated that Sun Gohan would encounter Videl outside of school. Who is this girl? Broly inquired. After defeating Cell, many individuals have come to my home seeking to become my disciples. Thus, I established a martial arts dojo with Uncle Krillin and Uncle Yamcha. And Videl serves as the deputy head of the dojo, Sun Gohan elucidated. Father, will you be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Sun Gohan asked. There are no formidable opponents at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I would prefer to continue my training here, Goku replied. Goku, let us participate together. Ling Tian suggested. Ling Tian, we are already among the strongest beings on Earth. What purpose would there be in attending the World Martial Arts Tournament? Vegeta questioned. Vegeta. One might encounter intriguing events at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Ling Tian responded. If you are attending, then I shall join as well, Goku conceded, altering his previous stance. Videl, we will be participating in a couple of days, Sun Gohan announced. Videl nodded in agreement. Goku, we shall take our leave now. We will meet at the tournament in 2 days. Ling Tian spoke and instantly transported Broly, Cell, and Paragus away. Yamcha, have you informed Krillin and Tien? Inquired Son Goku. Goku, I have already notified them. They assured me they would arrive on the day of the tournament, Yamcha replied. 2 days later, after a simple breakfast, Ling Tian and his companions soared into the sky, heading towards the venue of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Whoosh. Before long, Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, and Paragus arrived at their destination. Ling Tian, over here, came the voice of Sun Wukong from behind. Ling Tian turned his head and discovered that everyone had arrived. Wukong, have you all been waiting here for long? Ling Tian inquired. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, We've only just arrived. Wu Tian, Trunks, are you two participating in the competition as well? Ling Tian asked, glancing at the 2 little ones behind the crowd. Uncle Ling Tian, we want to participate too. The duo affirmed with resolute nods. Suddenly, Sun Wukong spotted Krillin among the throng and called out, Krillin, over here. Upon hearing Wukong's voice, Krillin immediately made his way over. Wukong, it's been ages, Krillin exclaimed, embracing Sun Wukong with enthusiasm. Uncle Krillin, how did you end up with Android 18? And who is this little girl? Gohan inquired. Gohan, I married Android 18 during the years you and Ling Tian were away. This is my child, Krillin explained. Krillin, I can't believe you got married. Sun Wukong expressed in astonishment. I heard from Yamcha that you would be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. So I came, Krillin said. Have you signed up? Sun Wukong asked. I haven't registered. I'm just here to watch you compete, Krillin replied. All right then. Sun Wukong scratched his head, secretly wishing Krillin would join the contest. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone proceeded to the competition venue. Wow, so many people, Yamcha exclaimed, taken aback by the sea of participants. There were never this many spectators at the previous World Martial Arts tournaments. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a black suit and sunglasses approached. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and Yamcha, he expressed his excitement. I can't believe I actually ran into you. It brings back memories. I've been looking forward to your participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Recognizing the familiar face, Sun Wukong warmly greeted him in return. To be honest, without you too. The tournament was rather dull. The others fought like thugs, making it unbearable to watch. But you won't cause any chaos this time, will you? The host asked. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Who knows? Haha. Regardless, I'm just thrilled that you're participating. The host exclaimed with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Remembering his responsibilities to continue hosting the event, he bid farewell to Sun Wukong and the others as he departed, turning back to say, "I'm sure you'll make it to the finals. I look forward to your spectacular showdown. Everyone, it's been a long time." Tianjin Fan and Dumpling emerged from the crowd. "Greeting everyone. I hadn't seen you outside and thought you weren't participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament," Sun Wukong remarked. "I arrived earlier with Dumpling." "So we came in first," Tianjin Fan replied. "Wukong, why haven't I seen Krillin?" Tianjin Fan inquired, puzzled. "Krillin isn't competing. He's currently with Chi-Chi and the others in the audience," Sun Wukong responded. As time passed, the opening ceremony of the tournament commenced. At this moment, a portly man approached the center of an arena with a microphone, drawing the attention of all participants who gathered around the stage. This year, there were 401 contestants in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but only 41 would advance to the finals. "Now, allow me to briefly explain the rules," he continued. "The preliminary rounds will follow an elimination format, and participants will draw lots to form 20 groups, with each group consisting of 20 competitors engaging in elimination matches. The last person standing in each battle will be declared the victor. Since we have 401 entrants, the contestant who draws number 401 will bypass the preliminaries and proceed directly to the finals. Now that the rules are outlined, we will begin the name call for the draw," he announced. "Uncle Ling Tian, with so many contestants, what if we end up facing each other in the preliminaries?" Son Gohan expressed. "Wouldn't it be better to face each other? It would allow us to gauge your strengths," Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. "Gohan, you need not worry. Dumpling can use his abilities to ensure we are placed in different groups," Tianjin Fan reassured. "That is wonderful. This way, everyone can advance to the finals," Yamcha exclaimed. "Gohan," someone called out, prompting the group to turn. A girl with short hair, wearing casual attire, rushed up to Gohan. "Yamcha, isn't this the girl who came looking for Gohan that day?" Sun Wukong commented. "Indeed, that is her." Yamcha nodded. "Vidalai, so you are here. You really shouldn't participate in this tournament," Gohan urged. "I have trained diligently. There is no one left in the dojo who can rival me. I must compete," Vidalai asserted resolutely. At that moment, two peculiar-looking individuals were conversing quietly in the crowd. One, a short figure with a white punk hairstyle, wore a sinister grin, his skin a striking shade of purple. The towering figure, adorned with a mane of white hair and fierce eyes, possessed skin as red as fire. Both individuals were clad in identical attire, their ears adorned with peculiar earrings. The Supreme Kai had discerned their presence. These two had infiltrated the tournament, and with their formidable prowess, they would undoubtedly stand out among the ranks of mere mortals. Their identities were revealed to be East Supreme Kai and his subordinate, Jebbit, who had pursued the sorcerer Babidi to Earth in a bid to prevent him from unleashing the monstrous Majin Buu. "Jebbit, you are well aware of the tournament's regulations. Please make the necessary arrangements," the Supreme Kai instructed. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure you are granted a bye, allowing you to advance directly to the finals," Jebbit replied. The Supreme Kai nodded in acknowledgement of Jebbit's words. "My lord, that human who resembles a child is utilizing psychic abilities to assist them in the draw," Jebbit pointed out, indicating Dumpling. "So it is them." The Supreme Kai's gaze shifted to Ling Tian and his companions, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "My lord, do you know them?" Jebbit inquired, astonished that the esteemed Supreme Kai would recognize such insignificant humans. "They are Ling Tian and Sun Wukong. I've heard tales of their prowess from the North Supreme Kai, who mentioned that they possess remarkable strength and might prove beneficial to our cause," the Supreme Kai replied nonchalantly. "What use could mere humans have? No matter how strong they are, they cannot rival you," Jebbit scoffed. The Supreme Kai shook his head. "Jebbit, all I require is for you to secure my bye. Do not concern yourself with their actions. We may yet need their assistance in the finals." "As you command." Soon, the participants completed the draw, and indeed, they were assigned to different groups. Yamcha gazed at his tag and remarked, "Dumpling, your psychic abilities are truly remarkable." "Tianjin, I intended for you to draw number 401, but it appears someone else employed their powers to obstruct that tag," Dumpling stated. "Not to worry, Dumpling. As long as we do not encounter Ling Tian and his group in the preliminaries, we will be fine," Tianjin reassured him. With the draw concluded, the host approached the stage once more, microphone in hand, and proclaimed loudly, "Now that the draw is complete, congratulations to our contestant named Xin for drawing the fortunate number 401, allowing him to bypass the preliminaries and advance directly to the finals." The crowd erupted in uproar at this announcement, many participants expressing their discontent. "He has it easy, getting a bye. What does it matter if someone without strength advances to the finals?" It would only serve to embarrass him. My lord, I shall go teach these humans a lesson. Jebbet was exceedingly furious. How could the esteemed Supreme Kai be insulted by mere mortals? Jebbet, we have come to address the matter of Majin Buu. Please refrain from acting impulsively to avoid alarming our adversary, spoke the Supreme Kai. Yes, my lord Supreme Kai. Ling Tian observed a slight upward curve at the corner of the Kaishin's mouth. At that moment, the host of the tournament spoke once more. Well, since the draw has concluded, the long-awaited World Martial Arts Tournament officially commences. We shall begin with the competition for children aged 15 and under. As the host gestured with his hand, the crowd's attention followed suit, revealing two plaques displaying the figures of 10 million and 5 million. The host continued. The champion of the junior division will receive 10 million, while the runner-up will be awarded 5 million. Now, let the match begin. Following this, the 42 participating children ascended the stage. As is widely known, there are no preliminary rounds in the junior division. The rules mirror those of the adult competitions. Surrender. Falling out of the ring, failing to rise within a count of 10 seconds, or being rendered unconscious will all result in a loss. Let the competition commence. The first match featured 8-year-old IMA against 8-year-old Trunks. Unexpectedly, the first match is Trunks, Goku remarked. This competition is utterly tedious. Trunks will dispatch that little brat with a mere wave of his hand, Vegeta commented. Indeed, as Vegeta had predicted, upon the host's announcement to begin the match, Trunks' opponent fell directly beneath the stage. The audience was left bewildered, entirely oblivious to what had transpired. Seeing this, the host was at a loss for words and approached Trunks to inquire, "Young man, why did your opponent suddenly fall off the stage?" Trunks replied, "I waved my hand, and he just fell. Didn't you see?" The host, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "If I could see clearly, why would I need to ask you?" And so, the first match is won by our 8-year-old Trunks. Next, we move on to the second match, featuring 10-year-old Congo against 7-year-old Goten. Goten's opponent was a plump little sumo wrestler. The two took their positions, and the match began. With the host's command, Congo charged toward Goten, relentlessly pushing him in an attempt to shove him off the stage. Yet, despite Congo's full exertion, Goten did not budge an inch. How boring. Goten yawned, placing his hand on Congo's body and giving him a gentle push. Congo, unable to maintain his balance, flew backward and fell off the stage. No wonder he is Goku's son. He is truly impressive. The host sighed, reflecting on the swift passage of time. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals of the youth category are about to commence, featuring the 8-year-old Trunks pitted against the 7-year-old Goten. It is worth noting that in their previous matches, these young competitors effortlessly dispatched their opponents from the ring. Let us anticipate their spectacular performance. The audience erupted in cheers. Who will emerge as the champion, one wonders. Ling Tian remarked. Kakarot, I am certain Trunks will claim victory in this match, Vegeta stated with a grin. Vegeta, Goten trains with us every day. The outcome is far from certain, Goku replied, observing the two on the stage with a calm demeanor. Goten, you must secure the championship. Trunks, you must also give it your all. At that moment, Chi-Chi and Bulma cheered for their children from the stands. The competitors took their positions, and the match commenced. Goten, battling those other fighters was rather dull. When you face me, you must unleash your full potential, Trunks declared. Goten nodded with a smile. On 3, they shouted in unison, transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Their metamorphosis sparked a flurry of discussions among the audience. What just happened? Why have these children's hair changed color? They can transform? Is this the Golden Warrior? Wasn't that the transformation a young fighter used to defeat Cell before? Chapter 68. Trunks vs. Goten after exchanging a glance as Super Saiyans. They launched their assaults upon each other. In an instant, their arms collided. They vied for strength, neither yielding an inch. Bang, bang, bang. The intensity of their exchanges escalated, their speed increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Trunks found himself cornered at the edge of the ring by Goten. Goten swung his fist, aiming to knock Trunks out of the arena. However, his punch struck only Trunks' afterimage. Meanwhile, the real Trunks had already appeared behind Goten, delivering a kick that sent him flying out of the ring. The host exclaimed into the microphone, Trunks has knocked Goten out of the ring. It seems victory is within Trunks' grasp. Goten quickly steadied himself in midair, avoiding a fall that would disqualify him, and executed his flight technique to return to the arena. To everyone's surprise, Goten could fly. Let the match continue. Trunks, you are indeed cunning. As Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered, he suddenly materialized before Trunks, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Enduring the searing pain, Trunks retaliated with a fierce blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Neither was willing to yield, and they commenced a relentless exchange of strikes. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong kicked Trunks high into the air, immediately pursuing him. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Trunks' mouth as he landed a heavy punch on the ascending Sun Wukong. The impact was thunderous as Sun Wukong plummeted to the arena, crashing heavily onto the ground. As the dust settled, a massive crater was revealed. Was this truly a children's match? Would that young boy be all right? Concern rippled through the audience for Sun Wukong's safety. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the depths of the crater, and Sun Wukong soared skyward, launching an assault on Trunks. Bam! 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 The two engaged in an intense flurry of combat, the spectators only able to hear the thunderous booms echoing through the air. Unable to discern the state of the battle between Trunks and Sun Wukong, Trunks was struck in the abdomen by a punch from Sun Wukong, bending like a shrimp as he was sent flying backward. Regaining his composure in midair, Trunks remarked, "Wukong, you're quite impressive. I train hard every day?" Sun Wukong replied in kind. Their energy surged as they charged at each other, fists raised. Bam! Their fists collided, sending them both staggering back, a trickle of blood escaping the corners of their mouths. Trunks and Sun Wukong exchanged a knowing smile and descended gracefully onto the arena. Onlookers, including Videl, watched in wide-eyed astonishment at the spectacle of their duel. "Gohan, why are your younger brothers so formidable?" Videl inquired, astonished. "They train diligently every day," Gohan responded. "What a joke. I train just as hard every day, and I am already the strongest in the dojo. How can I not measure up to your brothers?" Videl expressed her frustration. Gohan was at a loss for words. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. The audience was ablaze with excitement, exclaiming their admiration. "Incredible! Truly remarkable! It's beyond imagination. Far more captivating than any martial arts tournament I've witnessed before. Absolutely thrilling." The spectators buzzed with excitement. The host, equally exhilarated, proclaimed, "This is precisely the essence of the world's premier martial arts tournament." The performances of both competitors, Trunks and Sun Wukong, were nothing short of spectacular. "Now, let the competition continue. Wukong, let us unleash our most powerful transformations. Today, we must determine a victor," Trunks declared. "Agreed," Sun Wukong resolutely replied. "Huh, Both let out fierce roars as they summoned their energy. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Ling Tian summoned a protective shield formed of energy, safeguarding all the spectators. Suddenly, the golden auras enveloping Trunks and Goten transformed into a vibrant red, their presences entirely vanishing. In a brilliant flash of light, the two ascended into the form of Super Saiyan Gods. How is this possible? The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet, seated in the stands, were taken aback in astonishment. "Supreme Kai, how can those two youngsters possess divine energy?" Jebet exclaimed in disbelief. "I am equally perplexed by this occurrence," Shin admitted, equally bewildered. "Trunks, Goten, you need not fear for the safety of the spectators. I have already established a protective barrier around them." Ling Tian utilized the technique of distant communication to address the two young ones. "Very well, Uncle Ling Tian." In an instant, Trunks appeared above Goten, conjuring a colossal energy sphere in his hands and launching it towards Goten. With a fierce roar, Goten propelled the energy sphere into the air with a powerful kick. "Uncle Ling Tian, how can Goten and Trunks attack each other with energy?" Gohan inquired in confusion. "They merely wish to ascertain who possesses greater strength," Ling Tian replied. Bang! Boom! The clash of energies resonated as Trunks and Goten relentlessly unleashed their attacks upon one another, causing energy blasts to scatter in every direction. The spectators, witnessing the energy hurtling towards them, were struck with terror, some fainting from fright. Just as the energy seemed destined to collide with the audience, it abruptly detonated, seemingly having encountered an invisible barrier. Realizing they were unharmed, the onlookers resumed their seats to observe the unfolding battle. As this chapter was not yet concluded, kindly proceed to the next page to relish the ensuing captivating content. Trunks delivered a powerful kick that sent Goten soaring into the air, gathering all his energy into his hands to form a concentrated force. It appeared that Trunks was intent on concluding the bout with a decisive strike. Stabilizing himself in midair, Goten positioned his hands at his waist, forming a blossom-like shape as he too began to concentrate energy. Final flash, Kamehameha wave. They both shouted, unleashing their energies towards one another. The two forces collided in midair, momentarily yielding no clear victor. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the arena, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. As the smoke dissipated, Trunks and Goten lay on the ground, their garments tattered and bodies bruised. The host quickly ascended the arena to assess their conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, after an intense battle, both competitors, Trunks and Goten, have fallen to the ground. The victor will be determined by who rises first. I shall commence the countdown. 10, 9, 5, 2. Just as the host finished counting, both Trunks and Goten staggered to their feet, only to collapse once more. In that case, Trunks and Goten shall be declared co-champions of the youth division. In an instant, Ling Tian materialized upon the arena, retrieving 2 celestial beans from his storage ring and offering them to the 2 individuals. Uncle Ling Tian, who among us is the champion? Trunks inquired. You both have drawn this time, Ling Tian replied. Next time, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. Son Wutian declared resolutely. Wutian, I shall not allow you to surpass me. Trunks responded with a smile. Whoosh. Ling Tian soared towards the stands alongside Trunks and Goten. Goten, Trunks. You two are truly remarkable, having surpassed us at such a tender age, Yamcha remarked. Uncle Yamcha, you could join us in our training. Goten replied. No. The way you train does not suit me, Yamcha chuckled in response. Chapter 69. The preliminary matches. The previously silent audience erupted into excitement upon witnessing Trunks and Goten take flight, exclaiming, This is simply spectacular. We haven't had enough. Hurry and commence the adult group matches. The organizers of the martial arts tournament, observing the fervor of the crowd, decided to alter the schedule for the preliminary rounds. Once the host received this news, he cleared his throat and announced loudly into the microphone, Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Following the decision of the organizers, the preliminary matches will take place earlier than anticipated, with the adult group competition commencing this afternoon. Upon hearing this announcement, the audience settled down, departing in an orderly fashion. Ling Tian and his companions, who had initially planned to dine, were escorted to the rest area by the staff. Sun Wukong, Yamchu, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi were all filled with excitement, reminiscing about the years since they had last participated in the prestigious martial arts tournament. Recalling the memories evoked by the throngs of spectators surrounding the arena. As all the contestants gathered in the rest area, a palpable energy surged among them. As they eagerly prepared for battle, whether driven by passion for combat or the allure of the substantial prize, the warriors could hardly contain their anticipation for the upcoming duel. Within the rest area, participants engaged in various displays of strength, breaking bricks and boasting of their prowess, claiming they could fell ancient trees with a single blow or slay a tiger with their bare hands. Ling Tian, what amusing tales do you have to share? Broly inquired, surveying the contestants for some sign of peculiarity. Upon hearing Broly's question, Sun Wukong and the others turned their attention to Ling Tian. Ling Tian gestured towards the Kaioshin Shin and Jebet standing in the corner. Lord Kaioshin, they have discovered us, Jebet exclaimed. A peculiar smile spread across Kaioshin Shin's face as he replied, Then let us go greet them. Just in time, we require their assistance regarding Majin Buu. Without hesitation, Kaioshin Shin led Jebet towards Ling Tian and the others. Ling Tian, why is that little fellow dressed in Kaioshin attire? Broly inquired, puzzled. Everyone recognized Jebet from the GT timeline. Greetings. I am Shin, and this is my attendant, Jebet. Kaioshin Shin warmly introduced himself to Ling Tian and the others. Jebet. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Jebet, are you a Kaioshin? You actually know about the Kaioshin. Both Kaioshin Shin and Jebet appeared astonished. Jebet proudly declared to Ling Tian and the others, I am not a Kaioshin. This esteemed individual is the true Kaioshin. Ling Tian, he shares the name Jebet. Why is he not a Kaioshin? Broly was utterly bewildered. Ling Tian clarified, in the GT timeline, the Kaioshin is the result of their fusion through the earrings they wear. While in our timeline, no such fusion has occurred. Ah, so that is how it is. Ling Tian elucidated, and immediately Sun Wukong and the others comprehended the situation. What is this GT dimension? The earrings confuse? However, the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet were left utterly bewildered. Supreme Kai, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting Earth? Sun Wukong asked. Just as Supreme Kai Shin was about to respond, the host appeared on the stage, microphone in hand, and proclaimed loudly, Esteemed contestants, please proceed to the corresponding arena as indicated by the numbers on your tags for the preliminary matches. Wukong, isn't your number 12? It's your turn to compete, Yamcha remarked. Sun Wukong glanced at his tag and nodded. Supreme Kai, let us continue this conversation later, he stated as he made his way toward arena number 1. Seeing the contestants in position, the host commanded, Let the competition begin. The fighters on the stage engaged in fierce battles. With a mere wave of his hand, Sun Wukong sent all participants from Arena Number 1 tumbling off the stage, securing his qualification to advance. Yamchu, Tian, and Kaiatsu also effortlessly vanquished all their opponents. The host announced with vigor, "Now, contestants numbered 100 to 200, please enter the arena." This competition is utterly tedious. Vegeta scoffed, expressing his disdain for such events. Had it not been for Ling Tian's mention of intriguing occurrences, he would have never graced this event with his presence. Upon ascending the arena, Ling Tian and his companions effortlessly dispatched all competitors, sending them tumbling off the stage. A rather unsightly and corpulent individual pointed an accusing finger at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Judge, they are cheating. Why are we all uncontrollably falling off the platform? To contend with the likes of you, do I truly require dishonesty?" Vegeta's fury ignited in that instant as he conjured a radiant, golden energy sphere, intent on obliterating this insolent individual. In a flash, Son Goku appeared before Vegeta, seizing his hand to prevent the impending catastrophe. The grotesque fat man, witnessing Vegeta's ability to unleash a ki blast, scampered away in a panic. Following this brief interlude, the preliminary rounds resumed, though many competitors chose to forfeit, fearing a confrontation with someone as formidable as Vegeta. The host, brandishing a list, announced loudly from the arena, "The individuals who have successfully advanced through the preliminaries are Son Goku, Tien Shinhan, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, Vegeta, Ling Tian, Broly, Paragus, Cell, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Jebit, Videl, Masked Man, Spopovich, Yamu, Pandel, Kira, Juair, and Dafe." With a total of 401 participants, the fortunate contestant chosen as number 401 also secured their advancement. Dear readers, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue the enthralling tale. The successful contestants were instructed to gather here at 1:30 p.m. for the drawing ceremony. After the host's announcement, the crowd dispersed. "Uncle Ling Tian, shall we go for a meal?" Son Gohan suggested. "Certainly," Son Goku replied, beckoning the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebit to join them. Upon entering a restaurant, they were greeted by Bulma's enthusiastic call, "Vegeta, Ling Tian, over here." Turning to her voice, they saw Bulma, Chi-Chi, Krillin, and others had already ordered several tables of food, eagerly awaiting their arrival. "Gugu," Son Goten pointed to his stomach, declaring, "Dad, Uncle Ling Tian, you are so slow, my stomach is already growling." Laughter ensued as they took their seats and began to feast. Clang, clang. The Saiyan's meal was accompanied by the constant clattering of bowls and chopsticks. Son Goku devoured 2 or 3 buns at once, while Vegeta polished off a chicken leg in mere bites. "Waiter, more dishes." Videl, Supreme Kai Shin, and Jebit were momentarily taken aback. Had they truly consumed so much yet still felt unsatisfied? Half an hour later, the group had finally filled their bellies. Son Goku turned to the astonished Supreme Kai Shin and inquired, "Supreme Kai, what brings you to Earth?" After pondering for a moment, Supreme Kai Shin decided it was best to inform Son Goku and the others, ensuring their assistance would be more readily available when needed. "Goku, Jebit and I have come to Earth in pursuit of the sorcerer Babidi." "Who is the sorcerer Babidi?" Many are perplexed. Babidi is the offspring of the dark wizard Babidi. Although his strength is rather feeble, he is adept in various peculiar magics, such as control, enhancement, and sealing. Vegeta scoffed, remarking, "This individual named Babidi hardly seems impressive." However, Vegeta, despite Babidi's lack of power, has come to Earth with the intent of unsealing the formidable Majin Buu. The moment the Supreme Kai uttered the name Majin Buu, his countenance shifted dramatically and his body trembled. Chapter 70. The contest begins. Is Majin Buu truly powerful? Upon hearing of a formidable opponent, Goku became exceedingly excited. "Goku, Majin Buu lacks rationality. He is driven solely by destruction and slaughter. Within a mere few years, he has obliterated countless planets and galaxies. That is hardly remarkable. Any one of us here could achieve that," Vegeta replied dismissively, convinced that Majin Buu could not surpass the malevolent dragons of the Dragon God realm. Vegeta, at that time, there were 5 Supreme Kais. Any one of them could have dispatched someone of Frieza's caliber with a mere finger. Yet, all 4 of these Supreme Kais were slaughtered by Majin Buu. Vegeta merely curled his lip and fell silent. "Lord Supreme Kai, have you located Majin Buu?" Goku inquired. "Goku, as soon as Babidi entered Earth, he vanished. Nevertheless, he has 2 subordinates participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, presumably to harness the energy of the contestants to aid in Majin Buu's release from his seal. During the competition, You must heed my instructions. The Supreme Kai insisted. Goku turned to the aloof Ling Tian, who was munching on pastries, and asked, Ling Tian, what do you think? Whatever. Once we locate Majin Buu, I shall take you all to a splendid place, Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Son Gohan glanced at the time and said, Dad, Uncle Ling Tian, it's almost 1:30. We should head to the preliminary venue for the draw. Goku, I will cheer for you from the audience, Krillin declared. Goku smiled and nodded. The group parted ways from the restaurant, with Ling Tian and the others heading toward the preliminary venue. The host appeared on the stage, microphone in hand, surveying the competitors. All contestants are present. We shall soon determine the matchups through a draw. With a wave of his hand, 2 staff members approached, carrying a box for the draw. The host continued, there are a total of 21 numbers. The contestant who draws number 1 will face contestant number 11, and so forth. The one who draws number 21 will advance without contest. Now, please have the named contestants come forward to draw. Gods, please grant me favor. Do not let me encounter Ling Tian and the others in the first round. Yamcha exclaimed. Worry not, Yamcha. Soon you shall draw number 21. Ling Tian glanced at Jebet and inquired, Master Kaishin, what shall we do? Jebet responded, simply ensure that the one named Yamcha draws number 21. The rest is inconsequential. Kaishin replied affirmatively. Jebet nodded in agreement. Fantastic! Yamcha exclaimed, leaping with excitement. The host cleared his throat and announced, Contestant Son Goku, please step forward. Goku approached the arena and retrieved a number from the box. Son Goku has drawn number 7, declared the host. An attendant promptly inscribed Goku's name on a large placard. Next, we have contestant Tien Shinhan, the host continued. Tien drew number 19, while Yamcha secured number 21 and Kaiatsu drew number 1. Before long, all contestants had drawn their numbers. The host, microphone in hand, proclaimed, Now that everyone has drawn their numbers, you can see your opponents on the placard beside me. The forthcoming matches will proceed in the order displayed. I trust everyone is well aware of the competition's rules. Given the substantial number of participants, each match will last 20 minutes. Should there be no victor after this time, the judges will determine the winner. The competition will commence shortly, so I will lead you to the lounge for a brief respite. It won't even take 20 minutes if they encounter Ling Tian. They will be fortunate to last 2 seconds on stage, Yamcha murmured. At the World Martial Arts Tournament arena, the host appeared on stage, microphone in hand, announcing, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. We have 21 contestants who have emerged from the preliminaries, and the matches will proceed in the following order. The staff displayed the previously recorded placard for the audience to see. The spectators in the distance may not have been able to discern the details, so I will read them aloud. In the first match, Kaiatsu will face off against Dercy. In the second match, Xin will compete against Gohan. And in the third match, Broly will battle Vegeta. Vegeta, who would have thought you would face Broly? Do you stand a chance against him? Goku chuckled. Kakarot, you two are up against Cell? Vegeta replied nonchalantly, fully aware that Kakarot could not defeat Cell either. Piccolo shook his head in resignation from the sidelines. After the host recited the match list, he continued, which contestant will ultimately claim the championship? Let us await the outcome with eager anticipation. Now, let us begin the first match between Kaiatsu and Dercy. Kaiatsu and Dercy emerged from the lounge, making their way to the arena. With both contestants now in position, the match was set to commence. With the host's command, Defei swiftly charged toward the dumpling suspended in midair. This Defei possesses remarkable abilities. He is significantly stronger than an ordinary human. Ling Tian murmured. Ling Tian, this Defei is our dojo's instructor, and he has become quite a formidable individual on Earth, Yamcha replied. Ling Tian nodded. In the face of Defei's assault, Jiaozi remained unfazed, allowing the blows to land upon him. With a gentle push of his palm, Defei was sent hurtling backward, landing outside the arena. As he fell out of bounds, Defei was declared defeated, and Jiaozi emerged victorious, as announced loudly by the host. Following the departure of Jiaozi and Defei from the stage, the host continued. Now the second match begins, featuring Xin against Sun Wukong. It is noteworthy that Sun Wukong is the golden-haired warrior who once vanquished Cell. Upon hearing the host's words, the audience erupted in excitement, fervently chanting Sun Wukong's name. Lord Kaishin, how do you require Wukong to cooperate with you? Asked Sun Wukong. Wukong, once you transform into a Super Saiyan, remain still. Babiti's minions will attempt to siphon your energy, replied Kaishin Xin. Wukong, You only need to transform into Super Saiyan 1. They won't be able to consume much of your energy, added Ling Tian. Understood, Uncle Ling Tian. Sun Wukong nodded. Emerging from the waiting room, Sun Wukong and Kaishin Xian made their way to the arena, standing opposite each other on the stage. With both contestants in position, the match commenced. Wukong, transform, commanded Kaishin Xian. Ha! Sun Wukong let out a low roar, causing the arena to tremble, with spiderweb-like cracks forming on the surface. His hair stood on end. Enveloped in a golden aura, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 1. How can he be so powerful? Kaishin Xian trembled, uncertain whether it was excitement from the prospect of defeating Majin Buu or fear from sensing the immense energy radiating from Sun Wukong. In a corner, Saibamen and Yamcha stood momentarily stunned before Yamcha retrieved his scouter to begin scanning. Look, such astonishing power, he exclaimed to Saibamen. Excellent. I will restrain him while you absorb his energy, Saibamen replied. Understood. The two swiftly set their plan into motion, stealthily flying behind Sun Wukong. Chapter 71. Wukong's energy absorbed. Chapter 72. Majin Buu, upon witnessing Piccolo resolve the situation with all adversaries, Ling Tian and the others descended from the mountaintop, landing gracefully at the entrance of the spacecraft. Ling Tian, Piccolo remarked, it appears that the fiend Majin Buu is within this very vessel. Ling Tian nodded slightly. Subsequently, without any hesitation, everyone entered the interior of the spaceship. Who are you? Several soldiers, armed with weapons, inquired coldly. Ling Tian raised his right hand, channeling energy to form a circular disc of light, which he hurled forward. The slicing disc. Ah! The soldiers let out anguished cries, each cleaved in two. Ling Tian promptly manipulated the disc, slicing through the spacecraft, and soon a substantial opening emerged, extending down to the very bottom of the vessel. Descend. The demon Majin Buu awaits at the lowest level, Ling Tian exclaimed as he leaped down, and the crowd promptly followed suit. Ling Tian, is there no one down there? Sun Wukong inquired with a hint of confusion. Ling Tian pointed to the enormous egg beside him and said, Wukong, this is Majin Buu. An egg? The crowd gathered around the colossal egg, scrutinizing it thoroughly but found nothing amiss. Trunks, Goten, come here quickly, Ling Tian shouted. What should we do? Uncle Ling Tian has noticed that we sneaked over, Trunks inquired. Let us just go over there, Goten replied. In an instant, the two appeared before Ling Tian. Goten, why did you leave your mother to come here instead of watching the match? Sun Wukong asked. Dad, you all flew away, and we thought there was something exciting happening. So we followed, Goten responded. Wukong, it's all right. Ling Tian spoke as he retrieved 12 cosmic information maps from his storage ring. The 7th universe's King Kai realm. It is indeed here. Everyone hold on to me. Broly inquired. Where are we headed, Ling Tian? I shall take you to a delightful place. Upon hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued. They linked arms, with King Kai Xian and Jebet also eager to discover Ling Tian's intentions, resting their hands on Son Goku's shoulders. Ling Tian's hand made contact with the egg of the Demon Buu, and alongside the others, he initiated a technique of instantaneous movement. The realm of the Kaishin. Whoosh. Ling Tian and others appeared in the realm of the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. What? You all managed to arrive in the Supreme Kai's realm. Jebet was utterly astonished, for ever since East Supreme Kai had taken office, no one had set foot in the Supreme Kai's realm. Ling Tian placed his hand upon the egg, continuously infusing it with energy. With a crack, the enormous egg split in two, revealing nothing but emptiness within. Sun Wukong scratched his head and remarked, Ling Tian, could it be that this egg has gone bad from being kept too long? Suddenly, a swirling mass of pink mist emerged above the giant egg. Everyone sensed an exceedingly malevolent aura emanating from the mist. Gradually, the aura intensified, and the pink fog coalesced into a spherical entity. With a resounding pop, the sphere sprouted limbs and a head. Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai exclaimed, his voice trembling. Majin Buu's skin was a vivid pink, his upper body bare, while his lower half was clad in white trousers and dark brown shoes. He wore wristbands on both arms. His hands robust and powerful. A single antenna protruded from his head, and his plump visage made it difficult for his eyes to open, often displaying an innocuous expression. Goten, Trunks, it's your responsibility to deal with this overgrown child, Ling Tian commanded. How dare you call me an overgrown child? Majin Buu's exhaust vent released a plume of hot air. I am enraged. I shall obliterate you. As he declared this, Majin Buu charged towards Ling Tian. Trunks and Son Goten let out a furious roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 1, standing protectively before Ling Tian. The three engaged in a fierce battle, with Trunks and Goten displaying remarkable synergy. Whenever Majin Buu launched an attack, one would defend while the other concentrated energy to strike back. Majin Buu cried out in agony as a ki blast created a gaping hole in his body. Damn it, I am truly furious now. Majin Buu bellowed, his wounds mending rapidly as his power surged, and he launched another assault against Trunks and Goten. Supreme Kai, where is your Kai sword? Ling Tian inquired. Ling Tian, you are aware of the Kai sword? The Supreme Kai exclaimed, astonished. What is the Kai sword? The others asked in confusion. Jebet then elucidated. The Kai sword is a divine blade from the realm of the gods. It is said that whoever can draw the sword will gain the most potent power in the universe. Ling Tian, is this truly the case? Vegeta mused, intrigued by the notion that if he could draw the sword, he would surpass all others. Ling Tian discerned Vegeta's thoughts at a glance and replied nonchalantly, impossible. How could it be false? This is a legend that has been passed down through the realms of the divine. The Supreme Kai of the universe was utterly unconvinced. Ling Tian shook his head and said, just tell me where the sword of the Supreme Kai is. It is located on a small hill to the east. Supreme Kai Xin replied. Goku, who among you will retrieve the sword of the Supreme Kai? Ling Tian inquired. I will go. I will go. Vegeta exclaimed, waving his hand, determined to seize this opportunity, convinced that Ling Tian was merely deceiving himself. Very well, Vegeta, it is you who shall go. Once you have drawn the sword, bring it back here. Ling Tian responded. With a burst of energy, Vegeta soared through the air, tracing an arc eastward. Supreme Kai, shall we accompany him? Jebet suggested. Supreme Kai Xin nodded in agreement. Minutes later, with a flash, Vegeta, Supreme Kai Xin, and Jebet appeared before the group. Son Goku glanced at the sword in Vegeta's hand and asked, Vegeta, have you obtained the universe's ultimate power? Nay, it merely came out with a casual pull. I feel no change within my body, Vegeta replied. Supreme Kai Xin and Jebet, taken aback, were at a loss for words, astonished that the legend was indeed a fabrication. The legend may be false, yet there exists a being sealed within the sword, capable of enhancing potential, Ling Tian stated. A being within the sword? The crowd was bewildered. Who would entrap someone within a sword? Ling Tian, how can we release that person? Vegeta inquired. Simply break the sword. Upon hearing this, Vegeta unleashed his energy, bending the sword, and with a resounding crack, it shattered into two halves. Ling Tian, I see no one, Broly remarked. Suddenly, a venerable voice emerged from behind them. Are you speaking of me? You, are you not the Elder Supreme Kai? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, I didn't expect anyone to recognize me. The Elder Supreme Kai left Supreme Kai Xin and Jebet in utter bewilderment. Indeed, I am also a Supreme Kai. I am the Supreme Kai from before the 15th generation. The Elder Supreme Kai proclaimed. The Supreme Kai from before the 15th generation. So it is our ancestor. Supreme Kai Xin was utterly stunned. Yes, long, long ago. There was an immensely powerful individual with whom I battled for 300 rounds. Ultimately, he could not best me and resorted to this insidious tactic. Sealing me within the sword, the Elder Supreme Kai recounted solemnly. Chapter 73. The annihilation of Majin Buu. Ling Tian hurriedly interrupted the old Supreme Kai's continued discourse. Enough, enough. Spare us your grandiose tales. We have released you with the expectation that you will enhance our potential. Enhance potential? How could you possibly know that I possess such an ability? The old Supreme Kai questioned, puzzled. Sun Wukong promptly elucidated the situation to the old Supreme Kai. What? You have traversed other dimensions? Do you not realize that time travel is a grave offense? The old Supreme Kai admonished. Forget those details. Just help us unlock our potential. Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. A grave offense? So be it. No one has come to condemn me thus far. The old Supreme Kai pondered for a moment before responding. I can sense that your powers are exceedingly formidable, to the extent that they pose a threat to all of humanity and the universe. There is no need for further enhancement. The Supreme Kai earnestly implored, Ancestor, please assist Ling Tian and the others. You young whelp, what do you understand? The old Supreme Kai thundered in reprimand. Lord Old Supreme Kai, soon we will require their aid to confront Majin Buu. Otherwise, the universe shall face annihilation, Jebet remarked. Who is this Majin Buu? The old Supreme Kai inquired, perplexed. During the era of the old Supreme Kai, Majin Buu had yet to be conceived. Majin Buu is an exceedingly wicked being, notorious for his destructive rampages across planets. He has even vanquished the Grand Supreme Kai. West Supreme Kai, South Supreme Kai, and North Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai lamented, his spirits dampened. You fools! You lack the strength to confront Majin Buu. Why did you not seek the aid of the God of Destruction at that time? The old Supreme Kai was nearly driven to exasperation. What is this God of Destruction? Is he truly powerful? Why have I never heard of him? The Supreme Kai was left in bewilderment. Are you a simpleton? The old Supreme Kai scolded loudly. The Supreme Kai, frightened, hastily lowered his head. The old Supreme Kai continued to pose a series of questions to the Supreme Kai, who remained utterly clueless. His face a mask of confusion. You imbecile! You do not even comprehend the duties of a Supreme Kai. After their exchange, the old Supreme Kai felt as though he had aged a decade. Where is this Majin Buu now? Right in our Supreme Kai realm. The Supreme Kai pointed toward the distant battlefield. Then why are you still lingering here, awaiting your demise? If my death could ensure the peace of the universe, I would willingly sacrifice myself. The Supreme Kai proclaimed with righteous fervor. Slap. The old Supreme Kai delivered a resounding smack to the back of the Supreme Kai's head. You are truly beyond redemption. He lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Ancestor, shall we now seek the God of Destruction to resolve the issue with Majin Buu? The Supreme Kai inquired. The old Kai hesitated, pondering the consequences of disturbing that slumbering feline. What if it chose to seal him away once more? Ling Tian. Who is the God of Destruction in our universe? Asked Sheru. It is also a cat, and moreover, it is the sibling of that feline from the 6th universe. Ling Tian replied. So it is the brother of that plump cat. Since we cannot locate the fat cat, shall we seek revenge upon him first? Sheru proposed. No need. We can simply find that cat from the 6th universe. Ling Tian responded nonchalantly. You are aware of other universes and their respective gods of destruction? The old Kai was utterly astonished. What of it? We have even destroyed his home. When we encounter him again, we must ensure he is left half dead, avenging Broly. Paragus declared angrily. Upon hearing this, the old Kai became intrigued. After some deliberation, he resolved to assist Ling Tian and his companions in unlocking their potential, thereby liberating himself from the fear of Beerus. Hehe. Who among you wishes to unlock their potential first? The old Kai chuckled, addressing Ling Tian and the others. Ling Tian did not anticipate that the old Kaioshin had changed his mind once again. Goten, Trunks, hasten to deal with that plump individual. Ling Tian utilized the technique of distant communication to address the two young warriors. Goten, cease your play. Let us unleash our full strength. Trunks proclaimed. Indeed. Let us go. With a fierce roar, the duo's energy surged, rapidly coalescing into a formidable force aimed at Majin Buu. With a thunderous explosion, Majin Buu was obliterated into mere fragments. Trunks, let us return, Goten urged. Wait, Goten. The energy signature of Majin Buu has not yet dissipated. What? Goten turned to see the shattered pink remnants writhing and converging, heralding the re-emergence of Majin Buu. Trunks, let us transform into Super Saiyan God. I refuse to believe that Majin Buu can withstand this, Goten declared. To which Trunks nodded in agreement. Let us do it. They both shouted, their golden auras morphing into a crimson blaze, their hair shifting from gold to red. Trunks and Goten successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Gods. Majin Buu was momentarily taken aback by their transformation. Despite not sensing their energies, his instincts compelled him to retreat. Goten placed his hand at his waist, gathering energy, while Trunks concentrated all his power into his palms. With a unified battle cry, they unleashed their accumulated energy towards Majin Buu. Kamehameha. Gallic Gun. Majin Buu, caught off guard, was engulfed by the two beams of energy, vanishing completely. With the threat of Majin Buu neutralized, Trunks and Goten swiftly flew towards Ling Tian's position. Swish. Uncle Ling Tian, Majin Buu has been defeated. Did you summon us for something? Trunks inquired. Majin Buu has been vanquished. This is splendid news, exclaimed the Supreme Kai Shin, dancing with joy. How can these two younglings possess divine energy? The old Kai exclaimed, taken aback, for it was exceedingly rare for ordinary humans to attain such celestial realms through training. Esteemed old Kai, this is merely a transformation unique to us Saiyans, and we all possess the ability to assume this form. Goku elucidated. All can achieve this form. The old Kai stood in stunned silence, his mind racing to comprehend this revelation. After a prolonged moment, he finally inquired, so, who among you wishes to develop your abilities first? Ling Tian pointed at Sun Wukong and Trunks, saying, Old Supreme Kai, please assist these two in unlocking their potential. Very well, little one, come here and sit before me, The old Supreme Kai responded with a nod, gesturing for Sun Wukong to approach. Following the old Supreme Kai's instructions, Sun Wukong seated himself upon the grass. The old Supreme Kai began to circle around Sun Wukong, reciting a peculiar incantation. Is awakening potential really such a cumbersome process? Sun Wukong pondered. Wukong, this is not akin to the simple awakening of potential on Namek. Once the old Supreme Kai has fully unlocked their potential, their strength will see a monumental increase, Ling Tian explained. The others nodded in understanding. After the ritual was completed, the old Supreme Kai sat opposite Sun Wukong, placing his hands upon him to commence the awakening of his capabilities. This young child possesses such formidable strength at such a tender age, and the potential within him is unfathomable. I cannot imagine the extent of his power once fully realized, the old Supreme Kai murmured to himself. How tedious. The others could only watch in silence as the old Supreme Kai worked to unlock the latent abilities. Suddenly, an idea struck Ling Tian, and he retrieved a seed from his storage ring. Wukong, follow me. Ling Tian soared into the sky, flying towards the horizon. Upon witnessing this, the crowd hastily followed suit, eager to discover Ling Tian's intentions. Chapter 74. The Futility of Ability Development. Whoosh. Whoosh. After a brief flight, they alighted upon a small hillside. Ling Tian, what brings us here? Inquired Sun Wukong. To plant trees. Ling Tian excavated a pit in the ground and cast the seed of the spirit tree into it. Before he could bury the seed, it transformed into a sapling, rapidly growing until it became a towering tree. The immense tree began to bear clusters of unripe, verdant fruits. Ling Tian, what manner of tree is this? The transformation is astonishing. Sun Wukong exclaimed in awe. This is the spirit fruit tree. The spiritual fruits you consumed previously sprouted from this very tree, Ling Tian replied. The spirit tree continuously absorbed the energy from the King of World Star, and the once immature fruits gradually ripened. Truly, this is the divine realm. The spirit tree shows no signs of alteration, regardless of the energy it absorbs from the celestial body. Wukong, if you wish to partake in the spirit fruits, you must pluck them yourselves. Ling Tian spoke as he soared into the sky, ascending towards the tree. Upon witnessing this, the others also flocked to the tree to pluck the ripe fruits and indulge in their sweetness. Once the fruits were harvested, the spirit tree sprouted a new batch of unripe fruits. It is no wonder that the spirit tree can only thrive in the divine realm. The planet is infused with an inexhaustible source of energy, preventing the tree from wilting. The moment it absorbs energy, fruits begin to blossom anew. Observing the tree's new bounty, Sun Wukong and the others reclined on the branches, patiently awaiting the ripening of the fruits. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed as Vegeta materialized before Ling Tian. Vegeta, what troubles you? Ling Tian inquired, puzzled. Ling Tian, do you happen to have a universal capsule to spare? Vegeta stammered. Oh, I see. You wish to take some back for Bulma, don't you? Ling Tian smiled as he retrieved several universal capsules from his storage ring. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta, please hand a few universal capsules to Goku. Ling Tian handed the universal capsule to Vegeta. All right. Vegeta took the capsule and soared towards Goku's location. After an indeterminate amount of time, a formidable energy suddenly emanated from the distance, startling everyone gathered around the spirit tree. This is Goten's energy. The crowd swiftly activated their instant transmission. Whoosh, whoosh. Ling Tian and others appeared beside Sun Wukong and the old Kaishin. Old Kaishin, your ability to unlock potential is truly remarkable. Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. Goten's strength has increased tremendously. Piccolo remarked. Old Kaishin, I too wish to unlock my potential. Trunks said enviously. It's just average. Although the old Kaishin feigned modesty, he was secretly elated by the praise from the crowd. Do not rush. We will take turns. Young one, your name is Trunks, correct? Trunks nodded. Very well. Come sit before me. The old Kaishin began to unlock Trunks' potential. Goten, let us test your strength after unlocking your potential over there. Gohan suggested. All right, brother. Goten nodded. They then proceeded to the other side of the Kaishin planet. Gohan and Goten stood facing each other. In the next moment, they vanished. Bang, bang, bang. Both engaged in high-speed movements, launching fierce attacks at one another. Despite Goten's significant power increase, he still could not surpass Gohan in his normal state. Piccolo observed the aerial battle between them. In an instant, Gohan teleported behind Goten and delivered a kick to his back. Ah! Goten cried out, hurtling backwards. Goten gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and managed to stabilize himself in midair. "Brother, you must not use teleportation," Goten exclaimed. "I forget when I fight, but I want to use it again for now." Gohan scratched his head in response. "Goten, in your current state, you cannot defeat your brother. Quickly transform into a Super Saiyan," Sun Wukong shouted. Goten nodded. "Huh." Goten roared, attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan in his base form, but he failed. What is going on? Goten was perplexed. He ceased fighting Gohan and flew downwards. "Dad, it seems I can't transform into a Super Saiyan." "Can't transform into a Super Saiyan?" Everyone was bewildered. The old Kaishin had unlocked potential, yet Goten could not transform? "Goten, try again so we can see," Sun Wukong urged. "Huh." Goten shouted until his voice was hoarse, yet there was no change. "Goten, try dispersing the energy that the old Kaishin unlocked for you," Ling Tian suggested. "All right, Uncle Ling Tian." A flash of golden light enveloped Goten as his hair turned golden and stood upright, transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Ling Tian. What is happening? Everyone is perplexed. It seems my intuition was not mistaken. No wonder that in the past, when watching Dragon Ball, Gohan never utilized the power of Super Saiyan during his mysterious transformation. Perhaps this power conflicts with the transformations of the Saiyans. Let us return and consult the old Kai. Ling Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us return swiftly. Dear Master, there is still more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. For the tale grows ever more thrilling. With a swift motion, the group utilized instantaneous movement and rejoined the old Supreme Kai. Great Supreme Kai, why is it that after harnessing the power you developed, Goten is unable to transform into a Super Saiyan? Inquired Son Goku. Cough, cough. The power I just bestowed upon Goten is the most unadulterated form. Your transformations into Super Saiyan are akin to a misguided path. Once the Super Saiyan state is relinquished and one returns to their normal form, the augmented strength will also dissipate, akin to enhancement through external means, which is ill-advised. Replied the old Supreme Kai with a calm demeanor. The group had initially presumed that the old Supreme Kai's developmental abilities were akin to those of the Grand Elder of Namek, the Dragon Shinran's wishes, or the latent potential unlocked by Dragon God Longi. Upon hearing this, the group's interest in the development of abilities waned significantly. After all, how could they simply abandon the Super Saiyan transformations they had painstakingly cultivated for so long? Great Supreme Kai, we shall no longer pursue the development of abilities. The group voiced in unison. Ling Tian was taken aback. Realizing that Sun Wukong and his companions had now attained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and God-level Super Saiyan forms, rendering such transformations unnecessary. Have you truly considered your decision? The old Kaishin was astonished by the younger generation's unwillingness to heed his counsel. Uncle Ling Tian, should I continue to develop my potential? Trunks, upon hearing that he could not transform into a Super Saiyan, contemplated giving up. Trunks, it would be wise to allow the old Kaishin to complete your development. Once it is finished, should you choose not to utilize this form, you can still revert to your Super Saiyan transformation, Ling Tian advised. Oh dear, you all. The old Kaishin's expression shifted dramatically, feeling underestimated in his capabilities. Moments later, Trunks had successfully undergone the full potential development with the old Kaishin. Young one, they underestimate my abilities. You should challenge them in battle, allowing them to witness your prowess. The old Kaishin suggested. No need for that, ancestor. Just moments ago, Goten battled Gohan in that form and couldn't even surpass his base level. The Kaishin replied with a weary smile. It seems your base combat power is indeed formidable. No wonder you dare to provoke the God of Destruction, remarked the old Kaishin. Chapter 75. The Power of the God of Destruction Wukong. Unleash your full energy and transform. Allowing the old Kaishin to gauge the disparity in battle power between you and the God of Destruction. Ling Tian was eager to ascertain the true strength of the God of Destruction, fearing that he might be embarrassed by insufficient power when the time for vengeance arrived. Indeed, I too am curious about the capabilities of you young ones, remarked the old Kai, stroking his beard. In that case, you should step behind Ling Tian. I fear I might inadvertently harm you, Son Goku stated, scratching his head. Oh, you exude such confidence, the old Kai retorted, yet he prudently stepped aside, not wishing to encounter any unforeseen incidents just after emerging from the divine sword. With everyone retreating, Son Goku unleashed a tremendous roar, releasing his full aura, causing the entirety of King Kai's planet to tremble. What is happening? Such power? The old Kai was somewhat bewildered. for it was generally arduous for humans to attain such formidable strength. Both King Kai-Shin and Jebet trembled uncontrollably. Old Kai, this is my full power. What do you think? Son Goku inquired. After a moment's contemplation, the old Kai responded, Goku, while your current strength ranks among the highest in the universe, it is still insufficient when faced with the god of destruction. Son Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, he surged with energy, enveloped in a golden aura, his hair standing on end as he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Old Kai, how does my current form compare to the god of destruction? The old Kai shook his head. Goku, although your state has amplified your power manifold, if the god of destruction were to take you seriously, you would be defeated in a single blow. With a fierce roar, Son Goku's energy surged once more. His hair stood upright, with a few bangs falling on his forehead, surrounded by crackling lightning as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. After this transformation, Son Goku refrained from questioning the old Kai further and instead continued gathering energy for his subsequent transformations. Before long, his golden hair lengthened until it reached his waist, as he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. As he continued to unleash energy, the golden flames around him gradually dissipated, his hair turning black and cascading chaotically over his shoulders, dark circles forming around his eyes, red fur covering his chest and palms, and his muscular physique on full display. What form is this, Goku? This state is far more powerful than the previous ones. The old Kai exclaimed. Old Kai, this form is Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku replied. Meanwhile, in the realm of the god of destruction, Whis, savoring his delicacies, suddenly sensed an exceptionally potent aura emanating from King Kai's realm. What is happening? Could there be significant trouble in King Kai's domain? Old Kai, you must not come to harm. Whis promptly retrieved his staff to investigate. It is them. Whis immediately recognized Ling Tian and the others, having observed them during the transformation into Super Saiyan God. To his surprise, the old Kai also emerged from the divine sword, making the situation increasingly intriguing. He chuckled and closed his staff. In the Kaishin realm, he mused, Super Saiyan 4. It seems that Goku and his companions possess such a transformation, rendering my abilities unnecessary for their development. Old Kai, how far am I from the power of a god of destruction? Son Goku inquired. The old Kai placed his hands behind his back and replied, Goku, your current strength is approximately in the hundreds of quintillions, while the minimum power of a god of destruction is in the range of yadas, with the strongest among them reaching the level of Zeptos. It is hard to fathom that a god of destruction could possess such formidable strength. The others were left astounded by the old Kai's words. Fortunately, they had trained in the Dragon God realm for several years. Otherwise, their strength would have been insufficient. By the way, the old Kai suddenly had a moment of clarity and addressed Son Goku. Aren't you also capable of transforming into that Super Saiyan God? Is that form stronger than Super Saiyan 4? Old Kai, the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 are not vastly different in strength, in terms of raw power. Super Saiyan 4 is somewhat stronger. However, Super Saiyan 4 consumes energy at a much faster rate, while Super Saiyan God is more suitable for prolonged battles, Son Goku explained. Is that so? The old Kai nodded thoughtfully. Goku, with your current strength, it would be wise to refrain from provoking the gods of destruction. While you have a considerable number of fighters capable of contending with them, the gods of destruction possess a divine technique that causes anyone who comes into contact with that energy to completely vanish. That accursed fat cat used such a skill to eliminate Broly, exclaimed Cell angrily. Broly's raging energy began to surge forth, and he was determined to exact revenge. The old Kai and Kaishin Shin, along with Jebet, were startled by the ferocious energy emanating from Broly. This individual possesses such energy. He won't lose control, will he? The old Kai inquired. Do not worry, old Kai. Broly has fully mastered this energy. Ling Tian reassured him. Broly, did you not just say he was killed by Kappa? The old Kai asked, puzzled. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. We resurrected Broly using the Super Dragon Balls, Ling Tian replied. The Dragon Balls should be used sparingly. Employing them can disrupt the natural order. The old Kai admonished. Ling Tian nodded, for he did not believe that the Super Dragon could transform into a malevolent entity, and furthermore, the Super Dragon Balls were elusive to the average individual. Among the 12 gods of destruction, which one possesses the weakest power? Ling Tian inquired. Conflict and combat are prohibited among the gods of destruction. And having resided in the Divine Sword for an extended period, I am currently uncertain as to which god of destruction is the weakest, the old Kai responded. Ling Tian nodded. You may return if you have no further matters. This old man needs to rest. The old Kaioshin yawned while holding a book in his hands. Farewell. Old Kaioshin, Lord Kaioshin. Everyone promptly activated their instant transmission. Earth. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ling Tian and his companions arrived at the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Ling Tian. Goku, over here. Came the shouts from afar. The group turned to see Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi approaching. They promptly made their way over. Ling Tian. Have you two dealt with that Majin Buu? Yamcha inquired. Uncle Yamcha, it was us who took down Majin Buu. Trunks and Goten proudly declared. You two are truly remarkable. Yamcha exclaimed, giving them a thumbs up. Yamcha, has the Grand Martial Arts Tournament concluded? Ling Tian asked. It just wrapped up not long ago. We were on our way back when we unexpectedly ran into you, Yamcha replied. By the way, who emerged as the champion? Goku queried. Tianjin Fan claimed the championship. Yamcha said with a wry smile, reflecting on his numerous attempts at the tournament without ever securing a title. Chapter 76, The Ninth Universe's Sidra. Congratulations, Tianjin Fan. On your victory. Everyone congratulated him. Haha, if you guys had participated, the championship would surely have eluded me. Tianjin Fan responded with a grin. After exchanging pleasantries, the group began to part ways. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Sheru, and Paragus, utilized instantaneous movement to return to the island. Each day, they engaged in leisurely activities such as fishing, swimming, and grilling. Ling Tian incessantly pondered in his mind which of the gods of destruction possessed the weakest strength. He recalled having watched the Tournament of Destruction hosted by the Omni King on television prior to his transmigration, where it appeared that Sidra, the god of destruction from Universe 9, had hardly made a move before being defeated. Furthermore, Universe 9 also garnered the lowest overall score. Thus, it seemed that Sidra from Universe 9 would be the one to test the true extent of a god of destruction's power. Upon setting his sights on a goal, Ling Tian retracted his fishing rod and returned to the wooden cabin. Ling Tian, you're back so early today. Aren't you going to continue fishing? Broly inquired, puzzled, as Ling Tian typically did not return to the cabin before mealtime. Broly, Cell, let us venture to other universes. Ling Tian spoke as he retrieved 12 cosmic information maps from his storage ring, examining them intently. Ling Tian, what is the purpose of our journey to another universe? Shalu inquired. We are heading to the 9th universe to assess the true strength of the god of destruction, Ling Tian replied. Should I summon my father and Kakarot to join us? Broly asked. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tian remarked. We are still not fully acquainted with the strength of the god of destruction. It would suffice for the three of us to go. Broly nodded in agreement. After examining the location of the god of destruction in the 9th universe, Ling Tian returned the map to his storage ring. Broly, Cell, seize me. Ling Tian promptly executed a technique of instantaneous movement. Lord Sidra of the 9th universe, it is time for you to commence the destruction of planets. The angel Mojito remarked. As the guiding angel of the 9th universe, Mojito found himself at a loss for words in regard to the Supreme Kai, Lord Zamasu, and the god of destruction, Sidra. Under the seamless cooperation of the two, chaos reigned in the 9th universe. Sidra picked up a cup of tea from the table, taking a sip before declaring. Let us postpone until tomorrow. The day is waning. It is clearly midday, yet you claim the day is late. Mojito sighed in resignation, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized before them. This appears to be the Supreme Kai's instantaneous movement. Yet I have not heard of any Supreme Kai from other universes abdicating or taking on new disciples, Mojito pondered in confusion. The newcomers were none other than Ling Tian, Broly, and Cell. Who are you, and what brings you to the realm of the god of destruction? Sidra inquired, rising with a serious expression as he gazed at the three. Our identities are of little consequence. However, we seek your assistance with a matter of importance. Ling Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. Zaidala could not help but inquire, what is it? Drink. With a thunderous roar, Ling Tian's ebony hair transformed into a shimmering silver, gradually cascading down to his waist. As a brilliant radiance illuminated the surroundings, Ling Tian ascended to the formidable Super Saiyan 5. In response, Broly and Cell, consumed by fury, unleashed their transformations. Broly evolved into Super Saiyan 4, while Cell morphed into Golden Cell. We wish to test the extent of your power. As Ling Tian spoke, he suddenly appeared before Zaidala in a flash, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Zaidala was taken aback by Ling Tian's unexpected assault, his body curling like a shrimp as he was sent hurtling backward. So, it turns out you humans have come to disrupt my domain. Truly seeking death. Zaidala quickly regained his composure midair and, with a surge of energy, charged towards Ling Tian. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in fierce combat. Bang, bang, bang. Zidala landed a kick on Ling Tian, who, gritting through the excruciating pain, retaliated with a punch to Zidala's head. In an instant, the two engaged in a relentless exchange, trading blows in a flurry of over 100 rounds. Ling Tian could distinctly perceive the continuous augmentation of his strength, as the frenzied energy of the transcendent bloodline surged forth relentlessly. Each time Sidra inflicted pain upon him, his combat prowess escalated exponentially. What could be the reason? How is it that this human's power is perpetually on the rise? Sidra had never encountered such a human before and was momentarily taken aback. Just as Sidra was lost in thought, Shalu swiftly appeared above him, delivering a powerful blow that struck Sidra with tremendous force. The ground shook violently as Sidra was sent crashing into the earth, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater revealed itself on the surface. Before Sidra could rise, Broly seized him by the head and forcefully pressed it into the ground, mercilessly dragging him across the terrain. In no time, he had plowed through the planet, before delivering a fierce kick that sent Sidra soaring into the sky. Ling Tian concentrated a colossal sphere of energy upon his fingertip and hurled it towards Sidra in the sky. The planet-destroying projectile erupted with a thunderous explosion, and Sidra appeared before the crowd, disheveled and covered in dust. He felt utterly humiliated, surrounded by 3 humans assaulting him in the presence of an angel. "You shall all perish," Sidra bellowed, his rage surging as a violet aura enveloped his entire being. In an instant, he materialized before Ling Tian, unleashing a powerful punch. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Upon witnessing this, Ling Tian promptly unleashed a powerful right fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided, causing each of them to recoil. "Zidala, it appears your strength is rather lacking as well," Ling Tian mockingly remarked. "I never expected that these 3 humans would possess such formidable strength. Furthermore, 2 of them can continuously grow stronger through battle. How intriguing." The Angel Mojito watched with great interest, choosing not to intervene in the conflict, as Sidra was content to neither destroy planets nor engage in training, perfectly providing an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Cell placed his hand on his waist, gathering energy before launching an attack towards Sidra. Kamehameha. Sidra, unfazed by the approaching energy, calmly uttered, "Destruction." A purple energy sphere materialized in Sidra's hand and was swiftly hurled at Cell. The Kamehameha wave vanished upon contact with the energy sphere, continuing its trajectory forward. "Cell, quickly dodge," Ling Tian shouted. As the energy sphere neared, Cell promptly activated instant transmission, reappearing beside Broly. "You certainly have a knack for running." Sidra's figure flickered as he appeared before Broly. Destruction. Swish. In an instant, Ling Tian teleported beside Sidera, delivering a powerful kick to his side. The surge of energy from Sidera was abruptly interrupted, causing him to be propelled backward. "Broly, Cell, you 2 step aside and wait for me," Ling Tian commanded. The 2 nodded and withdrew from the battlefield. Sidera, regaining his composure midair, was seething with rage. Feeling humiliated as a formidable god of destruction was outmaneuvered by mere mortals. Unforgivable," Sidera exclaimed, conjuring a colossal sphere of destructive energy in his hand and hurling it towards Ling Tian. Destruction. Ling Tian immediately condensed a purple-red energy sphere in his hand and hurled it towards Sidera. Annihilation. The 2 energy spheres collided, with the destructive energy being gradually consumed by the annihilation energy. Once the destructive energy was fully devoured, the energy sphere continued its trajectory towards Sidera's position. "What is happening? What kind of energy is that?" Sidera was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend that his destructive energy could be devoured, leaving him frozen in place. Chapter 77. Bewildering Sidera. Angel Mojito encountered such a situation for the first time. Theoretically, a god of destruction possesses the pinnacle of combat prowess within a universe, and their destructive energy is not something that can be easily obliterated. Yet, that purple-red energy sphere effortlessly consumed the destructive energy. No. Angel Mojito seemed to have realized something and turned to observe. Why is Sidera standing there like a fool? If struck by the energy, he might not die, but would certainly suffer grievous injuries. Swish. Angel Mojito's figure flickered and instantaneously appeared before Sidera, extending his staff to block the energy. Upon seeing Mojito appear before him to shield him from the energy, Sidera regained his composure. He felt utterly humiliated and regretted not having simply gone to work destroying planets earlier. Angel Mojito shook his head in exasperation at Sidara's predicament and then addressed Ling Tian and the others. Your prowess is quite impressive. From which universe do you hail? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Ling Tian. We are from the 6th universe. Since you are from the 6th universe, why have you come to the 9th universe? Angel Mojito inquired with intrigue. Broly and Cell, having understood Ling Tian's intentions, chimed in. We were all comfortably residing in the 6th universe until one day. The god of destruction, Kampa, approached us, expressing his long-standing displeasure with the god of destruction Sidera from the 9th universe. Indeed, that is correct. Kampa stated that battles between gods of destruction are prohibited and spent a considerable sum to send us to test Sidara's strength. Ling Tian subsequently added. Xiangpa also mentioned that if we could give Sidra a good beating, he would reward us with a dimensional cube. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, Sidra was instantly filled with rage. He had no enmity with Xiangpa, so why did Xiangpa treat him in such a manner? The three of them, through their exceptional acting, managed to deceive even the Angel Mojito without revealing any flaws. This cursed Kampa. Mojito, we must confront Kampa in the 6th universe for an explanation. Sidra fumed. Lord Sidra, perhaps it would be best to let it go, the Angel Mojito suggested. Let it go? How could I possibly let this matter rest? Sidra could not swallow his indignation. With a sigh, the Angel Mojito replied, Lord Sidra, your strength is considerably inferior to that of Lord Kampa. Seeking an explanation would only lead to your own suffering. This made Sidra begin to waver. No, he must seek vengeance against Kampa. Suddenly, Sidra made a significant decision. Mojito, from now on, you shall train me daily, and I will diligently fulfill my duties of planet destruction. A smile graced the face of the Angel Mojito as he responded. Very well, Lord Sidra. Upon hearing these words, Ling Tian and his companions were taken aback, initially believing that Shida Allah would confront Xiangpa, allowing them to reap the benefits as bystanders. If you two are not heading to the 6th universe, we shall take our leave. Wait. The Angel Mojito suddenly called out to Ling Tian and the others. A sense of dread washed over them. Could it be that this angel had discerned something, or perhaps intended to take action against them? Ling Tian feigned calmness as he spoke. Is there something you wish to discuss? What is the name of the purplish-red energy you unleashed earlier? Where did you acquire such knowledge? Angel Mojito inquired. That. Originally, Xiangpa intended to teach me how to wield destructive energy against Sidala. However, for reasons unknown, as I was refining the energy, it underwent a mutation. Upon witnessing the immense power of this energy, Xiangpa decided to bestow upon it a formidable name, Annihilation. Ling Tian began to speak with earnest absurdity. Oh, is that truly the case? The Angel Mojito expressed a hint of skepticism, noting that the god of destruction had changed hands numerous times. Yet he had never heard of anyone transforming destructive energy. If there is nothing more to discuss, we shall return to the 6th universe. Farewell. As he spoke, Ling Tian initiated instant transmission along with Broly and Sheru. Watching the trio depart, Sidra seemed to ponder something before speaking up. Mojito, please contact Kaishin Lo and request his presence in the realm of the gods of destruction. Understood, Lord Sidra. The Angel Mojito recognized Sidra's intent and shook his head helplessly. He then retrieved his staff and began to establish contact with Kaishin Lo. In a short while, Kaishin Lo materialized in the realm of the gods of destruction. Appearing somewhat perplexed. Sidra, is there something urgent that necessitated my presence? Lo, are there any exceptionally powerful humans in the 9th universe? Sidra inquired. Powerful humans? Kaishin Lo contemplated for a moment before responding. I have recently encountered 3 humans of considerable strength. Sidra's interest peaked immediately. How formidable are these 3? Could they possibly rival a god of destruction? Kaishin Lo, somewhat bewildered, thought to himself that Sidra must be joking. It is inconceivable for a human in the 9th universe to possess the power of a god of destruction, he said with a wry smile. Their strength is rather ordinary and not capable of contending with a god of destruction. Are there no humans in the 9th universe stronger than them? Sidra asked impatiently. These 3 are the strongest humans I have encountered thus far. What's going on with Sidra and Mojito? Kaishin Lo queried. He has encountered 3 humans from the 6th universe. What? Kaishin Lo exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom how humans could possess strength comparable to that of a god of destruction. Lo, bring those 3 to the realm of the gods of destruction. I shall train them daily. If the 6th universe has such powerful humans, I must cultivate them as well. Sidra mused inwardly. Kaishin Lo nodded in agreement. Kai. Before long, Kaishin Lo appeared in the realm of the gods of destruction alongside the 3 formidable individuals. He then proceeded to introduce them to Sidra. They are the dangerous trio, Belgamore, Lavanda, and Basil. All right. I understand. Upon witnessing the trio's relatively low combat power, Sidra responded with evident impatience. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe on Earth, a sudden movement transpired. Ling Tian, Broly, and Shara returned to the small island. Ling Tian. That god of destruction named Sidra doesn't seem very powerful at all, Sharu remarked with a smile. Ling Tian shook his head and said, Shalu, your perspective is misguided. The destructive energy of the god of destruction is something that you and Broly have yet to find a solution for. Broly then suggested, Ling Tian, aren't you also capable of unleashing such energy? Why not create an energy sphere for us to experiment with? Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. Broly was truly formidable. How could he dare to attempt to absorb the annihilation energy? Was he courting death? Broly was not mistaken. If we could withstand your energy, we would undoubtedly be capable of enduring the destructive energy as well. Sharu had witnessed the might of annihilation energy in the 9th universe, capable of devouring even destructive energy. Ling Tian found himself in a predicament. Ling Tian, you must believe that we can surely accomplish this, Broly declared resolutely. Chapter 78. A method to withstand destructive energy. Very well then. Ling Tian concentrated a violet-red energy sphere in his hand, diligently diluting the annihilation energy within. The hue of the sphere underwent a gradual transformation, eventually deepening into a rich crimson as the annihilation energy diminished to a mere 10%. Broly, you may transform now. Broly nodded. Unleashing a mighty roar that pierced the heavens, his aura surging as he successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 4. As Ling Tian observed Broly successfully transform, he promptly hurled an energy sphere towards the airborne Broly. Upon seeing the energy sphere approaching, Broly swiftly extended his hands to defend himself. However, as soon as his hands made contact with the annihilation energy, the aura surrounding him began to be devoured little by little. Broly roared, unleashing the frenzied energy of his Saiyan bloodline, desperately attempting to fend off the encroaching annihilation energy. Regardless of how fiercely Broly's energy surged, it could not halt the relentless consumption of the annihilation force. No, Broly cried out in despair. If he could not withstand the annihilation energy, he would forever be unable to seek vengeance against Kampa. I must avenge myself against that accursed fat cat. With a furious shout, Broly's aura intensified once more. The once clear sky abruptly darkened, becoming shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder that struck all around Broly. His hair transformed from black to a shimmering silver, gradually lengthening until it cascaded down to his waist, while the red fur on his body and the tail behind him also changed to a lustrous silver. Ling Tian, is this not the form you utilized in the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 6? Sharu inquired. Indeed, this is Super Saiyan 5. Ling Tian had never anticipated that Broly would transcend his limits and undergo a transformation under such extreme circumstances. As Broly transformed into Super Saiyan 5, his power surged dramatically, effortlessly repelling annihilation energy and preventing any advance. With both hands, Broly relentlessly compressed the energy sphere, causing it to diminish in size. With a resounding bang, he crushed the energy sphere in his grasp. Ling Tian, I have succeeded, Broly proclaimed, descending from the sky with an expression of exhilaration. Ling Tian smiled and gave a thumbs up. Broly, is your annihilation energy truly so formidable that it can overwhelm your Super Saiyan 4? Asked Shalu. Indeed. No matter how I resist, I cannot halt the devouring force of annihilation energy, Broly replied earnestly. Observing Broly's serious demeanor, Shalu felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether his platinum form could withstand it. Broly, the annihilation energy within that energy sphere was merely around 10%, Ling Tian remarked. Such strength from just 10%. Both Broly and Shalu were left astounded. Noticing their bewilderment, Ling Tian continued, destruction energy is not as potent as annihilation energy. If you can withstand 40 to 50% of annihilation energy, then you need not fear destruction energy. The two nodded in understanding. Broly, having just ascended to Super Saiyan 5, you should consolidate your form over there. I will test whether Shalu can endure the annihilation energy. Broly nodded and stepped aside. With a fierce roar, Shalu soared into the sky, unleashing his full power. A brilliant golden light flashed, transforming Shalu's green skin into a radiant gold. He had become Golden Shalu. Yet, Shalu showed no signs of stopping. His aura surged once more. What is happening? Could Shalu be achieving yet another transformation? Broly explained to Ling Tian. Since our departure from the Dragon God realm, we have been fighting in our base forms, so it's understandable that you are unaware. After unlocking their potential with Long E in the Dragon God realm, Shalu, Piccolo, and Gohan engaged in relentless battles against the evil dragons, during which they comprehended new transformations. I see. Ling Tian immediately comprehended the situation. Behold, with a thunderous roar, Sheru's golden-hued skin gradually transformed into a silvery white. His aura intensified, and a tempestuous energy surged forth from his being. A brilliant flash of light illuminated the surroundings as the golden Sheru metamorphosed into the white Sheru. The white Sheru radiated a chilling atmosphere that rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to approach. Ling Tian was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that this form of Cell could harness the ferocious energy of the transcendent bloodline. He wondered if the combat could become increasingly formidable. Ling Tian, I am ready. Quickly gather an energy for me to test. Cell exclaimed loudly. Ling Tian nodded slightly, subsequently conjuring a crimson energy orb in his hand, meticulously diluting the annihilation energy within. Upon sensing that it was akin to the energy he had just encountered during his confrontation with Broly, he hurled the energy sphere towards Cell, who hovered in the air. As the orb drew nearer, Cell summoned a protective shield, engaging in a relentless struggle against the energy sphere. Indeed, as Broly had mentioned, this energy, though seemingly not formidable, possessed an insidious nature. Regardless of the type of energy employed for resistance, it would gradually be devoured, leaving only the strength of one's own will to withstand it. With a fierce roar, Cell unleashed a torrent of violent energy from his Saiyan bloodline, gradually managing to repel the annihilation energy. However, his countenance grew pale, and numerous wounds began to mar his body. Ling Tian immediately sensed something was amiss. Though Cell's current form allowed for the utilization of chaotic energy, the rapidity of its eruption placed immense strain on his body. Were it not for the continuous regeneration provided by the cells of Piccolo and Slug, he would have long since been overwhelmed by the very energy he wielded. After a tense minute of stalemate with the annihilation energy, Cell ultimately succeeded in crushing the energy sphere. At that moment, drenched in sweat, Cell descended from the sky. Cell, did you experience this phenomenon during your previous transformations? Ling Tian inquired. Cell reflected upon his transformation experiences in the Dragon God realm before responding. When I only harness a small fraction of chaotic energy, such occurrences do not manifest. However, if the energy continues to surge, it spirals out of control, directly impacting my consciousness. Once my awareness is compromised, my body suffers as a consequence. This parallels Broly's earlier situation, constant energy eruptions affecting consciousness, leading to unconsciousness once the body can no longer endure. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Ling Tian's mind. He possessed consciousness restoration potions. He, along with Broly, Goku, and Gohan, had utilized 4 vials, leaving 1 remaining. Ling Tian promptly retrieved the last vial of consciousness restoration elixir from his storage ring and handed it to Shalu. Shalu, shaking the vial slightly, inquired, Ling Tian, what is this? Ling Tian replied, Shalu, are you not affected by the ferocious energy that disrupts your consciousness? Consuming this will shield you from such influence. Upon hearing this, Shalu uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. Ling Tian, this elixir truly works wonders, he exclaimed, as he distinctly felt his consciousness no longer swayed by the tumultuous energy, allowing him to harness the energy's power. Ling Tian nodded and subsequently spoke, Broly, it's your turn. In a moment, I shall unleash a more potent energy sphere. You must exercise caution. Understood. Thus, Ling Tian diligently trained Broly and Cell to withstand the annihilation energy each day, while Paragus joined Goku and his companions in their training endeavors. Chapter 79. The premature awakening of Beerus months later, on a distant planet far from Earth, a realm of extraordinary nature. Exuding a divine aura akin to that of the Kaioshin realm, an immense ancient tree cradled within it a slumbering purple Conus Rex cat. Awakened from its dreams, it yawned and surveyed its surroundings. Whis, where have you wandered off to now? Beerus bellowed in dissatisfaction. Lord Beerus, you are awake. Whis responded with a cheerful smile directed at Beerus. Whis, please prepare some food, Beerus said, patting his belly. Truly, the Lord Beerus is a creature of habit, indulging in slumber and sustenance. Whis nodded with a smile and commenced the preparation of a meal. Before long, Beerus shed his night clothes and donned the attire of a god of destruction, taking his place at the dining table. Lord Beerus, may I inquire as to why you have awakened prematurely? Was asked, perplexed, given that Beerus typically slumbered for centuries, if not millennia. Well, I was in a deep sleep. But I suddenly had a dream, Beerus replied after taking a bite of his food. What sort of dream? Whis inquired, curiosity piqued. Haha. Beerus erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Whis. I dreamt that a human defeated me. Do you think that is possible? Oh. Whis chuckled in response, contemplating the prospect. Should Ling Tian and his companions continue to exponentially enhance their powers, it is indeed plausible that they could surpass a god of destruction. By the way, Whis, how much work do I have left unfinished? Beerus inquired. Whis retrieved his staff to check, then replied, Lord Beerus, if you were to destroy planets throughout the day, it would take approximately 3 years to complete all outstanding tasks. What? 3 years? Beerus exclaimed, taken aback. Suddenly, a thought struck Beerus, and he seethed, that wretched Frieza. I entrusted the universe to him, yet he dares neglect the tasks I assigned. Whis, quickly ascertain what that scoundrel Frieza is up to. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis promptly lifted his staff to investigate. Lord Beerus, your subordinate Frieza has perished. Perished? How is that even possible? Though Frieza's strength may not be formidable, few in the universe would dare to challenge him. Lord Beerus, Frieza has fulfilled your command by annihilating planet Vegeta, resulting in the near extinction of the Saiyan race. With only a handful surviving on distant planets, those scattered Saiyans later banded together and managed to defeat Frieza. How could the Saiyans, with their limited prowess, possibly vanquish Frieza? Lord Beerus was incredulous. Indeed, ordinary Saiyans are no match for Frieza. Yet once they attained the transformation into Super Saiyans, their power multiplied several times, rendering Frieza vulnerable. Vados elucidated. Super Saiyan. Beerus mused, tapping his head. What connection does this Super Saiyan have with the Super Saiyan God of my dreams? Vados, where is that Saiyan now? Vados consulted his staff. That Saiyan is currently on Earth. Earth? I recall visiting it once. For I obliterated that planet due to a troublesome group of creatures known as dinosaurs, correct? Vados nodded. Vados, how long will it take to travel from the realm of destruction to Earth? Beerus inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Vados replied, approximately 30 minutes. Is it truly that far? We could watch an episode of an anime in that time. Beerus was taken aback. What a nuisance. Very well, Vados. Let us proceed to Earth. Beerus was eager to discover the connection between the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God. As you wish, Lord Beerus. With that, Beerus placed his hand upon Vados' back, transforming into a streak of light as they soared toward Earth. On Earth, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Paragus, Goten, and Trunks were engaged in a training session. Goku delivered a kick to Vegeta, exclaiming, Vegeta, have you grown stronger? Have you been secretly training at night? Vegeta retaliated with a punch to Goku's head. I will not squander a moment of training. I must surpass Ling Tian and the others. The two then launched into a fierce battle. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the training ground where Goku and the others were engaged in combat. The fighters halted midair and descended. A cat and a man. Vegeta instantly recognized this peculiar duo. A childhood trauma, Lord Beerus. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Earth? Vegeta bowed respectfully as he asked. Oh, the individual before him seemed strangely familiar. Yet Lord Beerus could not quite place him. Observing Beerus's perplexity, Whis elucidated, My Lord Beerus, this is the son of King Vegeta, Prince Vegeta IV. Ah. So he is the progeny of King Vegeta. Beerus nodded. Hey kid, do you know where to find the one who defeated Frieza? The chapter has yet to conclude. Kindly turn to the next page to continue the riveting narrative. Kakarot, hurry over here. Vegeta called out loudly. Vegeta, why are you so frightened of him? Goku remarked, noting Vegeta's unusual demeanor. This is our universe's god of destruction, Lord Beerus. The others gazed in awe, having only heard vague accounts from King Kai and the old Supreme Kai. Yet, seeing him now, he appeared rather unremarkable. Beerus turned to Goku. So, you are the one who vanquished Frieza. Are you aware of the Super Saiyan God? What do you seek the Super Saiyan God for? Goku inquired. Do not concern yourself with details. Merely inform me of the Super Saiyan God's whereabouts. Beerus's expression suddenly turned grave. The Super Saiyan God is merely a transformation of the Saiyans. We do not know exactly whom you are searching for, Goku replied with a smile. A transformation? Beerus felt something amiss and shook his head before stating, then simply provide me with the identity of the one who can transform into the Super Saiyan God. In response, Goku pointed towards Vegeta and the others, saying, all of us have the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Lying to me would result in obliteration, Beerus declared with utmost seriousness. Unbeknownst to them, Whis had perched himself atop a large tree, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Goten, Transform into a Super Saiyan God for him to see. Goku instructed. All right, Dad. Goten exclaimed with a fierce shout, unleashing his full energy as he was enveloped in crimson flames, his hair turning red. Impressive. For one so young, you possess divine energy. Come at me, little one. Let me witness your strength. Beerus, with an air of arrogance, placed one hand behind his back, ready to engage Goten with a single hand. Piccolo, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly executed instant transmission. Chapter 80. The Super Saiyan God is not merely one individual. With a flash, Piccolo appeared on Ling Tian's small island, where Ling Tian, Broly, and Cell were gathered around a campfire, roasting a massive wolf. Ling Tian, we have a grave situation, Pic said anxiously. Ling Tian turned his head to inquire of the visibly anxious Piccolo. Piccolo, what has transpired? Taking a deep breath, Piccolo replied. The god of destruction from our universe has just manifested on Earth. He has been searching for the Super Saiyan God, and is likely already engaged in combat with Goten. A god of destruction. This is troubling. We have only recently vanquished Majin Buu. The god of destruction should not awaken for several more years. Ling Tian, we must hurry. Otherwise, that god of destruction may injure Goten. Broly, upon hearing the term god of destruction, felt an even greater rage than when he heard the name Kakarot, his ferocious energy surging forth uncontrollably. In Broly's perception, the god of destruction was as tyrannical and unreasonable as that fat cat. Ling Tian nodded. You have all captured me. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Cell, and Piccolo, executed the technique of instant transmission. Whoosh. The four figures of Ling Tian emerged at the battleground. Before them stood Beerus, effortlessly grasping the injured Super Saiyan God, Goten, with one hand. Goten's clothing was in tatters, his body marred with wounds. Broly, with a fierce grip on Goku's collar, exclaimed, Kakarot, why aren't you going to assist Goten? Indeed, with so many of you, are you afraid of facing him alone? All that training has been for naught. Salu, filled with fury, echoed his sentiment. Having traversed the cosmos for months with Ling Tian to locate the Super Dragon Balls and resurrect Broly, they were unwilling to endure the anguish of losing a comrade once more. With a thunderous roar, Salu's aura surged, and bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, transforming his green skin into a lustrous silver. A brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings as Salu morphed into white gold Salu. Once his transformation was complete, he soared into the sky without hesitation, launching an attack on Beerus. With a resounding impact, Salu delivered a powerful kick to Beerus, sending him hurtling backward in a shrimp-like posture. Turning to the battered Goten, Salu urged him, Goten, you must head to Ling Tian. Goten nodded and took flight towards Ling Tian's position. Oh dear, what shall we do now? Whis, perched upon a tree, wore a concerned expression, uncertain whether his worry was for Beerus or Ling Tian and his companions. Goten, eat the Senza bean first. Ling Tian retrieved a celestial bean from his storage ring and handed it to Sun Wukong. Very well, Uncle Ling Tian. Sun Wukong consumed the celestial bean, and his injuries were completely healed. Humph. Broly released his grip on Sun Wukong and let out a snort, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 with a surge of energy, charging towards Beerus. Beerus, taken aback by Cell's sudden intervention, was momentarily stunned and had not anticipated such interference during battle. Steadying himself in midair, he gazed at the distant figure of the white-haired Cell, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Have humans grown this formidable in just a few years of my slumber? With a swift rush of wind, Broly appeared before Beerus, and they stood facing each other. So you are the destroyer, Beerus. We have come to challenge you. Oh, another powerful human has arrived. It seems my journey to Earth was not in vain, Beerus murmured to himself. Broly's figure flickered, and he delivered a powerful punch to Beerus's abdomen. Beerus was propelled backward, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a formidable opponent, and even while being struck, he felt a thrill of excitement. Roar! Beerus bellowed, his aura escalating dramatically, causing the very earth beneath them to tremble. Cell, unfazed by Beerus's rising fury, instantaneously appeared beside him and delivered a kick to his side. Ah, you lack honor. How dare you resort to ambush? Beerus retaliated with a punch, sending Cell flying. Regaining his balance midair, Cell turned to Broly and cautioned, be cautious. This individual is far more powerful than that Sidra. Broly nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. In the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin addressed his ancestor. Is that purple cat truly the destroyer? Indeed. The elder Kaioshin replied, his voice trembling. The moment that accursed cat awakens, the universe falls into chaos. Ancestor, Beerus has already engaged Ling Tian and the others. What should we do now? The three potent energies were palpable even within the Kaioshin realm. The elder Kaioshin clasped his hands behind his back and gazed skyward, stating, "There is little we can do to intervene. We can only pray that their battle concludes swiftly. Otherwise, the entirety of the universe may face annihilation." On Earth, Beerus regarded Broly and Cell with a smile, saying that you both are not Super Saiyan gods. I still relish the opportunity to battle you. I too can achieve the form of a Super Saiyan God. However, it is a transformation that transcends the Super Saiyan God. With a thunderous roar, Broly's crimson hair gradually receded, giving way to a serene azure hue, enveloped in a divine aura. A brilliant light flashed, marking Broly's successful transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, his blue hair dancing in the wind. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Oh? Beerus stood in stunned silence. The Super Saiyan God he had envisioned in his dreams bore crimson locks. As the battle was about to commence, Ling Tian turned to Goku and the others, asking, "Will you join me?" Without awaiting their response, Ling Tian erupted with energy, soaring into the sky. With a thunderous roar, Ling Tian transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, hovering before Beerus. Indeed, just the other day, he and his companions sought the God of Destruction from Universe 6 to avenge Broly. Yet now, confronted with a God of Destruction, fear took hold. As Sun Wukong and the others came to this realization, they erupted with rage, soaring into the sky. Radiant beams of light flashed as Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Vegeta, and Paragus transcended into Super Saiyan Blue. Piccolo's green skin morphed into a striking orange, his demeanor growing more imposing as his physique enlarged, muscle swelling, and his eyes turning a fierce red, transforming into Orange Piccolo. The group encircled Beerus, determined and resolute. Ling Tian surveyed the surroundings and discovered that aside from the two young ones, Sun Wukong and Trunks, everyone else had already arrived. With a satisfied nod, he declared, "Beerus, the Super Saiyan God you requested is here. What is happening? Shouldn't the Super Saiyan God be a singular entity? Why are there so many?" Beerus was utterly bewildered, questioning the authenticity of this prophetic dream. Struggling to maintain his composure, he swallowed hard and said, "If you are to join, then come forth together. I fear nothing. I have been awaiting your words." Ling Tian's figure flickered and materialized before Beerus, delivering a powerful punch to him. Beerus cried out in anguish, hurtling backward. How is this possible? Beerus was taken aback. This individual's strength was nearly on par with an ordinary God of Destruction. I must unleash my true power, or I shall find myself in dire straits. Stabilizing himself in midair, Beerus released all of his energy, enveloped in a radiant purple aura. Chapter 81. The Might of Beerus. Chapter 82. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, Beast Gohan. Very well, you two are quite impressive. Beerus, somewhat irked, unleashed a surge of energy, conjuring numerous purple orbs of light that coalesced around him. With a swift motion, he sent the orbs racing toward Ling Tian and Broly. Purple light sphere. Observing the multitude of orbs approaching, Ling Tian and Broly hastily conjured a protective shield of energy around themselves before evading. Only a few of the energy spheres struck the two, while the rest soared backward, colliding with various planets and igniting a cacophony of explosions as worlds were annihilated. Given the circumstances, Ling Tian decided to abandon caution, gathering a colossal energy sphere in his hands and hurling it toward Beerus. Vast Omega. As the energy sphere left Ling Tian's grasp, it began to split, transforming into several energy blasts that surged toward Beerus. With remarkable agility, Beerus evaded the onslaught of energy blasts and charged toward Ling Tian. Unexpectedly, Broly appeared in front, launching an energy sphere that expanded midair into a massive projectile aimed at Beerus. Colossal Meteor. Destruction. As Beerus uttered these words, a gigantic purple energy sphere materialized in his hand and was hurled toward Broly. The two energy spheres collided in midair. The destructive energy consumed the energy sphere before redirecting toward Broly once more. Broly had been contending with annihilative energy for months, and now was the moment to witness the fruits of his labor. In an instant, Ling Tian materialized behind Beerus, attempting to deliver a kick. However, with a graceful pivot, Beerus deftly seized Ling Tian's foot. Shaking his head, Beerus remarked, "An attack that I have previously encountered will yield no effect upon its repetition." Ling Tian remained unresponsive, gathering energy within his chest. With a resounding roar, a violent explosion erupted, launching both combatants into the air. What? Beerus seethed with rage, having just boasted moments before only to be met with a swift rebuttal. A colossal sphere of energy, as radiant as the sun, materialized in Beerus's hand. Scorching sphere. He bellowed, hurling the energy projectile towards Ling Tian. In a swift motion, just as the energy sphere was a mere few dozen meters from Ling Tian, an individual materialized beside him and effortlessly kicked the projectile away. This newcomer was robust and clad in the garb of the Metamorans. With disheveled red hair cascading over his shoulders, and his chest and hands were adorned with reddish-brown fur, complemented by a lengthy tail of the same hue. "Who are you?" Beerus questioned, perplexed by the emergence of yet another being with the typical power of a destroyer, having not encountered the Saiyan on Earth moments prior. With unwavering confidence, Gogeta addressed Beerus, "I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to bring you down." Ling Tian was rendered speechless. When it comes to showmanship, one must indeed look to Vegeta. "Oh, it seems you possess a great deal of confidence in your abilities," remarked Beerus with a smile directed at Vegeta. Maintaining his aloof demeanor, Vegeta disregarded Beerus's words and, in a sudden burst of fury, launched an attack against him. Beerus deftly dodged and engaged in combat. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding echoes of their clash reverberated throughout the cosmos, with countless planets and galaxies being obliterated in the wake of their battle. As they exchanged powerful blows, both fighters staggered back momentarily. Vegeta scoffed, "You don't seem so impressive yourself." Beerus' expression darkened as he raised his right hand toward Vegeta. Destruction. Vegeta quickly discerned the formidable and peculiar nature of the energy sphere before him and began to gather his own energy at his waist. Kamehameha. The two energies collided, resulting in a magnificent display as they mutually annihilated each other. Quite intriguing. Beerus had not anticipated that his destructive energy could be nullified by a mere ordinary force. It appeared that his opponent possessed remarkable control over his power. The two then resumed their fierce confrontation. Have Ling Tian, Goku, and Vegeta fused? Broly flew in from a distance. Ling Tian nodded. Indeed, Vegeta is remarkably formidable. If it weren't for Kakarot and the other one's insufficient combat power, their fusion would surely yield even greater strength. Broly murmured. Suddenly, with a flash, Son Gohan arrived using instant transmission. However, this Gohan, while resembling his Super Saiyan 2 form, had hair and eyebrows transformed into a shimmering silver, enveloped in a silver aura with streaks of pink lightning. The Beast Gohan. Ling Tian was taken aback. He had believed that Gohan could only transform into a mysterious state. He never anticipated that Long Yi's potential could be developed to such a remarkable extent, enabling him to even assume a beastly form. Gohan glanced around, yet he could not spot Piccolo anywhere. Subsequently, he turned to Ling Tian and inquired, "Uncle Ling Tian, where has Uncle Piccolo gone?" Ling Tian shook his head in response. "When I first arrived, I did not see Piccolo and the others. They must have been injured by Beerus and fallen onto the planet." How infuriating. Son Gohan, filled with rage, charged towards Beerus. "Broly, let us join forces. It is time to put an end to this." As they spoke, the two erupted with energy and charged at Beerus. What on earth? Beerus was utterly bewildered. Where had such a formidable opponent emerged from? Ling Tian, Vegeta, Broly, and Sun Wukong encircled Beerus. With a gulp, Beerus remarked, "Do you think I fear you?" The battle was on the verge of erupting. Bang, bang, bang. The combatants engaged fiercely, heedless of their injuries, relentlessly attacking one another. Despite Beerus's formidable strength, he found himself battered and bruised, his body a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The situation for Ling Tian and his companions was increasingly dire, as blood continuously trickled from the corners of their mouths. Suddenly, Broly vanished and reappeared above Beerus, enveloped in a radiant aura of energy. Meteoric explosion. Broly bellowed, unleashing energy orbs that radiated outward in all directions from his very being. Beerus, in turn, erupted with fury, the hue of his purple aura deepening and expanding. Countless energy orbs collided with Beerus, yet not a single sound was emitted. They all dissipated into purple particles, vanishing without a trace. Ling Tian gathered a colossal crimson energy sphere in his hands. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta and Gohan placed their hands on their waists, channeling energy to unleash upon Beerus. Kamehameha. Humph. A mere parlor trick. Beerus scoffed, raising his right hand to condense a purple energy sphere. Destruction. I have been awaiting your energy. Ling Tian hurled his assembled energy at the destructive energy sphere. Annihilation. The annihilation sphere effortlessly consumed the destruction sphere, soaring into the depths of the cosmos. How is this possible? Beerus was incredulous that his destructive energy could be so easily devoured. No, wait. Just as Beerus regained his composure, Vegeta and Gohan's energy blasts surged forth, compelling Beerus to hastily gather energy in his hands to defend himself. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Ling Tian, Broly, Vegeta, and Gohan were all propelled backward by the shockwave. The shockwave expanded outward, obliterating planets in its path. Space fissures began to manifest at the site of the energy explosion, causing the entire universe to tremble incessantly. Chapter 83. Time rewind by 3 minutes in the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin, Kaioshin Shin, and Jebbet were gathered around a crystal ball, observing the events unfold. After witnessing the explosion, Jebbet noticed that Beerus had completely vanished and could not help but inquire. Old Kaioshin, did Ling Tian and the others emerge victorious? The old Kaioshin pondered for a moment before responding. They have won, but not entirely. Jebbet was left bewildered. Ahem. The god of destruction possesses immense power. Should a battle ensue, the universe would face annihilation. While it appears that Ling Tian and his companions have triumphed, Beerus fought under extreme restraint, which is why the god of destruction has refrained from engaging in conflict until now. Kaioshin Shin gazed at the space fissures. His expression morose as he lamented, Ancestor, this is disastrous. The universe is on the brink of extinction. Sighing heavily, the old Kaioshin appeared lost in thought. On Earth. The unexpected conclusion left everyone astounded. Whis, perched upon a tree observing the battle, was taken aback. Subsequently, he leaped from the tree, transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the cosmos. Whis materialized near the space fissures, deftly tapping his staff. Time rewind. Everything reverted to 3 minutes prior. Broly, with a swift motion, appeared above Beerus, enveloped in a surge of energy. Explosive meteor. With a powerful shout, Broly unleashed energy blasts radiating outward from his center. Whoosh. Whis flickered into existence before Beerus, effortlessly deflecting all the energy blasts with a wave of his staff. Whis, what brings you here? Beerus was perplexed, for Whis typically refrained from intervening in battles. With a smile, Whis responded, Lord Beerus, you have already engaged in combat once. Only those within Whis's barrier retain their memories from before the time reversal. Oh, is that so? Beerus nodded. It seemed that the battle had affected the entire universe, prompting Whis to employ time reversal to alter the timeline. Observing that his energy was thwarted by an unknown entity, Broly charged forward once more. However, before he could launch an attack, Whis struck him in the abdomen with his staff. Broly let out a pained scream, curling into a shrimp-like form as he was sent hurtling backward, simultaneously reverting from his Super Saiyan 5 transformation. In an instant, Ling Tian teleported and caught Broly. Broly, are you all right? Ling Tian inquired. I'm fine, Broly replied. He merely knocked me out of my transformation. Truly impressive, the angel wields such mastery over power. Ling Tian murmured. Vegeta and Gohan stood in astonishment. Initially, they believed this individual to be a mere attendant of the destroyer, comparable in strength to that of Jebbet. Yet they discovered he surpassed even the destroyer in might. Realizing that no further battle was necessary, Vegeta reverted from his fusion, transforming back into Goku and Vegeta. Whis. It has been a while. Ling Tian greeted Whis with a smile. It has been a long time. I didn't expect your strength to have increased so swiftly. Do you still have that exquisite cuisine from last time? Whis responded with a grin. Cuisine? What cuisine? Whis, have you been secretly indulging without me? Beerus bellowed in discontent. Ha. Whis covered his mouth and replied, Lord Beerus, you were fast asleep at that time, and I couldn't bear to disturb your pleasant dreams. Whis, please hold on for a moment. I need to find my other companions, Ling Tian responded. You remain just as you were before. Whis chuckled as he examined his staff, informing Ling Tian of the locations of Cell and the others. In no time, Ling Tian utilized instant transmission to bring everyone back. After consuming the Senza beans, their injuries were completely healed. What are those beans you gave them? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Having served as the god of destruction for the 7th universe for so long, he had never witnessed such miraculous little green beans. A warrior who had lost their fighting capability could be restored to their peak condition with just one. These are Senza beans, unique to Earth. The delicacies you desire are also from Earth. Ling Tian replied. Whis, let us hurry to Earth. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus disregarded all other matters. Lord Beerus, please hold on to me. Goku exclaimed. Why? Beerus asked, puzzled. Lord Beerus, they can instant transmission. They are much faster than our flight to Earth. Whis clarified. Then let us not delay. Beerus placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. Ling Tian, should we go to Vegeta's place or my home? Goku inquired. Let us go to Vegeta's. We still need to look for the Dragon Balls. Ling Tian responded. The group nodded in agreement. Earth. Whoosh. Whoosh. The group employed instant transmission and appeared before Bulma. Vegeta, Ling Tian, you lot have gone off to battle again. Look at how dirty your clothes are. Bulma remarked with a look of disdain. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Ling Tian inquired. Bulma, where's the Dragon Ball radar? It is on the table in the living room. You shall retrieve it yourself. Upon hearing the words, Ling Tian made his way to the living room. Seemingly struck by a thought, he turned to Bulma and said, please prepare some food for those two. Bulma sighed, realizing that with Ling Tian and Goku's arrival, it was all about food. Everyone follow me, she called, inviting them to sit at the dining table on the balcony, while instructing the maid to commence the cooking. Several robots continuously delivered dishes to the table. How delightful! Beerus exclaimed as he picked up a fish meatball with his chopsticks, inhaled its aroma, and then popped it into his mouth. Suddenly, Beerus stood up, clenching his fists. What is happening? The others wondered. Puzzled that the god of destruction was so restless during a meal, fearing he might be inclined to fight again, they all set their food down, fixated on Beerus. After a tense silence of several seconds, Beerus, with a blissful expression, declared, "This is absolutely delicious." Without hesitation, he devoured the various dishes on the table with an insatiable appetite. What kind of food has this god of destruction consumed before? They thought, astonished by his voraciousness. Seeing that Beerus had no intention of battling, Goku and the others joined in the feast. Clang, clang. The sound of clashing bowls and chopsticks filled the air as they all ate together. Piccolo was equally astonished, never expecting this god of destruction to out-eat even a Saiyan. Vegeta, pass me that drumstick. Goku called out, both he and Vegeta's chopsticks landing on the last chicken leg. Kakarot, you've already had 4 drumsticks. You can't have this one. Vegeta protested. Enough of the arguing. Beerus interrupted, swatting away their chopsticks and seizing the chicken leg with his hands, mumbling, now you two don't need to quarrel anymore. With a chuckle, Whis observed Beerus's antics. Realizing the chicken leg was gone, Goku turned to the roasted meat beside him. Vegeta, not wishing to say more, headed towards the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with a large bowl of drumsticks placed before himself. Chapter 84, The Old Supreme Kai and Beerus. After Ling Tian completed his quest for the Dragon Balls, he brought Trunks and Goten, who were training, along with him. Goten, puffing up with indignation, exclaimed, Dad, after your battle you didn't even come to find us. Instead, you stayed here to eat. Ha. Upon hearing the mention of food, Goku promptly forgot all else and could only chuckle foolishly. Trunks, Goten, come over here. Vegeta offered the large platter of chicken legs he had just brought out to the two. Hooray! Hooray! Trunks and Goten cheered with great excitement, each grabbing a chicken leg to devour. Half an hour later, everyone was satisfied and well fed. Ling Tian retrieved 7 Dragon Balls from his storage ring and placed them upon the ground, subsequently invoking their power. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated with one another, emanating a brilliant light. As the radiance dissipated, the Eternal Dragon materialized before them. With fiery red eyes, the dragon proclaimed, He who gathers the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. No matter the desire, I shall fulfill it. Beerus, indulging in a pudding beside Whis, inquired, Whis, can this dragon truly grant any wish? The dragon, overhearing this question, became irate, pondering who dared to challenge its prowess. It turned its gaze towards a slender, humanoid feline lounging in the distance, leisurely sipping an orange juice. Lord Beerus, this must be the wish-granting orbs created by the Namekians, but they can only fulfill trivial desires. The dragon stammered, its demeanor shifting to one of panic. My Lord Beerus, I did not expect to find you here, and I sincerely apologize for addressing you from such a lofty position. Uninterested in the dragon's familiarity with him or its capacity for minor wishes, Beerus waved dismissively. You need not concern yourself with me. Simply grant their wishes. Understood, Lord Beerus. The dragon turned its attention back to Ling Tian and the others. What wishes do you wish to be realized? Ling Tian exclaimed, Eternal Dragon, please restore the planets and humanity that were annihilated during our battle with Beerus. The dragon hesitated, responding, the number of planets and systems you have destroyed is far too great. It is beyond my capabilities. Hey, why restore those planets? This battle has significantly reduced my workload for several months. Beerus interjected, clearly displeased with the notion. Ling Tian, perplexed, turned to Goku and the others. What does this destruction god mean? As Ling Tian was about to respond, a sudden flash revealed the presence of the old Kaioshin, along with Kaioshin Shin and Kibito. Before the gathered crowd, old Kaioshin, Goku, and the others greeted warmly. You old rascal, how did you escape? Beerus inquired, puzzled. Wasn't this old man sealed within my sword? Humph. The old Kaioshin snorted dismissively, ignoring Beerus, and turned to address Goku and the others. The Kaioshin are the deities of creation within the universe, capable of conjuring planets and guiding the emergence of life upon them, nurturing that life toward greater strength. In contrast, the gods of destruction serve as the balancers of the cosmos. The universe requires a state of equilibrium, neither excessively harmonious nor fraught with chaos. Even the number of celestial bodies must adhere to a certain moderation. The role of a god of destruction is to eliminate those celestial entities deemed unsuitable, ensuring the universe remains in a state of balance. Old Kaioshin, will we not restore the destroyed planets? Ling Tian inquired. You insolent cat. Having sealed me away for so long, do not expect your overdue tasks to be accomplished so effortlessly. The old Kaioshin declared resolutely. Restoration is imperative. Old man, do not create further disturbances. Are you not afraid I might seal you again? Beerus retorted, his expression darkening. Beerus, if you carelessly obliterate vast numbers of planets, what do you think will happen if the higher authorities catch wind of this? The old Kaioshin remarked nonchalantly. Beerus hesitated, realizing that a god of destruction's actions typically target planets that significantly impact universal development. If this old man were to report him, he would find himself in dire straits. Shinran, to what extent can you restore them? The old Kaioshin inquired. After a moment of silence, Shinran responded, Lord Old Kaioshin, I can restore approximately 1/4. Then let that wish be granted. The old Kaioshin nodded in satisfaction. Shinran's eyes sparkled with energy, and 10 minutes later, he weakly declared, Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. Shinran then transformed into 7 orbs and scattered across the earth. Ling Tian's figure flickered as he swiftly retrieved the Dragon Ball that was about to soar away. Ling Tian stood in shock, gazing at the 7 stone Dragon Balls in his hands, completely frozen in place. Ling Tian, what has happened to you? Broly approached, examining him closely. How is this possible? The Dragon Balls have cracked. Broly exclaimed in astonishment. The Dragon Balls are fractured? Sun Wukong and the others rushed over to inspect them. This is unusual. We have scarcely used the Dragon Balls. Could it be that our wish was too grand? Master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more thrilling. Ling Tian, what shall we do now? The Dragon Balls might transform into evil dragons upon our next use. Bills remarked, a smile playing on his lips. You old fool, have you now brought calamity upon us? It's all your fault for wishing for something. You could only revel in our misfortune. The old Kaioshin had merely intended to annoy Bills, hoping to make him work a little longer, never anticipating that the Dragon Balls would behave in such a manner after a single use. Now, I shall take custody of the Dragon Balls. We shall wait until they are restored before using them again. Ling Tian stated as he placed the 7 Dragon Balls, which had turned to stone, into his storage ring. Humph. The old Kai and Beerus exchanged glances, neither willing to yield to the other. Sun Wukong scratched his head and inquired, Old Kai, does Namek, Piccolo's homeland, still have Dragon Balls? Should we restore the remaining planets? Wukong, why must you bring up such matters? The old Kai replied, exasperated. He had no desire to utilize any other Dragon Balls. After the emergence of the evil dragons, if not properly dealt with, it would not merely concern a few star systems or planets, but rather the safety of the entire universe. Old fellow, what are you afraid of? Continue using them. Beerus laughed heartily. Whis, too, found the situation quite troublesome, as the old Kai and Beerus could never coexist in the same space. Wukong, never mind, let us forego the restoration of the remaining ones, the old Kai remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Kaioshin and Jebet. The latter nodded and subsequently bid farewell to Ling Tian and the others before employing instant transmission to depart. Observing the old Kai and others leave, Beerus then declared, Vegeta, prepare some of the food we just had, and pack it up. Of course, Lord Beerus. Vegeta nodded and instructed the attendants to prepare. In no time, a multitude of food containers was presented. Beerus yawned and remarked, Whis, we ought to return. Certainly, Lord Beerus. With a wave of his staff, Whis gathered all the food. Farewell, everyone. Whis, along with Beerus, transformed into a streak of light and soared toward the realm of destruction. Chapter 85. The Return to Future Time and Space in the Universe. Beerus could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Whis, what was the outcome of that previous battle? Hee. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Lord Beerus, the outcome is not what matters. What is crucial is that if you do not resume your training, there is indeed a possibility that they may surpass you. Humph. Beerus snorted dismissively. To think mere mortals would dare to aspire to surpass the divine. Lord Beerus, does that mean you have no intention of training? This made Beerus hesitate. If other destroyers learned he had been surpassed by humans, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Especially from his brother Kampa, who would surely mock him for millennia. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus reluctantly said, Whis, train me for 2 hours each day. Very well. Lord Beerus. Since Lord Beerus ascended to the role of God of Destruction, he has seldom engaged in training. Little did he anticipate that he would be compelled by humans to undertake such endeavors. On Earth, Goku, perplexed, struggled to comprehend the immense power of Whis and could not refrain from inquiring with Ling Tian. Ling Tian, why is the servant of the God of Destruction so remarkably powerful? Furthermore, considering his strength has evidently surpassed that of the God of Destruction, why does he continue to serve in such a capacity? Everyone was filled with confusion, questioning why a being of such formidable prowess would willingly serve one lesser than himself. Ling Tian explained to the crowd that there are 12 universes, each governed by a God of Destruction. Accompanying each God of Destruction is an angel, and the angel they just encountered, Whis, fulfills this role. The function of the angel is to oversee the duties of the God of Destruction and to manage the universe. The angel is not merely an attendant, but also serves as a supervisor and mentor to the God of Destruction. A mentor to the God of Destruction. The crowd was taken aback by Ling Tian's words, realizing the source of his extraordinary power. Sun Wukong scratched his head and inquired, Uncle Ling Tian, does Jebet also serve as a mentor to the King of Worlds? Ha ha ha. Ling Tian responded with a smile, Wu Tian. Jebet is not the master of the Supreme Kai. He is merely the attendant. Sun Wutian nodded in acknowledgement. All right. Sun Wukong declared with unwavering resolve. The 12 universes each harbor a destroyer god and an angel, all formidable adversaries. I must redouble my training. Little did I expect that, aside from the dragon god realm, there exist such powerful beings across the 12 universes, Piccolo remarked with a sense of awe. Humph. I shall surpass them all in due time. Vegeta scoffed. Ling Tian, why not join us at the training grounds? Sun Wukong proposed. Ling Tian shook his head and replied, Wukong, you all may proceed on your own. I have a few matters to attend to. Very well. Sun Wukong and the others nodded, soaring into the sky and employing their aerial techniques to head towards the training grounds. Ling Tian, shall we not return to the small island for our training? Broly inquired. First, we shall pay a visit to the Dragon God realm to see if the Dragon Balls can be restored. Ling Tian spoke as he waved his hand. And before the crowd emerged a dimensional barrier, Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Sharu, and Paragus, stepped through the dimensional barrier. Upon emerging, they were greeted by structures reminiscent of those on Earth. Broly and the others sensed the presence of Goku and his companions. Ling Tian, were we not bound for the Dragon God realm? Why do we find ourselves back on Earth upon exiting the dimensional wall? Sharu inquired, his expression one of perplexity. Ling Tian then proceeded to elucidate the situation to the group. This is the temporal realm of future Trunks, and I wish to ascertain the current strength of Trunks and his companions, while also inquiring if they would like to join us in the Dragon God realm. With such a splendid place for cultivation as the Dragon God realm, it seems that once future Trunks and his companions complete their training, the imminent threat of Zamasu should not easily obliterate the timeline. Oh, I see. Cell nodded in understanding. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, future Trunks, future Vegeta, future Goku, and future Gohan materialized before the group. Uncle Ling Tian, I knew it was you, exclaimed future Trunks, elated as he embraced Ling Tian. Uncle Ling Tian, you all haven't visited us in several years. Future Gohan remarked. Trunks, Gohan, we have been training in various locations, and only recently have we found a moment to spare, Ling Tian replied. Future Vegeta surveyed the surroundings before speaking. Ling Tian, why have I not visited your timeline? Is it because he fears I would thrash him that he dares not come? Upon hearing this, Ling Tian was intrigued. He had not anticipated that Vegeta had even bested his future self. Vegeta, you have been off training, so what transformations have you mastered to instill such confidence? Future Vegeta proclaimed with great pride. We all can transform into Super Saiyan 3 now. Haha. Shara laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Future Vegeta clenched his fists, ready to strike. Shara, what is so amusing? Do you wish to be punched? Enough of your bickering, Paragus shouted, then unleashed his full aura to transform. How is this possible? Future Vegeta gasped, astonished that Paragus' strength before transforming surpassed his own Super Saiyan 3 power. A brilliant white light flashed, revealing Paragus with disheveled black hair cascading over his shoulders, his chest and palms adorned with reddish-brown fur, and a long red tail trailing behind. Young master, there is more in this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. It becomes even more thrilling. Incredible! Future Goku and the others were left in awe. This is Super Saiyan 4. Can you transform into it, Vegeta? Paragus inquired. Future Vegeta shook his head, incredulous that there were transformations beyond Super Saiyan 3. Paragus then transformed into Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, stating, "You from another timeline can transform into all of these." Damn it. Future Vegeta had hoped that achieving Super Saiyan 3 would allow him to avenge his previous defeat, but he was taken aback by how quickly his alternate self had progressed. Uncle Ling Tian, have you come to teach me these transformations? Future Trunks asked. I will teach you these transformations shortly. I am here to inquire if you wish to train in another location where formidable opponents await. Ling Tian responded. The mention of powerful foes filled Future Goku and Future Vegeta with excitement. Ling Tian, we are going to that place. Uncle Ling Tian, we want to go too. Ling Tian nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a dimensional wall materialized before everyone. Come with me. He beckoned. Ling Tian spoke as he approached the dimensional wall, and the crowd followed suit. Upon stepping through the dimensional barrier, they emerged into the Dragon God realm, where an immense palace greeted their eyes. Ling Tian, are there many formidable opponents in this place? Sun Wukong inquired about the future. Indeed. However, your current strength still falls somewhat short. Let us first assist you in transforming into Super Saiyan Gods. Ling Tian instructed several individuals to stand in formation for the transformation ceremony into the Super Saiyan God. With a swift whoosh, Long Yi emerged from the palace. Ah, it is you all. Long time no see. Long Yi greeted everyone with a smile. Indeed. It has been a while. The others replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Isn't this the Goku who accompanied you before? Long Yi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Goku and the others have faltered in their training, resulting in diminished power? Chapter 86. Restoring the Dragon Balls. These are alternate versions of Goku from another timeline, here to battle the evil dragons. Ling Tian clarified. Long Yi nodded in understanding. After a brief span of minutes, the future versions of Son Goku and his companions had transformed into Super Saiyan Gods. I never anticipated that you would master a new transformation. This form possesses considerable strength. Long Yi remarked, impressed. Ling Tian, is there any way for you to help them grow tails? With tails, they could also transform into Super Saiyan 4. Ling Tian suggested. That is quite simple. I shall also unlock their potential, Long Yi declared. With a mere wave of his hand, a golden light enveloped the future Son Goku and his companions. As the brilliance faded, they found themselves adorned with long, luxurious tails. We are immensely grateful to you, the future group expressed, bowing in appreciation. Long Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying, just focus on vanquishing more evil dragons. As Ling Tian observed the emergence of tails, he promptly orchestrated the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, conjure an artificial moon, he instructed. Goku, once you transform into the great apes, elevate your energy to its zenith. The great apes will then ascend to golden great apes, and upon regaining consciousness, they shall metamorphose into Super Saiyan 4. Understood. The future versions of Goku and his companions nodded in agreement. Future Vegeta gradually concentrated an energy sphere in his palm, its size increasing until he hurled it into the sky. The sphere radiated a blinding light, and as it dissipated, a full moon emerged in the heavens. The future Goku, future Vegeta, future Gohan, and future Trunks gazed up at the luminous moon, their heartbeats quickening, resonating with a thunderous rhythm. Rah! For towering black great apes, each several meters high, materialized before Ling Tian and his companions. The future Goku and future Gohan, having transformed into great apes, succumbed to a frenzy, unleashing energy blasts in all directions, rampaging uncontrollably. Ling Tian's figure flickered, deflecting all the energy blasts. Long Yi smiled and shook his head, waving his hand to restore consciousness to the future Son Wukong and future Son Gohan. Thank you, Long Yi. Ling Tian expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that without the assistance of Long Yi, he would have been at a loss regarding when they could restore consciousness. Kakarot, you lower-class warrior. You lose control the moment you transform into a great ape. Future Vegeta exclaimed in anger. Vegeta, I am utterly helpless. Future Goku replied, filled with resignation. Father, Uncle Goku, let us hasten our transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Future Trunks urged. Before their eyes, the aura surrounding the 4 great apes surged, their white flames morphing into a resplendent golden hue, their fur transforming into a brilliant gold as they evolved into golden great apes. Bolts of lightning crackled around them as the golden great apes gradually diminished in size. A dazzling flash of white light enveloped them. And Future Goku and the others successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Goku, if you wish to return to your own timeline, simply seek out Long Yi within this palace. He will arrange for your return. Ling Tian stated. We understand, Ling Tian. Please, take us to formidable opponents without delay. The group, having grasped their new transformation, was eager to test their newfound strength. Ling Tian observed the confidence radiating from the group and deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. He then remarked, Long Yi, please assign someone to escort them. Long Yi summoned a guard from the side and issued the necessary instructions. The guard, while elucidating the matters pertaining to the Dragon God realm, guided the group towards the western expanse of the realm. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Long Yi inquired, Ling Tian, are you not the least bit concerned about them? Ling Tian was left utterly bewildered by the question. Aren't you capable of resurrecting them? What I have to worry about? He exclaimed with a laugh. Long Yi burst into hearty laughter in response. Indeed. But is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Upon hearing this, Ling Tian retrieved 7 cracked Dragon Balls from his storage ring and handed them to Long Yi, subsequently elucidating the process of their usage. Who taught you to fulfill wishes in this manner? If everyone wishes like this, the dragon will inevitably turn malevolent, Long Yi exclaimed, taken aback by the enormity of Ling Tian's audacity to force a wish beyond the dragon's capabilities. Is there any way for you to restore these Dragon Balls? Ling Tian inquired. I can only revert the stones back to their original form. The rest is up to you to defeat the evil dragon, Long Yi replied, exasperated. With a wave of his hand, the 7 stone Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, transforming back into their original state. Before Ling Tian could summon the dragon, tendrils of black smoke erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, coalescing in midair to form a dragon with wings that exuded an aura of malevolence. The smoky dragon held a cigar in its mouth, gazing down at Ling Tian and the others, poised to speak. However, Ling Tian swiftly unleashed all his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 5, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the smoky dragon, striking with a powerful punch. The smoky dragon, caught off guard, was obliterated by Ling Tian's blow, and the 7 Dragon Balls fell from the air. Long Yi was astounded. He had not anticipated Ling Tian's decisive action, as the smoky dragon was vanquished within mere seconds. With a flicker, Shalu collected the 7 Dragon Balls. Ling Tian, the Dragon Balls have returned to their original form. Ling Tian nodded, taking the 7 Dragon Balls and returning them to his storage ring. Long Yi, we shall take our leave now. Ling Tian spoke as he waved his hand, and a dimensional barrier materialized ahead. Long Yi smiled and said, do visit often. Ling Tian nodded, leading Broly, Sheru, and Paragus into the dimensional wall, entering the primary timeline of Earth. Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, and Paragus traversed the dimensional barrier and returned to the small island. Ling Tian, shall we seek out Kakarot to train together? Broly inquired. No, let us first explore other universes, came the reply. Ling Tian spoke as he retrieved a map of the 12 universes from his storage ring. The 12th universe was adorned with gold, the 11th universe was delightful in flavor, and the 10th universe, reminiscent of a pink elephant, was known as Langmusi. It seemed fitting to explore the 10th universe. Oh, so this is where the god of destruction of the 10th universe resides. After examining the information map, Ling Tian promptly exclaimed, Broly, you have captured me. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Sheru, and Paragus, executed a technique of instantaneous movement. They arrived at the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 10. Lord Ramses, this is my exceptional disciple and the prospective Supreme Kai. Once I retire, I shall bequeath the position to him, Gavas proclaimed. Zamas, why have you not yet greeted Lord Ramses and Miss Cass? Gavas chided. Zamas, with a feigned smile, bowed in acknowledgement to the two. Ramses flicked his elongated trunk, inquiring, Gavas, do you wish to retire so soon? Gavas nodded affirmatively. I am advancing in years, and Zamas has been cultivated to an impressive degree under my tutelage. He is fully capable of succeeding the next Supreme Kai. Suddenly, the four individuals appeared before them without warning. For humans? How could they employ the godly technique of instantaneous movement? Gavas murmured. His faint voice, however, was caught by Zama's, who harbored a disdainful prejudice against humans, viewing them as inferior beings unworthy of divine abilities. Zama's admonished loudly, "You mere humans, are you unaware that this is the realm of the god of destruction? Depart at once." Chapter 87, Zama's and Ramses. It was none other than Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, and Paragus. What mischief has Zama's found himself in here? Ling Tian was enveloped in confusion. Could it be that Gawas was on the verge of relinquishing his position as the god of destruction? Broly's cell? And Paragus observed the four individuals ahead. The petite girl wielding a staff was undoubtedly an angel, while the large pink elephant appeared to embody the god of destruction. What are you staring at? How dare you, a mere human, so brazenly intrude upon the divine? Zama's remarked, advancing towards the seemingly more vulnerable Paragus, intent on delivering a lesson to this audacious mortal. "Zama's!" Gawas exclaimed, his voice booming in an effort to halt Zama's impending assault. Paragus, taken aback by the audacity of this minor attendant of the god of destruction to scold him and his companions, thought to himself that if Zama's possessed any true power, he could speak freely. Yet, lacking strength, he had no right to act so arrogantly. As Zama's fist flew toward him, Paragus remained unfazed, effortlessly retaliating with a forceful slap. With a resounding crack, Zama's was sent sprawling. "What just happened?" Zama's muttered, rising from the ground, clutching his somewhat swollen face, incredulous that a human had bested him. Rage surging within him. "You shall pay for this," he bellowed, unleashing his full power and manifesting a blade of energy from his right hand, charging towards Paragus. "Zama's, you..." Gawas gasped, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Zama's transformation into such a state. "How interesting," remarked Ramsey, arms crossed over his chest, watching the unfolding drama. Zama's strength was evidently far superior to that of an ordinary candidate for the position of god of destruction. With a fierce roar, Paragus felt his hair darkening and lengthening, cascading chaotically over his shoulders. Red fur enveloped his chest and hands, and a long tail sprouted, now glowing crimson. Paragus had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Ling Tian gazed at the approaching Zama's. "Paragus, just play around a bit. Do not kill him." Paragus nodded and with a swift motion, appeared directly before Zama's. How is this possible? Before Zama's could react, he was struck in the abdomen by Paragus's punch. With a cry of agony, Zama's body curled like a shrimp and was sent flying backward. Paragus quickly pursued, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zama's, who resembled a soccer ball soaring through the air. Zama's, devoid of any capacity for resistance, could only emit pained wails, pondering internally. Am I not a great deity of the universe? Why can I not defeat this mere human? Seemingly tired of the game, Paragus suddenly appeared above Zama's and delivered a powerful blow upon him. Zama's body uncontrollably plummeted toward the ground. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust was kicked up from the earth. As the smoke dissipated, Zama's lay motionless, slumped in the deep crater. Paragus descended, placing his foot mockingly upon Zama's chest, taunting, "Did you not just wish to kill me? Is this all the strength you possess? Who gave you the audacity to strike at me?" Hearing Paragus's relentless mockery, Zama's spat blood in fury, glaring fiercely at Paragus. He had anticipated a grand spectacle but found himself reduced to a mere punching bag. Ramsey, witnessing this, was left speechless. Gawas turned to Ramsey, who was watching the spectacle unfold, seeking assistance. "Lord Ramsey, please help Zama's." Ramsey nodded in response, saying, "Fear not, Gawas. I shall not allow those who dare to harm our universe to escape easily. Human, remove your foot at once." Ramsey stormed toward Paragus. Upon hearing Ramsey's demand, Paragus lifted his foot from Zama's chest, only to place it back down again. With a grin, Paragus remarked to Ramsey, "See, I took it off. And then I put it back. How dare you, a mere human, try to toy with me?" Enraged, Ramsey swiftly materialized before Paragus, swinging his fist in a furious assault. Paragus countered with his right fist. Bang! Their fists collided, causing each to stagger backward. However, Zama's was not so fortunate. The immense impact and shockwave rendered him unconscious. Observing this, Gawas hastily activated his teleportation, transporting Zama's to Kess's side. "Miss Kess, I beg of you." Kess raised her staff and waved it over Zama's. In an instant, Zama's injuries were fully healed, and he gradually began to regain consciousness. "Damn it, These wretched humans. As Zama's awakened, he incessantly berated humanity, causing Gervis to furrow his brow before reprimanding him loudly. Zamas, how have I taught you before? Zamas turned to discover he had already departed the battlefield, a wave of relief washing over him as he hastily bowed his head in apology to Gervis. Oh, Lampsey was somewhat astonished. This human had managed to withstand one of his punches. If you believe such strength permits you to wreak havoc in the realm of destruction, you are gravely mistaken. With a fierce exhalation, Lampsey unleashed his full power, enveloped in a purple aura. Humph, I fear you not. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. Paragus snorted softly, regaining his composure before charging at Lampsey. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, battling from the ground to the sky, with resounding booms echoing through the air. How can such a formidable human exist? Gervis exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Zama's fixated intently on the battlefield, contemplating some nefarious scheme. Bang! Paragus delivered a kick to Lampsey's prominent nose. Rubbing his nose with his robust hands, Lampsey seethed, You seek your own demise. With a swift movement, he struck Paragus squarely in the chest. Ah! Paragus cried out in agony, hurtling towards the position of Ling Tian and the others. In a flash, Broly appeared beside Paragus. Catching him as he noticed his father's chest was somewhat caved in, a surge of fury igniting within him. Paragus, take a Senza bean. Ling Tian spoke as he retrieved a celestial bean from his storage ring and handed it to Paragus. You wretched elephant. I merely intended to gauge your strength. If I do not bring you to the brink of death today, I shall not be called Broly. Broly bellowed, unleashing his full aura as a tempest of energy surged forth, accompanied by arcs of lightning striking around him. His hair transformed into a shimmering silver, gradually lengthening until it cascaded to his waist, while silvery fur enveloped his chest and palms, and a long, silver tail trailed behind him. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 5, Broly wasted no words and charged directly at Ramsey. To his astonishment, Ramsey proved to be even stronger than the foe he had faced moments ago. Chris, too, was taken aback, pondering the origins of these formidable beings from another universe. You dare to call me a wretched elephant? I shall fight you to the bitter end. Ramsey seethed, his fury ignited. Few, aside from the gods of destruction, had ever dared to address him in such a manner. Chapter 88. Bringing Ramsey to the brink of death with rage fueling his movements, Ramsey lunged at Broly. Observing Ramsey's aggressive advance, Broly hovered in mid-air, gathering energy upon his chest. Energy blast. Unexpectedly, as Ramsey closed the distance, he was sent flying by the explosive force. Cursed be this, Ramsey exclaimed, hastily regaining his composure in the air and launching another assault on Broly. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed in aerial combat. Humph, Ramsey scoffed. That was merely a momentary lapse. Now you wish for close combat? How foolish. With resounding thuds, Broly's fists collided with Ramsey's head, while Ramsey retaliated with a kick to Broly's abdomen, both warriors exchanging blows in a fierce contest of strength. As the battle escalated, the violent energy of Broly's transcendent bloodline surged forth, amplifying his aura. Suddenly, Ramsey sensed something amiss. The human's power was continuously escalating, and he could no longer afford to engage in close combat. Resolute, Ramsey decided to retreat. Thinking of escaping, Broly reached out with a powerful hand, seizing Ramsey's trunk and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Ah! Ramsey cried out in agony as Broly relentlessly battered him, feeling as though his beloved trunk might shatter. With a mighty toss, Broly hurled Ramsey skyward, gathering energy in his palm to form a colossal energy sphere. Vast Omega! Broly roared, launching the assembled energy sphere toward Ramsey, which split into several energy blasts as it flew forth. Boom! Thunderous explosions reverberated through the air. The energy blast struck Ramsey relentlessly, unleashing a cacophony of explosions and billowing clouds of smoke into the air. As the smoke dissipated, Ramsey appeared before the onlookers, disheveled and covered in dirt. This wretched human has humiliated me before the angels and the Supreme Kai, an affront that is unforgivable. With a furious bellow, Ramsey raised his hands to the heavens. His roar, resonating with the mightiest voice in the universe, had the power to momentarily paralyze the nerves of those who heard it, causing the unworthy to faint outright. Witnessing this, Chris swiftly brandished her staff, conjuring a protective barrier around Guavas and Zamas. The tremendous sound waves emanating from Ramsey rendered Broly, positioned closest to him, momentarily incapacitated. Ramsey extended his right hand, coalescing a purple energy sphere, which he hurled towards the motionless Broly. Destruction. with the destructive energy unleashed. Ramsey disregarded Broly and turned his attention to Ling Tian, Sheru, and Paragus. Ling Tian, it appears that this elephant's special ability is that very roar we just heard. Let us join forces and bring this beast to the brink of defeat, Sheru proposed. Ling Tian nodded. The two of them let out a furious roar. Their roars intensifying as a torrent of wild energy surged forth. Bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking the ground around them. Ling Tian's hair transformed into a lustrous silver hue, gradually lengthening until it cascaded down to his waist. His chest and palms were adorned with silvery fur, and a long, shimmering silver tail trailed behind him. Meanwhile, Cell's green skin began to morph into a brilliant silver, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. In a dazzling flash of white light, Ling Tian ascended to Super Saiyan 5, while Cell became the White Sand Cell. Without a moment's hesitation after their transformations, the two surged towards the airborne Ramsey. Paragus stood in astonishment, realizing the vast disparity in strength between himself and Ling Tian's group. It was evident that he would need to intensify his training henceforth. How is this possible? Ramsey exclaimed, bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to deal with these three humans, determined that they must not be allowed to die a quick death, but rather to suffer prolonged torment. Now, he was confronted with two extraordinarily powerful humans. From which universe had they emerged? In an instant, Cell vanished from sight, reappearing right before Ramsey, hands poised beside his head. What is this human doing? Why not attack? But instead place his hands there. Ramsey pondered, utterly perplexed by Cell's actions. Solar flare. Ah, my eyes. Ramsey cried out in anguish, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. I never anticipated they possessed such a peculiar technique. Even Lord Ramsey has fallen victim to it, Kess murmured. Seizing the opportunity, Cell pressed his advantage, delivering a flurry of punches to Ramsey before launching him skyward. Ling Tian, enveloped in the embrace of a golden dragon, soared towards Ramsey, with a colossal dragon head apparition vividly manifesting atop his fist. Dragon fist. Ah! Ramsey howled in agony as he plummeted to the ground, feeling as though his chest might be pierced through. The mighty destroyer found himself toyed with by mere humans. I will not let you escape, Ramsey declared, charging towards Ling Tian. Where do you think you're going, you oversized elephant? Broly's voice echoed in Ramsey's ears, causing him to turn in shock. Before him stood Broly, hands clasped around a destructive energy sphere, compressing it relentlessly. With a resounding pop, Broly crushed the energy sphere. How is this possible? Ramsey gasped in disbelief. This human had actually obliterated the destructive energy. In a flash, Broly appeared above Ramsey, enveloped in a radiant energy. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling. Exploding meteor. Broly bellowed, unleashing energy blasts in all directions from his center. The ground erupted in chaos, as explosions rang out and clouds of dust filled the air. Once a beautiful realm, the god of destruction's domain was now riddled with craters and devastation. My planet, my home, you shall all perish. The expression on Ramsey's face darkened significantly as his aura surged once more. He conjured a colossal purple energy sphere in his hand and hurled it towards Ling Tian and the others, intent on destruction. As Ling Tian observed the situation, he gathered a sphere of violet-red energy in his hands and hurled it towards the destructive energy. Annihilation. The annihilation energy orb consumed the destructive energy and soared towards the location of Ramsey. How is this possible? Ramsey could hardly believe that his destructive energy had been devoured. As he realized the energy was about to strike, he extended his hands to defend against the annihilation energy. What an opportunity! Broly and Cell exchanged a glance and began to concentrate energy in their hands. Broly formed a massive energy sphere in his right hand, which grew larger in the air before launching towards Ramsey with tremendous force. Colossal meteor. Cell, too, summoned a gigantic energy sphere at his fingertip and hurled it at Ramsey. Planetary destruction blast. While Ramsey was preoccupied with defending against the annihilation energy, he was caught completely off guard by the sudden assault from Broly and Cell. The three energies collided violently around Ramsey. With a thunderous explosion, half of the god of destruction realm was obliterated. As the smoke cleared, Ramsey lay battered and motionless in a deep crater. From a distance, Kess, Guavas, and Zamas were astonished at how swiftly the battle had escalated. In a flash, Kess appeared beside Ramsey, wielding her staff to heal him. In no time, Ramsey was fully restored. Following this, Kess struck the ground thrice with her staff, and the god of destruction realm was miraculously restored to its former glory. Realizing that the angel had intervened, it was evident that the fight could no longer continue. Broly. So, Paragus, we must depart. Ling Tian declared his intention to lead the group away. Lamzi, feeling utterly humiliated today, harbored a deep-seated resentment and vowed to seek vengeance. He then shouted at Ling Tian and the others, "Which universe do you hail from?" To which Shalu responded loudly, "We are from the 6th universe. We welcome you to the 6th universe to exact your revenge." Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Cell, and Paragus, executed the technique of instant transmission. Chapter 89, The Mysterious Mr. Popo. Universe 7. Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, and Paragus materialized within the sacred halls of the Earth's Kami Temple. Ling Tian, what brings you here? Dandy inquired, perplexed. As Ling Tian and Gohan seldom visited the temple, being perpetually engaged in training. Dandy, I have successfully restored the Dragon Balls, and I now entrust them to your care. Ling Tian spoke as he retrieved 7 Dragon Balls from his storage ring. How splendid. Dandy's face radiated excitement. He had previously learned from Gohan about the formidable power of the evil dragons. Now that the Earth had been restored, calamities would no longer ensue. Mr. Popo, please take the Dragon Balls and store them in the house. Very well, Lord Kami. Mr. Popo, with a stoic expression, accepted the Dragon Balls from Ling Tian and turned to head towards the house. Mr. Popo had been in the Heavenly Palace long before the deity took on the role of Kami. During the reign of the Demon King Piccolo, Mr. Popo possessed strength that surpassed that of Piccolo himself, yet he refrained from intervening. In the era of Majin Buu, Mr. Popo could effortlessly withstand the attacks of Trunks and Goten in their Super Saiyan forms. Ling Tian yearned to uncover the true identity of this enigmatic Mr. Bobo, who had remained obscurely engaged in activities within the Celestial Temple. With a swift motion, he sought to reveal the mystery. In a fleeting moment, Ling Tian appeared behind Mr. Bobo, swinging his fist towards the latter's back. Dandy, Broly, Cell, and Paragus were utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend why Ling Tian would launch an attack on Mr. Bobo. Was this Mr. Bobo perhaps a villain in disguise? Just as Ling Tian's fist was about to make contact, it seemed as though Mr. Bobo had a pair of eyes on the back of his head, as he instinctively evaded the impending strike. Had he launched such a sudden assault on an unsuspecting Goku and the others, they would surely have been caught off guard. Mr. Bobo truly possessed remarkable concealment of his abilities. Upon realizing that he could not strike Mr. Bobo, Ling Tian unleashed his entire aura, summoning arcs of lightning that cascaded from the heavens, striking the ground around him. In a mesmerizing transformation, his hair turned a lustrous silver, gradually elongating until it reached his waist. His chest and palms became adorned with silvery fur, while a long, elegant silver tail extended gracefully behind him. Ling Tian transformed into Super Saiyan 5, launching an attack on Mr. Popo without a moment's hesitation. Mr. Popo executed a graceful turn, his expression unfaltering as he gazed at Ling Tian. Ling Tian incessantly swung his fists, yet each time he was on the verge of striking Mr. Bobo. The latter deftly evaded the blow. Mr. Bobo shook his head and landed a kick squarely on Ling Tian's body. The Ling Tian Bao transformed into a shrimp-like shape and flew backward, simultaneously reverting from the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Ling Tian, are you alright? Broly's figure flickered as he appeared beside Ling Tian to catch him. Mr. Popo, you. Dandy exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that the always amiable Mr. Popo possessed such formidable strength. With a surge of rage, Cell prepared to launch an attack on Mr. Popo. Cell, wait. Ling Tian suddenly called out to Shalu. Ling Tian, this Mr. Bobo has concealed his true capabilities. He must be harboring some unspeakable matters, Shalu remarked. At that moment, Mr. Bobo interjected with a question. Ling Tian, what exactly are your intentions? Ling Tian wore a perplexed expression and posed a question in return. Mr. Bobo, with such formidable prowess, why do you remain in the heavenly temple serving the deities of generations? Mr. Bobo replied nonchalantly, I have my own affairs to attend to within the heavenly temple. Affairs to attend to? The crowd was incredulous, questioning why someone with such extraordinary power would linger on this humble earth. They had spent years on the planet without discovering anything amiss. Faced with the relentless inquiries of the crowd, Mr. Bobo was compelled to elucidate. When I was quite young, my master left me on Earth, instructing me never to depart, emphasizing the importance of guarding the seal. In the primordial universe, there existed a total of 20 universes. Under the dominion of the Grand King, who is the father of the Omni King, There are 18 universes. The 19th universe is the dragon god Salam's dragon realm, and the 20th is the dark demon realm of Mechakapura. These three realms coexisted in harmony, devoid of conflict. However, discontent brewed within the dark demon realm over the Grand King's singular governance of the 18 universes, prompting them to demand the relinquishment of several universes. When negotiations yielded no results, Mechakapura returned to the dark demon realm and launched an assault on the 18 universes of the Grand King, who naturally would not tolerate such an affront. Thus ensued a colossal clash, with neither side gaining the upper hand after billions of years of warfare. Then, one fateful day, both warring factions received word. Rumors purported that the Dragon Realm's divine dragon could augment their power and fulfill any wish. Consequently, they ceased hostilities. And to avoid offending Dragon God Salam, neither side ventured into the Dragon Realm to seek the Dragon Balls. Instead, they dispatched their subordinates to traverse various timelines in search of the Dragon Balls to make their wishes. Empowered, both parties returned to the main timeline to engage in fierce combat, disregarding the relentless destruction wrought by the malevolent dragons. The Dragon Balls were continuously exploited, and all divine dragons succumbed to corruption, morphing into evil dragons. Each timeline faced unprecedented crises as planets, star systems, and entire universes were obliterated, some even witnessing the complete annihilation of their timelines. As evil dragons proliferated in the Dragon Realm, Dragon God Salam began to sense something amiss. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that all his subordinates had turned into evil dragons. Thus, Dragon God Salam, accompanied by the dragon people and the corrupted evil dragons, emerged from the Dragon Realm, intent on making the Grand King and Mechakapura pay dearly for their transgressions. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content that follows. After an interminable conflict spanning billions of years, with countless casualties among his followers and witnessing the demise of cherished friends and loved ones, each choosing to sacrifice themselves in a final explosion to perish alongside the enemy, the great king witnessed the devastation. 6 of the 18 universes under his dominion had been obliterated, while the protective capabilities of the remaining 12 continued to diminish. A consequence of the explosive events. Otherwise, with your power, you would have been incapable of annihilating the universe. My master, unable to bear the suffering of sentient beings, intervened in the battleground with overwhelming strength to halt the carnage. With all his might, my master and the great king aided every malevolent dragon in their transformation back into divine dragons. Thus, the dragon god, Salama, chose to retreat, sealing the dragon god realm, restricting entry and exit unless sanctioned by the divine dragon or Salama himself. Under the heavy toll of casualties, Mechakapura's forces were unwilling to conclude the battle in such a manner. Consequently, the entire Dark Demon realm and Mechakapura were sealed away by my master. The barrier established upon Earth. Various timelines were incessantly ravaged by the evil dragons, prompting the Great King to decree that unauthorized time travel would not be tolerated, with severe repercussions for any infractions. A time realm was established, appointing powerful individuals from the cosmos as time patrol officers to oversee the timelines and apprehend those attempting to traverse time. Upon relaying all these events to me, my master constructed a celestial hall on Earth for me to guard the seal, and then vanished along with the Great King. With their departure, the universe entered an era of peace, as the Great King's son, the King of all, assumed control of the remaining 12 universes, publicly claiming that the other 6 had been eradicated by him. Thus, I lost track of the time spent on Earth, attending to numerous celestial beings, until several decades later when the seal began to weaken. The weakening of the seal? Had the denizens of the Dark Demon realm emerged? The crowd gasped, fearing the universe would descend into chaos once more. Chapter 90. The Frieza Core. Mr. Popo elucidated. At that time, none of you had yet arrived on Earth. I recall when Goku was but a child, he ventured into the Dark Realm to rescue a young girl, which inadvertently opened a pathway to Earth, though it was subsequently sealed by me. Oh, I see. The crowd nodded in understanding, realizing that Goku and the others were indeed absent from Earth during his childhood. You were not on Earth, yet I had not yet crossed over. Ling Tian mused internally. This event occurred long before my creation. Cell reflected silently. Mr. Popo, with a grave demeanor, addressed the assembly. You should comprehend the gravity of the situation. I shall not intervene in your affairs. My sole purpose is to safeguard the seal within the Celestial Hall. Furthermore, you are forbidden from disclosing this matter to anyone, not even to Goku and his companions. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Mr. Popo, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. Ling Tian remarked. Your current strength is still far too inadequate. If the seal is truly lifted, you would be of no assistance whatsoever. It is imperative that you dedicate yourselves to diligent training. As Mr. Bobo spoke, he cradled the 7 Dragon Balls and proceeded into the room. Your strength is indeed insufficient. Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, and Paragus all found themselves in a moment of existential doubt. A few seconds later, Dandy exclaimed, "We shall take our leave now. Farewell." Ling Tian, Broly, Sheru, and Paragus ascended into the sky, soaring towards the training grounds. Whoosh. Moments later, the group arrived at the training venue. Trunks, where have your father and Goku gone? Ling Tian wore a perplexed expression, pondering the whereabouts of Wukong and the others. As they were neither in the Divine Hall nor on Earth, Trunks and Sun Wutian explained, Uncle Ling Tian, my father and Uncle Wukong have gone to the Dragon God realm for training. Initially, Trunks and I wished to join them. But my father insisted that since you are not on Earth, 2 of us must remain here to protect my mother and Aunt Bulma. So that was the reason. Ling Tian nodded, finding the training in the Dragon God realm far more intriguing than ordinary combat. I too wish to train in the Dragon God realm, Paragus declared, unwilling to fall behind in strength. Broly, Sheru, you two should join as well. I can stay here with Trunks and the others. Very well. Initially, the 2 were somewhat disinterested in training, believing their powers were already sufficient to contend with the gods of destruction. However, after hearing Mr. Bobo speak in the heavenly temple about the multitude of formidable beings, their fighting spirit reignited. Broly, Sheru, and Paragus produced the passage permits to the Dragon God realm and began to transmit their intentions. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared overhead, accompanied by thunder and lightning. With the sound of dragon roars, a magnificent golden dragon manifested before them. What a stunning dragon! Trunks and Goten gazed in awe. The golden dragon, its eyes glowing red, spoke, Lord Longi has sent me to escort you to the Dragon God realm. If you wish to go, please mount my back. Broly, Sheru, and Paragus soared into the air and perched upon the dragon's back. Aren't the 3 of you coming to the Dragon God realm? The dragon inquired, puzzled. We will remain here. You may take them, Ling Tian replied. Very well. Farewell. The dragon soared through the skies with Broly, Sheru, and Paragus before diving into the rift, which sealed behind them. Uncle Ling Tian, when can Goten and I go? Trunks asked, enviously eyeing the spectacle of riding the dragon. In due time, I shall take you both, Ling Tian assured. Hooray! Hooray! The 2 cheered, eagerly anticipating that day. You 2 shall commence combat now, and I will guide you. In the cosmos, a spaceship resembling a giant donut raced through the void. Inside, a diminutive alien with blue skin, clad in Frieza Force attire and draped in a white cloak, berated a group of soldiers. Incompetence! You're all a bunch of worthless fools. With so many of you, you can't even conquer a single planet. The aliens hung their heads in shame. Suddenly, an alien with a frog-like head rushed in, panting heavily. What news do you bring? Saul asked, exasperated. Ever since Lord Frieza was slain by the Scions, the Frieza Force had crumbled, with its numbers dwindling daily as they drifted through the cosmos, evading enemies and the Galactic Patrol. Lord Saul, we have news from Namek. Is it true? You know the consequences of deceiving me. Saul awaited this news with bated breath. Once King Frieza was resurrected, the Frieza Force would reclaim its former glory and sweep across the universe, free from the fear of cosmic pirates and Galactic Patrol. It was reported by subordinates near planet Akira that a significant population of Namekians resided on the planet 9240YX in the SU-72 sector. Excellent. Splendid. Saul erupted in laughter. Subsequently commanding, turn the ship around immediately and set course for planet Namek at full speed. Yes, sir. The soldiers hastily exited the chamber, racing towards the control room. A week later, with a jovial expression, Saul stood aboard the ship gazing into the cosmos. Once King Frieza was revived, the entire universe would belong to the Frieza Force. A soldier rushed into the room, breathless with urgency. Lord Saul, the planet ahead is planet Namek. Very good. Prepare for immediate descent. The soldier promptly made his way to the control room. Wait. Saul suddenly called out, as if struck by a thought. Lord Saul, is there something else you require? The soldier, visibly anxious, feared for his life. Relay this order. Upon landing on planet Namek, everyone is to remain aboard the spacecraft until I issue further instructions. Yes, sir. The soldier quickly exited to convey the message. Lord Saul, why don't we simply conquer planet Namek and seize the Dragon Balls? Tagma inquired, visibly perplexed. Saul, In a buoyant mood as Frieza's resurrection approached, patiently elucidated, Tagma, the Namekians are a peace-loving race. If they willingly surrender the Dragon Balls, I wish to avoid inciting conflict. Do not forget that the Galactic Patrol is still pursuing us. On planet Namek, a group of Namekians were tending to the cultivation of Maber trees. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from above as a colossal spaceship descended from the sky. Sensing the malevolent energy, Namekian warriors swiftly converged from all directions. With a creak, the spaceship's hatch slowly opened, revealing Salb and Tagma. The village elder gazed at the two extraterrestrial beings and spoke. I am Rabo, the elder of this village. Who are you, and what brings you to planet Namek? Greetings, elder. We wish to borrow your Dragon Balls for a time. Salb hypocritically remarked that in order to resurrect King Frieza and evade the Galactic Patrol, he must endure for the time being. Chapter 91. The Namek Crisis. Why do you desire the Dragon Balls? Elder Rober inquired, perplexed. Elder Muley had already made a wish to the Dragon Shinran Purunga to relocate Namek, so how did these individuals ascertain the location of Namek? If the news regarding the Dragon Balls were to leak, Namek would be thrown into turmoil once more. Tagma responded loudly. We aim to resurrect King Frieza. Frieza. The Namekians were left in utter shock. These individuals were indeed Frieza's subordinates. The last time Frieza invaded Namek, he wreaked havoc, demolishing several villages and slaughtering countless Namekians. Elder Rober, filled with indignation, declared, I will not hand over the Dragon Balls to you wretched villains. Old man, you refuse to drink the toast and instead choose punishment. Salb clapped his hands, seemingly signaling something. Suddenly, various aliens wielding advanced weaponry emerged from the spacecraft. All of you, attack? Eliminate them. Salb commanded his soldiers. Yes, the soldiers. Upon receiving orders, spread out, surrounding the Namekians. Wait, Elder Rober suddenly called out to Salb. A smile crept onto Salb's face. Old man, have you changed your mind? Then quickly surrender the Dragon Balls. Elder Rober shook his head, his expression resolute. I shall not give you the Dragon Balls. But do not think you can make a wish to Shinran Purunga after slaughtering the Namekians. Salb's smile faded, replaced by fury. You old fool. Are you implying that only the Namekians can summon Shinran? How unfortunate. My subordinates have already learned the Namekian language. Quickly, eliminate them all and then seek the Dragon Balls. Elder Rober's face turned an unhealthy shade of green, startled by this unexpected turn of events. Elder Rober, we will fight them. The stage was set for an impending battle. Bayo. The soldiers, armed with weapons, aimed and fired upon the Namekians, who fell one by one into a pool of blood. How infuriating! The Namekian warriors, filled with rage, ascended into the air, gathering energy blasts to hurl at the soldiers. Tagma, I leave the more formidable foes to you, Salb said, as he and two soldiers moved toward the village in search of the Dragon Balls. Tagma nodded, unleashing his full energy as he swiftly appeared before a combat-ready Namekian. The combat-type Namekians exhibited no capacity for resistance, falling one by one to the onslaught of Tagma. Unimpeded by the presence of these warriors, the soldiers relentlessly harvested the lives of the Namekians. In a short while, Sorb emerged from the village. A soldier beside him clutching a 4-star Dragon Ball the size of a soccer ball. Sorb surveyed the decimated Namekian landscape with a satisfied nod before activating his scouter. Let us proceed to the next village. With this command, Sorb led his troops in a grand procession towards the east. In a village to the west, a Namekian rushed hurriedly into an oval-shaped dwelling. Elder Muley, a multitude of sinister energies have suddenly manifested on our planet. Elder Robo's village has already been attacked. Damn. I understand. Elder Muley rose and retrieved a crystalline object from a nearby box. With a heavy sigh, he lamented the hope that peace had returned to Namek, believing he would never need to use it again. With a slight exertion of his right hand, the crystalline object shattered. Ling Tian, I hope you can sense this. On Earth, Ling Tian, who was instructing Trunks and Goten in combat, suddenly froze. The crystal given to Elder Muley has shattered. Could it be that Namek is facing another crisis? Trunks, Goten, cease your training for now. I shall take you to a certain place. Trunks and Goten promptly halted their sparring and descended from the sky. Hold on to me tightly. Ling Tian, accompanied by Trunks and son Goten, executed a swift instant transmission to Namek. Whoosh. Ling Tian, Trunks, and son Goten appeared before Elder Muley. Ling Tian, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Ling Tian, Elder Muley felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he firmly believed that Ling Tian would undoubtedly save planet Namek. Ling Tian inquired, Elder Muley, has something transpired? Elder Muley responded with a look of melancholy. Ling Tian, a group of extraterrestrial beings has suddenly descended upon Namek, and they have already attacked several villages. Rest assured, Elder Muley, we shall certainly manage this situation. Ling Tian was filled with confusion, pondering who could be in search of the Dragon Balls. Considering that Frieza and his two sons, along with Shrag, had already met their demise. Sun Wutian scratched his head and inquired, Uncle Ling Tian, are we going to confront the villains now? Trunks chuckled as he replied to Sun Wutian. Wutian, why aren't you sensing their energy? That group is already flying this way. Ha! I simply forgot for a moment, Wutian said with a silly grin. Ling Tian then asked, who are these two young boys? Are they formidable? The Grand Elder Muley felt an odd familiarity with the little boy who had a crab-like head. Ling Tian smiled as he explained to Elder Muley. Elder Muley, this boy with black hair is Wukong's son, and the one with blue hair is Vegeta's son. A look of contentment spread across Elder Muley's face as he remarked, so they are indeed the children of those two. This young boy bears a striking resemblance to Wukong. Suddenly, with a rush of wind, Sorbai led his army into view before Ling Tian and the others. You all, get ready and eliminate every Namekian. Sorbai commanded his soldiers to attack. However, mere seconds passed, and the soldiers did not advance. Instead, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, akin to mice confronted by a cat. Sorbai barked in frustration, are you all seeking rebellion? Move swiftly. A trembling Tagma pointed towards Ling Tian and the others, stammering, as Sorbai, look over there. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. A few Namekians have frightened you this much. Sorbai reprimanded Tagma while turning his head to see. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the sight before him. How is this possible? Sorbai questioned his own reality. They had refrained from searching for the Dragon Balls on Earth, knowing that Scions resided there. Yet, how were there Scions on Namek? Hello. We will return the Dragon Balls to you right now. We will leave at once. Sorbai greeted Ling Tian and the others, ordering his subordinates to place the Dragon Balls on the ground as he turned to flee. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Sorbai prayed fervently within as he turned away. Once you arrive, do not leave. Ling Tian spoke as he raised his right hand, conjuring a circular disc of energy, which he hurled towards Solbei. Cutting disc. A scream escaped Solbai's lips as he was cleaved in two. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the soldiers fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, exclaiming, it's not our fault. Solbei forced us into this. Indeed. Solbei sought the Dragon Balls on Namek to resurrect Frieza. Chapter 92, The Resurrection of Frieza, you traitorous wretches. Tagma seethed with fury, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that obliterated the soldiers into mere fragments. The scheme to resurrect King Frieza had been unveiled, and with Solbai's demise, he had no choice but to gamble everything. Tagma unleashed his full power, charging swiftly towards Ling Tian, unfazed by the incoming assault. Ling Tian countered with a swift backhand. With a resounding slap, Tagma was sent flying, rendered unconscious. Uncle Ling Tian, why did you not eliminate him? He is a villain as well. Elder Muley, Trunks, and Son Goten expressed their bewilderment. In the original narrative, Tagma and Solbei utilized the Earth Dragon Balls to revive Frieza. Under Solbai's recommendation, Tagma became Frieza's sparring partner. In a mere 4 months, Frieza transformed into Golden Frieza, while Tagma, as his sparring partner, also acquired formidable strength. Nobita once remarked that Tagma's prowess should rival his own at his peak, and Piccolo had lost an arm in combat with him. What peculiar qualities does Tagma possess? Could his talents truly surpass those of a Scion? Ling Tian gazed intently at Tagma, lost in contemplation. Could it be that Tagma belonged to the same race as Jillian? Or perhaps he was a hybrid of the Jillian lineage? Was it possible that Tagma had been sent to the 7th universe during the annihilation of the Jillian clan? Ling Tian was taken aback by his own thoughts. In the 11th universe, both Jiren and Toppo were bald, sharing the same skin tone and ear structure. However, Jiren possessed a more robust physique and slightly larger eyes. Uncle Ling Tian, what troubles you? Son Wukong's son, Goten, approached and tugged at Ling Tian's garment. Ah yes, Goten. I am quite well. Ling Tian shook his head and decided to postpone discussions about Tagma. Elder Muley, I shall take this person with me. Upon my return to Earth, I will utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect this deceased Namekian. Elder Muley replied, Ling Tian, there is no need. The Dragon Balls of Namek have already been enhanced by me. Ling Tian inquired, has the Shenlong Palunga been enhanced to resurrect multiple individuals at once? Elder Muley nodded and responded, indeed. Since the last invasion of Frieza on Namek, I have come to realize the significance of the Dragon Balls. After several years of modification, the Dragon Balls of Namek now allow Shenlong Palunga to resurrect multiple beings simultaneously, even those who have perished multiple times. Wow, it's just like the Dragon Balls on Earth, exclaimed Sun Wutian. Indeed, Dandy is a remarkable member of the dragon race. At such a young age, his capabilities rival my own as an elder. Elder Muley remarked with admiration. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by a gust of wind, several elders flew over, cradling a dragon ball the size of a soccer ball. Prior to Ling Tian's arrival, Elder Muley had already communicated with the elders of various villages. Elder, we have arrived. The group of elders greeted. Elder Muley nodded and proceeded to summon Shenlong Palunga. Arise, divine Shenlong Palunga, grant my wish. In the Namekian language, the 7 soccer-sized Dragon Balls resonated with one another, emitting a brilliant radiance. As the light dissipated, the divine dragon was summoned forth. With glowing red eyes, Palunga spoke, gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls. State your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall fulfill it. Elder Palunga, please resurrect all the Namekians who were slain by the extraterrestrial beings. Elder Muley declared loudly. This wish is quite simple. Palunga's eyes sparkled with brightness. One by one, the slain Namekians began to revive. After 10 seconds, Palunga announced, your wish has been granted. Please state your next wish. Having resurrected the Namekians, Elder Muley found himself without further desires and turned to Ling Tian, asking, Ling Tian, do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tian spoke. Elder Muley, please relocate Namek to a vicinity near Earth. This way. Should Namek find itself in peril, I, along with Wukong and the others, can arrive promptly. Elder Muley nodded in agreement. Recognizing that even if he wished to alter Namek's location, it would eventually be discovered. Thus, it would be prudent to position it closer to Ling Tian and his companions. Barunja, kindly transfer Namek to a location near Earth. In the language of Namek, this wish was quite straightforward. The dragon, Barunja, gleamed with brilliance in its eyes. Your wish has been granted. Please articulate your final desire. Elder Muley inquired, Ling Tian, what shall your last wish be? At this moment, Ling Tian found himself at a loss regarding what wish to make. With the extraordinary ability to traverse time and space, the prospect of acquiring the Super Dragon Balls seemed trivial in comparison. Meanwhile, Tagma groggily awakened. Gazing at the peculiar creature hovering above, a muscular being adorned with 2 horns, confused as to whether this bizarre entity could indeed be the dragon. Observing Ling Tian and the others remain silent, the dragon, Palunga, urged them, speak your final wish. Regardless of its nature, I shall fulfill it. Truly a dragon, Tagma exclaimed. Then I wish for the resurrection of the mighty Emperor Frieza. In Namekian, this wish is quite straightforward. Palunga's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and the cosmic tyrant Frieza materialized before Tagma. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Palunga transformed into 7 orbs and dispersed into the heavens. Frieza. The Namekians, upon witnessing Frieza's presence, turned as green as envy. Beads of sweat cascading from their foreheads like raindrops, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What in the world? When Ling Tian awakened in Tagma, he had already noticed that Tagma was still a mere pawn, so he chose to disregard him. Little did he expect that this Tagma had actually learned the language of Namek. Lord Frieza, you have finally returned. Tagma exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Feeling that the years of effort he and Sorb had invested were not in vain, despite Sorb's demise. Oh, Frieza felt a surge of exhilaration within. Having finally escaped that childish paradise, he then feigned calmness and inquired, was it you who resurrected me? Are you a member of the army? Tagma responded promptly, Lord Frieza, I am a commander from the 3rd star domain of the Frieza Force. We endured countless hardships to bring you back. Frieza nodded. His expression clouded with curiosity as he asked, why is it only you? Where are the others from the army? With tears streaming down his face, Tagma lamented, Lord Frieza, ever since you were slain by the Saiyans, the Frieza Force has been devoured and hunted by various factions. Enough, enough. Do not waste any more time in idle chatter. Ling Tian interjected, interrupting the dialogue between Frieza and Tagma. That voice sounded so familiar. Frieza turned to look. It was you. Frieza was consumed by rage, vividly recalling the scene where he was besieged by this earthling on Namek. With Goku and the others conveniently absent, he resolved to eliminate this earthling first. Charging towards Ling Tian with explosive fury. Chapter 93. Look, he's shorter than me. It turned out that this individual was indeed Frieza. Trunks and Goten had long heard tales from Krillin about the tyrant of the universe, Frieza. With a sudden burst of energy, Trunks and Goten transformed their hair to a brilliant golden hue, standing erect. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1, they swiftly positioned themselves protectively in front of Ling Tian, eager to witness the prowess of the being that instilled such terror in Uncle Krillin. Super Saiyan. These two youngsters are also Super Saiyans. Cursed Saiyans, you shall all perish. Frieza raged uncontrollably, blaming these detestable Saiyans and Earthlings for subjecting him to torment in Children's Paradise daily. Before Frieza could launch an attack, Goten delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Boom. Frieza, contorted like a shrimp, was sent careening backward, crashing into a mountain and becoming entombed beneath the falling rubble. Cursed. Frieza roared in fury, his power surging anew as he blew away the stones that had buried him. Goten scratched his head and remarked, Trunks, this Frieza fellow doesn't seem all that formidable. I can't fathom why Uncle Krillin is so terrified of him. Not so formidable indeed. Trunks appeared to have conceived a playful notion, and as he spoke, he soared toward Frieza's position. Standing beside Frieza, Trunks gestured toward his height and proclaimed loudly, Goten. Look, he is even shorter than I am. Trunks, now a Super Saiyan, with his hair standing tall. Ha ha. Ling Tian immediately clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. I shall die of laughter. You seek your own demise, little one. Frieza, gritting his teeth in fury, raised his fist and aimed a powerful blow at Trunks' head. Bang! The collision of fist and cranium reverberated with a thunderous sound. Unyielding, Trunks stood his ground, absorbing the attack. With a mocking tone, he taunted, Frieza, have you forgotten to eat? You possess no strength whatsoever. It is no wonder you are so short. In swift succession, Trunks launched his own offensive, his fist raining down upon Frieza. Frieza, devoid of any means to resist, cried out in agony with each strike. Frieza, my king. Tagoma attempted to rush forward to aid Frieza but was abruptly sent flying by a kick from Trunks. How utterly dull. Trunks muttered to himself before delivering a powerful blow to Frieza. Boom. Frieza's body, now beyond his control, plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Frieza lay battered and weakened on the ground. Yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed upon Ling Tian and the others. Oh? Ling Tian was somewhat taken aback. Frieza's resilience had seemingly grown even stronger. Trunks cupped his hands around his mouth, forming a trumpet shape, and inquired loudly, Uncle Ling Tian, shall I eliminate this cosmic Emperor Frieza? The little brat intends to kill me. Frieza's face displayed a look of sheer terror. He had no desire to return to the realm of childhood innocence. Gradually, he began to inch forward, slowly crawling away in an attempt to escape this dire situation. Trunks, wait. I still have my uses for Frieza. Ling Tian called out to Trunks, who sought to bring an end to Frieza. Elder Guru, the planet located to the west of Namek is Earth. You are welcome to visit frequently. From the spaceship of Sorbii, we shall take our leave now. Ling Tian bid farewell to Elder Muley, declaring, in the future, I shall undoubtedly visit Earth. Elder Muley responded with a smile. With a swift motion, Ling Tian grasped Frieza and Tagoma with one hand each, and alongside Trunks and Goten. He executed a technique of instantaneous movement to transport them to Earth. Ling Tian and others appeared in the Temple of the Gods. Isn't this Frieza? Ling Tian exclaimed. How did you bring him to the temple? Dandy asked, confusion etched on his face. Isn't Frieza already dead? Who resurrected him? Trunks, please elucidate the situation for Dandy. Ling Tian spoke as he lifted Frieza and Tagma, heading towards the hyperbolic time chamber. After wandering around the heavenly temple for a minute, they finally arrived at the chamber. Ling Tian, what are you planning to do? Frieza exclaimed, his face filled with terror. Could it be that he intends to seal me within this room? Ling Tian retrieved a substantial handful of celestial beans from his storage ring and stuffed them into Tagma's garments. He then opened the door to the spirit time chamber and forcefully pushed the two inside. Those beans possessed the extraordinary ability to heal all wounds. Ling Tian closed the door to the spirit time room and quietly sat down at the entrance. If Tagoma truly hailed from the Jillian clan, his experience within the spirit time room would undoubtedly yield significant advancement, making the Lychee conference all the more intriguing. Lord Frieza, are you all right? Tagoma inquired, hastily checking Frieza's injuries as he rose from the ground. You, Frieza, almost incensed to the point of bloodshed, retorted, I am lying here incapacitated. And you still ask if I am well. Tagoma produced a bean from his pocket, proposing to Frieza, my lord, would you care to try this bean? Frieza bellowed, Tagoma. Do you wish to bring about my demise? Who knows what effects this being given by Ling Tian might have? He cannot possibly be so benevolent as to provide me with a remedy. A week later, Tagoma was reporting to the motionless Frieza, who lay in bed. My lord, this place consists solely of this room and a door behind it. Beyond that, it is an expanse of white. The temperature fluctuates drastically between day and night. Cursed Ling Tian. What kind of wretched place is this? The environment is so harsh, were it not for the food within this room. Both Tagoma and I would surely perish of hunger. Tagoma suggested, My lord, this cannot go on. Perhaps you should consider trying that bean. After a moment of contemplation, Frieza replied, Tagoma, since you are so loyal to me, I have a task for you. Upon hearing he had the chance to prove himself, Tagoma began to flatter. My lord, command me. I shall fulfill your task. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Frieza's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and two beams shot forth from his gaze. The eye beam. Tagoma, taken completely by surprise, was unable to evade and found his legs pierced by the rays, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Tagoma, use that beam now and see if it has any effect. Yes. Tagoma reluctantly responded, realizing that disobedience could lead to his imminent demise. And he could only hope that the bean was not poison. Trembling, Tagoma extracted a magical bean from his pocket, placing it in his mouth and swallowing it whole without chewing. In an instant, Tagoma's leg injuries healed completely, leaving no trace of the earlier wounds. He rose, exhilarated, proclaiming, My lord Frieza, this bean is truly effective. Frieza erupted into laughter and declared, Then do not delay, hurry and give me one as well. Once I have fully recovered, we shall depart from this wretched place. Chapter 94. The Training of Frieza and Tagma. Upon hearing this, Tagma swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and placed it into Frieza's mouth. As the bean was consumed, Frieza's body emitted a series of cracking sounds. The dislocated bones and various injuries were instantaneously mended. Rising from the bed, Frieza stretched his limbs and proceeded towards the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. Observing this, Tagma hurriedly matched Frieza's pace. Grasping the doorknob, Frieza gently turned it and stepped out of the chamber. What transpired? Ling Tian wore a perplexed expression. They had emerged in merely half an hour. Outside, 1 hour equates to approximately 15 days within the room of spirit and time. Ling Tian, why are you still here? Frieza was utterly taken aback by Ling Tian's unwavering vigil at the entrance. Something felt amiss. Ling Tian gazed at Frieza and Tagoma, noting that neither had exhibited any change in strength. In an instant, he teleported before them, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that left them battered and on the brink of defeat, before casting them into the hyperbolic time chamber. How infuriating! What on earth does this wretched Ling Tian intend to accomplish? After consuming the Senzu beans, Frieza and Tagoma swiftly regained their vigor. Frieza, brimming with rage, prepared to exit the chamber. Your Majesty Frieza, please wait. Tagoma suddenly interjected, halting him. What is it? Frieza inquired, puzzled, wondering if Tagoma had grown fond of this cursed place. After a moment of contemplation, Tagoma proposed, Majesty Frieza, it is likely that Ling Tian is waiting just outside the door. Why not seize this opportunity to train here? With your extraordinary talent, your strength will undoubtedly increase. Frieza, lowering his hand that was poised to open the door, turned to Tagoma and replied, You make a valid point. In that case, let us spar together as training partners. Half a year later. Ha. Frieza erupted in laughter, having finally mastered the transformation into his golden form. He then turned to the bruised and battered Tagoma beside him and declared, It is time for us to emerge. With a swift motion, their figures flickered and appeared before the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. To ensure success, he refrained from leaving immediately after his breakthrough. Now, fully in control of his golden form, he was confident he could defeat Ling Tian and escape this wretched place. Frieza mused internally. Creak. The door of the hyperbolic time chamber slowly swung open. Ling Tian, who had been dozing off at the entrance, was abruptly awakened. Glancing up at the clock above the door, he realized that half a day had already passed. It appeared that Frieza and Tagoma had been training diligently inside for 6 months. Ling Tian yawned and spoke. Frieza, why have you stopped your training? What brings you out so early? Ha. I have come out to deal with you. Frieza bellowed, his aura intensifying as a golden radiance enveloped him. The dazzling light compelled Ling Tian to shut his eyes. As the brilliance faded, Frieza's once white skin transformed into a resplendent gold, successfully achieving his golden Frieza form. This 24K pure gold should fetch a handsome sum, Ling Tian murmured to himself. Ling Tian, you seek your own demise. Frieza's figure flickered, appearing before Ling Tian. As he swung his fist towards Ling Tian's head. In a surge of fury, Ling Tian propelled Frieza into the air. As the brilliance faded, it revealed Ling Tian's hair transformed into a chaotic cascade of crimson, cascading over his shoulders. His chest and palms were adorned with red fur, and a lengthy scarlet tail extended from behind him. Without a hint of hesitation, the newly ascended Super Saiyan 4 Ling Tian instantaneously materialized before Frieza. Bang, bang, bang. Like a mere punching bag, Frieza endured relentless blows from Ling Tian. How could this be? Frieza, in disbelief, found his golden form devoid of any semblance of resistance. Crack! Ling Tian extended his hand, seizing Frieza by the head, and once more approached the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Tagoma, hasten your pace. Yes, yes. Tagoma, eager to avoid a brutal beating, scrambled to the doorway of the chamber. Ling Tian retrieved a jar of celestial beans from his storage ring and placed it into Tagma's embrace. You two, devote yourselves to diligent cultivation within. Ling Tian spoke as he opened the door, forcefully pushing the two individuals inside. It was anticipated that Frieza could transform into his golden form. However, his foundational combat prowess was exceedingly low, rendering his transformation rather ineffective. Frieza, my king, Tagoma exclaimed, assisting the fallen Frieza. Frieza remained stationary, bewildered by the situation. He had merely spent a few years in the afterlife, and yet the Saiyans had become so formidable. Tagoma hesitantly conveyed, Frieza, that Ling Tian bestowed upon us a jar of beans, urging us to cultivate here. Infuriating. How dare he dismiss me so? Frieza bellowed, delivering a kick to Tagoma. Tagoma cried out, propelled backward. Why are you attacking me, my king? I have never looked down upon you. He lamented inwardly. Frieza glanced at the empty jar on the ground and swiftly began his training. Ling Tian, once my training is complete, you shall pay dearly. 5 years later, the food in the hyperbolic time chamber had been entirely consumed by Frieza and Tagoma, the jar devoid of any beans. My lord, we have achieved tremendous growth this time, and you have mastered a new transformation. We will surely exact our revenge, Tagoma asserted. Frieza nodded, saying little, yet a sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. The two then soared into the air, heading toward the chamber's exit. Where has the door gone? Frieza and Tagoma were perplexed. Without the door, how could they escape? My king, could it be that we are destined to remain here forever? Tagoma's expression darkened. Cursed place. I refuse to be trapped here. With a fierce roar, Frieza unleashed his full aura. A radiant golden light enveloped him as he transformed into Golden Frieza. However, Frieza had no intention of halting. His power surged once more. Lightning struck from above, crashing around Frieza. His golden skin gradually morphed into a silvery hue, and two symmetrical silver horns sprouted from his shoulders, his energy continuously rising. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the chamber as Golden Frieza transformed into Platinum Frieza. Subsequently, Frieza raised his right hand, concentrating energy before launching it forward. With a thunderous roar, the hyperbolic time chamber trembled violently, a massive rift appearing before Frieza. Tagoma, let us depart, Frieza commanded, and they exited through the fissure. Oh! Frieza was mildly astonished to discover that Ling Tian awaited him and Tagoma. With a swift motion, Ling Tian grasped the shoulders of Frieza and Tagoma, executing an instantaneous teleportation. In the vastness of the cosmos, they found themselves on an unfamiliar planet. Frieza surveyed the strange surroundings, realizing they had departed from Earth, and then chuckled as he remarked, Ling Tian, have you chosen this as your own grave? Frieza, now brimming with confidence, believed that in this form, he could undoubtedly handle Ling Tian. Cheers! With a thunderous roar, Ling Tian's aura surged, and a torrent of wild energy erupted forth, as bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the surroundings. His hair transformed into a shimmering silver, gradually lengthening until it cascaded down to his waist. His chest and palms were adorned with silvery fur, complemented by a long, elegant silver tail trailing behind him. A brilliant flash of white light illuminated the scene as Ling Tian ascended into Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 95. Xiangpa's desire to host a tournament empowered by the legacy of the transcendent bloodline. Ling Tian's stature soared dramatically, rendering Frieza comparable to a mere child in his presence. Ling Tian looked down upon Frieza and said, Frieza, do you believe yourself to be formidable once again? How infuriating. This form of mine is beyond the comparison of your golden state. Prepare to meet your end. Frieza raised his right hand, concentrating energy upon his index finger, unleashing a crimson beam directed at Ling Tian. Death beam. Frieza, do not be enraged. I shall not regard you with such disdain again. Unfazed by the incoming beams of light, Ling Tian effortlessly swatted them aside. Frieza, consumed by fury, lamented the thwarted ambition of towering over others on Namek. All due to that bald-headed earthling who had obstructed his desires. Now, he was the subject of incessant ridicule. Frieza let out a thunderous roar, his power surging once more as he swiftly launched an assault on Ling Tian. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce clash, the air reverberating with resounding explosions. Frieza, my lord, I am here to assist you, Tagma bellowed, unleashing his full energy, enveloped in a crimson aura, as he charged towards Ling Tian. Oh! Ling Tian was utterly astonished. Indeed, Tagmar's talents were extraordinary. After 5 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his strength was already comparable to that of Trunks in his Super Saiyan form. In a blink, Tagmar appeared behind Ling Tian, swinging his fist towards him. However, to Ling Tian, who was fully powered, Tagmar's astonishing speed seemed no different from that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, as if struck by a delightful thought, Ling Tian glanced at the charging Frieza with a slight smile, and then executed a technique of instant transmission. With a resounding thud, Tagmar's fist collided with Frieza's body. Frieza, irked, slapped Tagmar on his gleaming bald head and remarked, Tagmar, are you attempting to assassinate your king? Tagmar's expression turned frantic as he began to stammer in defense. No, my lord Frieza. Ling Tian suddenly vanished. I had no idea you would. Haha. Ling Tian clutched his stomach and erupted into laughter. How infuriating. Before him, Frieza raised his right hand high, gathering immense power that coalesced into a colossal crimson energy sphere, radiating an overwhelmingly searing aura. Supernova, Frieza bellowed, launching the amassed energy towards Ling Tian. Just as the energy sphere was mere dozens of meters away from him, a flash of vibrant, multicolored light descended before Ling Tian. A man wielding a staff exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh dear, this method of greeting is rather inappropriate." Humph. A purple cat scoffed, swiftly kicking the energy sphere away. With a thunderous explosion, the supernova detonated in the cosmos. The newcomers were none other than Beerus and Whis. Frieza, seizing Dagoma, soared toward Beerus's position. Lord Beerus, you must stand up for me. Upon spotting Beerus, Frieza commenced his performance worthy of an acclaimed actor, lamenting his diligent destruction of planets, only to be slain by the Saiyans. Recently revived, he found himself confined by Ling Tian, wishing to utilize Beerus's might to obliterate the Saiyans entirely. Oh, you are Frieza? Beerus inquired, his expression one of confusion. Frieza had not appeared in such a manner before, nor possessed such formidable strength. Indeed, I am Frieza. This is merely one of my transformations. Frieza clarified. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Frieza, you need not concern yourself with the Saiyans, nor pursue the remaining ones any longer. What? Frieza exclaimed in disbelief, having diligently toiled for decades, only to find Beerus unwilling to advocate for him. Beerus reprimanded loudly. What do you mean? Did you not hear me? Understood, Lord Beerus. Frieza replied with a feigned smile. Whis, do you have any matters to discuss? Ling Tian wore a perplexed expression, pondering why these two individuals did not simply venture to Earth for sustenance. Ahem. Weiss, do enlighten them. Beerus, unable to humble himself to seek assistance from Ling Tian and his companions, would have resorted to intimidation had their strength been somewhat inferior. Very well, Lord Beerus. Weiss replied with a smile, then addressed Ling Tian and the others. The god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, has somehow learned of Lord Beerus's awakening and now desires to arrange a contest between the two universes. Lord Beerus, what advantages does this competition entail? Frieza inquired, his mind swirling with dubious intentions. Weiss responded with a grin. Mr. Frieza, the victor of this competition shall be awarded 7 Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Lord Beerus, my subordinate and I wish to participate in this contest. Frieza became enraptured by the thought of winning and making a wish to grow taller by 20 centimeters. No, 30 centimeters. With such height, he could taunt Son Goku and Vegeta. Beerus glanced at Tagoma, noting his commendable strength, and declared, you two may partake. Ling Tian, summon Goku and the others. We need a total of 10 participants. However, wasn't it stated that each universe would send forth 5 contestants? How did it transform into 10 from a single universe? Ling Tian murmured to himself, filled with perplexity. Oh? Weiss appeared somewhat astonished. pondering from where Ling Tian had acquired the knowledge that the two universes had each dispatched 5 combatants for a duel. Beerus, with an air of nonchalance, remarked that initially, one universe was to send forth 5 contestants for the competition. However, during the search for participants, that fellow Kappa discovered an abundance of formidable humans within their universe and was momentarily at a loss regarding whom to select. Thus, it was altered to allow one universe to send 10 contenders. Ling Tian, your prowess has already reached such heights, regardless of how many are sent into the arena. Ensure they are swiftly vanquished. Beerus harbored doubts that Kappa's universe possessed individuals as formidable as Ling Tian and his companions. Ling Tian was filled with immense excitement. The last time he visited Xiangpa's residence, he did not encounter him. However, this time, with the competition being held, he was certain that Xiangpa would be present, and he and Broly would finally have their chance for revenge. Beerus, when will the competition take place? Goku and the others are not on Earth right now. I must go and bring them back first. Beerus, unfazed by Ling Tian's address, yawned and replied, in 3 days, Vados and I will visit Bulma's house on Earth. And at that time, we will take you to the competition venue. All right. Ling Tian nodded in acknowledgement. After conveying the news to Ling Tian and the others, Whis and Beerus transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the realm of destruction. With a mere wave of his hand, Ling Tian conjured a dimensional barrier before the 3. Frieza, would you care to join us? I suspect you might be apprehensive. Now that he had secured his qualification for the competition, Frieza could hardly believe that Ling Tian would dare to confront him. After exchanging glances with Tagoma, Frieza followed suit and stepped through the dimensional barrier. Chapter 96, Tagoma's Reckless Actions in the Dragon God Realm. As Ling Tian, Frieza, and Tagoma emerged from the dimensional wall, they beheld a magnificent palace before them. Frieza, you two remain here for a moment. Absolutely do not wander off. If anything goes awry, I shall not be held accountable. Ling Tian spoke as he executed the art of instantaneous movement. After Ling Tian departed, Frieza and Tagoma began to survey their surroundings. Only such a lavish palace befits your identity and status, Lord Frieza. Tagoma thought to himself, plotting to seize this magnificent abode alongside Frieza. Ha ha ha. You speak the truth, Tagoma. Frieza laughed heartily, declaring, from this moment forth, this place shall belong to me. Frieza, suddenly, with a whoosh, Long Yi emerged from the palace. Long Yi pondered, perplexed, as he had distinctly sensed Ling Tian's aura moments ago. Where could he have vanished to? Noticing the arrival of another, Tagoma seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself with Frieza. Hey, you, the one with the dragon head. Why aren't you hastening to pay your respects to Lord Frieza? He shall be the master of this domain. Tagoma had no inkling that his careless words would nearly lead him and Frieza to their demise. Without restraint, he was asking for trouble. In an instant, Long Yi appeared before the two. How is this possible? Frieza exclaimed, astonished. He had yet to revert from his platinum form, yet could not discern a trace of his opponent's movements. An ominous feeling surged within him. This was it. Tagoma had led him to ruin. With no means of defense, Frieza and Tagoma could only emit cries of despair. In the blink of an eye, they lay on the ground, battered and motionless. Fear etched across their faces, they realized that their assailant had mastered the art of controlling his strikes. Each punch felt as if it could be their last. Yet after countless blows, the sensation remained the same. Surely, you do not think this is the end? Long Yi remarked with a devilish smile. What do you mean? Frieza and Tagoma were left bewildered by Long Yi's inquiry. With a wave of his hand, their injuries miraculously healed. Lord Frieza, we are fully restored. Tagoma exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Something feels amiss. Before Frieza could utter a word, Long Yi unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon them. This person is nothing short of a demon. Swish. Ling Tian manifested himself before Sun Wukong and the others with a swift teleportation. Wukong, you all must swiftly eliminate the malevolent dragons. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Understood. The group nodded in agreement, channeling their energy into their hands and unleashing their respective ultimate techniques to vanquish the remaining evil dragons. The 7 restored Dragon Balls resonated with one another, and in a flash of golden light, a magnificent golden dragon emerged in the sky. The dragon remained silent, soaring towards the location of the Dragon God Temple. Uncle Ling Tian, has something occurred on Earth? Inquired Son Gohan. Gohan, there is no trouble on Earth. Just now, the god of destruction, Beerus, summoned me to participate in the martial arts tournament hosted by the 6th and 7th universes. Each universe will send forth 10 contestants. And Beerus has asked me to invite you all to join. Ling Tian elucidated. Ling Tian, won't there be many powerful fighters from the 6th universe participating? Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. For where there was combat, he could not resist being present. Ling Tian wore a peculiar smile as he spoke. I cannot ascertain the presence of any formidable warriors, but that plump cat is bound to appear at the competition venue. We shall finally avenge Broly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fury. Last time, that fat cat was fortunate not to encounter us. This time, we shall not allow it to escape. I will strike it so fiercely that it won't recognize itself. I too seek vengeance for Uncle Broly. Enough, enough. You shall heed my arrangements when the time comes. For now, let us return to the Dragon God Palace, where 2 others await our arrival. Upon concluding his statement, Ling Tian swiftly utilized instant transmission alongside Broly, Sheru, Paragus, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Vegeta, transporting them to the Dragon God Realm Palace. Whoosh! Ling Tian and the others appeared by Long Yi's side. Before Ling Tian could utter a word, 2 battered individuals, their faces swollen and bodies bruised, who were so beaten that their appearances were nearly unrecognizable, exclaimed with great excitement. Ling Tian, you have finally returned. Hurry, take us away from here. Long Yi inquired, what happened to those 2? Ling Tian wore a puzzled expression, pondering if these 2 individuals had caused trouble in the Dragon God Realm. Could they be so audacious? They even aimed to seize control of the Dragon God Realm. And I had dealt them a considerable blow. Long Yi explained. Frieza and Tagma felt profoundly wronged. Was that truly a blow? They had lost count of how many times they had been restored by him, and the words they could express were filled with tears. We shall never dare again. Please spare us. Tagma nearly burst into tears. This time, I shall let you off the hook. With a wave of his hand, Long Yi swiftly healed Frieza and Tagma's injuries. Thank you. Frieza and Tagma bowed in gratitude. We will never return to this place, even at the cost of our lives. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It promises to be even more thrilling. Long Yi, could you create a cloak that conceals one's presence? Ling Tian inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Long Yi replied, it is indeed possible, but it depends on the strength of the individual attempting to detect it. If their power exceeds mine, you would need to seek Lord Salama for assistance. Long Yi, simply craft 10 black cloaks for me. Ling Tian could hardly believe that the prowess of the angels surpassed that of the guardians of Salama. Very well. With a mere wave of his hand, Long Yi summoned a radiant beam of golden light upon the ground. A minute later, 10 black cloaks lay perfectly stacked upon one another. Long Yi, you have been an immense help to me this time. Ling Tian approached with palpable excitement, deftly stowing the cloak into his storage ring. It was but a trifling effort. A smile graced Long Yi's face, as he too felt elated to assist Ling Tian. Ling Tian, would you care to meet Lord Salama? Long Yi inquired. Let us forego that this time. We shall be departing shortly. Perhaps next time, Ling Tian replied. Long Yi nodded in agreement. With a graceful wave of his hand, Ling Tian conjured a dimensional barrier before the onlookers. The moment the barrier materialized, Frieza and Tagma eagerly rushed inside. Dragon One, farewell. Goku and the others waved their hands in farewell, making their way towards the dimensional wall. 7th Universe. Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, Paragus, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, and Tagoma emerged through the dimensional barrier, finding themselves atop the Baozi Mountain on Earth. Frieza, seething with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Tian and bellowed, Ling Tian, I knew you harbored ill intentions, bringing us to such a wretched place. Ling Tian remained unfazed, responding with a smile. Frieza, I have warned you all not to stir up trouble. You cannot blame me for this. Frieza? Is this person truly Frieza? Sun Wukong and the others expressed their bewilderment. Frieza did not resemble this at all. The transformation is indeed astonishing. Chapter 97. Journey to the competition, ha ha ha. Frieza chuckled. Sun Wukong, are you all astonished by my power? Ling Tian promptly elucidated to the gathered crowd. Frieza had only recently been resurrected. I placed him in the hyperbolic time chamber to cultivate for 5 years. How is that possible? Vegeta was utterly astonished. This Frieza has become so formidable after merely 5 years of training. A boundless smile spread across Frieza's face as he declared, Vegeta, do you now comprehend my innate talent? Perhaps you should consider becoming my subordinate once more. Who has bestowed upon you the audacity to utter such words? Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his entire aura. A brilliant blue flame enveloped him, and his once jet black hair gradually transformed into a vibrant blue, radiating a divine essence that enveloped his entire being. A dazzling light flashed, and Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his blue hair billowing in the wind. How is this possible? Frieza exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Initially, he had believed that only Ling Tian possessed extraordinary strength, but now it appeared that these Saiyan monkeys had also mastered numerous transformations, each one more impressive than the last. The system assessed the combat power of those present. Ding. Ling Tian, 162 trillion. Lineage, Earthling, Legendary Scion. Broly, 13 trillion. Lineage, Legendary Scion. Cell, 7,746 quintillion. Lineage, Android. Sun Wukong, 3,473 quintillion. Lineage, Scion. Sun Wufan, 3,521 quintillion. Lineage, Half Scion. Vegeta, 3,464 quintillion. Lineage, Scion. Piccolo, 2,870 quintillion. Lineage, Namekian. Paragus, 2,982 quintillion. Lineage, Scion. Frieza, 7 quintillion. Lineage, Frost Demon. Tagoma, 8,865 quintillion. Lineage, Mixed Heritage of the Jiren clan. Frieza indeed possesses remarkable power. His battle strength skyrocketed from several billion to 7 quintillion. However, what astonished Ling Tian the most was Tagoma, whose mixed heritage from the Jiren clan surged from several tens of thousands to an astounding 8,865 quintillion. Such tremendous talent squandered. Previously toiling in Frieza's third-star region. Vegeta, what is there to contend with Frieza? It would be wise for you to return home and rest well. In 3 days, there will be ample opponents for you to face. Ling Tian intervened to halt the conflict between the two. Humph. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and utilized instant transmission to depart. Goku. You all need to convene at Bulma's residence in 3 days. Sun Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. Ling Tian, accompanied by Broly, Sharu, and Paragus, prepared to utilize instant transmission to return to the island. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Ling Tian turned and addressed the motionless Frieza. Frieza, will you remain here? Just as Frieza intended to follow, he was abruptly seized by Tagma. Leaning closer, Tagma whispered cautiously in Frieza's ear, My Lord Frieza, exercise caution. What if he takes us to that kind of place again? Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, and he feigned composure, replying, You all may proceed without me. Tagma and I shall remain here for 3 days. Rest assured, we will not wreak havoc upon the earth. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian ceased to regard Frieza any further and promptly activated his instant transmission to return to the small island. The group resumed their leisurely existence, engaging in activities such as fishing and swimming. 3 days later, on the balcony of Bulma's home, Ling Tian reclined elegantly in his chair, chuckling as he spoke. Frieza, I never imagined you would refrain from causing chaos on Earth. Haha. Frieza replied, his face brimming with pride. Of course, for I am the most trustworthy being in the cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, the news of the tournament had been leaked. Yamcha, Tien Kaiatsu, Krillin, and the Turtle Hermit had all gathered at Bulma's residence. Ling Tian, we have come to cheer for you. I believe you will achieve victory in the competition. Alas. Ling Tian let out a sigh, utterly at a loss for what to do. In ordinary competitions, bringing along Yamcha and his companions posed no issues at all. However, this particular contest was anything but ordinary. Once the battle with the formidable Fat Cat commenced, he would hardly have the capacity to attend to Yamcha and his group. Suddenly, a vibrant cascade of colors descended before the gathered crowd. The visitors were none other than Beerus and Whis. Ling Tian, have all 10 participants for the competition assembled? Ling Tian gestured towards the assembly of individuals seated nearby, inquiring, What do you think of this lineup? Excellent. Truly splendid. Beerus erupted in laughter, reveling in the opulence of the gathering, pondering how he could possibly be outmatched. The competitors included Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, Paragus, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, and Tagoma. At that moment, Trunks and Goten hurriedly emerged from a nearby room. Uncle Ling Tian, Goten and I wish to participate in the competition as well, exclaimed Trunks. Uncle Ling Tian, I want to see what beings from other universes look like. Beerus, suddenly struck by an idea, mused, how could a competition proceed without an audience? This time, I must ensure that impertinent fellow, Kappa, faces humiliation. He then added, the slots for young competitors are already filled. However, if you wish to witness the contest, You may accompany us. Upon hearing this, Whis produced his staff and with a flourish, conjured a transparent rectangular prism before their eyes. Those wishing to observe the competition may enter the shuttle cube. I shall escort you there. Wait a moment, Whis. Ling Tian suddenly called out to Weiss. What is it? Ling Tian. Weiss turned around, looking at Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. With a serious expression, Ling Tian inquired, Weiss, will you ensure their safety? Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Sun Wukong and the others recalled that this battle would undoubtedly be as perilous as the previous one against Beerus. How dangerous it would be for Krillin and the others to watch the match. Sun Wukong approached and affectionately ruffled Krillin's head, reminiscing that the sensation was far better when he was bald. Wait, what am I thinking? Shaking his head, he continued, Krillin, perhaps you should refrain from attending the match this time. Observing Sun Wukong's concerned expression, Krillin began to waver. Weiss pondered for a considerable time, but could not grasp the meaning behind Ling Tian's words. Could it be that as an angel, I am incapable of withstanding the aftermath of your battles? He then smiled and assured, Ling Tian, rest assured, I will safeguard them. Ling Tian nodded at Sun Wukong, confident that Weiss would not deceive him. Beerus, observing the group's incessant delays, bellowed with displeasure, What on earth are you all doing? This competition seems as grave as life and death. Hurry and enter the shuttle cube. Upon hearing his words, the group nodded and proceeded towards the shuttle cube. Whis. Let us depart. Whis smiled and nodded, his staff radiating a cerulean glow as he guided the shuttle cube into the cosmos. In the blink of an eye, they had left Earth and emerged in the vast expanse of the universe. As they gazed at the celestial tapestry outside, they were enraptured by its beauty. It is truly magnificent, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. This cube was exponentially faster than any spacecraft and, being transparent, offered an unparalleled view of the cosmic scenery. She turned to Whis and asked, Could you possibly grant me a shuttle cube like this? Miss Bulma, this is a divine mode of transport and cannot be casually gifted. Whis replied, Very well. Bulma's expression fell, resembling a child deprived of a cherished toy. Vegeta consoled her, Bulma, I shall find an identical cube for you. Do you not see how many people are here? Bulma's cheeks flushed as she pushed Vegeta away. Laughter erupted among the group. Suddenly, Ling Tian appeared to recall something and swiftly retrieved 8 black cloaks from his storage ring, distributing them to Sun Wukong and the others. They donned the cloaks, realizing that they must have been discovered during their previous excursion to the 6th universe. Ling Tian, weren't there 10 cloaks? Why do Dagoma and I not have one? Frieza questioned, perplexed. Such treasures cannot be bestowed upon you. Frieza, we cannot detect your energy signature when you engage in misdeeds. Ling Tian retorted. You two need not wear them. Damn it. Frieza muttered under his breath, feeling disgruntled that he had assumed one of the 10 cloaks was meant for him. Oh. Both Beerus and Whis were astonished to see that once the cloaks enveloped the individuals, their energy signatures vanished entirely, rendering their identities unrecognizable. For a moment, the two could not discern who Ling Tian and his companions were. Are you so timid that you cannot face anyone during this competition? Beerus inquired, puzzled. It is not fear. I merely wish to avoid being detected by Kampa. Ling Tian thought to himself. Whis suddenly regretted agreeing to protect Yamcha and his group, knowing that the moment everyone donned the cloaks, it would spell trouble. After traversing the cosmos for several minutes, they finally announced, We have arrived. Upon hearing Whis' words, everyone turned their heads in unison. They beheld 6 Dragon Balls, each as colossal as a planet, encircling a lifeless, brownish sphere at the center. Its surface marred by vast craters. Is that the Dragon Ball? It's immense, akin to a planet, but there are only 6 Dragon Balls. Where has the 7th one gone? Was promptly elucidated. This is the Super Dragon Ball, distinct from those on Namek and Earth. Its wish-granting capabilities are remarkably potent. With a swift motion, Whis maneuvered the travel cube to land upon the brownish planet. Wow, what a massive arena. Upon landing, Ling Tian and the others observed a gigantic stage enclosed within an energy shield, its expanse many times greater than that of the World Martial Arts Tournament arena. Towering above the stage, on either side, were enormous banners emblazoned with the likenesses of Beerus and Kampa, surrounded by spectator stands constructed of stone. Skinny ribs. I thought you were too terrified to show up. A purple, rotund cat taunted. You gluttonous pig, just wait to lose the match. Beerus bellowed. The two continued to exchange heated barbs, escalating to physical confrontation. Lord Beerus. Whis stepped forward to intercept him. Lord Kampa. Bardos also intervened to halt Kampa's advance. Broly. observing the corpulent cat, felt an overwhelming surge of ferocious energy emanating from him as he slowly approached Kampa. As Ling Tian's figure flickered, he grasped Broly's shoulder and said, "Broly, there is no need to rush. Follow my lead, and soon he shall face the consequences." Upon hearing this, Broly dissipated his energy and regained his composure. Shortly thereafter, everyone was escorted by Whis to the spectator stands. Is this truly the seating arrangement for the match? Rigid stone slabs. Anyone can sit wherever they please. Bulma exclaimed as she prepared to retrieve her universal capsule. Upon hearing this, Beerus became irate, remarking that only a gluttonous pig would have such poor taste. Whis, understanding the situation, waved his staff, causing the spectator stands to vanish entirely. With another flourish of his staff, a semicircular seating area adorned with lush grass appeared before everyone. Zampa, overhearing the murmurs, felt utterly humiliated and expressed his dissatisfaction. "Bardos, why did you not conjure such seating from the start?" Bardos, covering her mouth with a smile, replied, "Lord Zampa, were you not pleased when I first created it?" At that moment, the God of Destruction from Universe 6 and the God of Destruction from Universe 7 suddenly materialized on the scene. Old Kaioshin, Lord Kaioshin, over here. Goku, draped in a cloak, waved his hand energetically. The old Kaioshin greeted the God of Destruction from Universe 6, Fuwa, before flying towards Goku's location. "Goku, what is going on? Why is everyone wearing cloaks?" The old Kaioshin discerned the group through Goku's voice. "Nothing much," Goku replied, ensuring not to disrupt Ling Tian's plan. Beerus lazily scratched his ear and inquired, "Zampa, have your people arrived?" "Of course," Zampa retorted, pointing mockingly at the attendees from Universe 6. "Do you see? It's not too late for you to concede. Just hand over Earth from Universe 7 to me, and you won't lose face." "Lord Beerus, if we lose the match, does that mean Earth will belong to that fat cat?" Goku and the others expressed their outrage. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. "Do you not trust in your own strength? Why refuse a free Super Dragon Ball?" "Ha! Skinny Bones, you're just bragging again." Zampa laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Gohan, astonished, pointed towards the Universe 6 spectator stands. "Uncle Vegeta, look over there." What could possibly have left Gohan so stunned? Everyone turned to gaze at the Universe 6 stands, where they beheld the familiar figure of Cabba from their previous encounter. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. That individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Frieza. One can easily tell he is no good. Klin whispered softly into Yamcha's ear, indicating that Frieza had cast a significant shadow over him. Frost interjected, "Humph. A group of ignorant fools. He is the esteemed representative of justice in our 6th universe, a recipient of the Cosmic Peace Prize on multiple occasions, and has generously supported countless homeless individuals." With a disdainful glance at Klin and the others, he continued, "A representative of justice? A Cosmic Peace Prize?" The revelation astonished everyone present, leaving them incredulous that someone so reminiscent of Frieza could be a paragon of virtue. Goku turned to Frieza and remarked, "It seems you have much to learn from this Frost. You must refrain from committing any further misdeeds." Frieza merely laughed heartily in response, not offering any further words. In his mind, Tagoma thought, that individual is doomed. The mighty Frieza will surely annihilate him. "Enough, enough. Let the match commence, you bloated pig." Beerus exclaimed impatiently, uninterested in the trivial matters of the universe, declaring, "If we're not competing, I might as well return to Earth and indulge in culinary delights. Thin ribs, prepare yourself for defeat in this contest." Sampa, feeling quite pleased with the individuals he had recruited from across the universe, waved his hand. The host, understanding the cue, appeared on the stage holding a microphone. "Welcome, everyone, to the martial arts tournament co-hosted by the 6th and 7th universes. I shall now explain the rules of the competition. This tournament will follow a wheel battle format. Defeating one opponent allows the victor to face the next challenger until one side has all 10 participants eliminated. During battles, weapons are prohibited, and falling outside the arena or being unable to continue fighting will result in elimination. There is no time limit for the matches. The participants from the 6th universe include Hit, Bergamo, Vortak Magetta, Frost, Cabba, Caulifla, Kale, Shadowlaw, Rog, and Gaia. The 7th universe participants are Ling Tian, Broly, Cell, Paragus, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Frieza, and Tagoma. The order of appearance will be determined by both sides. Chapter 99, the inferior version of Frieza. Oh, Ling Tian was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the sixth universe would present 6 Saiyans, including the king of planet Sadala. Why not let me take the stage first? Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm and unable to restrain his desire to engage in battle. Kakarot, allow me to go first. Vegeta firmly grasped Sun Wukong, who was eager to soar towards the arena. Although uncertain of the opponent's strength, he thought to himself that if Kakarot were to effortlessly dispatch them, his own effort would be in vain. Moreover, he was curious to witness the fruits of Cabba's training over the past few years. Ling Tian watched the two individuals vying for the order of appearance and said calmly, Wukong, Vegeta, cease your quarrel. Let Tagma take the stage first. Do not forget, we have other matters to attend to. Hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded and resumed their seats. Frieza, having procured a glass of red wine from an unknown source, began to swirl it in his hand. Tagma, do not bring shame upon this king, he proclaimed. Rest assured, Lord Frieza, I shall handle this with ease. Observe as I penetrate through tin. In an instant, Tagma's figure flickered and appeared upon the arena. Go forth and face him, Kampa commanded, pointing at a golden bear. Yes, Lord Kampa, Bardamo replied, rising from the audience and leaping into the center of the arena. What a fool. Look at the grand entrance of the opponent. Kampa covered his face, unable to bear the sight. With both contestants now present, the first match was about to commence. The host announced as he cautiously descended from the arena, wary of any potential collateral damage. Tagma and Bardamo stood opposite each other. You must be Bardamo. Are you prepared? Tagma inquired with a feigned smile. Of course. With a swift motion, Tagma vanished and reappeared before Bardamo, launching a powerful punch. Unfazed by Tagma's incoming blow, Bardamo stood resolute, allowing the punch to strike him. Tagma's formidable fist met Bardamo's body as if it were hitting a cushion, rendering his strength ineffective. Bardamo remained unmoved, a mocking smile gracing his face as he taunted, Have you not eaten? Thud, thud, thud. Tagma relentlessly unleashed a barrage of punches at Bardamo, the force of his strikes stirring up clouds of dust that enveloped the entire arena. As the dust settled, Bardamo had not retreated a single step. While Tagma gasped for breath, astonished, the spectators could clearly sense the overwhelming power of Tagma's attack. Kampa, initially fearing defeat for his champion, was taken aback by Bardamo's unscathed stance and burst into laughter, turning to mock Beerus. Ha! Is this what your Universe 7 is capable of? Are you merely tickling us from Universe 6? Tagma was perplexed. He had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon during his time in Frieza's army. He turned to Bardamo and inquired, What is wrong with your body? Why did my attack have no effect? Bardamo smiled softly, a hint of pride in his voice as he replied, My body possesses the greatest elasticity in the universe, allowing me to disregard any attack. You cannot hope to defeat me. Frieza, infuriated, crushed the wine glass in his hand and bellowed, Tagma, what in the world are you doing? Regardless of what form you take, I urge you to strike with all your might. Should this situation arise again, you shall face dire consequences. Tagma turned to see Frieza in a fit of fury and quickly reassured him, Lord Frieza, I assure you this will be the last time. Kampa, observing the internal strife among the seventh universe, erupted in laughter. Are the people of your universe jesting? How dare you mock Lord Frieza? This is unforgivable. Tagma bellowed, unleashing his full power, causing the very planet to tremble. A crimson aura enveloped Tagma, his energy surging and radiating outward. Witnessing this, Whis and Beerus brandished their staffs to counter the overwhelming force. Impossible. The sixth universe's warriors were taken aback, struggling to fathom that a mere subordinate could possess such formidable strength. Bardamo was unable to withstand the ferocity of Tagma's energy, his body uncontrollably sliding backward. No. Bardamo was sent flying, landing outside the arena. How infuriating. He is lost. Kampa felt deeply disheartened, having believed Bardamo possessed an invincible physique capable of defeating multiple opponents, only to discover he was a worthless fighter. Turning to Frost, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, he commanded, Go and teach those seventh universe fools a lesson. Frost inclined his body slightly, responding with utmost courtesy, It would be my pleasure. Yet, in his heart, he cursed Kampa's ancestors for his folly, thinking, Do I look like someone who can defeat that individual? Having sensed Frieza's ill intentions long before, he knew that this encounter would surely result in a brutal beating. Come on, why are you just standing there? Kampa urged the Cosmic Peace Ambassador. Yes, Lord Kampa. Frost soared into the air, heading toward the arena. Upon witnessing the unleashed fury of Tagma, Frost trembled uncontrollably, yet for the sake of his image as the ambassador, he maintained a slight bow, performing a gentlemanly gesture before smiling and saying, "Now, allow me to be your opponent, Mr. Tagoma." "Oh, you are Frost, correct? You do bear a striking resemblance to Lord Frieza. Transform quickly." Tagoma appeared courteous, yet inwardly contemplated how he would dismantle him. Having been relentlessly bested by Lord Frieza during his training, he found this inferior version of Frieza an opportune target for his frustrations. "Let us begin." Frost let out a mighty roar, unleashing all of his energy, enveloped in a radiant purple glow. As the luminescence dissipated, Frost had completely transformed, his muscle swelling, and two pairs of symmetrical horns sprouting from his elongated head, complemented by an ugly, sausage-like mouth. The grotesque visage was truly deserving of a good thrashing. With a light chuckle, Frost addressed Tagoma, proclaiming, "This is my ultimate form. Let us begin." Tagoma shook his head in resignation, responding, "You were given an opportunity, but chose to squander it. Very well then." In an instant, Tagoma appeared before Frost, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. "Ah!" Frost cried out in agony, hurtling backward. Tagoma swiftly pursued, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon him. "Ah! Ah!" Frost, devoid of any capacity to resist, could only emit cries of distress. Each time he neared the edge of the arena, Tagoma would seize him and hurl him back to the center. Tagoma's relentless assault was bewildering to Frieza, who wondered, what is this madness? Is he genuinely intent on beating someone to the brink of splitting their mouth wide open? Meanwhile, Ling Tian observed the spectacle with keen interest. Chapter 100, Tagoma's Triumph. Bardos, witnessing Frost's utter helplessness as he endured the relentless beating, turned to Kampa with a look of dismay. "Lord Kampa, it appears that Frost is no match for Tagoma. It seems we are destined to lose yet again. The opponent's strength is simply overwhelming." "How infuriating. Where on earth did Beerus find such a formidable human?" Kampa's expression darkened. As his carefully selected fighters from the universe were being so easily outclassed, one was blown away by a mere gust of energy, while the other had become nothing but a punching bag. "Tagoma, how can you treat our peace ambassador from Universe 6 in such a manner?" Gab shouted in frustration. "This is not my fault. He has neither fallen off the stage nor surrendered," Tagoma retorted, all the while continuing to pummel Frost. "How infuriating." Frost had initially intended to allow Tagoma to eliminate him directly, yet after several minutes of this unrelenting onslaught, it appears he has no intention of stopping. "You are forcing my hand," Frost exclaimed, as two venomous spikes suddenly emerged from his right hand and tail, aimed at the advancing Tagoma. You dare to employ hidden weapons to ambush me." Tagoma seethed with fury, retaliating with a powerful backhand to Frost. "Impossible," Frost exclaimed, one hand clutching his slightly swollen face in disbelief. "My infallible hidden weapons couldn't even pierce his skin." Tagoma delivered a swift kick to Frost, taunting, "I train daily with Lord Frieza. My body is now harder than steel. Such trivial weapons are of no consequence to me. Had I not wished to give you a proper beating, I could have dispatched you with a single blow." "What?" The voice of Tagoma resonated in the ears of all present, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. "You audacious child, how dare you slander our ambassador of peace? Beware, for I shall obliterate you," exclaimed Xiangpa, his face clouded with anger. Tagoma, however, paid him no heed. Instead, he delivered a resounding slap to Frost before sending him hurtling towards the host with a swift kick. The exhilaration of the moment surged through Tagoma's mind, as he longed to land a few more strikes. The host rushed forward to inspect the situation. Frost has concealed weapons within his right hand and tail. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, unable to fathom that an ambassador of peace would resort to such underhanded tactics. Was Frost truly a duplicitous individual? Xiangpa clenched his fists, seething with rage as he bellowed at Frost, "You better come here at once." Frost, witnessing Xiangpa's fury, began to enact a performance worthy of an acclaimed actor. He staggered into view, his body battered and bruised, bowing slightly in a show of respect as he said, "Lord Xiangpa, I did this for the victory of our 6th universe." Xiangpa responded with a furious kick to Frost, shouting, "Useless. You are utterly worthless. Even with hidden weapons, you cannot defeat him." Beerus conjured a purple energy sphere in his hand, his gaze fierce as he threatened the competitors of the 6th universe. "If anyone dares to use weapons again, do not blame me." The second match is won by Tagoma of the 7th universe. The 6th universe is urged to send forth their next contestant. The host announced loudly from the arena. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a scion from the audience of the 6th universe sprang to his feet, instantly appearing on the stage. "Rog, give it your all," Gab cheered from the sidelines. Aware of the formidable strength of his opponent, Rog unleashed his most powerful transformation without hesitation. A brilliant light flashed, transforming his hair to a golden hue that cascaded down to his waist, enveloped in a golden aura crackling with tiny arcs of electricity. "You are impressive, but such power is insufficient." In the next instant, both figures blurred as they launched into a fierce assault against one another. Bang, bang, bang. "Uncle Ling Tian, it's Super Saiyan 3, exclaimed Son Gohan in astonishment. Ling Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He had not anticipated that the training Vegeta provided Gaby once would enable even his fellow Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyan 3. The transformation method for Super Saiyan God had not been imparted to them, and since none of them had grown tails, it seemed they were incapable of attaining Super Saiyan 4. Before long, Tagoma and Rog had transitioned their battle from the arena to the skies. In a swift motion, Rog appeared behind Tagoma, concentrating energy to unleash a powerful ki blast directed at him. Boom! Tagoma, caught off guard, was struck directly by the energy wave, resulting in a massive explosion that billowed thick smoke. Excellent! A cheer erupted from the audience of Universe 6. However, the outcome was not as they had anticipated. As the smoke cleared, Tagoma emerged unscathed before everyone. How could this be? Rog, in disbelief, could hardly fathom that his attack had no effect whatsoever. Seizing the moment of Rog's astonishment, Tagoma swiftly maneuvered above him, delivering a powerful punch. Rog's body uncontrollably plummeted downward. Subsequently, Tagoma began to gather energy in his hands, launching a barrage of red energy spheres. Rog crashed heavily onto the arena, attempting to rise, but was met by an unending onslaught of energy blasts. Boom! The arena reverberated with explosions, sending clouds of dust into the air. As the smoke dissipated, the arena lay in ruins, with Rog severely injured and collapsed in a deep pit, utterly incapacitated. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Zappa gritted his teeth and roared in frustration, having lost once again. Well done, Tagoma. Upon seeing Zappa's pained expression, Beerus felt an unusual thrill. Brother Rog, Kale and Caulifla flew down from the audience to assess Rog's injuries. In a flash, Bardos appeared on the arena, waving her staff, which instantly healed Rog's wounds. She then struck the ground with her staff, and the arena was restored to its former glory. Bardos, covering her mouth with a smile, inquired, "Have you decided who will participate in the next match?" "Lord Zappa is quite displeased. You must secure a victory in the upcoming battle." "Sister, let me take this one," Kale exclaimed, filled with fiery determination. "Kale, we believe in you." Caulifla and Rog soared into the air, heading towards the audience. The competitors took their positions, and thus, the fourth match commenced with the host's declaration. Kale shouted, unleashing her full energy as a torrent of power surged from her. Her dark hair gradually transformed into a vibrant grass green, and with her petite frame morphing into that of a formidable warrior, she successfully achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. What is happening? Ling Tian was utterly astonished. How could Kale retain her composure in the state of a great ape? Tagma stood frozen, contemplating whether to let the little girl pass or to simply dispose of her from the arena after a brief encounter. Yet, in an instant, she had transformed into a robust figure. Upon completing her transformation, Kale charged at Tagma without the slightest hesitation, fists raised. The resounding clash of skull against fist echoed through the air. Tagma staggered back a half-step, utterly shocked by the ferocity of this Barbie of strength. Chapter 101. The power of transcendent bloodlines. Regaining his composure, Tagma delivered a powerful kick to Kale. Despite the excruciating pain, Kale retaliated with a flurry of punches aimed at Tagma. "Humph. Overestimating yourself." Tagma scoffed, undeterred and ready to engage in close combat, confident in his training under King Frieza. The two combatants exchanged blows relentlessly, disregarding their injuries, each unwilling to concede. Tagma, such a fool, would soon face defeat. Broly, also a transcendent Saiyan, understood the terrifying potential of the great ape transformation. What does this mean? Frieza pondered, baffled. Tagma's strength surpassed that of the previous opponent. How could he possibly lose? Frieza. In this state, the transformation can grow stronger through combat. As long as Kale's body can withstand the energy surges, she will soon surpass Tagma. Ling Tian elucidated. Frieza's expression darkened upon hearing this. The Saiyans possess such a means of enhancing their strength? He then turned to Tagma on the arena and shouted, "Tagma, eliminate her quickly. She can grow stronger through battle." Yes, Lord Frieza. Tagma mustered all his strength and delivered a fierce kick to Kale's abdomen. Ah! Kale curled up, propelled backward through the air. I promise my sister, I cannot lose. She shouted, quickly regaining her balance midair and launching another assault on Tagma. Exactly. That's the spirit. Zampa cheered, waving his hand like a pig's trotter in encouragement. She managed to remain on the platform? Then let us do this again. In midair, Tagma and Kale clashed. Each of Tagma's attacks sent Kale flying, though the distance she was knocked back was noticeably decreasing. How is this possible? This Barbie is remarkably tenacious. No. I must dispose of her quickly. Tagma resolved and began to gather a red energy wave in his hands, launching it towards Kale. Sensing the impending threat, Kale concentrated her energy to counter it. The two forces collided in midair, momentarily unable to determine a victor. Ah! Tagma bellowed, his aura surging once more, as the energy wave relentlessly bore down upon Kale. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Kyer, battered and bruised, plummeted onto the arena. Tagma, believing she had secured victory, called out to the host, demanding, "Why haven't you announced the results yet? I have not lost." Suddenly, Kaya soared into the air, enveloped in a radiant green energy. Energy burst, Kyer proclaimed, unleashing energy blasts that radiated outward from her core. Weiss and Bardos brandished their staffs, deftly intercepting the energy orbs that threatened the audience. Tagma, encased in an energy shield, hastened towards the airborne Kyer. However, before she could mount an offense, Kyer landed a heavy punch, sending Tagma crashing down. Boom! With a resounding crash, the arena bore a massive crater. This is disastrous. Her power has surpassed mine. Tagma marveled in disbelief at the rapid ascent of the indomitable Barbie. A chilling premonition washed over her. Before Tagma could rise, Kyer materialized within the crater, extending a hand to grasp Tagma's head, pressing it against the ground with relentless force. Ah! Tagma cried out, futilely struggling against her binds. In mere moments, Kyer had dragged Tagma's head across the arena, leaving no semblance of a duel beneath them. Broly, isn't this your signature move? Shara chuckled. Perhaps those who inherit the bloodline of the Saiyans all employ such a technique. Broly responded with a grin. Such ferocity from a girl. Bulma and Chi-Chi shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Seemingly fatigued from her play, Kaya tossed Tagma into the air, then concentrated energy into a Kamehameha wave. Boom! Tagma was struck directly, hurtling toward the audience of Universe 7. Frieza, with a swift motion, appeared beside Tagma, catching her effortlessly. Weiss waved his staff, and in an instant, Tagma's injuries were fully healed. Crestfallen, she addressed Frieza. My Lord Frieza, I have disappointed you. Tagma, this is not your fault. That individual's strength has surged too rapidly. Watch closely as I engage in battle and avenge you. Frieza's face twisted into a sinister grin as he vanished. Reappearing on the arena, Tagma stood motionless, surprised that Frieza would express concern for her well-being, despite her expectation of receiving a reprimand. Bardos appeared on the arena, intent on repairing the damaged stage. Dear lady, there is no need for such trouble. Repairing the arena may lead to its destruction once more. Perhaps it would be better if one side loses its combat ability, thus conceding defeat. What do you think? Frieza, appearing exceedingly courteous, was secretly contemplating how he would annihilate them without the arena. How dare they bully the sole subordinate of this king? They shall all pay the price. Frieza, your suggestion is quite astute. The arena indeed restricts the true potential of the fighters. Beerus nodded in approval. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue relishing the captivating content. Lord Kampa, what are your thoughts? Asked Vados. The prospect of possessing fighters who could amplify their combat prowess without the arena filled Kampa with uncontainable excitement, and he replied with a smile, since the skinny skeleton agrees. Let it be so. Upon hearing this, Vados departed from the arena and appeared in the audience section of Universe 6. The competitors were now in position, and thus, the fifth match commenced at the host's command. Drink. Frieza bellowed, his aura intensifying as a golden radiance enveloped him. The blinding light compelled everyone present to shut their eyes. As the brilliance faded, Frieza's once white skin transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Cloaked in a fiery golden aura, he had successfully transformed into Golden Frieza. Impossible? The audience from Universe 6 was astounded. Could such power truly be attained by a mortal? Frost trembled uncontrollably, and even the typically composed Hit could no longer remain at ease, his expression turning grave. Skinny skeleton, are you certain this is one of your universe's denizens? Surely. You haven't recruited assistance from another universe? Kappa expressed his disbelief. It was inconceivable that such power could emerge from a universe overseen by the slumbering Beerus. Humph. Beerus scoffed, disregarding Kappa's skepticism. This fellow must be terrified of losing and was now grasping at straws for excuses. Lord Kappa, this Frieza gentleman is indeed from our universe. Vados replied with a smile. Kappa, hearing this, found it difficult to protest further. Vados would not deceive him over a mere mortal. Ha. Frieza laughed. Are you prepared to face my onslaught? Overcoming his inner trepidation, Kale instantaneously appeared before Frieza, swinging his fist in a powerful strike. Chapter 102. The arrogant Frieza. Kale moved with the speed of lightning, yet to Frieza, he appeared no different from an ordinary individual. With a slight lean back, Frieza effortlessly evaded the attack and countered with a punch to Kale's abdomen. Kale spat blood, contorting into a shrimp-like shape as he was sent flying backward. Cursed be this fate. Kale swiftly steadied himself in mid-air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and launched another assault on Frieza. A faint smirk graced Frieza's lips as he raised his right hand, gathering energy. Flame burst. He bellowed, unleashing a barrage of flames from his hand. Alas, Kale, unable to evade, was engulfed by the inferno, emitting anguished cries. With a swift motion, Frieza reached into the smoke, seizing the wounded Kale. Without hesitation, he violently drove his knee into Kale's abdomen. Kale could only wail in agony as Frieza's relentless blows shattered his ribs. A mocking smile spread across Frieza's face. What troubles you? Aren't you capable of enhancing your strength? Hurry, elevate your power. Majesty Frieza, Tagma exclaimed, deeply moved, having assumed that Frieza's words were mere bravado. Completely unaware that Frieza would intentionally lower his power to exact revenge. Kale, Khalifa, unable to bear the sight of Kale's continued suffering, swiftly appeared on the arena. You gluttonous pig, are you not going to manage your fighter? Have you come to taste my destructive energy before the battle has even concluded? As Beerus spoke, he conjured a purple energy sphere in his hand. Khalifa, you better return at once. Compass shouted. Frieza, carelessly tossing Kale aside, turned to Beerus and declared, Lord Beerus. Battling them is akin to child's play. Let the rest join in. Frieza was already eager to acquire the Super Dragon Balls for his wish. What? The competitors from Universe 6 wore expressions of dismay, realizing that they, the elite of their universe, were being so thoroughly underestimated. Tagma, anxiety etched on his face, inquired. Ling Tian, do you think Majesty Frieza's actions will lead to trouble? Not at all. Ling Tian replied lightly, indicating that Frieza's actions would expedite the conclusion of the match. He was nearly overwhelmed by the urge to confront that corpulent cat. The series of battles was indeed cumbersome, even if Frieza were to lose. Ling Tian and his companions would ultimately secure victory. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus spoke up. You fat pig, those who have not yet participated can join in. I will not shirk responsibility for a loss. Furious, Kappa glared and declared, all of you, attack together. Make sure he doesn't recognize his own mother. The warriors of the 6th universe, unwilling to defy Kappa's orders, soared toward the arena. Hit, Kappa, Kale, King Sadala, Gia, and Batamo surrounded Frieza, while Caulifla, severely injured, returned to the spectator seats. Frieza surveyed his surroundings and taunted, no matter how many ants come, the outcome remains unchanged. Hurry and transform. Incensed, Caulifla could not tolerate Frieza's disdain for the 6th universe after injuring Kale. She transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged at Frieza. Kaba, King Sadala, and Gia did not believe that Caulifla was stronger than Kale and similarly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to assist her. For Science, is it? Frieza remained unfazed by their approach, effortlessly catching Caulifla's punch with his right hand and delivering a kick to her midsection. Gia swiftly appeared behind Frieza, attempting a sneak attack. Do you dare to ambush this king? Frieza's tail lashed out, striking Gia across the face. Gia cried out, sent sprawling. Gia, King Sadala quickly materialized beside him. Catching him, Kaba gathered his energy into his hands, forming a pale purple energy sphere and hurled it at Frieza. Gallic gun. Humph. Mere trifles. Frieza scoffed, casually swatting the energy away. If this is all the power you possess, then it is time to conclude. Frieza bellowed, his energy surging once more. How is that possible? Cold sweat beaded on Kaba and the others' foreheads. Frieza had not yet revealed his full strength. In an instant, Frieza appeared beside Kaba and delivered a brutal kick to his side. Kaba spat blood, hurtling toward the 6th universe S spectator area. With a resounding crash, A significant portion of the audience seats was obliterated. Beerus waved his staff, healing Kappa's wounds, and lamented, "Woe is us. Lord Kappa. We have barely sent out our second fighter, and already we are in disarray. It appears we are destined to lose this match." Xiangpa clenched his teeth, his expression one of great displeasure. Caulifla, King Sadala, and Woda Magetta once more united in their assault against Frieza, while Hit stood silently to the side, uncertain whether he intended to engage Frieza in a one-on-one duel or to strike unexpectedly. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue with the thrilling narrative. Bang, bang, bang. Their powerful fists struck Frieza, echoing with tremendous force. Yet, Frieza remained unfazed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he mockingly remarked, "Are you merely tickling me? Caulifla, do step aside." Behold, Gaia clenched his left arm into a fist, bending it as his right arm extended horizontally, crossing both arms to form a right angle while energy continuously gathered at his right limb. Quantum streamline, Gaia bellowed, unleashing a crimson beam of hyperthermal energy toward Frieza. Frieza turned his head, his eyes widening as two crimson beams shot forth from them. I-beam. Boom. The two energies collided, resulting in a violent explosion. What an opportunity. Woda Magetta thumped his chest with his fists, white vapor billowing from above his head. He promptly opened his mouth, spewing forth a torrent of molten energy directed at Frieza. Magma saliva. You rusted scrap dare to spit at me? Watch how I deal with you. Frieza swatted aside King Sadala, who stood in his path, charging toward Woda Magetta. Before Frieza could reach him, Woda Magetta shielded his eyes with his hands and fled toward the audience of Universe 6, weeping. Trying to escape, are we? No chance. Frieza sought to pursue and deliver a beating to Woda Magetta. Mr. Frieza, wait. Whis called out, halting Frieza's momentum. What is it? Frieza inquired, puzzled. You wish to stop me from striking an opponent? Surely you are not an undercover agent sent by them. Whis, perceiving Frieza's thoughts, unperturbedly explained, Mr. Frieza. Woda Magetta belongs to the Metal Clan, whose hearts are exceedingly fragile. The moment they hear insults, they instantly lose their combat capabilities. Bardos, why did you not inform me of this when I sought this individual? Xiangpa queried with dissatisfaction. Bardos, covering her mouth with a smile, replied, Lord Xiangpa. Did you not find his steel-like physique impressive? Infuriating. Why do I always end up with such visually appealing yet utterly useless humans? Xiangpa lamented, questioning his very existence. Chapter 103. Clearing the riffraff, Frieza nodded in acknowledgement of the situation and then declared, in that case, I shall spare you this time. Woda Magetta chooses to forfeit. The match shall proceed. At the command of the host, several individuals resumed their fierce confrontation. With a graceful turn, Frieza swiftly charged towards King Shadara. Observing this, King Shadara extended his hands forward, exerting an immense gravitational force upon Frieza. Completely unprepared for such an extraordinary technique, Frieza plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the ground was transformed into a deep, humanoid-shaped crater. Kefla, he must not rise again, Gaia declared, gathering energy in her hands to coalesce a silvery energy sphere. Gaia's blizzard, she shouted, extending her hands forward and launching the concentrated energy blast at the apex of the crater where Frieza lay. As everyone puzzled over Gaia's decision not to directly assault Frieza, a deafening explosion erupted. The energy sphere detonated mid-air, showering Frieza with freezing gas. The moment Frieza's body made contact with the icy essence, he was instantly encased in a sculpture of ice. Witnessing this, Kefla soared into the sky, continuously amassing energy in her hands, unleashing a barrage of red energy blasts towards Frieza. Boom, boom. The arena was filled with explosive sounds, enveloped in thick smoke, obscuring the true state of affairs within. Damn Saiyan monkeys. Frieza seethed, erupting from the smoke, raising his right hand to concentrate energy at his fingertips. Planet Destruction Sphere. He bellowed, hurling an enormous energy orb towards Kefla. In response, Kefla gathered all her energy into her hands, launching a red Kamehameha wave to counter it. Crushing cannon. The two forces collided midair, but the outcome was far from evenly matched. Kefla's Kamehameha wave not only failed to repel the Planet Destruction Sphere, but inadvertently augmented its power. After consuming the Kamehameha, the sphere continued its relentless trajectory towards Kefla. Impossible? Kefla stood frozen, incredulous that her most potent attack had proven utterly ineffective. King Shadara shouted urgently, Kefla, get out of the way. Just as the energy orb was about to strike her, a flash of purple light appeared. and a figure with hands in pockets suddenly materialized before Kefla, delivering a swift kick that sent the energy orbs soaring away. Boom. A violent explosion resonated as the planet destruction sphere detonated in the cosmos. The newcomer was none other than Hit, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines. It seemed he had discerned Frieza's combat style and approximate strength, preparing to intervene and resolve the conflict. Oh? Frieza was somewhat taken aback. Initially believing that the individual before him was paralyzed by fear, he never anticipated that this person possessed the mightiest strength. A slight smirk graced Frieza's lips as he raised his right hand, conjuring a circular disc of energy, which he hurled towards Hit. Cutting disc. Nova Strike. Following this, Frieza bellowed, enveloping himself in a surge of purple energy, swiftly charging at Hit. Unfazed by Frieza's onslaught, Hit maintained his aloof demeanor, hands casually tucked into his pockets. How dare you underestimate me? You shall perish. Frieza roared, swinging his formidable fist towards Hit. In an instant, however, Frieza's expression soured, for his attack, which had seemed destined to connect, had missed its mark. It had evaded to his side without Frieza realizing it. What? Tagoma exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that the mighty Frieza's assault could be so effortlessly dodged. Frieza, feigning composure, declared, that was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. You shan't be so fortunate next time. Ignoring Frieza, Hit launched his own attack, swinging his fist towards him. Humph. Frieza scoffed, channeling his power into his arm, preparing to block the blow. Watch as I shatter your arm. Yet, the outcome diverged from Frieza's expectations. Frieza's body contorted as he was sent hurtling backward. What is happening? He quickly regained his balance in midair, astonishment etched across his face. His fist had been on the brink of colliding with Hit's, yet suddenly, his abdomen had been struck. As Frieza pondered the bizarre turn of events, an array of energy blasts surged towards him, completely unprepared for the Saiyan's ambush. He was caught off guard and struck head-on. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, thick smoke billowing into the air. It seems I must first eliminate these insignificant pests. Frieza conjured two circular discs of energy, hurling them at Hit. Seeing Hit momentarily halted, Frieza swiftly appeared before Caulifla, seizing her with a vice-like grip, his eyes glowing crimson. Death Ray. Caulifla found herself unable to escape Frieza's grasp, as twin beams pierced through her chest. With Caulifla incapacitated, Frieza mercilessly kicked her towards the audience of Universe 6. Caulifla, Gaia, and Shadara seethed with rage, instantly appearing before Frieza, unleashing a barrage of punches towards him. Bang! Bang! The collision of fists and bodies resonated with a series of thunderous sounds. Frieza, unfazed by the onslaught of the two adversaries, elegantly turned with a smile, proclaiming, "You have arrived just in time, saving me a considerable amount of effort." With a swift motion, Frieza raised his right hand, concentrating energy, and unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles.